Chapter 151 deepened the transformation of the holy religion and established the guiding ideology. Yu Qingqing had not spoken at first. Even though the Guanyin Temple had evolved to the US server, the new version she had never seen before also caused her great shock. But Yu Qingqing still held back. However, before Hua Pingjin was taken out of the room by Lan Zhujun, Yu Qingqing finally spoke up to remind her, "We are the first group of people from the major sects. And there will be more later." Lan Zhujun stopped. Ji Changsheng also raised his head. "Will the major sects send more people?" "Of course." Yu Qingqing nodded and said, "The heavenly demon religion has 5 true disciples. You don't think that other sects only have 1 true disciple, right? It's just that time is too tight. So there are only 3 of us in the first group. And the second group will be stronger." Ji Changsheng: "That's the truth. But why can our holy religion send out all the true disciples at once? You righteous people are just like squeezing toothpaste? There are big problems with your organizational process and organizational efficiency." Yu Qingqing continued, "There are 4 great disciples in Guanyin Temple, and Hua Pingjin is only the 3rd. Lan Zhujun looked at Ji Changsheng and expressed his inquiry with his eyes. "Young master, should I still kill him? The current strength of the heavenly demon sect is naturally dominant. But tomorrow is hard to say. The foundation of the major sects of the righteous path should not be underestimated. The most important thing is that they often fight shoulder to shoulder when dealing with the demon sect." Ji Changsheng waved his hand and said casually, "I rewarded you. So I rewarded you. Investigate carefully. If it is found that it is a demon from the demon sect, kill him. The Holy Church will not wrongly accuse a good person, nor will it let a bad person go. Even if there is support from Guanyin Temple, it's not a big deal. This young master has already distributed the rewards. Even if Guanyin Hall calls for help, he must continue to reward. Otherwise, the morale of the younger brothers below will be scattered. Besides, Ji Changsheng feels that he can still protect them." Lan Zhujun also said. She looked around the disciples of Guanyin Hall with cold eyes, then nodded and said, "Young master, I will investigate carefully. I believe that if Hua Pingjin is really related to Huangquan sect, Huangquan sect may come to rescue her later. During the rescue, the soldiers are fierce and dangerous, and it is normal to accidentally kill or injure a few people. Isn't it? Hua Pingjin was killed by the Huangquan sect monster to silence her. Isn't it reasonable?" Ji Changsheng showed an appreciative look. His subordinates began to understand. He was very relieved. "Go down. Be alert." Hua Pingjin was taken away by Lan Zhujun without any resistance. At this time, Hua Pingjin didn't know what was going to greet her next. The information she saw and heard was that Lan Zhujun wanted to cooperate with her to overthrow Ji Changsheng's rule in the Tianma sect. This was consistent with her cognition. She couldn't do whatever she wanted in the Guanyin Temple. So could Ji Changsheng do it in the Tianma sect? That was unscientific. It was reasonable for someone to oppose Ji Changsheng. Lan Zhujun didn't like Ji Changsheng and wanted to cooperate with her from inside and outside. This was the Golden Wind and Jade Dew meeting, and the two hit it off. So Hua Pingjin smoothly stepped onto the door to won an umbrella. When the room was closed and Hua Pingjin's figure disappeared, Yu Qingqing and Wei Tingbao realized Hua Pingjin's fate. She also had a new understanding of Ji Changsheng's decisiveness, especially Wei Tingbao. Yu Qingqing had seen it before. However, when she saw that Ji Changsheng led the Tianma sect to change its previous style, she thought that Ji Changsheng had changed his mind. Now it seems that it is true that it is difficult to change one's nature. Yu Qingqing no longer considered Hua Pingjin's affairs. She continued, "Ji Changsheng, the demons of Huangquan sect are wreaking havoc in Qi State, causing suffering to the people of Qi State. This matter involves a wide range of people. I came down the mountain under the order of the Temple Master to do good deeds and eliminate demons. We need to talk. I think Xuandu Temple and Tian Xingjia should be able to cooperate in dealing with Huangquan sect." Ji Changsheng smiled and nodded, "Of course. Xingjia and Xuandu Temple are both leaders of the righteous immortal sects, so they should naturally be of the same blood and fight side by side." Wei Tingbao? Tian Xingjia is already the leader of the righteous immortal sect? Is there something wrong with me or Ji Changsheng? Wei Tingbao feels that Danqing Pavilion has been cheated. It is obvious that Danqing Pavilion is the leader of the righteous immortal sect together with Xuandu Temple. Why would the leader of the demon sect Tian Mojio come to join the fun in the righteous way, when Wei Tingbao was doubting his life? Ji Changsheng, as the leader of the righteous sect, also took the initiative to invite Danqing Pavilion, Brother Wei. Let's go together. Danqing Pavilion is also a righteous sect. And it is the right thing to do in this matter. Wei Tingbao. You used the word also with a clear conscience. Shaking his head, Wei Tingbao was too lazy to argue with Ji Changsheng. Whether it was Danqing Pavilion, Guanyin Temple, or Xuandu Temple, they would continue to add strength in the future. The fact that Tai Mojio had the advantage of the first move did not mean that it could always control the situation. Wei Tingbao did not fight for the moment. He had not recovered from the shock of the American version of Guanyin Temple. So he just agreed casually. So Ji Changsheng started to drive people away. Qingling, you take the others and continue to treat patients and save lives. The disciples of Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion are all righteous people. And they will definitely be happy to help our Tiansheng Medical Clinic. Don't hesitate to do so. Luo Qingling was not polite at all. Senior sisters and brothers, please follow me. It is worth mentioning that the senior sister deliberately came before the senior brother. Ji Changsheng specifically sent a voice message to instruct. Guanyin Hall has evolved to the US server. Ji Changsheng told himself that he must keep up with the times and try not to leave any room for criticism verbally. Does Guanyin Hall want to keep someone? Ji Changsheng looked at Sheng Jiayan. Sheng Jiayan understood what the master meant. So she immediately stepped out and said, I will stay to supervise you. The devil. Even if there is no senior sister Hua, Guanyin Hall will not sit idly by and watch the heavenly demon sect grow. Seeing that Sheng Jiayan, who had a grudge against Ji Changsheng for killing her father, stood up, all the other disciples of Guanyin Hall were relieved. Others may still be in collusion with Ji Changsheng, but Sheng Jiayan will never do that. So the disciples of Guanyin Hall also left the director's office with peace of mind. In the end, except for Wei Tingbao, there were only a few of his old acquaintances who stayed. Since Ying Hongya and Chao Ziming were not leaving, naturally no one chased them away. Yu Qingqing glanced at the Lintian water mirror above her head again, and then gave Ji Changsheng a look. Ji Changsheng smiled slightly, and cut off the live broadcast of Lintian water mirror. Today's live broadcast was already exciting enough, giving the people of Qi some time to savor it. Did you really cut off the Lintian water mirror? With Hua Pingjin's previous experience, Wei Tingbao did not believe his eyes at the first time. He looked at Ying Hongya. Ying Hongya took out a black box and put it on the table. Uncle Wei, don't worry. I'm here, and no information will be leaked. Seeing Ying Hongya take out the signal jammer, Wei Tingbao was completely relieved. Although it was only the first time he met Ji Changsheng. Through the brief confrontation just now, he had completely realized how difficult Ji Changsheng was. He had to be more vigilant. Ji Changsheng couldn't help but laugh when he saw Wei Tingbao relieved. Brother Wei, you are overreacting. People who know me know that I always stick to my friends and never backstab them. If you don't believe me, ask Brother Chao. Chao Ziming nodded affirmatively, and his tone was extremely firm. Changsheng is like this. Wei Tingbao forced himself to resist the urge to complain. If I believe in one word, I am Xiao Ziming. Ying Hongya took the initiative to help Wei Tingbao out and asked, will Hua Pingjin get into trouble? Ji Changsheng casually said, who knows? Qi is so dangerous. Maybe senior sister Hua will soon fall into the hands of the Huangquan sect monster. After the other true disciples of Guanyin Temple arrive, everyone will have to help our holy church to bear witness. I have always treated senior sister Hua with courtesy. Ying Hongya readily agreed, don't worry. I will definitely tell Guanyin Temple that it was not you who killed Hua Pingjin. Ji Changsheng glared at Ying Hongya. Cha Sheng, how did you suddenly become the young master of the heavenly demon sect? Chao Ziming asked with concern. The speed at which your status has risen is too scary. Ji Changsheng said calmly, maybe it's because I look kinder. And when old demon you saw me? He bowed his head and recognized that I was a talent that the heavenly demon sect only sees once in 100 years. Everyone nodded in unison. Yu Qingqing said frankly, old demon you is too conservative. Your talent in magic cultivation is definitely more than once in 100 years. Ji Changsheng. In short, old demon you decided to let me become the young master of the heavenly demon sect. I didn't want to do it, but I had to accept it reluctantly. I am determined to build the heavenly demon sect into a top righteous sect like Xuandu Temple. Then why did you attack Hua Pingjin? Wei Tingbao couldn't help himself. Ji Changsheng explained, Hua Pingjin did it herself. I will definitely not attack Hua Pingjin. If she gets into trouble, she must have fallen into the hands of the evil people of Huangquan sect. Guanyin Temple won't believe it. Wei Tingbao said. Ji Changsheng smiled. with senior brother Wei as a witness. Guanyin Temple will definitely believe it. Wei Tingbao? Yu Qingqing directly changed the topic away from Hua Pingjin. She didn't care about Hua Pingjin's life or death. She cared about the movements of Tianma sect. So Cha-sheng, are you really going to transform the Tianma sect into the Tiansheng sect? Building the Tiansheng medical clinic is a move to whitewash the Tianma sect? Of course. Birth, aging, sickness and death are indeed very suitable for practicing the Tianma sect skills. Yu Qingqing praised Ji Chongqing's bold move, but this still can't meet the requirements of the Tianma sect's disciples to practice. Right? After all, you don't allow them to kill on a large scale. And the Tiansheng medical clinic is mainly used to save people. Ji Chongqing smiled and said, Sister Qingqing is really smart. So in addition to the Tiansheng medical clinic, I am also going to develop the animal husbandry industry for the Sheng sect. Yu Qingqing's eyes lit up. Animal husbandry? Are you going to do it with livestock? Practicing the Tianma sect skills through the blood and qi of livestock? That's a way. But ordinary livestock are useless for the Tianma sect's disciples. Right? Yu Qingqing and Sui Tinghui had similar reactions. They recognized Ji Chongqing's idea, but believed that small-scale fights could not solve the fundamental problem, and were too inefficient. Ji Chongqing smiled at Ing Hongya and said, a little bit of livestock blood is of course useless. But after large-scale industrial mass production, it is another matter. Quantitative change can lead to qualitative change. Hongya should understand this. And I will deepen our cooperation with Hongya in the future. How many animals will be killed? Wei Tingbao took a breath and reminded, the kingdom of 10,000 monsters will not sit idly by. Ji Chongqing said calmly, it's okay as long as Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion have no objection. As for the opinion of the kingdom of 10,000 monsters, our holy church doesn't care. After Fairy Linglong ascends, the leader will be the best in the world. And the holy church will not be afraid of anyone. Yu Qingqing looked at Ji Chongqing deeply, and felt that Ji Chongqing's move was very wonderful. Among the 5 top immortal sects of the righteous path, Danqing Pavilion has the best relationship with Xuandu Temple. The other 3 sects are more or less insincere, and Ji Chongqing intends to transform the Tianma sect into the Tiansheng sect. At present, it seems that the direct threat is Guanyin Temple and the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. It just happens to avoid Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion, which is on good terms with Xuandu Temple. This is hardly a coincidence. Chongqing has a heart, so Xuandu Temple certainly has no reason to object. Speaking of which, there is a piece of news that you may not know yet. Yu Qingqing revealed a piece of heavy news. After the 3 paths entered the sea, the death energy of Huangquan poured into the sea, which first affected the environment of the ocean, and then affected the growth of marine life. The master of the temple told me that Fairy Linglong speculated that marine life is likely to mutate in the future. This news made Ji Chongqing and Wei Tingbao look serious. Marine life mutates? Doesn't this mean that the strength of the Wanyao kingdom is going to grow? Wei Tingbao looked at Yu Qingqing. Yu Qingqing nodded and said, it is also possible that the evolution will fail. But in theory it is true. The marine monsters are an important part of the Wanyao kingdom. Once the marine monsters complete the mutation evolution, their strength will inevitably go further. Before, we all thought that the 3 paths entering the sea would be most beneficial to Huangquan sect and Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. But we all neglected the impact on Wanyao kingdom. This matter may not be a bad thing for Wanyao kingdom. Wanyao kingdom is likely to be happy to see it happen, and even reach some cooperation with Huangquan sect. At this point, Yu Qingqing looked at Ji Chongqing and reminded him, during this trip to Qi, 3 of the 4 existing sects of the righteous path sent true disciples to lead the team. But only the Wanyao kingdom chose to close its doors and refuse visitors, and live in seclusion. This is a big problem and cannot be ignored. Ji Chongqing nodded slowly. Yes. He also ignored that the benefits of the 3 paths entering the sea were not only the Huangquan sect and Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, but also the Wanyao kingdom. He had personally invited Prince Jiao to Qi before, but he was rejected by Prince Jiao. Now it seems that there is a murderous intention behind the rejection. Even if the Tiansheng sect does not do these things, the Wanyao kingdom may still cause trouble. If the Tiansheng sect can accept the revenge of the Wanyao kingdom, it may be a good thing for the world. Yu Qingqing said, the Guanyin Temple should not fight the Tiansheng sect to death for a true disciple, unless you plan to promote the Queen Hua tears to the whole world. At this point, Yu Qingqing asked, Cha-sheng, do you have this plan? Let's talk about it later. Ji Changsheng did not say it firmly. Guanyin Tears is already a very mature product, and it can be continuously updated and iterated. It is a gold mine that is guaranteed to make money. And the Quinhua Tears is still under continuous research and development and testing. And there is still a distance from large-scale mass production and promotion to the world. Ji Changsheng cannot make an accurate prediction now. If the Guanyin Temple is willing to cooperate with us, we can actually compete with each other in a differentiated way. Ji Changsheng said frankly, Wuhuang Tears and the Guanyin Temple can be competitors. Or they can complement each other. It all depends on the choice of the Guanyin Temple. We, the Holy Church, don't cause trouble. But we are not afraid of it. No matter what choice the Guanyin Temple makes, we, the Holy Church, can counter it. Everyone was reserved about Ji Changsheng's statement that the Holy Church would not cause trouble. The Holy Church was too much of a troublemaker. But after Ji Changsheng said that, the others just listened to it. So, the Heavenly Demon Church is seriously considering transformation. Not just playing around. Yu Qingqing said, Changsheng, can you speak within the Heavenly Demon Church and have any say? I am solely responsible for the affairs of Qi. At the headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Church, the leader and his wife will also fully support me. As for the internal opposition forces, of course there will be. But this is inevitable anywhere. For those real demons, we cultivators can only draw our swords and kill them. There is no other way. Okay. Then I will wait for good news. Yu Qingqing still trusts Ji Changsheng's ability. And Ji Changsheng's plan is fine in her opinion. Most importantly, it doesn't seem to be any harm to Xuandu Temple. There are even benefits. Ji Changsheng said the same thing. Sister Qingqing, Senior Brother Wei, I have a favor to ask. Speak. I would like to ask you two to supervise our disciples in Qi to see if they violate the rules of the Holy Church. Ji Changsheng took the initiative to say, the disciples of the Holy Church are mixed. And there will always be some who are as stubborn as Hua Pingjin. When you encounter such a demon, you too can just kill him with a sword. I will introduce a series of supervision measures later. But it will take time to implement. For now, the best way is to ask you two to be witnesses and supervisors in Qi. Of course, I have no problem. But Changsheng, are you sure you want to do this? Yu Qingqing reminded, can the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect accept being so bound? Join my sect, and you will have no worries in your life. For those who don't accept, send them to see Hua Pingjin. Ji Changsheng said calmly, there has never been absolute freedom in this world. Only relative freedom. I don't ask much of them. Just don't cross my bottom line. As the inheritance of Queen Hua, I will never allow the disciples of the Holy Sect to discredit Queen Hua. Puff. Puff. Yu Qingqing and Wei Tingbao both spit out. Yu Qingqing was dumbfounded and said, what? Isn't the Tianma sect the inheritance of the Sea of Blood? Isn't it the Lord of the Sticks? Ji Changsheng said solemnly, this is a false rumor from the outside world. We worship Nua in the Tiansheng sect. The way of heaven is to reduce the surplus and make up for the deficiency. The way of man is to reduce the deficiency and add the surplus. The holy sect kills to balance the human way and then make up for the way of heaven. All this comes from the teachings of Noah. Wei Tingbao knelt down to Ji Changsheng. His scalp was numb. The saint has his own feelings. How dare you touch Nua? Nua is the holy mother of our human race. The disciples of Tiansheng sect are the inherited sect of our human race. What's wrong with the disciples of the human race worshipping the holy mother of the human race? What's wrong with me worshipping and respecting my mother? Ji Changsheng's tone was full of admiration for Nua. The disciples of the holy sect are all influenced by Nua and have made great contributions to our human race. Whoever discredits my mother, I will make him never reincarnate. The third step of the transformation of Tianma sect is to change your appearance and recognize your ancestors. There is no future in following the leader of the sticks. We are all descendants of Noah. Rounding off. Nua is my mother. As a son. As long as he keeps bringing honor to his mother. Ji Changsheng doesn't believe that goddess Nua can still cause trouble for him. Chapter 152. The Great Filial Piety in the Hall. The monsters mutated. Ji Changsheng's transformation of the Tiansheng sect is both internal and external. The external transformation is naturally the places that can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye, such as the Tiansheng Medical Clinic and Tiansheng Animal Husbandry. The deep transformation is to transform the doctrine, the guiding ideology, and the ultimate goal is to transform the ancestors. But this time, no one could hold back. Ing Hongye complained, can the ancestors be changed? Ji Changsheng said strangely, Of course they can be changed. Hongya. You are ignorant at first glance. I have seen a small country that can shamelessly say that all good things are from their ancestors, and can regard all celebrities as the ancestors of their country. Ing Hongya. Don't you learn from the good to learn from the bad? Ji Changsheng said calmly, to be a good person, you must be worse than the bad. Besides, I am not learning from them. I am surpassing them. What virtue and ability do they have to dare to provoke Nuwa? Everyone was speechless. Yes, you are awesome. You have touched Nuwa. Yu Qingqing tried to remind him, Changsheng. The queen's temper may not be good. Ji Changsheng nodded. In the era when the demons were rampant in the wild, Nuwa was one of the 4 emperors of the demons. In the era when the human race became the protagonist of the heavenly Tao, Nuwa was the holy mother of the human race. In the era when the saints were invincible, Nuwa was one of the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao. No matter which version is updated, Nuwa is at the top of the food chain. This is a big guy who keeps pace with the times. For such a big guy, it is normal to have any temper. But Ji Changsheng is not panicked. So the Tiansheng sect can only add luster to Nuwa, and it is not allowed to smear Nuwa. Ji Changsheng said seriously, whoever drags the feet of the holy sect is dragging the feet of the queen, and is a traitor to the human race. Ji Changsheng thought very clearly. As long as you are doing well, have a good reputation, and are willing to surrender, there is no reason for the boss of your faction to dislike you. But if you are doing too badly, or have a bad reputation, others will have reason to dislike you. So Ji Changsheng must seriously build the reputation of Tiansheng sect. Take the right path, and leave no way for the right path. Ji Changsheng continued, the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao each have their own inheritance. The 3 pure ones have a human teaching, the Chan sect and the Jia sect. And the 2 saints Jia Yin and Juandi established the Western sect. Only Nuwa Nyongyang does not have her own direct lineage, which is abnormal. Our Tianxing sect is the direct lineage of Nuwa Nyongyang, who accepts the leadership of the Hua Palace. Our Tianxing sect is positioned as the sharpest sword of the human race, and is committed to fighting against all hostile forces that are hostile to the human race. Everyone looked at each other, and almost believed Ji Changsheng's lies. But Ji Changsheng didn't care, and continued to describe his blueprint for the future development of Tianxing sect. Tianxing sect represents the fundamental interests of the vast majority of mankind. The highest ideal of our Tianxing sect is that mankind can live and work in peace and happiness. And Nuwa will always smile. Wei Tingbao was in a trance. He subconsciously felt that Danqing Pavilion was too small. Obviously, everyone's pursuits were similar, but it just didn't sound as high-end as Tianxing sect. Chao Ziming thought so too. He was even a little excited. Junior brother Ji, I will join your Tianxing sect. Ji Changsheng waved his hand and said, although our Tianxing sect is open to all, it also supports letting 100 flowers bloom, and does not want to dominate alone. As long as Danqing Pavilion can accept the teachings and leadership of our Tianxing sect, we can coexist peacefully. Ing Hongye kicked Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng quickly changed his words. You are wrong. Danqing Pavilion does not need to accept the leadership of Tianxing sect. It is better to seek common ground while reserving differences with our Tianxing sect. Senior brother Chao, I think you have the potential to be the leader of Danqing Pavilion. You should make good progress in Danqing Pavilion. Ing Hongye kicked Ji Changsheng again and whispered, Uncle Wei is still here. Wei Tingbao waved his hand. Just treat me as if I am not here. He saw that it was useless for him to be here. This group of people really dared to say anything in front of him. He just wanted to stay away from him now, so that when Ji Changsheng was struck by lightning, blood would not splash on him. But before leaving, Wei Tingbao couldn't help asking, Ji Changsheng, will the high-level leaders of Tianma sect agree with you to do this? As far as I know, Lu Mengyang, the deputy leader of Tianma sect, has the background of a Shura clan, and many of the high-level leaders of Tianma sect have close ties with the Blood Sea clan. Will they let you stir up trouble? It is difficult to turn the ship around. This is the same for all the big forces. Guanyin Temple can be hijacked by the interest groups around Guanyin Lei, and the Tianmo cult can certainly be hijacked as well. And it will only be more serious. After all, the Tianmo cult is still a demon cult in name. So whether it is Wei Tingbao or Hua Pingjin who just went to live in one umbrella, what they don't understand the most is where Ji Changsheng got such confidence. Is the Tianma cult so easy to reform? Ji Changsheng told him that it is so easy. Brother Wei, you got one thing wrong. What is it? There is no such person as Lu Mingyang in our Tiansheng cult. Ah? Wei Tingbao looked confused. Did I remember it wrong? Yu Qingqing shook her head and said, No. I also remember that Lu Mingyang is the deputy leader of the Tianma sect. No. Lu Mingyang is just a traitor of our Tiansheng sect. Ji Chansheng said calmly. Lu Mingyang's son Lu Shitu is an undercover planted by Tantian Chamber of Commerce in our Sheng sect. I have seen through and killed him. And Lu Mingyang colluded with Huangquan sect. And he will be dead soon. Ji Chansheng smiled and said, All those who prevent the Tiansheng sect from transforming are demons. These people will not be obstacles. They are all cultivation materials. Although Ji Chansheng has never advocated killing, he has always refused to kill people in practice. But if people insist on seeking death, you can't stop them. What can Wei Tingbao and Yu Qingqing say? It seems that there is an internal struggle among the top leaders of the Tianma sect that they don't know about. And it involves a dispute over concepts. So there is nothing to talk about. Ji Chansheng was a little surprised. Don't you know the inside story? Wei Tingbao looked at Ji Chansheng in confusion. What should you know? You came to Qi this time because of our holy church. Ji Chansheng said, Qi was ravaged by the Huangquan sect monsters. And it was our holy church that first discovered it. Then the leader personally contacted Xuandu Temple, which led to your subsequent actions. Wei Tingbao looked at Yu Qingqing. He really didn't know about this. Danqing Pavilion urged him urgently. He hadn't learned much about the situation before he led people to meet up with the disciples of Xuandu Temple in Guanyin Hall and came to Qi. Yu Qingqing nodded slightly. I know a little bit. The matter of Qi state was indeed discovered by the heavenly demon Tianqing sect first. So they also came the earliest. The master of the temple said that we can cooperate with Tianqing sect as appropriate. But my words are only effective among this batch of disciples. After all, I have just been promoted to the true teaching. Cha Sheng. If you still want to continue to make drastic changes to Tiansheng sect in the future, I am afraid you have to hurry up. The brothers and sisters who come later will not be too familiar with you. So it is hard to say how they will treat you. Ji Chansheng sighed. Sister Qingqing, how come you righteous sects are so slow in action? You just need to send a few people. But you have to split up several times before you can all arrive. You are really degenerate. You are just causing trouble for me. Yu Qingqing. Our efficiency is already very fast. You are not a human being at all. Ji Chansheng did not speak. He quickly judged the current situation. Originally, he saw that the disciples of Xuandu Temple were led by Yu Qingqing, and the leader of Guanyin Temple, Big Brother, had been dealt with by him. And he thought it was stable, and the situation in Qi was under his control. Unexpectedly, the Tianma sect played with all its strength. But the major righteous sects played with the internal test server. This is only the first wave of internal test players. And there will be public test players later. And there will be more public test players. After the public test players, there may be public server players. Can the Tianma sect consolidate its internal test advantage? This is a question. We have to find a way to expand the advantage. Ji Chansheng looked at Guanyin Temple. His face was full of amiable smiles. Miss Sheng, how are you? Sheng Jiayan. Don't smile like that. I'm scared. Ji Chansheng's smile was still amiable. Miss Sheng, do you have any way to stop Guanyin Temple from sending more true disciples to Qi? Although Ji Chansheng might not be unable to suppress them, he had a lot of things to do. And there were 4 true disciples in Guanyin Temple. And he had already killed one. If he killed another, he might really fight to the death with Guanyin Temple. Ji Chansheng was only reforming the Tianma sect now. And it was not the time to make enemies everywhere to divert internal conflicts. Sheng Jiayan shook her head. If Senior Sister Hua died, the temple would definitely find out. So they would definitely send a true disciple who is stronger than Senior Sister Hua. Ji Chansheng, you shouldn't have killed Senior Sister Hua. I say it again. Hua Pingjin died at the hands of the Huangquan sect monster. She died in a miserable, humble, and insignificant way. But it has nothing to do with our holy church or me. Everyone here is my alibi. Everyone here. In other words, Hua Pingjin is dead. A true disciple of Guanyin Temple died so easily. Well, it is also in line with Ji Chansheng's usual style of doing things. Compared to when he was in Sheng state, Ji Chansheng was obviously more restrained in Qi state. Okay. Since we can't stop it, let the storm come a little more violently. Ji Chansheng doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble. But he is not afraid of it. Sister Qingqing, will Xuandu Temple send a few more true disciples? I don't know. But there will be at least one more. But the temple master has said so before. So the disciples of Xuandu Temple should not be enemies with you. What about Danqing Pavilion? Ji Changsheng looked at Wei Tingbao. What is the attitude of Danqing Pavilion? Wei Tingbao, Danqing Pavilion only hopes that humans can live and work in peace, and that Nua can smile all the time. Ji Changsheng. Brother Wei. I'm beginning to like you. Wei Tingbao didn't dare to be liked by Ji Changsheng at all. He added, but the next true disciple brother from our Danqing Pavilion should be Yuqi Daily. Yuqi Daily? Yu Qingqing's heart moved. Ji Changsheng had never heard of this name. So he was a little surprised. What's wrong with Yuqi Daily? Yu Qingqing explained. Yuqi Daily is the second true disciple of Danqing Pavilion. Ji Changsheng nodded. Then what? The second true disciple of Danqing Pavilion can't scare him. The first true disciple of Tianma sect is now living in his woman umbrella. Yu Qingqing continued. If I remember correctly, Yuqi Daily pursued Hua Pingjin for 3 years? Wei Tingbao corrected, to be precise. It was 2.5 years. But senior brother Yuqi's feelings for Hua Pingjin must be true. Love at first sight. Unforgettable. Ji Changsheng. I thought it was something else. It's just this. Miss Sheng. Are there any disciples, like Hua Pingjin in Guanyin Hall? Ah? Sheng Jiayan didn't understand. Ji Changsheng explained. They are the kind of monks with more advanced ideas. Who are originally men or who think they are between men and women, and do not pay much attention to the difference between men and women. Yes. There are quite a few. Sheng Jiayan said proudly. Our Guanyin Temple has always been ahead of the world in terms of ideological progress. Ji Changsheng gave Sheng Jiayan a thumbs up. Very good. You sent such a person to take down Yuqi Daily. Why? Because I can send you to see Hua Pingjin. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, Miss Sheng. I think you are also contaminated by Huangquan magic. Sheng Jiayan. In front of Yu Qingqing and Wei Tingbao. Why is the master so arrogant? But she found that Yu Qingqing and Wei Tingbao did not react at all. Sheng Jiayan reacted quickly and realized that it was an illusion. After realizing this, Sheng Jiayan was terrified and excited. The master's strength was promoted too fast. It was scary. But for her, it was also a huge advantage. Okay. Leave it to me. Sheng Jiayan agreed immediately, fearing that Ji Changsheng would doubt her ability to do things. Sheng Jiayan added, Yuqi Daily is an old bachelor who has not touched a woman for decades and fell in love with senior sister Hua at first sight. This old bachelor is easy to deceive. I will definitely make him the most loyal helper of the master. Very good. Yen Nu. I am optimistic about you becoming the master of Guanyin Temple. Sheng Jiayan's face flushed. Thank you. Master. Ji Changsheng removed the illusion. Then he met Yu Qingqing's questioning eyes. As a disciple of Xuandu Temple, he was still somewhat sensitive to the illusion of the Yaoguang lineage. Ji Changsheng smiled slightly, without explaining, but looked at Hongya. Hongya. Tiansheng Medical Clinic and Tiansheng Livestock will explore some new profit models later, such as directly letting the people of Qi place orders to buy things from Liantian Water Mirror. Can Ingwa's technology do it? Yes. Hongya's answer did not surprise Ji Changsheng. Ingwa's technology can compete with the Immortal Sect. So there is no reason why it can't do this. Using the Liantian Water Mirror is too wasteful. I will help you build a set of facilities that don't waste spirit stones. Hongya waved his hand and said, This is very simple. How about this? Hongya. You will be the technical director of our Tiansheng Medical Clinic and help our Tiansheng sect with technical upgrades. After this, I estimate that you will be able to reach the golden core. Hongya's eyes lit up. Really? When have I lied to you? Many times. I really didn't lie to you this time. After the Tiansheng sect completes the technical upgrade, it will definitely reduce a lot of killing. If you participate in it, even if you only share part of the merits, it will be enough to help you advance to the golden core. And it is very likely to go straight to the late golden core. The killings committed by the Tianma sect are no less dangerous than some doomsday worlds. And even more dangerous. After all, the Tianma sect is the world's top demon sect. If Ji Changsheng can completely transform and cleanse the Tianma sect, the merit he gains, according to Ji Changsheng's judgment, may be able to advance to 2 more realms on the basis of the transformation of the spirit. In contrast, Hongya is only in the foundation building stage, and does not need much merit, so he will be promoted faster. Chao Ziming reminded her in a friendly way, Junior sister Hongya. Helping the Tiansheng sect to upgrade its technology will definitely use the core secrets of your Ying country. Are you sure you can do it? That is the core technology of the Ying country. Normally, such core technology is not passed on. Ying Hongye thought about it, and it was right. So she put forward her own request. Chansheng, you must be a member of our Ying country, so that I can help you with all my strength. And my father can also open up authorization to you. So after the affairs of Qi are dealt with, you have to go to our Ying country. What are you going to do in Ying country? Become a son-in-law? Ji Chansheng smiled. Ying Hongye spat lightly. You wishful thinking. My father wants to meet you. In addition, I think Yinghua and Tianxingjiu can reach cooperation in many matters. No problem. If you take the benefits from others, of course you have to give them equal returns. This way the friendship can last long. Besides, taking the princess of Yinghua as a concubine is somewhat unfair to Yinghua. So the betrothal gift must be enough. Ji Changxing thought that he was too reasonable. Very good. It seems that everything has been discussed, and the meeting has been a complete success. Ji Changsheng set the tone for the meeting of the four major sects. Except for Ji Changsheng. The other three families all had opinions. Yu Qingqing glared at Ji Changsheng. You just explained the matter of the heavenly demon sect and arranged it. We haven't discussed how to arrange it for the three of us. In fact, there is no need to discuss it. Ji Changsheng said patiently. We, the heavenly saint sect, are responsible for curing diseases and saving lives, and getting clean. You three are responsible for slaying demons, and protecting the country and the people. The Yellow Springs demon is still lurking. And Sister Qingqing and Senior Brother Wei will have to take more care to capture the Yellow Springs demon. Yu Qingqing sneered. So all the benefits belong to your heavenly demon sect. And all the hard work belongs to us? Ji Changsheng argued. Sister Qingqing, you can't say that. First of all, there is no heavenly demon sect. We are the heavenly saint sect. Secondly, curing diseases and saving lives is also hard work. But we in the heavenly saint sect have no complaints. Finally, this job is only for us. You are good at fighting and killing, not curing diseases and saving lives. We have our own specialties. Wei Tingbao pointed at Sheng Jiayan. When it comes to curing illnesses and saving lives, especially when it comes to Huangquan sect skills, Guanyin Temple is the most professional. Right? Ji Changsheng looked at Sheng Jiayan with a smile. Miss Sheng, is Guanyin Temple more professional than Tiansheng sect? Sheng Jiayan. No, not professional. Tiansheng sect is the most professional. Anyway, the Tianshui mirror is not open now. All the disciples of Guanyin Temple are outside. No matter what she says, it can't be spread. Even if it is spread, there is no picture and no truth. So she has a lot of room for quibbling. So Sheng Jiayan voted directly. Sign a treaty that is humiliating to the country. Anyway, Guanyin Temple is not hers yet. So she doesn't feel bad if her son sells her father's land. When she becomes the master of Guanyin Temple one day, it will be too late to feel bad. Wei Tingbao was stunned by Sheng Jiayan surrendering to the enemy. Don't you have a grudge for killing your father? Yes, but I have forgiven Miss Sheng. Ji Changsheng sighed. It's just a grudge for killing your father. It's not worth mentioning. Although Miss Sheng lost her father, she still has me. I will replace her father and be her life mentor to make her a better person. Senior Brother Wei. Am I too kind? Wei Tingbao. He felt that Ji Changsheng was really a devil. But seeing Sheng Jiayan take the initiative to put her head under Ji Changsheng's hand and let him touch it, Wei Tingbao was stunned again. Junior Sister Qingqing. How could your Xuandu Temple teach such a disciple? Yu Qingqing was speechless. It has nothing to do with our Xuandu Temple. He was born evil. Xuandu Temple will not bear this blame. She didn't want the Tianma sect to bear this blame, because she felt that the Tianma sect could not cultivate such a devil. It's almost the same the other way around. That's enough. Stop it. Yu Qingqing stopped Ji Changsheng from exuding a villainous aura. The disciples of Xuandu Temple are the best to hunt down the remnants of the Huangquan sect. The same goes for the disciples of Danqing Pavilion. Ji Changsheng concluded his speech. We four righteous sects held a friendly meeting. The four parties had an in-depth discussion on the security of Qi and the stability of each other's relations, and reached a high degree of consensus on each other's future development. The four parties agreed that only by working together can we achieve a win-win situation for all four parties, and make Qi great again. This meeting was a complete success. Hongya, you will hold a press conference later, and write the manuscript according to this. Yu Qingqing. Wei Tingbao. Sheng Jiayan. It's hard to judge. But it seems that a consensus has been reached. Ing Hongye asked curiously, do you want me to be the spokesperson? Ji Chansheng said calmly, you are a disciple of Xuandu Temple. And now you are an exchange student in Danqing Pavilion. You are also the princess of Ing State and my concubine. His. Don't pinch. It hurts. You are also the technical director of our Tianxing sect. We all trust you absolutely. So you can be the spokesperson. Sheng Jiayan raised her hand weakly. What about our Guanyin Temple? Ji Chansheng waved his hand and said, it's not important. Sheng Jiayan. At the meeting that year, the four parties discussed and stood like minions. I swear with tears that one day, everyone must see me. Sheng Jiayan gritted her teeth. Decided to seek guidance from the master as soon as possible. She really wanted to improve. While the meeting of the four major sects reached a satisfactory consensus. When Renjiayu also encountered a trouble. She looked at the dead palace and the monster gradually manifesting itself in the air. And she took a breath of cold air. What kind of mutated monster is this? I have never seen it before. Why is the aura so strong? She even felt that the opposite side had the aura of the god of transformation. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was also stunned for a moment. And then began to cry loudly. Father must have been harmed by the monster. Father! You died so miserably. When Renjiayu's eyes twitched. Young master is right. This prince has the appearance of the Saint Emperor of Qi. He is so filial. But the palace is really going to die this time. When Renjiayu quickly sent a message to Ji Chansheng, young master. The palace seems to have discovered a mutated ocean monster. With a faint aura of the god of transformation. I need support. Aura of the god of transformation? Ji Chansheng was silent for a moment, and looked at his left and right arms. Brother Wei. Sister Qingqing. I have decided to give you a chance to become famous in front of the people of Qi. You don't have to thank me. Chapter 153 If anyone touches my wife, I will touch his whole family. Ji Chansheng has just been promoted to the God Transformation realm. If he encounters a monster in the God Transformation realm, Ji Chansheng thinks that he may not be the opponent. So he still plays it safe. Let his left and right arms try to test the strength first. If they can't do it, then I will use the Jade Sword. It's a pity to use a big move like the Jade Sword on such a monster. If he continues to hide, he may be able to kill a big one. Such as a big boss like the Ghost Mother. Or a big devil like Lu Mingyang. And then the merit will be much greater. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? I hope the left and right arms are powerful enough. Yu Qingqing and Wei Tingbao also reacted quickly. Almost immediately, the disciples of the Huangquan sect showed up? Wei Tingbao asked immediately. Of course. He didn't think that Ji Chansheng would give them the opportunity if there was no danger. There must be hard work. Ji Chansheng told the truth. It should be the work of Huangquan sect. But it may not be the disciples of Huangquan sect who showed up. Sister Qingqing said before that because of the three ways entering the sea, there will be changes in marine life. Just now, my subordinates sent news that they seem to have encountered one in the palace. So fast? Yu Qingqing was moved. Didn't the three ways entering the sea just happen yesterday? According to Fairy Linglong's estimation. Even if there is a change, it should take some time. Ji Chansheng shook his head and said, let's go and see together. I don't know the specific situation. Okay. Yu Qingqing agreed immediately. Wei Tingbao also took the lead and walked out. Sheng Jiayan looked at Ji Chansheng. And Ji Chansheng motioned to follow. It should be said that Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion are righteous immortal gates. And the sense of responsibility of their disciples is indeed online. If there is something, they will really go. And they will not ask about the treatment in advance. In comparison, the awareness of the disciples of Guanyin Temple is obviously a little worse. It is obvious that their faith is not firm enough. As Wei Tingbao walked out, he ordered people, Zimming, gather all our disciples of Danqing Pavilion and evacuate the people around the palace first, so that they will not be injured by the aftermath of the battle. Chao Zimming was about to take action when he was stopped by Ji Chansheng. Brother Wei, don't bother so much. There are no people around the palace. Wei Tingbao. No wonder Qi is finished. The major cultivation sects like to set up their sect headquarters in deep mountains and old forests, where there are few people. On the one hand, it is because the spiritual energy in deep mountains and old forests is more pure. And on the other hand, it is easy to compete with the people for profit and affect the lives of the people in the world. But the royal family is not a cultivation sect. It is to serve the people of the world, forcibly occupying the richest place in the world, and not allowing ordinary people to live around. There is no doubt that the royal family of Qi has gradually distinguished itself from ordinary people. This made the disciples of Danqing Pavilion quite unhappy. However, when Wei Tingbao saw the big thing in the palace, his displeasure turned into relief. It seems that the royal family of Qi did something good. If such a big monster appeared in the downtown area, Qijing City would probably suffer heavy losses. Wei Tingbao took a breath and looked at the fish monster that appeared in the air and was fighting with Wenren Jiayu. His eyes were full of shock. Junior sister Qingqing. Do you know what this is? Yu Qingqing's eyes were also quite solemn. It looks like a mutant fish monster. Wait. How can this fish monster transform? In full view of the crowd, the fish demon in the air leaped up and transformed into a rock with the sky on its back. With a flap of its wings, it threw Wenren Jiayu's body away. Ji Changsheng instantly soared into the sky, holding Wenren Dashi's slender waist with his left hand. And at the same time, the sad demon knife in his right hand was unsheathed and slashed directly on the wing of the rock. With the strength of this alien monster, Ji Changsheng didn't think he was necessarily the opponent's opponent, but he was still confident that he could save his life. A knife slashed on the opponent's wings, and sparks flew all over the sky. For the first time, Ji Changsheng felt that the sad demon knife slashed on a piece of extremely solid metal wall. No matter how he urged his magic power, he could not leave any trace on the metal wall. Ji Changsheng was not panicked, and the bloody aura rushed into the sky. At the same time, the 10,000 people umbrella covered his head and shook gently. The eyes of the big Pung monster were instantly distracted, and Ji Changsheng immediately poured all his bloody energy into the sad magic knife, and slashed 7 times in an instant. The big Pung bird let out a sharp scream, and the overwhelming demonic energy and death energy also rushed directly to his face, making Ji Changsheng feel a huge resistance. Boom! The big Pung bird was repelled by Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng also successfully returned to the ground by holding Wenren Jiayu's slender waist. Thank you, young master. Wenren Jiayu finally breathed a sigh of relief after escaping death. Young master, be careful. This monster feels like it has been promoted to a god. Ordinary monsters at the same level are unlikely to be my opponents, Wenren Jiayu said. Under normal circumstances, the monsters of the same level are stronger than humans. After all, the bodies of monsters are generally much stronger than those of humans. However, the true disciples of the top sects are different from ordinary humans. They are the pride of the human race. For a cultivator like Wenren Jiayu who is in the late nascent soul stage, unless she is facing a cultivator in the spiritualization stage, she will not necessarily be at a disadvantage even if she is in the nascent soul stage. Even if she is half a step into the spiritualization stage. But she was in danger of death just now. That means that the other party has suppressed Wenren Jiayu in terms of realm. Ji Changsheng looked at Yu Qingqing. Yu Qingqing understood what Ji Changsheng meant and said directly, the Linglong fairy has issued a ban, and creatures above the spiritualization stage cannot enter Qi. I just fought with this monster, and it is indeed the strength of the spiritualization stage, Ji Changsheng said. Although he did not think he was very strong in the spiritualization stage, the nascent soul stage monster should have died in his hands just now. Yu Qingqing said decisively, that means this monster was promoted naturally in the territory of Qi. Just like we were promoted to the nascent soul stage in Sheng State yesterday. The Linglong Sword Order prohibits entry from outside. Internal promotion is not included. Otherwise, it will become a gene lock suppression. Yu Qingqing's words made Wei Tingbao look a little ugly, if everything is true. It means that the 3 paths will enter the sea. The monsters will mutate. And it is very likely that the monsters will be rapidly promoted. In this way, the human and monster races will inevitably have disputes again. And our human race will probably be at a disadvantage. Faced with this deteriorating environment, humans will inevitably not be able to adapt like monsters. After the rise of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the protagonist is destined to be the human race. So the most common environment of heaven and earth today is the most suitable environment for human survival. On this basis, destroying the environment is damaging the most suitable home for human survival. Obviously, this is not a good thing. Ji Changsheng remained calm. This monster is a bit strange. It looked like a fish monster at first, and then suddenly turned into a big Pung bird, which reminded me of an ancient monster. Yu Qingqing blurted out, Kuan? Ji Changsheng nodded, to be precise. It is Kuanpeng. There is a fish in the North Sea, named Kun. Kun is so big that no one knows how many thousands of miles it is. It turns into a bird, named Peng. Peng's back is so big that no one knows how many thousands of miles it is. When it flies in anger, its wings are like clouds hanging from the sky. Wei Tingbao was more and more shocked. Don't scare me. I have heard of the legend of Kunpeng. But isn't Kunpeng the rumored demon master? Moreover, Kunpeng has been missing since the witch and lich catastrophe. The disputes in our world cannot be related to him. Right? The most recent catastrophe so far is the conferred god catastrophe. The conferred god catastrophe determined the current power structure. The heavenly court and the Western Church established their own system. The free and unrestrained Qigong masters retreated behind the scenes, and the era of gods replaced them. The great catastrophe before the conferred god's great catastrophe was the Lich Great Catastrophe. The Lich Great Catastrophe was essentially the beginning of the Saint era, the tragic song of the end of the Lich and Lich races, and the prelude to the rise of the human race. Its significance is actually more profound than the conferred god's great catastrophe. Kunpeng was a great power before the Lich Great Catastrophe, and his whereabouts were unknown after the Lich Great Catastrophe. Standing at the top of the food chain of the demon race are the 4 emperors of the demon race. And the demon master Kunpeng is the only top demon in the demon race that can be compared with the 4 emperors. The reason why Kunpeng is not among the 4 emperors is not because he is not strong enough, but because he is a single Kun and lacks the support of brothers and sisters. Among the 4 emperors of the demon race, Di Jun and Dong Wangtai are brothers, and Shi Huang and Hua Huang are brothers and sisters. They are of the same blood and can fight together. In a one-on-one situation, Kunpeng is not necessarily afraid, as Kunpeng's speed was recognized as the best in the prehistoric world. But in a one-on-two situation, Kunpeng can only admit defeat. So, he can only be ranked below the 4 emperors, and become the 5th in command of the demon race. Taiyin Xingjuan is an extra-official. Although he has great power and strength, he is essentially a congenital creature, and does not belong to the demon race. Since the end of the Witch-Lich catastrophe, Kunpeng has never shown up again. Everyone thought that Kunpeng should have fallen. If Kunpeng suddenly appeared in this world, it would indeed scare many people to death. Ji Changsheng explained, it is definitely impossible to be a real Kunpeng. But maybe there is a trace of Kunpeng's blood. Or, Huangquan sect is deliberately creating Kunpeng. Wei Tingbao, your last guess is even more frightening. Yu Qingqing thought, Changsheng's guess may not be false. I thought carefully about the records of Kunpeng in ancient books, and it is indeed very similar to the monster in front of me. Falling into water is a fish, and flying into the sky is a peng. But even if it is Kunpeng, the monster in front of me must be a super low-profile version of a sick Kun. Otherwise Changsheng would have died just now. Speaking of this, Yu Qingqing drew out her magic sword. Brother Wei, let's join forces, and weigh the strength of this monster. Although Ji Changsheng had waited just now, she couldn't grasp Ji Changsheng's strength. She still had to experience it herself before she could speak. Okay. Wei Tingbao didn't hesitate. You guys step back. Ji Changsheng, you will be a raider for me and Sister Qingqing. Ji Changsheng nodded. Wei Tingbao and Yu Qingqing would hardly be a match for this mutated Kun. But he was not too worried. After when Ren Jiayu took a breath, he could continue to fight. And he sent a message to Sui Tinghuai, who would arrive soon. Ji Changsheng was not worried about the sick Kun in front of him. It was the mastermind behind the Kun. When Ren Jiayu also whispered to Ji Changsheng, young master, I am sure that this creature has never appeared in our world before. It should be a new mutated monster. It can be seen that what the ghost mother and the lady said may not be all true. Huangquan sect may not only look for them, but also the Wanyao kingdom. Ji Changsheng said calmly, I guessed it. And it may not even be the Wanyao kingdom. When Ren Jiayu looked up at Ji Changsheng felt a little heavy in his heart. We may have underestimated Huangquan sect. Huangquan sect's hand is bigger than we thought. Ji Changsheng raised his hand and took the prince over. At this time, the prince was holding a little girl of 3 or 4 years old in his arms. He was sweating profusely. After seeing Ji Changsheng, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and knelt directly on the ground. Young master, please save Lin Lin. Lin Lin accidentally inhaled the death energy of Huangquan and has begun to fall into a coma. There are even some scales on the back of her hand. Ji Changsheng looked at the girl's hand, and there were indeed some scales. A flash of blood flashed in his eyes. Is it your daughter? The prince nodded repeatedly. Young master, As long as you can save Lin Lin, she will definitely make the holy religion the state religion and worship it forever. I didn't expect you to care about your daughter so much. After all, the prince's filial piety to his father was vivid. But there is no need to make the holy religion the state religion. The holy religion cures diseases and saves people. Not for this. Ji Changsheng waved to Sheng Jiayan. Miss Sheng, take a look at the condition of this little girl. Can guanyin tears cure it? Sheng Jiayan made a simple investigation and gave a definite answer. This is the death energy entering the body. The body mutates, and it is within the scope of treatment of guanyin tears. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows and looked at the prince. Your Highness, if only guanyin tears can cure Lin Lin's disease, or if you have a similar mutation in your body that can only be cured by guanyin tears, are you willing to make Guanyin Temple the state religion? Are you willing to do your best to promote guanyin tears in Qi? Your Highness is not stupid. Sheng Jiayan and Wen Renjiayu also reacted instantly. Wen Renjiayu and His Highness immediately looked at Sheng Jiayan with vigilance and even hostility. Sheng Jiayan, I have never received such an order. Your level is not high enough. Of course you can't receive it. Ji Changsheng said lightly. I am just guessing. But there is a way to confirm it. He sent a message to Lan Zhujun. Search for Hua Pingjin's soul. He was not sure whether his guess was true or false. But at this time, he remembered the popular science that Wen Renjiayu had given him before. Senior Sister Wenren, I remember you said that there are rumors that the fertility-giving guanyin and the ghost mother are the same person. The fertility-giving guanyin has challenged the ghost mother many times, but the ghost mother chose to avoid the battle. When Renjiayu's face turned pale, that's true. But the Guanyin Temple has confirmed the innocence of the fertility-giving guanyin. And the Linglong Fairy has also said that the fertility-giving guanyin and the ghost mother are not the same person. Don't be superstitious about the Linglong Fairy. Everyone can make mistakes. I will. And she will too. What if the strength behind the fertility-giving guanyin is stronger than the Linglong Fairy? Ji Changsheng's tone was cold, and his words made Wen Renjiayu and Sheng Jiayan's scalps numb. I was narrow-minded before. But now I think that the changes in the world and the death aura are not only beneficial to the Huangquan sect and Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. The Huangquan sect, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, the Wanyao Kingdom, the Guanyin Temple. That ghost fairy is probably just a small role. That's right. This is in line with the real doomsday crisis. Ji Changsheng had long known that the end of this world would come. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that the end of the world might come much earlier than he thought. And the water behind it was deeper than he thought. He even had a bold guess. Glancing at Yu Qingqing, who was fighting fiercely with the sea monster in midair. The red light in Ji Changqing's eyes flashed again. He sent a message to Yu Linglong. Wife, I suspect that our human sect may be surrounded by enemies in the prehistoric fairyland. Yu Linglong? I seriously suspect that there are villains who want to harm you. My wife. And there may be quite a few of them. Tongtian Chamber of Commerce and Huangquan sect may just be cannon fodder in the open. I now guess that there are powerful people who are secretly planning. And they are much stronger than ghost immortals. I even have a bold guess that they want to kill you before you ascend. Yu Linglong quickly replied, I don't know what you are guessing. But I can tell you one thing. What is it? If I don't ascend, I will definitely be invincible in the world. The domineering attitude is self-evident. Ji Changsheng felt stable in his heart. But he quickly asked, it's not okay for a saint to go to the lower world. Yu Linglong wanted to block Ji Changsheng. Do you know the technique of supporting the main role? How can you sabotage like this? Ji Changsheng also realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly corrected himself. Where is Kunpeng? Yu Linglong, Master Kunpeng? I am certainly not a match for a living Kunpeng. But the great wizard said that Kunpeng is dead. What if someone wants to try to revive Kunpeng? Xuandu Temple. Yu Linglong's eyes suddenly became serious. You met Kunpeng's bloodline in Qi? Yes. I suspect that Huangquan sect and Wanyao Kingdom have come together. And it is very likely that Guanyin Temple has also intervened. Wife, if Kunpeng can really come back from the dead, it will definitely have an impact on the situation in the prehistoric fairyland. Right? Of course. The one who killed Kunpeng back then was probably the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. And the great master should have also taken action. He is not of our race. You know, if Kunpeng is resurrected, he will definitely be a great enemy of our human race. Now the prehistoric fairyland is competing for the human emperor. If Kunpeng is born, our plan will be at risk of collapse. Understood. Ji Changsheng was too lazy to ask about the details behind it. He stood on the side of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors unconditionally. Yu Linglong was not sleepy at all after being teased by Ji Chongqing's 2 words. Ji Chongqing. The jade sword is still with you. You should investigate the matter clearly. As long as I haven't ascended yet, I will provide all necessary support. If it is really related to the resurrection of Kunpeng. Yu Linglong's voice was instantly extremely murderous. That means the demon race wants to counterattack our human race. I don't mind completely destroying the 10,000 demons kingdom. Don't worry. Whoever dares to touch my wife, I will kill his whole family. Ji Chongqing was also murderous. He didn't know how much of his guess was true. It doesn't matter. Just show your concern for your wife first and brush up a wave of goodwill. Then get the Shanfang sword. Then slowly investigate. It's not a problem to kill the demon of the demon cult by mistake. The problem is that nothing can happen to me. And nothing can happen to my wife. At this moment, Ji Chongqing received a reply from Lan Zhujun. Master, Hua Pingjin's soul search has a big surprise. Chapter 154. When a country prospers, the people suffer. When a country perishes, the people suffer. Don't keep us in suspense. Translate for me. What is a surprise? Ji Chongqing frowned slightly. If Lan Zhujun kept us in suspense like this, he would be beaten by readers if he were a writer on Blue Star. He never did such things. He always said what he wanted to say. Lan Zhujun saw that the dog owner was unhappy. So he quickly said, before Hua Pingjin came to Qi, she was instructed by the senior officials of Guanyin Temple to make the promotion of Guanyin Tears the first priority of Guanyin Temple in Qi. What are the details? Ji Chongqing was not surprised by this. Orthodox sects also need to make money. Unless they are the best in the world. Such as Xuandu Temple and Tianma sect. These 2 sects are the easiest to make money. Because they don't have to do anything. And many forces will take the initiative to send money to their door for protection. Commonly known as protection fee. Other sects do not have the strength to make money lying down. So they can only work hard to make enough food and clothing. That's why Tontian Chamber of Commerce has to do so many things that seem outrageous. Guanyin Temple is stronger than Tontian Chamber of Commerce, with its own core products and patents. But the problem with Guanyin Temple is that the pricing of its core products is indeed too expensive. And the scope and population that can be promoted are limited. This requires another way. Lan Zhujun continued. The Guanyin Temple executive did not tell Hua Pingjin the specific details, but only said that someone in Qi would naturally help her. She only needs to spread the reputation of Guanyin Tears first. And then, there will be a steady stream of business. However, the identity of this Guanyin Temple executive is a bit subtle. It is Shi Yao. Ji Chongqing. Who is Shi Yao? Lan Zhujun. Okay. Master. You have been practicing for too short a time. And you still don't know many people in the practice world. Speaking of this, Lan Zhujun shed a handful of sad tears for herself. She actually became a slave to such a dogman who suddenly appeared. It's too abominable. But you still have to endure it. Avoid the sharp edge. Tolerate it for the time being. And strive to seize the opportunity in the future. Shi Yao is the first true disciple of Guanyin Temple. With the cultivation of half-step transformation, she could have transformed into a god long ago. But she has always stayed at the half-step transformation realm, hoping to polish her realm to perfection. Ji Chongqing commented, as stupid as Du Zongxin. I don't really understand this group of people. Ji Chongqing firmly supports his sister's proposition. Lan Zhujun did not refute it. Ji Chongqing's sudden appearance did make the pursuit of perfection by traditional cultivators like them look a bit stupid. Most cultivators want to break through but can't. They are the true disciples of the top sects. And they can break through. But they choose not to break through. And rely on suppressing their realm to polish their foundation. If Lan Zhujun releases the suppression of her own realm, although she can't make a rocket triple jump like Ji Chongqing, it is entirely possible to reach the peak of the transformation of the spirit and the half step of the refining of the void now. In that case, at least she will definitely not be a pleasure slave to Ji Chongqing now. But knowing in advance is priceless. Lan Zhujun certainly didn't expect that a beast like Ji Chongqing would dare to attack the true disciples of the Tianma sect unscrupulously. Now it's too late to say anything. Lan Zhujun reminded, in addition to being the first true disciple of Guanyin Temple, Shi Yao is also the first true disciple of all the sections. Her strength is still above Wan Rusong and Mei Lingxiu of Xuandu Temple. 5 years ago, Shi Yao and Mei Lingxiu fought, and Shi Yao was slightly better. 8 years ago, she and Wan Rusong competed for a secret realm. causing Wan Rusong to suffer a great loss. Ji Changsheng was a little surprised. The first person in the Jindan realm is from Danqing Pavilion. The first person in the Yuaning realm is from Guaning Temple. What's the matter with Xuandu Temple and our holy church? Lan Zhujun explained. Xuandu Temple and our holy church are strong in top-level combat power. Yu Linglong and the leader are too strong. And the gap is strong. Ji Changsheng. That's right. No matter how fiercely the disciples below fight. With Yu Linglong and Yu Laoimo around. It's a small matter. But this also shows that our holy church has insufficient reserves of late-stage disciples. You need to work hard. Ji Changsheng pointed out. Lan Zhujun was speechless. We have tried very hard. In addition, Shi Yao has a special identity. What? She is the first child sent by the goddess of childbirth after she became the master of the Guaning Temple. She is a good omen for the entire Guaning Temple. Later, she joined the Guaning Temple and was carefully trained by the goddess of childbirth. She is recognized as the young master of the Guaning Temple. Young master. Her status in the holy church is similar to yours, and may even be more stable. Lan Zhujun didn't know the relationship between Ji Changsheng and Yu Laoimo, although there was no relationship between them. Ahem. So Lan Zhujun naturally thought that Ji Changsheng's position as the young master of the heavenly demon sect was directly snatched. And Yu Laoimo might not like it. But everyone knows that the goddess of childbirth likes Shi Yao very much. Ji Changsheng understood the value of Shi Yao and whispered to himself, "It's a bit like what I mean to the master." After becoming the boss, the first good omen always has special significance. Ji Changsheng is a good omen from heaven for the master of the temple. From then on, he has one more god general who can charge into battle. So the master is very happy. The situation for Shi Yao and Guanyin should be similar. Young master. There is something that Hua Pingjin doesn't know. But I learned it from Wan Rusong. I've already told you. Don't keep me in suspense. Just speak your mind. Shi Yao is from Qi. Ji Changsheng became alert. Are you sure? Lan Zhujun. I'm sure that after Wan Rusong was defeated by Shi Yao 8 years ago, he vigorously investigated the information about Shi Yao. One of the Saint Church disciples, who was responsible for investigating Wan Rusong, was my liquor. And he told me everything. Ji Changsheng. The liquor is really awesome. If Shi Yao is from Qi, then it will be interesting. It seems that she will definitely come to Qi. Yes. I think so too. Young master. Although you are now in the God Transformation realm, Shi Yao is a half-step God Transformation realm, and can be promoted to God Transformation realm at any time. If you fight against her, I'm afraid you may not be a match. Let's try to prepare as early as possible. Lan Zhujun reminded. Although she also disliked the dog owner. If Ji Changsheng got into trouble, she is now likely to be buried with him. The interests of Ji Changsheng and the other major disciples of the Tianma sect are deeply tied together. They are the ones who least want Ji Changsheng to get into trouble. However, Ji Changsheng is very calm. Don't mention Shi Yao. Even if the goddess of childbirth comes, she is just a gift in front of me. Not worth mentioning. With the jade sword in hand, I have my wife. With my wife, I have the world in my hands. Although there are only 3 days. No, there are less than 2 days left to experience. But don't take 2 days as time. It's enough for Ji Changsheng to do a lot of things. Lan Zhujun also reacted, yes. The young master has the jade sword in his hand. But Fairy Linglong is leaving. As long as Shi Yao comes to Qi again in 2 days, you still have to deal with her on your own. Don't worry. I know what's going on. If it doesn't work, go save another doomsday world and see if you can improve your cultivation to the middle stage of the spiritualization. Ji Changsheng mainly relies on realm to suppress others, leaving the same realm competition to others, always giving others a chance to show their abilities. Ji Changsheng feels that his people are really good. At the same time, outside the border of Qi, there are 2 people and a demon named Feng Su Yufeng, who are also watching the battle above the palace of Qijing City. The one in the middle is the Ghost Mother, who visited the Holy Lady of Hahuan. The Ghost Mother pointed at the battle ahead and bowed to the demon fairy, who was hiding his head and tail but had golden eyes beside him, and said, Ishian. How do you think this demon that synthesized a trace of Kuenping's residual blood performs? Ishian's voice was sharp, not even 1/10,000th of the demon master Kuenping. The Ghost Mother smiled and said, of course. But it is enough to sweep away the top disciples of the major immortal sections. Ishian. If our Huaquan sect can mass-produce this kind of demon, it is only a matter of time before the 10,000 demons kingdom sweeps the world. Yixian nodded slightly. Well done. I also want to thank Yixian for the lighting and burning life technique he brought from the upper realm, and the Kunping blood essence provided by Yixian. The Ghost Mother continued to bow. I really didn't expect that the blood essence of the Demon Master Kunping would be in you. In his hand. Back then, the Demon Master was ambushed by Xuandu, and surrounded by the human race. He had no way to go up to the sky or enter the earth, and most of his blood essence was scattered. I was once favored by the Demon Master, and got a drop of blood essence from the Demon Master Kunping. The human race attacked him, and there were people behind him to support him. Even though the Demon Master has the speed of the prehistoric world, and can escape the eyes and ears of the saints, there are not many forces that dare to take him in. He was exhausted when he escaped to us. Over the years, the human race in the prehistoric world has been investigating the whereabouts of Kunping's blood essence. In order to hide the traces, I have to hide in this small world with Kunping's blood essence. However, the resentment of Kunping's blood essence is too great, especially towards the Xuandu lineage, and I am almost unable to control it. Ghost Mother, you have to speed up the progress. Don't worry, Yixian. The sect is using Huangquan's dead air to mix Kunping's blood essence, and is conducting large-scale experiments with marine monsters. Kaijingcheng's is just the first test subject. As long as we figure out the rules, we will definitely help Yixian completely control Kunping's blood essence, inherit the inheritance of the Monster Master, and become the next generation of Monster Master. Yixian's eyes flashed with ambition. Kunping's inheritance, even in the prehistoric fairy world, is a treasure that is enough to make people fight for it. Kunping is recognized as a peak quasi-saint, and has even reached the saint level in terms of speed. It's just that there is no saint system. If Kunping is given a saint system, it is hard to say whether he can beat the 3 pure ones and Nu and Nongyang, including the Jain saint. But in theory, it is not a big problem to beat the Junti saint. For such an inheritance, he has been hiding his identity and working hard for so many years, and it is worth it. Hurry up. Yixian ordered again. Tomorrow at the latest, we must find a way to safely integrate part of Kunping's blood. Before Yu Linglong ascends, I must use her blood, the descendant of Xuandu, to appease the resentment and curse of Kunping's blood, and use her body to pave the way for our demon race to return to the world. Yes. Ghost Mother knows the importance of the matter, and the urgency of time. The inheritance of the quasi-saint is there, and not everyone is qualified to inherit it. When Kunping was surrounded and killed by the human race, Xuandu Master made great efforts. Although Kunping died, his blood, resentment and curse are still there. To obtain the Daluo inheritance, you must inherit the Daluo cause and effect. Let this Yixian go to the Xuandu Master, and the 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors for trouble. He does not have the strength to do so. Even if he gets the Kunping inheritance, he does not have the strength to do so. But in this world, if he can't even handle Xuandu Temple and Yu Linglong, then he will definitely not be able to inherit Kunping's heritage. The great tribulation of the primordial immortal realm has begun again. The human religion established by the Saint Tai Ching did not support King Zhou of Shang during the conferred God tribulation. But now it has taken the initiative to support a human king. It can be seen that in the eyes of the human religion, this new human king has more potential than King Zhou of Shang. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are already powerful enough. If the human race produces another human emperor, the demon race will inevitably decline further. The heavenly court and the Western religion will probably have to avoid the edge of the human race. This is something that many powerful people do not want to see. Therefore, at this stage, the importance of Kunping inheritance is extremely important, and even the saints may be paying attention to it. Yixian's eyes were fixed on the Ghost Mother. Ghost Mother, you have done a good job. This time you will definitely be able to ascend to the primordial immortal realm. You can choose any position in the underworld except the 10 kings of hell. Ghost Mother bowed her head to show her submission. Thank you, Yixian. I will return to the kingdom of 10,000 demons first, and the Cheat Kingdom will be handed over to you. Don't worry, Yixian. Yixian soared into the sky, flapped his wings, and immediately disappeared without a trace. Is this Kunping's extreme speed? Ghost Mother shook her head and said, Kunping's extreme speed is faster than this. It calls itself Winged Immortal. I guess it may be a big Pung demon. This could also explain why he was sent to inherit Kunping's heritage. From the source of blood, it seems to be very suitable. Do you think he will inherit Kunping's heritage? Of course he can't. Ghost Mother said bluntly. What kind of existence is Kunping? How can this hidden winged immortal be comparable? But the forces behind him can. Shi Yao nodded slightly. He just promised you that you can choose any position in the underworld except the 10 kings of hell. The underworld was originally a retreat left by the witch clan for themselves after the witch and demon catastrophe. But it has been eroded by the heavenly court and the Western Church in succession over the years, and has basically become the territory of the heavenly court and the Western Church. Behind this winged immortal, it is either the heavenly court or the Western Church. Otherwise, he would not dare to boast so much. The Ghost Mother looked at Shi Yao. What about the Guanyin Temple? Is it on the side of the Western religion? Or the side of the 3 pure ones? Shi Yao smiled slightly. Ghost Mother, I am just a true disciple of the Guanyin Temple. How can I participate in such a big event? If you ask about the attitude of the Guanyin Temple, you should ask my master. I can't be the master of the Guanyin Temple. The Ghost Mother said in a deep voice. Everyone knows that you can represent the Guanyin Temple. Shi Yao shook her head. The wisdom of the Bodhisattva is as deep as the sea. How can I guess? However, Guanyin Bodhisattva has joined the Western religion after the great catastrophe of the conferred god. The Ghost Mother's question seems quite redundant. The Ghost Mother said coldly, it is said that Sihong Taoist betrayed Yuanshi Tianwang and left the Chan religion to join the Western religion. But Yuanshi Tianwang never retaliated afterwards. Is Yuanshi Tianwang so generous? Maybe Yuanshi Tianwang is so generous. There is another possibility. Taoist Sihong joined the Western religion because he was ordered to do so. Compared with the Western religion, Bodhisattva is closer to the heavenly court and has a close relationship with the Southern Emperor of Longevity. Many people are watching the attitude of Guanyin Hall. Shi Yao, remind your hall master not to make mistakes. And do not make mistakes for Bodhisattva. This winged fairy may not be able to destroy Xuandu Temple, but it is definitely possible to destroy your Guanyin Hall. Shi Yao kept smiling. This winged fairy is plotting the inheritance of Daluo, and Bodhisattva is plotting to be promoted to Daluo. A mere winged fairy wants to touch the inheritance of Bodhisattva, but he probably doesn't have the courage to do so. Aren't you afraid of really pushing our Guanyin Hall to Xuandu Temple? Ghost Mother, there is no need to act like this. Guanyin Hall does not survive on the charity of others. Show your true sincerity. Ghost Mother looked at Shi Yao deeply. She has been in contact with both winged fairies and ghost fairies, so she knows the situation of the prehistoric fairy world better than ordinary people. Although the Western Church is now powerful, this momentum is not promoted by the 2 saints of the Western Church, but by the disciples converted by the 2 saints during the conferred gods. But if you rise with this, you will fall with this. When the 10,000 immortals of Jeju came to pay homage, the 10,000 immortals were the source of the destruction of Jeju. Most of the disciples converted by the Western Church during the conferred gods were the 10,000 immortals of Jeju. These creatures have too much karma. They can really fight. They can really cause trouble. In addition, the Western Church has converted most of the 12 golden immortals of the Orthodox Church. Compared with the disciples of Jeju, the disciples of the Orthodox Church are slightly inferior in fighting. But they are all old silver coins. Especially Sihong Taoist. Although he joined the Western Church, he has a close relationship with the Heavenly Court. He was often invited by the Heavenly Court to preach. And he had a close relationship with the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor and the Jade Emperor. It's obvious that they want to sit on the fence. Generally speaking, when 2 parties go to war, the first to be attacked are the fence-sitters. Unfortunately, the Western Church is now in a state of turmoil, and there are too many fence-sitters within the sect. If you attack one, a group of people will be afraid, and then civil strife will break out. This is the disadvantage of a force developing too quickly. The Jeju in the past collapsed because of its rapid expansion. Although there are lessons from the past, humans will not learn any lessons from history, and it is difficult for saints. The Western Church is now in its most prosperous period. Is it a period of prosperity and decline, or a period of continuous efforts? Now is a crossroads. All parties are watching, weighing, and playing games. The Guanyin Temple naturally cannot represent Guanyin Bodhisattva, but it can see the big picture from the small details. The Ghost Mother finally gave in. After Yu Linglong's death, Guanyin Temple is Xuandu Temple. Shi Yao said calmly, let's talk about the present. Let's talk about what happened after Yu Linglong's death. Maybe it was Yixian who died. Impossible. Yixian's background is greater than Yu Linglong's. Plus Kunping's blood. He has no reason to lose. Shi Yao did not argue. Ghost Mother did not continue to analyze. And the result would be available in the next 2 days. Qi is a country of the sea. After the 3 paths entered the sea, the air of death was everywhere. Marine life was polluted and mutated by the air of death. The people and industries of Qi who depended on the sea for their livelihood would face the danger of decline. Their danger is the opportunity of Guanyin Temple. Ghost Mother said in a deep voice, if Guanyin tears want to be promoted in Qi and enter the civilian market, it is such a big environment that is needed. Of course, Guanyin tears are expensive. But when it comes to people's livelihood and life issues, I think Qi has no choice. And, with the means of Guanyin Temple and the restraint of our Huangquan sect skills, it should be no problem to create some products such as clothing that can prevent Huangquan death. Qi's crisis is the opportunity for Guanyin Temple to completely control the economic lifeline of Qi. Shi Yao sighed, after all, when a group of gods fight, it is the mortals who suffer in the end. Ghost Mother is still very vigilant. Hearing Shi Yao say this, the Ghost Mother's first reaction was a little wrong. The Shi family is a royal family in Qi state. Shi Yao, you won't pity these lowly people, right? Shi Yao exhaled a breath of turbid air and said calmly, before I was born, the Shi family was just ordinary people. It was only after I worshipped in Guanyin Temple that the Shi family entered the officialdom. It was only after I became the true disciple of Guanyin Temple that the Shi family became a royal family in Qi state. And I was not born into a royal family. The Ghost Mother became more alert. Shi Yao, do you still think of yourself as an ordinary person? Shi Yao did not answer the Ghost Mother's words, but asked, did you sell the 500 million people of Qi to the Tianma sect and the Huan sect? Ghost Mother, can you divide it? Shi Yao said sarcastically. A group of great practitioners finally used 500 million ordinary people as bargaining chips. I really feel ashamed for the Huangquan sect. Ghost Mother did not expect Shi Yao to react like this. But her strength completely crushed Shi Yao. So she did not panic. On the contrary, the Ghost Mother laughed out loud. What you said just now is also right. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. This has been the case since ancient times. Even if the human race has the rise of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, this situation cannot be changed. When the conferred gods' tribulation was mentioned, the world would talk about how many sacred Buddhas died. Who would care that in the conferred gods' tribulation, the most casualties were ordinary soldiers and civilians from the Shang and Zhou countries? No one cares. Shi Yao, do you want to change this situation? Without waiting for Shi Yao to answer, the Ghost Mother sneered, you can't do it. Not to mention you. Even if Guanyin Bodhisattva descended, ordinary people, he can't do it either. He can only abide by the rules of the game. Shi Yao looked at the Ghost Mother and said in a deep voice, can the human religion do it? The Ghost Mother stopped laughing instantly. Is this the final answer of the Bodhisattva? Seeing Shi Yao silent, the Ghost Mother breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the Bodhisattva has not given an attitude. In this case, Ishian asked me to bring a message to the Bodhisattva. Ishian said that the great power behind him once said that Guanyin should not stop at the Bodhisattva level, but should go one step further and be on an equal footing with Tathagata. Shi Yao's expression was slightly moved. Being able to offer such conditions. It seems that the Western religion is undoubtedly behind Ishian. She had just guessed that behind Ishian was either the Heavenly Court or the Western religion, which were the 2 largest forces in the prehistoric fairy world. Of course, there were countless factions among these 2 forces. Guanyin Bodhisattva was now only a senior member of the Western religion, a non-staff member of the Heavenly Court, and could not be considered a real leader of the organization. Those who could paint a rosy picture for Guanyin Bodhisattva were naturally the real senior members of the Western religion, and Tathagata was even greater. Otherwise, they would not dare to openly declare that Guanyin Bodhisattva and Tathagata Buddha were on an equal footing. Looking at the Western religion, it seemed that there were only 2 people who dared to paint a rosy picture like this. Which saint is behind Ishian? Shi Yao asked. The Ghost Mother said, you just need to convey the message. You don't need to know other things. The Bodhisattva has its own judgment. Don't worry. I will convey it. Shi Yao did not dare to ignore such words. I have one thing I don't understand. Tell me. The Bodhisattva was also born in the human race. Why don't you think the Bodhisattva will help the human race? Shi Yao asked in confusion. This was really something she had never figured out, ever since she learned that Guanyin Temple might be involved in this matter. And after being wooed by Huangquan sect, this question has been engraved in her heart. under the three pure ones. The origins of the disciples are actually very transparent. The Tai Ching saint has only one direct disciple, Xuandu Dafashi. Under his command, he is the only one. And he advocates that the quality of soldiers is more important than the quantity. The Tai Ching saint established the human religion. And Xuandu Dafashi is also a human, which just fits the teachings of the Tai Ching saint. Ling Bao Tianzuan, Tong Tianjiaozhu, is just the opposite of the eldest brother, advocating that the number of soldiers is more important than the quality. Anyone who comes to listen to his preaching can be his registered disciple. If he likes someone, he can also accept him as a direct disciple. Therefore, Jiazhou has the largest number of disciples. And the sources of the disciples are also varied, among which the demon race is the largest. After all, Ling Bao Tianzuan often preaches. And every time he preaches, he can enlighten countless demons to become enlightened. This is the source of Jiazhia's 10,000 immortals. Yuanshi Tianwang is between Tai Ching Saint and Ling Bao Tianzuan. He is not like Tai Ching Saint who only accepts one disciple, nor like Ling Bao Tianzuan who accepts all disciples. Yuanshi Tianwang carefully selected and accepted 12 disciples, which is the origin of the 12 golden immortals under Yuanshi Tianwang. When Yuanshi Tianwang established the Chanjiao, the human race had become the protagonist of the heavenly way. Yuanshi Tianwang himself has prejudices against the demon race, believing that those who are covered with fur and horns and born from eggs do not listen to teachings and are not worthy of becoming immortals. Therefore, he always values the blessings and character of his disciples when accepting disciples. To put it bluntly, he wants to conduct a political review and only accept disciples who have no criminal records within 3 generations. Because of this, 11 of the 12 golden immortals are human beings with deep blessings. Sihung Taoist is one of these 11 people, the purest ancient human race, and one of the earliest ancestors, judging from what Sihung Taoist did in the past. Although he left the Chan sect and joined the Western sect during the conferred God's tribulation, he has always been educating the world, doing good deeds and accumulating virtues, and has never done anything to betray the human race. Guanyin Bodhisattva has always had a very good reputation within the human race, and great compassion and great mercy are synonymous with Guanyin Bodhisattva. So Shi Yao didn't understand. Why do you think that Bodhisattva can help you? The ghost mother laughed and looked at Shi Yao with pity. Poor child. You are really too young. Do you really think that he is a human being who is cultivated to the level of Bodhisattva? That is the sacred Buddha who has long been free from the shackles of the human race. Shi Yao. This answer did not convince her. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are more powerful, and the Xuandu master is the most recognized eldest brother of the 3 religions. Why doesn't anyone think they are not human? You seem to underestimate the Bodhisattva, Shi Yao said in a deep voice. Chapter 155: A New Opportunity for the Development of Tianxing Animal Husbandry. The establishment of the Qi State Demon Suppression Group branch. The ghost mother shook her head. Your realm is too low, and you don't understand the realm of the Bodhisattva. That's all. You just need to convey the message. In addition, I will tell you one more thing. What is it? There are thousands of countries in the mortal world. Do you know why my sect chose to start in Qi first? Because Qi is close to the sea. Wrong. Because the Prime Minister of Qi is surnamed Shi. Shi Yao's face changed slightly. The ghost mother's cold voice lingered in the air. Don't have any illusions. You can't change this world. If you want to change this world, you must first kill your relatives. My sect's sincerity has been delivered, and I am waiting for the reply from the Guanyin Temple. After the ghost mother finished speaking, she disappeared directly from the spot, leaving Shi Yao outside the border of Qi, his face uncertain. Ji Changsheng naturally didn't know what happened outside Qi. He looked up. At this time, Sui Dinghuai had already killed him. Lan Zhujun and Ren Suqiong also rushed over. Ji Changsheng had asked all the true disciples of Tianxing sect, including Wen Renjiayu, to surround and kill the beggar version of Kunping in the air. At this time, he looked closely and saw that the beggar version of Kunping had begun to wail. It was only a matter of time before it fell. Although this beggar version of Kunping was powerful, it was no match for the true disciples of the top immortal sects fighting shoulder to shoulder. This also made Ji Changsheng realize the truth more and more. It is really impossible to reason with the demon sect monsters. So you have to fight shoulder to shoulder. Chao Ziming looked at Wei Tingbao, who had been slightly injured, and nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the true disciples fighting shoulder to shoulder, senior brother Wei might have fallen here. Fortunately, it seems that victory is in hand now. No need to waste time. Ji Changsheng drew out the sad demon knife again. Soaring into the sky. Blood and evil rushing into the sky. And the knife energy filled the sky. The boundless sea of blood submerged everyone. After a moment, Ji Changsheng put away the knife and pulled away. With a strange expression. Young master. Are you injured? When Renjiayu took the initiative to ask. Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, no. You have already beaten this monster to a residual blood. I am mainly here to grab the head. The main point is sincerity. Everyone was speechless. This head surprised me a little. Ji Changsheng released his merit golden lotus. It didn't increase much. But it increased. Yu Qingqing's eyes lit up. Killing mutant monsters also has merit? More than merit. Ji Changsheng released his blood sea vision again. Indistinctly. A big fish thousands of miles long swam in the blood sea. Ready to flap its wings and fly at any time. This time it was the turn of several Tianxing sect's true disciples to have their eyes lit up. Killing mutant monsters can increase the blood evil spirit? Young master. Do monsters have souls? Yes. Ji Changsheng gave an affirmative answer. Lan Zhujun. When Renjiayu, Ren Suqiong and Sui Tinghuai couldn't help laughing. Doesn't this mean that Huangquan sect is also working for our Tianxing sect? Although Ji Changsheng has already stated that curing diseases, saving lives and developing animal husbandry can cultivate the magic skills of the Tianxing sect. The disciples of the demon sect are of course more familiar with killing. Huangquan sect's actions have allowed the disciples of the Tianma sect to return to their familiar territory. This is really the best thing for the several true disciples. However, this made the disciples of Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion alert instantly. Wei Tingbao said bluntly, Ji Changsheng. Will the Tianma sect reach a cooperation with the Huangquan sect for this? Don't worry. It will definitely not happen. Ji Changsheng waved his hand and gave Wei Tingbao reassurance. We, the Tianxing sect, cultivate the righteousness and will definitely not do such a perverse thing. Wei Tingbao? Danqing Pavilion disciples? Yu Qingqing couldn't help but complain. Changsheng. Be a man. Even if Fairy Linglong ascends, and Yu Lao Mo is invincible, the bloody aura can't become righteousness. And people in the world will not recognize it. Ji Changsheng thought that it was not necessarily true. Whoever is the best in the world has the final right to interpret things. When Yu Lao Mo is invincible, he must call a mouse a duck. Who dares to say it is a mouse? However, Danqing Pavilion is still a brother unit now. And it is really not good to bully too much. So Ji Changsheng took a step back. Well, Xuandu Temple cultivates the spirit of merit. Danqing Pavilion cultivates the spirit of righteousness. And our Tianxing sect cultivates the spirit of chivalry. How about that? The name is very important. The 100 Souls banner sounds like something from the demon sect. The umbrella of all people sounds like a symbol of righteousness. The spirit of blood and evil doesn't sound like a good thing. And the spirit of chivalry sounds very decent. Ji Changsheng is a superficial person. He thinks that 99% of the people in the world are superficial. And few people will pay attention to his inner beauty. So he will make his skin beautiful first. No one can complain about the new name Ji Changsheng gave to the spirit of blood and evil. Sui Tinghuai was eager to try. Young master. Our Tianxing sect slaughterhouse welcomes these mutant monsters to settle in. Ji Changsheng nodded slightly. Indeed. Tianxing Medical Clinic has been put on the right track. And it is time for Tianxing Animal Husbandry to expand its territory. If we can really raise these mutant monsters, the cultivation level of the disciples of the Holy Sect will improve faster. Senior Brother Sui. How is your integration? Very easy. Except for the slaughterhouse controlled by the Shi family. All others are willing to cooperate with our holy church. Shi family? The Prime Minister of Qi is surnamed Shi. And the Shi family is as rich as a country in Qi. Sui Tinghuai said, the largest slaughterhouse in Qi that we visited before was opened by the Shi family. Ji Changsheng's heart moved. Shi Yao is from Qi. Is it Shi Yao's family? Yu Qingqing looked at Ji Changsheng strangely. You actually know Shi Yao? Ji Changsheng thought to himself that he just found out. Yu Qingqing continued, if nothing unexpected happens, it is Shi Yao's family. Cha Sheng. Shi Yao is the first true disciple of all the major sects. And is also the default strongest person in the nascent soul realm. If possible, try not to conflict with Shi Yao. Otherwise, there will be no room for maneuver between you and the Guanyin Temple. Ji Changsheng corrected, Sister Qingqing. You should say this to Shi Yao. Advise her to try not to conflict with me. Otherwise, there will be no room for maneuver between the Guanyin Temple and our holy church. The heavenly demon sect is only afraid of Xuandu Temple. Yu Lao Mo is only afraid of Yu Linglong. When facing other people, Ji Changsheng and the heavenly demon sect are not afraid. Yu Qingqing. I have had contact with Shi Yao, and she has also taught me how to practice. From my perspective, Shi Yao is a good person. Ji Changsheng thought about it and decided to test Yu Qingqing's eyesight. Sister Qingqing, do you think I look like a good man? Yu Qingqing. Cha Sheng. Look in the mirror. Sure enough. Sister Qingqing, you don't know how to judge people at all. Your eyesight is too poor. Ji Changsheng came to a conclusion smoothly. Then he ignored the blind senior sister Qingqing and said directly to Sui Tinghui, Senior brother Sui, go visit Prime Minister Shi. There was a monster change in the palace of Qi State. As the Prime Minister of Qi State, doesn't he have any responsibility? I think maybe he was the one who let the monster in. Ji Changsheng just said it casually. But he soon found that his vision of people was much better than Yu Qingqing's. As soon as he landed on the ground, Ji Changsheng found that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was kneeling on the ground again. Your Highness, what's wrong? Didn't Lin Lin ask Miss Sheng to use Guaning's tears to help treat her? Ji Changsheng asked. The Crown Prince choked. Young master, something big has happened. Don't panic. Talk slowly. Father is not dead. Ji Changsheng. Good guy. Really good guy. Yu Lao Mo is not my real father. I still want to respect him well. Yuan Shi Tianwang is my real father. I am even more respectful and filial. The Crown Prince of Qi made him a filial son. Speechless. As a representative of filial sons who moved the prehistoric fairy world, Ji Changsheng felt that he and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince really had no common language. But His Royal Highness the Crown Prince felt that he and the young master had a lot in common. Young master, I suspect that my father has been controlled by Prime Minister Shi. And it was Prime Minister Shi who brought the monster into the palace. Please enter the palace. Wipe out the Huangquan monster. And return peace and order to my Qi kingdom. Ji Changsheng was a little embarrassed by the request of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. According to the Xianmen Convention, we, the righteous Xianmen, cannot interfere with the normal operation of the human dynasty. The Crown Prince said anxiously, it is related to the Huangquan monster and the monster mutation. Young master has a legitimate reason to take action. If the Xianmen pursues responsibility afterwards, I am willing to speak for the Holy Church. Ji Changsheng looked at Yu Qingqing and Wei Tingbao. Sister Qingqing, Senior Brother Wei, you have seen it too. I really don't want to interfere in the internal affairs of Qi. But His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is so kind. Yu Qingqing, Wei Tingbao. In that case, I can only do it reluctantly. Your Highness, lead the way. Senior Brother Sui, you protect the prince. Yes. Sui Tinghui flashed in front of His Highness the Prince. Ing Hongya pulled Ji Changqing's sleeve and reminded him, Shi Xiang of Qi is Shi Yao's younger brother. Ji Changsheng looked at Ing Hongya in confusion. Ing Hongya nodded, really? Younger brother? So you should know your limits. That's it. Ji Changsheng blinked and calculated the age. After all, he has become a true disciple. Shi Yao can only look young, but not too young. People like him are the exception. Is Shi Yao a brother-supporting demon? Ji Changsheng asked. Ing Hongya thought about it and said hesitantly, I'm not sure. There is a big gap between me and Shi Yao. I know that Shi Xiang is her brother because Shi Xiang led a team to our Ying country. But I guess the reason why Shi Xiang can be the Prime Minister of Qi can't be because of his ability. Right? Ji Changsheng also felt that it couldn't be because of his ability. There are many capable people these days. How many can get to the top? He has to rely on his adoptive father and mother. Why is Shi Xiang better than him? Miss Sheng, do you know Shi Yao? Ji Changsheng looked at Sheng Jiayan. Sheng Jiayan shook her head. But she immediately added, but I know Shi Xiang. Ji Changsheng was a little confused. Sheng Jiayan explained, Prime Minister Shi also visited Sheng State on a state visit and had a late-night talk with my father. Later, Prime Minister Shi learned from Sheng State's advanced experience and opened Guanyin blessings in Qi State. I heard from my father that the Shi family took 40% of Qi State's Guanyin blessings. Guanyin Temple took 40%. And Tontian Chamber of Commerce only took 20%. During Prime Minister Shi's tenure, the price of Guanyin blessings in Qi State increased ninefold. And the Shi family became rich enough to rival a country. Ji Changsheng sighed to the sky. It seems that Shi Xiang has really kidnapped the emperor. And the Holy Church is really going to purge the emperor. Sheng Jiayan was delighted. This way, the master and Shi Yao will not be destined to be together. She felt that the position of the young master of Guaning Temple was very suitable for her. The crown prince was also delighted. It is good to purge the emperor. It would be even better if the emperor was also purged. Sister Wenren. Master. I'm here. Is what Sheng Jiayan said about Shi Xiang true? It is true. And it is also recorded in the intelligence I found. Then, he was not wronged. In this case, Brother Sui, you don't have to protect the crown prince. Go and take over the slaughterhouse that our holy church previously asked the Shi family to manage. Sister Wenren, you are responsible for building a branch of our demon suppression group in Qi. I didn't expect that there are so many Huangquan demons hidden in Qi. This young master is kind-hearted and will never allow demons to wreak havoc. Chapter 156. This young master is kind-hearted. So don't light the sky lanterns. Please enter the umbrella of all people. After hearing Ji Chengxing's order, Sui Tinghuai was about to take action. But he was blocked by Yu Qingqing and Wei Tingbao. Seeing Yu Qingqing and Wei Tingbao's unusual movements, Lan Zhujun, Wen Renjiayu and Ren Suqiong instantly surrounded their backs. Lan Zhujun sneered, Why? Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion have opinions about our young master? Yes. It was Wei Tingbao who spoke. The heavenly demon sect has crossed the line. Sui Tinghuai laughed. Danqing Pavilion is teaching us disciples of the holy sect to do things? He smiled and picked up the knife. The other three women also picked up their weapons. 4 against 2. The true disciples of the heavenly saint sect firmly have the upper hand. As long as Ji Changsheng gives an order, it will take less than half an hour for Yu Qingqing and Wei Tingbao to move into the umbrella of all people. Despite this, Wei Tingbao and Yu Qingqing still did not bow their heads. Wei Tingbao said in a deep voice, Ji Changsheng, are you going to tear up the CNN convention completely? Ji Changsheng did not expect Wei Tingbao and Yu Qingqing to suddenly stand up to stop him, and was a little surprised. What? Are you not convinced? Wei Tingbao, the CNN convention is to protect the common interests of cultivators and ordinary people. Once it exists in name only, the world will inevitably be in turmoil. Yu Qingqing added, Changsheng, you still want to compete with the people for profit and rob others' property. Private property is sacred and inviolable. Once this rule is broken, the impact will be immeasurable. In the end, the disadvantaged groups will inevitably suffer losses. Ji Changsheng became more and more surprised. Brother Wei. Sister Qingqing. First of all, I admire your adherence to justice. Blind loyalty is also loyalty. Just because they are stubborn and stand on the opposite side of oneself. We cannot deny that this is a good character. So Ji Changsheng is not angry. He is just curious. But why do you think that the CNN convention is protecting ordinary people now? Ji Changsheng shrugged. Why do you think that the private property of ordinary people is not violated now? Are you blind? At the end, Ji Changsheng still smiled. But the devil's flames were surging, which made people shudder. The 4 true disciples of the Tianma sect also sneered, and their eyes were full of murderous intent when they looked at the disciples of Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion. After all, Ji Changxing's transformation of the Tianma sect has only started for 1 day, so it is naturally difficult to fundamentally reverse their temper. Now is the real style of the disciples of the Tianma sect. But this still can't scare the true disciples of Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion. Everyone has their own doctrines, and their Taoism is firm, and it is difficult to be moved by external things. Wei Tingbao said in a deep voice, the CNN convention may not be perfect, and the current rules may not be a good system. But no matter how bad the rules are, they are better than no rules. With the CNN convention, at least the strong can do some superficial work. If the CNN convention is torn up, there is no need to do even superficial work, and the people of the world will only be more severely devastated. Ji Changsheng pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. Brother Wei, everyone who knows me knows that I have always been very reasonable and very obedient. All those who know Ji Changsheng shook their heads subconsciously in their hearts. They didn't see it at all. I admit that what you said makes sense. No matter how bad the rules are, they are better than no rules. This is right. But since you know that it is already a bad rule, why don't you change it? Wei Tingbao frowned and said, this matter is of great importance. So we must act cautiously and not be impatient. You are not impatient. I am not impatient. But the people of the world should be impatient. You can delay. I can delay. And many ordinary people will not be able to survive. Tomorrow after tomorrow. How many tomorrows there are? I wait for tomorrow. and everything will be wasted. Ji Changsheng said at the end. Still showing the devil's rebellious nature, why waste time? I changed this broken rule myself. Wei Tingbao was really a little anxious now. Ji Changsheng. You are destroying the overall situation. I am the overall situation. Whoever opposes me is destroying the overall situation. Brother Wei. If you say one more word, believe it or not, I will change it in Qi. A bloodbath in the capital? You will be the culprit who destroyed the peace and stability. Danqing Pavilion will give an explanation to the people of Qi for your behavior. Wei Tingbao took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. Master Ji. I see that you have made great righteousness in your heart, and are not the kind of demon who kills people without hesitation. Of course. So we will hold our ground and report the matter to the higher authorities. There will be public opinion. If the king and ministers of Qi really colluded with Huangquan sect, they will not be able to escape the law. If they did not collude, we cannot punish them without teaching them. This is very Danqing Pavilion. It is also normal. Ji Changsheng is not surprised. Chao Ziming had the same style a few days ago. Brother Wei. Don't always push things to the higher authorities or future generations. Time is running out. We have the ability to solve the problem. Why should we rely on others? Of course. I know you think I have selfish motives and deliberately framed for the benefit of Tiansheng sect. Wei Tingbao expressed his acquiescence with silence. Nonsense. Ji Changsheng just said that the Tianma sect asked the Shi family to manage the Tianma sect's property. This is not a frame-up for the benefit of the Tiansheng sect. Wei Tingbao can change his surname to Ji tomorrow. It doesn't matter. There are many people who misunderstand me. And you are not the only one. I believe you will change your mind about me soon. And many of the Shi family's properties are really managed by our Tiansheng sect. If you don't believe it, I will give you evidence. Brother Chao. Chao Ziming ran over happily. Junior brother Ji. I'm here. Go find evidence that our Tiansheng sect asked the Shi family to manage the assets of the sect. I believe that Brother Wei will believe the evidence you have compiled. Okay. I'll go find it now. Chao Ziming agreed immediately. Brother Wei is still too rigid. Those properties in the hands of the Shi family will only exploit the people of Qi. In Changsheng's hands, it is a source of benefit to the people. In this case, why should we be so particular about whose property it is? Of course, the final result is the most important. Chao Ziming knew that he was fabricating evidence for the benefit of the people of Qi state, and also for the life of senior brother Wei. So he was full of a sense of mission, and did not forget his original intention. Changsheng. I think the evidence is buried under the second tree in the backyard of the Shi family. Puff. Puff. Ji Changsheng and Ing Hongye were both unable to hold back. Others did not know. But they knew that the first time Chao Ziming fabricated evidence, he found it under the second tree in the backyard of the Du family. Even though there was no tree in the backyard of the Du family, it was not important. What was important was that senior brother Chao had made progress. Ing Hongye complained, Brother Chao, why can't you get along with trees? Chao Ziming was a little embarrassed. Don't bother two trees with one thing. You. Wei Tingbao looked at Chao Ziming, who had a brand new style, and was very uncomfortable with this change. Ziming, why did you become like this? Chao Ziming said sincerely, Brother Wei. When you feel something is wrong, it's not me who has a problem, but you who has a problem. You should reflect on yourself more. After saying that, Chao Ziming showed his righteousness. Brother Wei. You see, I'm about to reach nascent soul stage, which shows that what I do is completely righteous. Whoever questions me is questioning my righteousness. Wei Tingbao. Ji Changsheng waved his hand. Okay. Brother Chao. I'll lead Brother Wei to you. When you become the leader of Danqing Pavilion in the future, Brother Wei will also be a general under your command. Talk to him about the truth, and don't let such a general become disloyal. Ji Changsheng couldn't recruit everyone personally. He saw that Brother Chao was becoming more and more like the leader of Danqing Pavilion, so he could lead the people of Danqing Pavilion to him. Chao Ziming followed suit. Ji Changsheng turned his attention to Yu Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, you also saw what I did in Shenhua. Yu Qingqing nodded. Ji Changsheng asked, have I ever sought personal gain? Of course not. Yu Qingqing was realistic. You don't care about spiritual stones. But in Shenhua, you work for Xuandu Temple, only seeking merit, not profit. It's different in Qigua. You work for Tianma sect. You want both merit and profit. Once you need profit, you will inevitably compete with the people for profit. Sister Qingqing, You got one thing wrong. I never compete with the people for profit. Ji Changsheng said calmly. How many spirit stones can the common people have? How much benefit can I get from competing with them? I want to make money from the rich and rob the property of the demons. Anyone who disobeys is colluding with the Huangquan demons, and everyone can kill them. As he spoke, Ji Changsheng began to accuse people out of habit. The righteous cultivation that goes deep into his bones. Seeing that Yu Qingqing was wavering, Ji Changsheng continued to increase his efforts. Sister Qingqing, is the Shi family still a vulnerable group? They are the culprits who oppress the people of Qi. And they are the ones who compete with the people for profit. I kill them to gain benefits for the people of Qi. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to the people of Qi to have the Shi family's industry in my hands than to put it in the hands of the Shi family? I believe that what I did in Shenghui has proved this point. Yu Qingqing told the truth. Changsheng, I believe in you. But I don't believe in the heavenly demon sect. If you can always be in charge of Qi, I naturally don't have to worry. But you will always leave. By then, can the person in charge of the heavenly demon sect in Qi really do better than the Shi family? Wei Tingbao nodded in agreement. Ji Changsheng thought that it was all because the heavenly demon sect had left too negative an impression on people in the past, which affected the glorious and righteous image of this young master. This problem is easy to solve. Xuandu Temple, Danqing Pavilion and Guanyin Temple will each send a supervisor to our Tiansheng sect's property in Qi State to form a supervisory team and report on their work regularly. Once I find that the person in charge of our holy sect has deteriorated, I will never tolerate it, and will always keep their place in the 10,000 people umbrella. Ji Changsheng thought about it, and decided to give a quota to Guanyin Temple. Sheng Jiayan is still very capable in doing things. If you do a good job, you should be rewarded. Sister Qingqing, Senior Brother Wei, Miss Sheng, I am sincere enough. Right? Yu Qingqing and Wei Tingbao could not deny it. At least the Shi family would not ask the disciples of Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion to serve as imperial envoys to their core industries. Neither of them was embarrassed by Ji Changsheng for personal gain. Seeing that Ji Changsheng was really solving the problem, they looked at each other and stepped aside. On the contrary, Lan Zhujun and several other disciples of the Tianma sect were somewhat dissatisfied. Lan Zhujun said directly, Young master, why are you talking nonsense with these hypocrites of the righteous path? Why do we need them to supervise our actions in the holy sect? Ji Changsheng glanced at Lan Zhujun and complained, Because I don't trust you either. Ji Changsheng was still very sober. Compared with the disciples of the Tianma sect, the disciples of Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion were definitely more trustworthy. The time for the transformation of the Tianma sect is still too short. It is impossible for all disciples to understand his earnest teachings and turn over a new leaf immediately. There will definitely be problems. Ji Changsheng is not afraid of problems. If they appear, they will be solved immediately. It is just right for other righteous sects to be thugs. In addition, change the mind of this young master as soon as possible. What righteous hypocrites! Our Xingju is also righteous. How can you scold ourselves? Ji Changsheng scolded. Lan Zhujun. Others. From Lan Zhujun's words, Ji Changsheng can confirm that the transformation of the Tiansheng sect does need the supervision of other righteous sects. Since ancient times, reforms have always been achieved through bloodshed. The blood shed by the Tiansheng sect is still too little. We must kill more people to make the recognition that Tiansheng sect is the leader of the righteous sect deeply rooted in people's hearts. Very good. Since everyone agrees, this young master has always valued everyone's voice. So let's do it. Ji Changsheng showed his open mind to accept advice. Everyone was convinced and felt that young master Ji was indeed a humble person. Young master, I think she does not need so many sects, and the holy sect is enough. At this time, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had accompanied Ji Changsheng into the Qi Palace. He was thinking about what to do after he became the Emperor of Qi. Once other sects also develop in Qi, the holy sect's voice will be weakened, which is not good. What His Royal Highness the Crown Prince really wants is to worship the holy sect, and Qi should be able to afford it. If several sects are worshipped together, Qi will have to pay too much. Ji Changsheng naturally saw the prince's worry and said calmly, "Don't treat Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion as the Guanyin Temple in the past. These two families don't care about spiritual stones. Their existence is more beneficial than harmful to Qi. If you encounter difficulties, you can ask for help from them." The prince was a little unbelievable. Is there any immortal who is not greedy? Yes. Xuandu Temple, Danqing Pavilion, including the future Tianxing sect, will not be too concerned about the interests of the mortal world. You can be at ease as your emperor and govern the country well, Ji Changsheng said. The prince didn't quite understand. Why don't these three families compete with the people for profit? Because I will most likely have the final say over these three families in the future. The prince knelt down to Ji Changsheng in an instant. In the future Qi, the holy sect will dominate, and other sects will perform the duty of supervision. You should also eat more beautifully, and don't care about those petty profits. If you can turn Qi's luck totem into a dragon, I guarantee that you will live at least 500 years and enjoy prosperity. The prince kowtowed to Ji Changsheng. Isn't the young master closer to me than my own father? Thank you, young master. Get up. The emperor has no shortage of hungry soldiers. I have never treated my brothers badly. You should have heard that. Otherwise, I would not have surrendered so quickly. The prince stood up and nodded. The foreign minister of Qi State stationed in Sheng State is my brother-in-law. He told me that in Sheng State, as long as you work hard for the young master, you will eventually be successful. Before the young master left Sheng State, he settled them one by one and gave them a bright future. You can make people surrender just by relying on fists. But fists and interests are strong enough to make people work for you wholeheartedly. Ji Changsheng asked himself if he did not have the personality charm of those founding saints of Blue Star. He could not gather his subordinates by faith alone. So he was always very generous. He was naturally ruthless to his enemies. But he really did not treat his subordinates badly to his own people. So the prince's surrender was all causal. From this, it can be seen that the emperor of Qi is really not good, and must be a real demon from the underworld. If you work hard, you will have a bright future. Ji Changsheng said calmly, I will help you to eliminate most of the obstacles. As long as you can normally care about the people of Qi, it will not be difficult to make Qi prosper. The industries of the Holy Church do not need special care. Just let them have a virtuous cycle. The purpose of the Holy Church is not for spiritual stones, but to make the disciples of the Holy Church stronger faster. Thank you, young master, for solving the most difficult problem. I will do my best in the future and live up to your expectations. I hope so. After all, changing the emperor is not a very difficult thing. The prince? There is movement ahead. It's interesting. Just now, the Sitkun rose from the palace. But not many people died in the palace. This is obviously abnormal. The prince said decisively, Where are the living people? Young master, I think these are all dead people who have entered the Huangquan sect. Otherwise, how could they survive the attack of the monsters? Ji Changsheng. This prince is really something. But Ji Changsheng is not a bloodthirsty person. So he just took the prince to hide his figure and went to the place where the emperor of Qi was. Soon, Ji Changsheng saw a pot-bellied emperor, hugging a charming skeleton, talking to an elegant and easygoing middle-aged man. Ji Changsheng blinked and confirmed that it was a skeleton. In terms of illusion, the disciples of the Huangquan sect are not even worthy of carrying Ji Changsheng's shoes. So Ji Changsheng laughed directly. It seems that I really judged correctly. There is indeed a Huangquan demon. Your Highness, who is the woman the emperor is hugging? Xianfei, a member of the Shi family. The prince said. The Shi family and Huangquan sect are deeply connected. Sister Qingqing, what do you think? Ji Changsheng looked at Yu Qingqing, who had been silent just now. Yu Qingqing nodded slightly. The red-faced skeleton is indeed a method used by the disciples of Huangquan sect. There is something wrong with the Shi family. While Ji Changsheng and Yu Qingqing were communicating, Prime Minister Shi was also communicating with the emperor. Your Majesty, I have persuaded your Majesty that the people around the palace should not be relocated. The people are a barrier and a cover. With them, those righteous immortal gates will have some concerns. Without their cover, the palace will become an isolated city. Once we fail, even the hostages will be gone. The emperor sighed and said, Prime Minister Shi, I understand what you mean. But I am kind-hearted and cannot stand the poor. I see a bunch of poor people whenever I go up to a height and look far away, which affects my mood. Yu Qingqing clenched the magic sword in her hand. Ji Changsheng also sighed and said, This young master is kind-hearted. So I will not burn these three demons to death. Please enter the 10,000 people umbrella. Yu Qingqing said in a deep voice. I disagree. They should be burned to death. The prince voted for Yu Qingqing. Young master is still too kind. This palace supports Feiyu for the sake of justice. And the demons should be burned to death. Ji Changsheng. It's confirmed. He is indeed the kindest person. Chapter 157. Ji Lao Mo begins to reflect on himself. Lighting the sky lantern is a torture in the old days, also known as pouring oil wax on people. The specific method is to strip the prisoner naked, wrap him with linen, and then soak him in an oil tank. After nightfall, tie him upside down to a tall wooden pole. Light him from the feet, and he will naturally become a natural light at night. This can also be regarded as the reuse of prisoners. Up to now, lighting the sky lantern is also keeping pace with the times. There is another method used in punishment, drilling a small hole in the brain, pouring lamp oil and lighting it, which can burn people to death in extreme pain. Ji Changsheng has always been kind-hearted. He feels horrible when he thinks about this way of death, so he only wants to send the demon cult monster into the Wanman umbrella. However, Yu Qingqing and the prince are both vicious and cruel. Ji Changsheng has no choice. Your Highness, the prince is fine. He is too filial. His Highness the prince blushed. Young master's curses are really dirty. Sister Qingqing, what's wrong with you? I always thought you were as soft-hearted as me. Yu Qingqing said in a deep voice. These two people are not talking like human beings. One treats the people as hostages to be discarded at any time, and the other does not treat the people as human beings at all. The Emperor of Qi is the most damnable. The people who can live near the palace are already the richest group of people in Qi. But he actually said they are poor. Ji Changsheng had not thought of this before. After being reminded by Yu Qingqing, Ji Changsheng also reacted, good guy. It seems that this Emperor of Qi is not ordinary rich. So he looks down on people under the imperial city. It's like those stars are already very rich in the eyes of ordinary people. But in the eyes of the richest and the powerful, they are still poor. Yu Qingqing sneered, it's normal. Prime Minister sure is rich enough to rival a country. Doesn't the Emperor know? I'm afraid the big money is with the Emperor. Ji Changsheng nodded. That makes sense. Heshen was corrupt. Didn't Qianlong know? Yin Song was corrupt. Didn't Jiajing know? Powerful officials are more corrupt. There will be more people who are filial to the Emperor. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is a smart man. And he was not fooled by the Huangquan monster at first glance. He immediately said, young master, ferry you. I am willing to search the inner treasury, and use the Royal Spirit Stone to make up for my father's mistakes. Yu Qingqing glanced at the Crown Prince, and thought that although Changsheng was a bad person, his methods were indeed effective. If Xi and Wei Tingbao were to deal with the affairs of Qi, the Crown Prince might also surrender. But he would definitely not be so obedient. While they sentenced the fate of the demon cult monster, the Emperor of Qi and Prime Minister Shi were still kept in the dark. And they were also discussing what to do next. The Emperor of Qi was somewhat panicked. Prime Minister Shi, this monster did not solve these demons of the Heavenly Demon Sect as expected. So we may face the revenge of the demons of the Heavenly Demon Sect later. That is the Heavenly Demon Sect. Can we stop it? Your Majesty, don't worry. Compared with the Emperor of Qi, Prime Minister Shi was obviously much calmer. The major sects of the righteous path have also come. And the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect dare not attack us recklessly. According to the Xianming Convention, if the Heavenly Demon Sect makes any unusual moves, several sects of the righteous path will stop the Heavenly Demon Sect. Obviously, Shi Xiang knows more about the cultivation world. But he doesn't know Ji Changsheng well enough. Are there people from the Guanyin Temple too? The Emperor of Qi looked at Prime Minister Shi. Shi Xiang nodded, Your Majesty. Don't worry. I will visit Hua Pingjin, the true disciple sent by Guanyin Temple later. With my sister here, Guanyin Temple will definitely stand on our side. So don't worry. The Crown Prince and Yu Qingqing both looked at Ji Changsheng. Looking for Hua Pingjin? I'm afraid it's hard to find her. Ji Changsheng didn't pretend anymore and directly revealed his cards. Hua Pingjin has become the main soul of Lan Zhujun's 100 Souls banner. If Mr. Shi wants to find Hua Pingjin, he can satisfy him. It's not a big deal. Ji Changsheng always likes to help others. What about Huangquan sect? Your Majesty, don't panic. Huangquan sect is very well prepared, and the situation is still under our control. Don't look at the Tianma sect jumping around now. Soon they will become pigs and sheep to be slaughtered. Not only Huangquan sect, but also Wanyao Kingdom has secretly sent a helping hand. Qi will only be our Qi. Neither Tianma sect nor Xuandu Temple can turn the world upside down. Shi Xiang's tone contains great confidence. This is also the reason why Ji Changsheng and Yu Qingqing did not take action immediately. Yu Qingqing's face changed slightly when she heard that the Wanyao Kingdom had also secretly sent a helping hand. Before we set off, The master of the temple contacted the leader of the Wanyao kingdom, but was rejected by the leader of the Wanyao kingdom. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that with the ascension of Fairy Linglong, the situation of the two paths of good and evil will soon undergo major changes. The Wanyao kingdom must be very frustrated with the suppression of Fairy Linglong in these years. Very frustrated. Yu Qingqing nodded and said, in the past 100 years, whenever there is a situation of demons eating people, one will die if exposed. The demons are naturally unruly, and they have been suppressed by Fairy Linglong for 100 years. And they are indeed at their limit. Alas, they can obviously eat chicken, duck, fish and meat. Why are they so depressed? Ji Changsheng sighed to the sky. Chicken, duck, fish and meat are all delicious. If it really doesn't work, eating people of the same race is also delicious. Cannibalism is too much of a thought. I still have me after my wife leaves. I'm afraid the 10,000 Demons Kingdom will have to endure it. Heartache.jpg. Report. The Imperial Master wants to see you. The Emperor of Qi was overjoyed. Please come in. Ji Changsheng looked at the prince in confusion. What is an Imperial Master? Is there such a thing in Qi? The prince explained. It is the master of the Qi branch of Guanyin Temple. In Qi, Guanyin Temple is the most powerful immortal sect. Father was also a loyal believer of Guanyin Temple before, and he always obeyed Master Shi's words. Is your surname Shi too? Yes. There are two major surnames in Qi, the royal family Shao and Guanyin Shi. In comparison, the Shi family is actually far more prominent than our Shao family. His Royal Highness the Prince smiled bitterly. I am surprised that Prime Minister Shi has been able to resist rebellion for so many years. Ji Changsheng tasted it. The Prime Minister's surname is Shi. The harem's surname is Shi. And the most powerful immortal sect's surname is Shi. The Emperor's surname is Shao. From this point of view, the Shi family is really quite disciplined. Yu Qingqing analyzed. It should be that the Shi family is afraid that Shi Yao will be angry. I have met Shi Yao before, and she doesn't seem to be the kind of person who cares about fame and fortune in the world. With Shi Yao's talent, there is a 70% chance that she will take over the Guanyin Temple in the future. How can she look down on the wealth of Qi? Ji Changsheng nodded. That makes sense. But Shi Yao doesn't look down on it. But the Shi family does. So the Shi family doesn't dare to do too much, so as not to offend Shi Yao. But now it seems that the Shi family has gone too far. Right? How could Shi Yao not know about it? The head of the Qi branch of the Guanyin Temple is surnamed Shi. Whether the Shi family has gone too far or not depends on how she reports. As far as I know, Shi Yao has not returned to Qi for at least 20 years. Yu Qingqing said. The prince nodded and said, Shi Yao has indeed never come back. But I have always believed that the Shi family should have used all the spiritual stones they earned to support Shi Yao's cultivation. No. Yu Qingqing directly rejected the prince's judgment. Shi Yao and the Shi family have a different relationship from Du Zongxing and the Du family. The Shi family was completely brought up by Shi Yao. Before Shi Yao suddenly appeared, the Shi family was unknown in Qi. Every time Shi Yao took a step up in the Guanyin Temple, the Shi family also took a step up in Qi. The Shi family simply couldn't keep up with Shi Yao's pace. Not to mention providing help to Shi Yao. Ji Changsheng didn't know much about Shi Yao. When he heard Yu Qingqing say this, Ji Changsheng thought, there is a way to verify whether Shi Yao knew about it or not. What method? Search the Shi family, and put Shi Xiang and this Shi palace master to death. If Shi Yao can applaud me, then she is innocent. If she is not grateful to me, then she is deliberately shielding me, and I should send her to see Hua Pingjin. Ji Changsheng felt that there was nothing wrong with his analysis. Yu Qingqing felt that Ji Changsheng was too extreme. Changsheng, you really don't forget your original intention as always. Ji Changsheng said modestly, Sister Qingqing, you are too kind. I just can't live with the demons of the demon cult, and I can't stand seeing someone destroy the reputation of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Sihong, my little brother. Whoever destroys my little brother's reputation is against my Nanji Changsheng Emperor. While they were talking, the Imperial Master walked into the Imperial study. Ji Changsheng looked closely, and saw a middle-aged woman with a charming demeanor. She was at the peak of the Golden Core stage. For him now, it was nothing. However, this also meets the specifications of the major immortal sects stationing people in the human dynasty. And to be honest, the peak of the golden elixir cultivation is a bit excessive. Yu Qingqing also thinks so. Just now, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said that the spiritual stones earned by the Shi family in recent years may have been used to supply Shi Yaoxiu. This is unlikely. After breaking the elixir and becoming an infant, the cultivator's dependence on spiritual stones is much less. The speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth by meditating and breathing is not slower than the speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from spiritual stones. But below the nascent soul, it is indeed more convenient to practice with spiritual stones. This national teacher of the Shi family has a much higher cultivation level than the average strength of the people stationed in the human dynasty by the major immortal sections. Maybe she is the real destination of the Shi family's spiritual stones. Cha Sheng. You carefully sense her breath. Do you notice anything wrong? Yes. It is only one level lower than Du Zongxing, and not much different from Chao Ziming before. It is very wrong, Ji Changsheng said. This is the level of the Tianji disciples in the top immortal sects, and is only inferior to Du Zongxing, the first person in the same realm. Such a Tianjiao will not be sent out by the sect, and will definitely stay in the sect to be carefully cultivated. Even if he goes out, he will only travel around as an imperial envoy. Sister Qingqing is right. This national teacher is more like a pile of huge spiritual stones. The spiritual stone resources she wasted are probably enough to cultivate more than a dozen Jindan peak cultivators, or even Yuaning cultivators. Yu Qingqing narrowed her eyes, and said in a deep voice, the robe she wears is the Tianlu golden robe auctioned at Tongtian Chamber of Commerce for 1.38 billion high-grade spiritual stones 3 years ago. The sword hanging around her waist is the sky-high price magic sword Jin Yin Chasing Sun sword auctioned at Tongtian Chamber of Commerce for 2.9 billion high-grade spiritual stones 7 years ago. It's outrageous. With my merit points in Xuandu Temple, including Shi Yao's status in Guanyin Temple, I can't apply for this level of magic weapon. There is a big problem with the Shi family, and there is a big problem with this national teacher. We must investigate it strictly. The two figures Yu Qingqing said shocked Ji Changsheng. These two items alone cost several billion high-quality spirit stones? Sister Qingqing, did you see it right? It must be true. 7 years ago, I tried to bid for the golden flame chasing sun sword, but later gave up after inquiring about the starting price. The bidding mode of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce is anonymous to protect customer information. This is also my first time in Qi. Today I learned that the golden flame chasing sun sword, which originally increased the combat power of the divine transformation cultivator, actually fell into the hands of this Qi state master. The question is, if she can spend several billion to buy a protective robe and a portable sword, then her net worth must at least double. Right? Yu Qingqing shook her head and said, doubling may not be enough. Practitioners need to change their magic tools frequently, so it is impossible to invest all their net worth in it. Normally, the amount a practitioner spends on his own magic tools is probably only his annual income for 1 or 2 years. Ji Changsheng and Yu Qingqing looked at each other. It felt like they were bumpkins who had never seen the world. Your Highness, she is just the state teacher of Qi? The Crown Prince nodded. Ji Changsheng. So Prime Minister Shi and the Dog Emperor are more greedy. Right? The Crown Prince continued to nod, theoretically. That's the case. Ji Changsheng and Yu Qingqing, two true disciples of Xuandu Temple, were shocked by Qi, a small country on earth. Small officials are extremely greedy. Small cultivators are extremely rich. As a poor man with only one top-grade spiritual stone in his entire fortune, Ji Changsheng felt a huge anger. Yu Qingqing's brain was also a little confused. Yu Qi is in this state. Isn't there anyone rebelling? The Crown Prince smiled bitterly after Prime Minister Shi came to power. My father made Guanyin Temple the state religion, and he really became a crazy believer of Guanyin Temple on the surface, expanding temples on a large scale across the country. As the upper class follows the lower class, many people in Qi now believe in Western religion. Western religion teaches people to be good, pursue the afterlife, and advocate that people should endure hardships and endure hardship. So the people of Qi are more tolerant. Yu Qingqing. Murderous aura gradually boiled. Cha Sheng. I regret it. Ah? You are right. We should not talk about rules with these people. Yu Qingqing's words fully showed her current mood. If Shi Yao refuses to accept, she is a demon from Huangquan sect. If Guanyin Temple refuses to accept, I will take it for you. It is really outrageous that the teachings of Guanyin Temple that guide people to be good can turn the country into such a ghost. Ji Changsheng comforted, Sister Qingqing, don't swear. It will damage your fairy image. Of course, I completely agree with your point of view, Your Highness. I have another question. Does Qi have so much money? How does the Qi branch of Guanyin Temple make money? I don't think Guanyin Tears was promoted in Qi before. Is it enough to rely on Guanyin's blessed land? Before, in Shenghua, various blessed lands showed their magical powers, which created the prosperity of the Shenghua branch of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Qi's State Guanyin Temple is the only one in power. Theoretically, it cannot afford such extravagant expenses just by relying on Guanyin blessed land. His Royal Highness said, relying on Guanyin blessed land alone is certainly not enough. They have other ways. What way? Slaughterhouses have such high profits. It's not a slaughterhouse. Young master. Wait a moment, and you will know soon. Ji Changsheng did know very quickly. Then he and Yu Qingqing were in a mess again. After the national master came to the imperial study, the emperor of Qi State was overjoyed. He grabbed the national master's hand and said eagerly, National master, how are our spiritual stones? The national master nodded and said, Fortunately, I made 2 preparations. The batch of spiritual stones stored in the Qi State branch of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce was detained by the Heavenly Demon sect and did not have time to transfer them out. But before that, for safety reasons, we put the other half of the spiritual stones in the Tianlu golden robe. And these are still there. The emperor breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The Heavenly Demon sect will also protest and take out our spirit stones. What does the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce have to do with our Qi State? I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. The person in charge of the Heavenly Demon sect this time is Ji Changsheng, who is very difficult to deal with. The national teacher said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, let's keep the existing spirit stones first. What the national teacher said is true. It just so happens that the personal business tax just collected by the national treasury this year has arrived, and we need to go through another process, the emperor said. The national teacher nodded and handed over a list. Your Majesty, your name has been included in the list. From now on, you are also an outer disciple of our Guanyin Temple. You can now go to the branch hall to worship Buddha. The emperor followed suit. Master, lead the way. I will practice Buddhism now. Prime Minister Sure. The rest is up to you. Yes, I will immediately organize the ministers to write a letter and spend a lot of money to redeem Your Majesty. She can't do without Your Majesty. Just like Guanyin Temple can't do without Bodhisattva. It must be done as soon as possible. The Heavenly Demon sect is here, and more disciples from other sects are coming. We must successfully transfer the spirit stones before they react. Otherwise, according to the style of those people in the righteous immortal sect, the white spirit stones may really be cheap to those poor ghosts. Your Majesty, don't worry. I will personally supervise it, and will definitely redeem Your Majesty within 2 days. Ji Changsheng and Yu Qingqing were both confused. Yu Qingqing began to feel dazed. Changsheng, do you understand what I mean? Ji Changsheng was also not confident about the actions of these 3 guys, and guessed uncertainly, their way of making money is to let the dog emperor worship in Guanyin Temple, and then let Qi spend a lot of money to redeem him? In this way, the spiritual stones in Qi's treasury were transferred to the Qi branch of Guanyin Temple? Even though Ji Changsheng was well informed, he rarely saw such an ugly way of eating. So he looked at the prince with great uncertainty. Your Highness, is that so? The prince gave a positive answer. That's right. Almost once a year, the Guanyin Temple can flourish in Qi State, thanks to my father and Prime Minister Sure. Ji Changsheng, Yu Qingqing. The 2 bumpkins were deeply shocked by such a simple and rough way of playing. Ji Changsheng even began to reflect on himself, which was rare. Why did he feel that he did a rough job when he was in Sheng State? Isn't this much more refined than what these 3 scumbags did? The facts prove that Ji Laoimo is still a human being. There are too many things in this world that are no longer human. Yu Qingqing's body was trembling. And finally, after a second, she could no longer control her murderous intent. Demon, die! The long sword was unsheathed. The Qi State Palace was plunged into a sea of blood. Ji Changsheng patted the prince's shoulder, reflected and apologized. Your Highness, I misunderstood you just now. You are right. There are no living people in the Qi Palace. They are all dead people who have already worshipped Huangquan sect. The prince said respectfully, Young master, you are good in everything, but you are too kind-hearted. Our Qi kingdom used to worship Guanyin Temple, and too little blood was shed. We need a major blood transfusion to revitalize it. Ji Changsheng nodded. You are right. You are right. I really still need to be humble and accept advice. It seems that the disciples of the Holy Church can continue to use the old methods for cultivation. Tiansheng Medical Clinic and Tiansheng Animal Husbandry serve the people of Qi. The demon suppression group targets all demons of the demon cult. Your Highness, go and make a list of Huangquan demons and give it to Wenrenjiayu. After verification, you can take action. Young Master is wise. Chapter 158 Qi State has 480 temples, all of which are managed by the Guanyin Temple under the supervision of the Holy Church. Young Master, what's going on? Wenrenjiayu had just finished dealing with things outside the palace, and before she had time to form a demon-suppressing team, she discovered that someone in the palace was taking action. Although she was not worried about Ji Chongqing's safety, she had to show her loyalty. Whether the boss needs it or not is the boss's business. Whether you give gifts or not is your business. Wenrenjiayu didn't understand this principle before, and she was the one who received gifts before. But after working with Ji Chongqing for a day, Wenrenjiayu's awareness improved rapidly. This is probably because the closer you are to the redder you are. Wenrenjiayu saw Yu Qingqing and the national teacher taking action, and the emperor and the prime minister were trembling with fear. The most important thing was that another mutant monster came out, which scared her a lot. Why is it still a fish monster? It won't be another Sikuan, right? Wenrenjiayu blurted out. Ji Chongqing narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to take the dog emperor over. Let go of your majesty. Demons, die. Ji Chongqing waved his hand, and a group of guards fainted on the ground. Some monks who were loyal to the emperor of Qi went straight to the mutant fish monster. Ji Chongqing was too lazy to fight with him. As the boss, you have to sit in the C position, and fighting is the job of the younger brothers. Ji Chongqing raised his hand and slapped the emperor of Qi, and then introduced himself. I am Ji Chongqing. Have you heard of me? The emperor of Qi nodded repeatedly. Then Ji Chongqing raised his hand and slapped him again. Who asked you to nod? Emperor, I have heard of you. Pa! Who told you to speak? The dog emperor cried. Don't go too far. Ji Chongqing scratched the emperor's ear with his middle finger, and one of the emperor's ears fell to the ground. The next moment, the screams of the Qi emperor resounded throughout the palace. That's enough. Stop howling, or I'll pull out your tongue if you ask me to do it again. The emperor shut up instantly. The impression Ji Chongqing gave him was even better than his reputation. However, Ji Chongqing was afraid that the dog emperor didn't know him well enough. So he added, the emperor of Sheng was exposed by me as a demon, and then he committed suicide in front of me out of shame. Do you understand? The emperor hesitated to speak, didn't dare to speak, didn't dare to nod, and didn't dare to make any other movements. So Ji Chongqing slapped him again. I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? I understand. I understand. That's good. Is there any difference between this mutant fish monster and the mutant monster that attacked our Saint Church disciples just now? Yes. The one just now was a successful test product, and this one is a failure. Ji Chongqing nodded slightly. No wonder he felt that the fish monster's aura was not strong. Just barely at the level of Yuanian cultivation. If it was still at the same level as the Sikun just now, Ji Chongqing would not let Yu Qingqing do it alone, and would have started to mobilize people long ago. How many such mutant monsters are there in the palace? Quite a lot. Ji Chongqing, you'd better not do anything to me. Otherwise you will never leave Qi. The emperor thought of his backup plan and regained some courage. Then he started screaming again the next moment. Ji Chongqing played with the broken finger in his hand, with a look of disgust. You dare to threaten me with your bear-like appearance? Wenrenjiayu was also speechless. Young master, leave him to me. I feel that this emperor is not very smart. Don't waste your time. Wait. You can't kill your majesty. Shi Xiang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. My sister Shi Yao, the first true disciple of Guanyin Temple. Snap. Ji Chongqing slapped him again and slapped Shi Xiang to the ground. Did I ask you to speak? Ji Chongqing felt that the dog emperor and this surname sure had a talent for comedy. Although I am committed to transforming the Tianma sect, but it has only been transformed for one day. How dare they not kneel down to talk to me? I don't understand. Shi Xiang didn't understand either. My sister Shi Yao. Snap. Kneel down to talk. Shi Xiang. Compared with Shi, the dog emperor seemed to be more sober and knelt on the ground with a plop. Ji Chongqing raised his hand to search his soul. Wait. You can't search your soul. You can't find anything. Shi Xiang reminded again with a pig head. Ji Changsheng looked at Wen Renjiayu thoughtfully. He certainly didn't know as much about some tricks in the cultivation world as Wen Renjiayu. Senior sister Wen Ren. Did you see anything? The Yellow Springs restriction. A faint light flashed in Wen Renjiayu's eyes. Once the outside world forcibly searches their souls, the Yellow Springs restriction in their souls will explode in an instant, turning them into dead people. But they are not really dead, and they can still join the Yellow Springs sect. That is the ironclad evidence of collusion with the Yellow Springs sect. Ji Changsheng was not surprised by this. The ice is 3 feet thick, and it is not formed in a day. If the Dog Emperor, Shi Xiang, and the national teacher don't know what Qi State has become after being infiltrated by the Yellow Springs sect, it would be an insult to his IQ. The underworld sect of the Yellow Springs sect can sit down and talk with powerful people like Yu Laoimo and He Wansheng Nu, and can exchange interests with big forces like Guanyin Temple Wanyao Kingdom. But the Emperor of Qi and Shi Xiang are small characters in front of the Yellow Springs sect, and it is not worth spending too much money. It is simple and convenient to control them directly with restrictions. Of course, there must be inducements. Except for the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. The top sects don't care much about spiritual stones. But it is obvious that the Emperor of Qi and Prime Minister sure care a lot. When Renjiayu volunteered, "Young master, hand them over to me. If you want to get information from them, you don't have to rely on soul searching. The means of our holy church are only stronger than those of the netherworld sects, like the Huangquan sect." Ji Changsheng glanced at the 2 pig heads kneeling in front of him, and made a simple judgment: the Emperor is a waste. The real inside story should be asked to the Shi family. It is enough to keep one. As for this Dog Emperor, listen to the prince. Take it to light the sky lantern, which can be regarded as a waste reuse. Compared with this Dog Emperor, His Royal Highness the Prince seems too normal. Let's talk. Ji Changsheng has never treated his own people unfairly. Since he said that the prince has the appearance of the Holy Emperor of Qi, of course he should let him try. So the Emperor must die. Your Highness, I leave it to you. The prince was overjoyed. Thank you. Young master. Evil son. You are plotting a rebellion. The Emperor did not dare to get angry with Ji Changsheng, but he still had a fatherly dignity towards the prince. The prince looked at his nominal father with a very cold expression. Father, it is you who is plotting a rebellion. You have betrayed Qi a long time ago. Evil son. A son should not blame his father. How dare you say this to me? Bang! Ji Changsheng kicked the Dog Emperor away. Then he said to the prince, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Tonight, I want to see this Dog Emperor lighting the night road for the people of Qi." The prince bowed and accepted the order. "Don't forget to give the list I ordered you to Senior Sister Wenren." Senior Sister Wenren. Investigate after you get the list. If it is true, let the disciples of the Holy Church take it to practice. Ji Changsheng didn't mind whether he did it himself or his subordinates. Cause and effect are born naturally. With Ji Changsheng's current position, if his subordinates kill evil people, he will naturally share the merits. If his subordinates kill good people, he will also have to bear the karma. Saints cannot escape this kind of cause and effect. And so can he. But even so, if you can be a boss, don't be a Lone Ranger. Lone Rangers are certainly easy, but you need to do everything yourself, which is too tiring. Ji Changsheng now gives an order, and someone will immediately serve him. Get things done, and maximize efficiency. In this way, you can do more things, accumulate more merits, and help more people. When Renjiayu looked at Shi Xiang, "Young master, where is this guy?" Ji Changsheng thought about it, and called Sheng Jiayan into the palace. "Do you know him?" Sheng Jiayan nodded. "Shi Yao's younger brother. He has been to our Guanyin temple, and talked and laughed with the temple master." Sheng Jiayan? Shi Xiang also recognized her. He had led a team to visit Sheng State before, and had a candlelight talk with Sheng Jiayan's father at night, learning the other party's advanced experience, and thus introduced the Guanyin blessed land. Since then, the Shi family has been thriving in Qi State. "Are you here with Hua Pingjin?" "Where is Hua Pingjin?" Shi Xiang's eyes flashed with hope. "Hua Shenchuan is my sister's confidant, and the leader of this Guanyin temple. She will never let the Tianma sect mess around." Sheng Jiayan looked at Shi Xiang with pity. "Master, he wants to find Senior Sister Hua. Why don't we fulfill his wish?" "Master?" The hope in Shi Xiang's eyes turned into shock in an instant. Ji Changsheng said calmly, "Don't rush to let Shi Xiang and Hua Pingjin meet up. Yen knew. This guy is in your hands. At most 1 hour. I want to know all the secrets of the Shi family. The extent of collusion with the Huangquan sect. And whether Shi Yao knows what the Shi family has done. Sheng Jiayan looked at Ji Changsheng with resentment. Master, I am loyal to you. But you are still testing me. I am not testing you. I want you to shake Shi Yao's authority in Guaning Hall, which will help you to ascend to the throne in the future. Ji Changsheng said, now only Hua Pingjin has died in Guaning Hall. I am not going to kill other disciples of Guaning Hall, as long as they are not committing suicide. Since I am not going to kill them. Of course, I have to make them become your people. This sure is very important for you to control people's hearts. I understand. Thank you for your reward. Master. Sheng Jiayan is a smart person. She realized that Ji Changsheng was indeed helping her. Once it is confirmed that there is a problem with the Shi family, no matter whether Shi Yao has a problem or not, Shi Yao will not be able to clear herself. This gives her a chance to come forward. Slave Yen. Work hard. You may be the next Shi Yao in the future. Ji Changsheng painted a big pie again. Sheng Jiayan's face flushed abnormally. Although it is just a white glove. Many people want to be a white glove, but have not had the opportunity. Sheng Jiayan asked herself that her talent was not particularly outstanding. And the path that Ji Changsheng gave her was definitely the upper limit of what she could achieve. Master. Rest assured. Yenu will work hard and serve you well. I will take Shi Xiang down first. I will give you an explanation in half an hour at most. Well, go. After handing over the Emperor of Qi and Shi Xiang to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Sheng Jiayan respectively, Ji Changsheng paid attention to Yu Qingqing and found that Yu Qingqing had already gained the upper hand. The true teachings of Xuandu Temple are of great value. Even if the national teacher is dressed in divine clothes and has a mutant monster in the nascent soul realm, he can only pale in comparison in front of Yu Qingqing, who has just entered the nascent soul realm. Ji Changsheng looked at it for 3 seconds and felt ashamed. When he first entered the nascent soul, his fighting power was far inferior to Yu Qingqing's current one. But Ji Changsheng quickly put the shame behind him. Although he was not strong enough when he first entered the nascent soul, he was fast enough. Now he has just entered the God transformation. So no matter how evil Yu Qingqing is, she is not his opponent now. The advantage is mine. Sister Qingqing, do you need my help? No. Yu Qingqing didn't say anything else. Looking at the mutant fish monster whose blood and essence were drained by the sad demon knife in Ji Changsheng's hand, Yu Qingqing was powerless to complain. You have already started. Why are you still asking me? Politeness. Ji Changsheng said sincerely. Don't worry. Sister Qingqing. I will only grab this head and leave the national master to you. Yu Qingqing glared at Ji Changsheng fiercely and then vented her anger on the national master. By the way, Sister Qingqing, leave her a complete body. A cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core stage is full of treasures. I will leave her a seat in the 10,000 people's umbrella. The state master was trembling as he was beheaded by Yu Qingqing with a sword. The plan to keep the whole body failed. Fortunately, the soul of the newly dead Golden Core cultivator had not yet completely dissipated, and the torso was still there. Based on the principle of waste utilization, Ji Changsheng invited her incomplete soul into the 10,000 people's umbrella, integrated her bones into the white bone Taoist palace, and used the sad demon knife to extract her blood. Finally, Ji Changsheng played with the remaining human skin of the state master, and in front of Yu Qingqing, he made a gorgeous transformation. Yu Qingqing, Yoguang Luohuan is so powerful? I didn't even see any flaws. Ji Changsheng thought to himself that this was not Yoguang Luohuan, but the Yin Corp's painted skin sutra. Sister Qingqing, if I go to the Qi branch of Guanyin Temple in my current appearance, can the disciples of Guanyin Temple tell me? Yu Qingqing, it's a long shot. Unless someone knows her very well, it's hard to imagine that you are using illusion. However, the true disciples of the major sects should have special verification methods, and you may not be able to enter the gate of Guanyin Temple. This is normal. When on Blue Star, fingerprint recognition, iris recognition, and other verification methods were developed. This world can be practiced. There is no reason to be able to transform at will without being discovered. But Ji Changsheng thought of what Yu Linglong once said. The Yin Corp's painted skin sutra. As long as the other party's skin is used to assist in cultivation, the other party can be completely replaced in terms of cause and effect and status. Of course, it is unrealistic to replace a big guy like the Southern Antarctic Changsheng Emperor. But Ji Changsheng thinks that it will not be a big problem for a mere Golden Core Peak Guanyin Temple Qi Branch Hall Master. Ji Changsheng withdrew the Yin Corp's painted skin sutra and took the list that the National Master had handed to the Emperor of Qi. After a quick glance, Ji Changsheng took a deep breath. What's wrong? Ji Changsheng murmured. Qi State built 480 branches of Guanyin Temple, each of which is extremely magnificent and expensive, and is a local landmark. Yu Qingqing. It seems that there are only 1,200 branches of Guanyin Temple in the world, and Qi State accounts for 1/3. Ji Changsheng instantly became furious. These are all the properties that our holy church asked Guanyin Temple to manage on its behalf. This is simply unreasonable. Guanyin Temple and the Qi State royal family have joined forces to seize our holy church's property and bully our holy church without anyone. Yu Qingqing. He hesitated to speak, and then stopped again, thinking of the bad things that the Guanyin branch temple of Qi State had done. Yu Qingqing lowered her head. Her neck flushed a little, but she still whispered, "Leave 100 branch temples for Xuandu Temple. I will sell them and use them to help the people of Qi State." This is the first time that Yu Qingqing has done such a thing, and she is still a little unskilled, but she thinks it is necessary. Instead of letting the Tianma sect take them all, it is better to let her sell them to help the victims. Ji Changsheng thought about it and said generously, "Since it is the property of our holy church, I will be responsible for the distribution. 100 branch temples are left to Xuandu Temple. 100 branch temples are left to Danqing Pavilion. And the remaining 280 branch temples are all our holy church. Danqing Pavilion and Xuandu Temple are now brother units. And the righteous immortal sects are of the same blood, so they should support each other. In addition, Danqing Pavilion and Xuandu Temple both need to be chivalrous and improve their cultivation and the image of the sect. And the Holy Church will help with this. After all, the spiritual stones used are from the Guanyin Temple. Ahem. If we don't help, it will be the Holy Church that will snatch the assets of the Guanyin Temple. If the three families share it together, it means that the three families share it, and the retaliation faced by the Holy Church will be much smaller. But the richest in Qi are the Guanyin Temple, the royal family, and the Shi family. Sister Qingqing, you can't sell it, Ji Changsheng said, so it's better to keep it in our hands first. I will turn it into spiritual stones, and then hand it over to you. It will definitely not hinder your good deeds. Changsheng, you won't keep it for yourself, right? Of course not. Let's put it this way. I will count Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion as investing in Tiansheng Medical, and the capital is 100 branches of the Guanyin Temple in Qi. At that time, the Tiansheng Medical Clinic will have spiritual stones delivered every year for the profit, and you can deal with it yourself. Moreover, the Tiansheng Medical Clinic treats diseases and saves people, which is also counted as a share of Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion. Okay. Yu Qingqing agreed very readily. The disciples of Xuandu Temple, including those of Danqing Pavilion, do not care about the spirit stones. They care about doing good deeds, being chivalrous and righteous, and maintaining the foundation of the sect. They also want to do good deeds after taking the spirit stones. But to be honest, they are just giving money, and do not have the patience to do things that are worse than teaching people how to fish. If Ji Changsheng invests in the industrial chain and drives down the prices of industries related to birth, aging, illness, death, food, clothing, housing and transportation, it will benefit more people in Qi. Ji Changsheng does not mind letting Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion invest in Tiansheng Medical. As he said, he himself is not at ease with the disciples of Tianma sect. It is just right to introduce the supervision mechanism of the two parties. Changsheng, the Heavenly Demon Church will lose money. Will the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Church agree? It doesn't matter, as long as the people of Qi will benefit in the end. Sister Qingqing, I am not only the young master of the Heavenly Saint Church, I am also the true disciple of Xuandu Temple. Maybe the position of the master of the temple in the future will also be mine. I will not only consider the problem for the Heavenly Saint Church. Yu Qingqing nodded. Changsheng, it's good that you can think like this, but you underestimate yourself too much. With your cultivation speed, I am afraid that you will not be able to become the master of the temple, and will ascend to the prehistoric fairyland. Ji Changsheng, Master, Shi Xiang just told me a top secret. The core drug component of Guanyin tears is planted in the branch hall of Qi, but it is claimed to be from the blessed land to the outside world, which is convenient for raising the price. Sheng Jiayan's efficiency surprised Ji Changsheng. Sheng Jiayan's information also made Ji Changsheng a little surprised. Planting in the branch hall of Qi, and claiming that it comes from the blessed land when selling. This operation is familiar to him. Many international brands did this on Blue Star. Almost all of the 480 palaces in Qi are growing this core medicine. And it's about to mature. Master, aren't you going to develop Huaweng tears? Ji Changsheng's eyes lit up. Chapter 159 Chosen Workers. New Discovery of Beasts. Yes. I suddenly remembered something. Ji Changsheng muttered to himself, in order to develop the Huaweng tears. Our holy church has made a lot of preparations in advance, including the cultivation of drugs. These drugs have reached the mature season and should be harvested. Huh? Yu Qingqing didn't understand. Are you really developing Huaweng tears? Of course. When have I ever lied to anyone? Ji Changsheng said seriously. Come on, Sister Qingqing. I'll take you to see the laboratory where our holy church develops drugs. It's in the Guanyin Temple. To be precise, it's in the Holy Church Branch Temple. Yu Qingqing waved her hand. Forget it. I don't know medicine. You can do it. I'll go to Sheng Jiayan. What are you going to Sheng Jiayan for? The emperor just said that there are many mutant monsters. And the concubine of the Shi family that the emperor hugged just now was also a skeleton. Which shows that Huangquan sect has been planning in Qi for a long time. Ji Changqing's heart moved. Yes. This must have happened before Sun to enter the sea. Yu Qingqing nodded and pondered. The ghost fairy may be just a cover. Behind, there is a bigger conspiracy. We haven't found any trace of Huangquan sect disciples yet. So we can only start from Shi's family. I have to keep an eye on it, and not let Sheng Jiayan kill Shi Xiang. Speaking of this, Yu Qingqing glanced at Ji Changsheng and asked in surprise. Why didn't Guanyin Hall find out what you did to Sheng Jiayan? Sheng Jiayan called Ji Changsheng master and Ji Changsheng called Sheng Jiayan slave yin. If Yu Qingqing could think that this was voluntary on both sides, then she would be Li Daoyan. She just wondered if Sheng Jiayan would be checked after she returned to Guanyin Hall. After all, Ji Changsheng himself admitted in public that he had poisoned Sheng Jiayan. Now it seems that Guanyin Temple has found nothing. This is a bit scary. Yu Qingqing didn't understand. Aren't Guanyin tears a natural counter to such tricks? One Guanyin tear is theoretically immune to all poisons. Ji Changsheng smiled slightly. Sister Qingqing, you don't understand. Some people in this world are born to need masters to guide their lives, while some people are born to be masters. I am the latter, and Sheng Jiayan is the former. Although this is not common in the world, it is not uncommon. Sister Qingqing, if you are interested, I will help you open up a new world. Qingnu? No. Yudu is pretty nice. Yu Qingqing's sword flashed, and a cold sword stabbed directly at Xiao Ji. At the critical moment, Ji Changsheng reacted, broke out in a cold sweat, and immediately used illusion. Then he screamed, and the whole person flashed to the other side, looking at Yu Qingqing with surprise. Yu Qingqing snorted coldly. Trouble comes from the mouth. If you really practice some magic skills, you'd better not use them on me. Otherwise you will be in trouble. After saying these harsh words, Yu Qingqing found that Ji Changsheng's eyes turned from surprise to weirdness when he looked at her. Why are you looking at me like that? At this time, Ji Changsheng's eyes turned from weirdness to smile again. You can see through the Yaoguang Luo one I used. Yu Qingqing frowned. If I didn't have the ability to see through the demons, how could the master let me take charge of the sect's magic sword? Do you think I rely on Fairy Linglong? Ji Changsheng thought to himself that you certainly don't rely on Fairy Linglong. But you, a Yuanying realm cultivator, can see through the Yaoguang Luo one I used in the Huashan realm. Ji Changsheng laughed. Sister Qingqing, come, let's hug and let bygones be bygones. Okay? Yu Qingqing, I don't care what you're thinking. Get out of here. Don't let your imagination run wild. Ji Changsheng laughed. Don't worry. I'm not thinking about anything. I'm very tight-lipped. Speaking of this, Ji Changsheng sighed again. Fairy Linglong is really strong. No wonder I fell in love with her at first sight. Yu Qingqing was a little upset. Get out. Get as far away as you can. Ji Changsheng shrugged. Wife, you're wrong. Sister Qingqing. Then I'll go take over the church property of our holy church first. Ji Changsheng left the palace leisurely. When he left, he was still humming a song. You are my dream of gains and losses. I am your dispensable person. After all, the arrows that cross the mountains and rivers are pierced by people who are extremely affectionate. Yu Qingqing's sword light rose again. Shut up. Ji Changsheng shut up decisively, and then changed another song. If there is really news about the future, the two people are just rumors. Except you. No one has talked about it, and denied the fate. Only you still humbly ask for a chance to meet again. Even if we meet without looking at each other, and pass by in silence. When he sang to this point, Ji Changsheng just passed by Yu Qingqing. Yu Qingqing was trembling all over, and kicked Ji Changsheng away. Puff. Ha ha ha. Puff. Ji Changsheng laughed out loud. But he quickly restrained himself, and continued to maintain his affectionate personality. Only you are reluctant to withdraw. Hopefully there will be follow-up self-deception. In the affectionate singing, Yu Qingqing grabbed a handful of her long hair fiercely, completely breaking the defense. Damn. This guy just said you knew deliberately to test me. So many people in Xuandu Temple didn't notice it. How did he see it? This guy's insight is too sharp. Damn it. Yu Qingqing grabbed her hair fiercely again, and even stamped her feet subconsciously. Then she heard Ji Changsheng's laughter. Yu Qingqing's defense was broken. Cha Sheng. What are you laughing at? Outside the palace, Ren Suqiong had just cleaned up the traces of the mutant monster, and saw Ji Changsheng leaning against the palace wall, laughing so hard that he could hardly stand. Ji Changsheng waved his hand. It's okay. Let me take it easy. In fact, it was not as difficult as Yu Qingqing imagined to find out that Yu Qingqing was wrong. When he was in Shenhua, Ji Changsheng smelled the same faint fragrance on Yu Qingqing and Yu Linglong. But this is not evidence. Can perfume not be mass-produced? As long as the same perfume is used, it is normal to have the same fragrance. Yu Qingqing's explanation is also very reasonable. She used the snow lotus fragrance picked by Fairy Linglong from the Kunlun secret realm. With her and Fairy Linglong's status, it is normal to be treated like this in private. It was just that she pretended to be unfamiliar with Fairy Linglong on the surface. But in private she was so familiar with him, which made Ji Changsheng think more. Then, Ji Changsheng secretly remembered something that the master of the temple had said to him before, when Zhujiangxian moved strangely. Ji Changsheng and the master of the temple guessed Zhujiangxian's identity together. The master of the temple hinted that Zhujiangxian might be senior sister Li Changxi. This was a possibility that Ji Changsheng had never thought of. His guess was Fairy Linglong. So he asked the master of the temple whether Fairy Linglong was in Xuandu Temple at that time. The master of the temple said that Fairy Linglong was practicing in seclusion in Xian Wang Merit Tower. But he was not sure. And then told Ji Changsheng one thing. The Tai Ching lineage has a supreme and unique skill, which is related to the incarnation outside the body. However, this unique skill can generally be practiced only when starting from the true immortal realm. Yu Linglong is not ascended yet, so she is not a true immortal. But a genius must be able to do things that ordinary people cannot do. Otherwise, why is she called a genius? Yu Linglong is no longer a genius. She is a beast. A beast similar to Ji Changsheng. Genius is referred to Chao Ziming, Ren Suqiong, Lan Zhujun, including Sheng Jiayan and others, who are called geniuses. Going a step further, the Holy Lady of Huan, the Green Lotus Sword Fairy, Yu Lao Mo, including the Master of the Temple, are monsters, ahead of most geniuses, and can call the wind and rain all over the world. Yu Linglong is a pure-blooded human race, and she has no background of reincarnation. She has crushed the world with her talent gap. This is absolutely a beastly behavior. If you strip away all her resume, no one else can learn from her. It's like throwing away Ji Changxing's resume. It only took 1 day for Yuanying and Huashan, which is also a terrifying beastly progress. Such a beast, in Ji Changxing's view, can understand anything he does. The unique skills that can only be practiced by the true immortals are for ordinary people. What does it have to do with animals? The master of the temple still underestimated his senior sister. Ji Changsheng is different. Ji Changsheng himself is a beast. So he is very accepting of other people's beastly behavior. Things that seem impossible in the eyes of ordinary people are the basic operations of animals in Ji Changxing's eyes. Therefore, since the master of the temple told him that the Tai Ching lineage has a unique skill of incarnation, Ji Changsheng assumed that his wife has a vest. It's just a question of who the vest is. Yu Qingqing and Zhu Jianxian entered Ji Changxing's thinking range at the same time. But Ji Changsheng has never seen Zhu Jianxian. Only Yu Qingqing. Naturally, he can only test Yu Qingqing. The result of the test is also very simple. Ji Changsheng has been practicing till now. Not to mention the practitioners of the same level, or one level higher than him. Ji Changsheng has never seen anyone who can see through his illusion. From the beginning to the end, there is only one person who can ignore the Yaoguang Lu illusion he casts. Yu Linglong. So there is the you knew just now. Ji Laomo, who is busy every day, is now in the rising period of his career. How can he have time to really take in any female slaves? Even if he takes them in, he has no time to train them. Just now. Of course. It was a test. My dear wife, I have been invincible for too long. And I still can't stand this kind of teasing. This is normal. When you are very weak, you can only endure others teasing you. You are invincible in the world. If you still endure this kind of anger, wouldn't it be in vain? So Yu Qingqing just exploded directly. Of course. Even so, it is not ironclad evidence to prove that Yu Qingqing and Yu Linglong are really the same person. However, considering that Yu Qingqing pretended to be unfamiliar with Yu Linglong, and Yu Qingqing was calm in the face of so many top bosses in the world at the border of Shenghua, there was no need for Ji Changsheng to protect her. Many things have already been revealed. The most important thing is that Ji Changsheng never needs hard evidence to investigate a case, but only his own free will. Evidence is enough. Ideas are more important to Ji Laomo. The supreme and unique skill of the Tai Ching lineage about the incarnation mentioned by the master of the temple is, if nothing unexpected happens, 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. The Saint Tai Ching used it once during the conferred God tribulation, and it almost scared the gods to death. 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. In simple terms, the Saint Tai Ching can transform into 3 of himself. And then when fighting with other saints, it can be 4 against 1. This is the behavior of the beast among beasts. So the Saint Tai Ching has become the recognized leader of the 6 saints of heaven. There have been rumors that Ling Bao Tianzuan, Taotian sect master, can fight 4 saints alone when he has the Juxian sword formation in his hand. This rumor has been shattered by facts during the conferred God tribulation. During the conferred God tribulation, Ling Bao Tianzuan set up the Juxian sword formation, and several saints went out to fight and easily left the battle. But another rumor in the market has not been dispelled. The Saint Tai Ching can fight 4 saints. Ling Bao Tianzuan has been hammered that he is not a match for the 4 saints. But the Saint Tai Ching has never been defeated so far. During the conferred God tribulation, the Juxian sword formation and Yikihua Sanqing had a head-on collision. Ling Bao Tianzuan set up the Juxian sword formation, and the Saint Tai Ching went out to fight. The Juxian sword formation, known as the first killing formation in the prehistoric world, faced the Saint Tai Ching who was Yikihua Sanqing. The result was that Ling Bao Tianzuan, who had the advantage of the Juxian sword formation, was taught a lesson by Tai Ching Saint, who made him realize that your elder brother is still your elder brother. Then Du Bao Daoist, the chief disciple of Ling Bao Tianzuan, saw that his master was defeated, and immediately joined his teacher, and was killed instantly by Tai Ching Saint. The child thought too simply. As the chief disciple of Jiejiao, Du Bao Daoist saw that his junior brother Kong Xian almost overturned Jundi Saint with his natural magical powers one-on-one, and thought to himself that I am the eldest brother of Jiejiao, with the support of Juxian sword formation and the help of Master Tong Tian. So how could I be worse than Kong Xian? Facts have proved that he is indeed stronger than Kong Xian, and he does have the help of Tong Tian. But he was killed instantly by Tai Ching Saint. After this battle, Jundi Saint burst into tears. He obviously did not participate, but his reputation fell to the bottom for no reason. It is worth mentioning that the chief disciple of Jiejiao, Du Bao Daoren, had his own way cut off in the Dao sect because he had attacked the Saint Tai Ching. So he joined the Western sect after the conferred gods. Now, Du Bao Daoren is called Tathagata Buddha. The Buddha Tathagata is a strong competitor for the first quasi-saint in the prehistoric fairyland. Many people even believe that if Tathagata Buddha is given a saint status, Tathagata Saint will only be stronger than Jundi Saint. The value of the battle of the Saint Tai Ching is still rising. So far, 1 Qi into 3 purities is the highest level of the skill, and it has not been cracked. The Saint Tai Ching has not been defeated. The Taoist patriarch has never fought with the Saint Tai Ching. So, does the Master Tai Ching want to overthrow the Taoist patriarch? Ji Changsheng had a bold idea. As the recognized leader of the 6 saints, the elder brother of the 3 purities, and the leader of the human sect, Ji Changsheng did not think that the Western sect would be taken seriously by the Saint Tai Ching. With the status of the Ether Pure Saint, destroying the Western Church is a basic operation. Failure to destroy the Western Church is a disgrace. There is no need to do this. Winning will not affect his status. Only by taking a step further can he be promoted. Other saints covet his position. And he should of course covet a higher position. Saints are also different from saints. Some saints pass the examination and become saints, while some saints must be given a system. Otherwise the system will lose its gold content. Forget it. I don't want to be a saint. This kind of game is too high-end. I can't control it now. I want to think about how to control my wife. 1. She becomes 3 pure. And there can be 4 incarnations. With Yu Linglong's current strength, it's already amazing to be able to cultivate an incarnation. But Ji Changsheng felt that his appointed wife had the strength to be even more awesome. Zhu Jiangxian? Or someone else? It would be best if it's really Zhu Jiangxian. So that after my wife ascends, there will be an incarnation to protect me. It doesn't matter if it's not Zhu Jiangxian. With Yu Qingqing here, I'll have more confidence. Although Yu Qingqing looks like she's only at the nascent soul stage now. The sharpness of that sword just now was aimed at half-crippling Xiao Ji. In addition, she can see through his Yogwang Luohuan's eyesight. Ji Changsheng believes that Yu Qingqing may really be at the nascent soul stage. But as long as she wants, she can definitely burst out with strength far superior to her current stage. And beasts like him and Yu Linglong are making rapid progress in their cultivation. Today she's at the nascent soul stage, and tomorrow she might be at any other stage. The Huangquan sect may have been planning for many years, and there are probably more powerful immortals behind the scenes. But who made them encounter 2 beasts? Don't panic. I have the advantage. Ji Changsheng sorted out the clues and immediately calmed down. Suqiong, go to the Tiansheng Medical Clinic to take charge of the overall situation and replace Luo Qingling. Ren Suqiong nodded. She really needs a rest. From last night to now, she has been dealing with the affairs of the medical clinic. Treating patients and saving lives is hard work, and her cultivation is not high. She is really about to collapse. What rest? Ji Changsheng said casually. Luo Qingling is also a Jiandan cultivator. As long as she doesn't die, she will work hard to death. Such a cultivator is simply a worker chosen by heaven. Just give her the full salary. Ren Suqiong. She overestimated Ji Changsheng's character. Of course, if she wants to rest, she can. Ji Changsheng thought about it. Although Tiansheng's sect wanted to transform into an immortal enterprise, he still had to be a conscientious entrepreneur. Capitalists have a bad reputation. She has to be busy these 2 days. Give her a holiday after these 2 days. Ji Changsheng said. Then what do you want her to do? Receive the core drug of Huahuang Tears. Huahuang Tears can be put on the market faster. If it's fast, maybe tomorrow. As long as the efficiency of practitioners is brought into play, their production efficiency will only be faster than that of machines. It's just that practitioners in the past were more likely to order ordinary people around. And it was obvious that they would be more efficient if they exploited themselves. Ji Changsheng wanted to help them correct their thinking. How much can ordinary people do in a day? If you want to exploit, you have to exploit practitioners. A quarter of an hour later, the Qijing City branch of Guanyin Temple. It is also the first branch of Guanyin Temple in Qi. Ji Changsheng smiled and said to Luo Qingling, Qingling, welcome to my home. Luo Qingling, young master, you said that the core drug component of Huahuang Tears is planted in it. Of course, this is my home, and I have already started to develop Huahuang Tears. Luo Qingling is just simple, but not stupid. She immediately thought of a possibility. Young master, could it be that the core drug of Guanyin Tears was cultivated in Qi? No. They claim that it comes from the secret realm controlled by Guanyin Temple, and all the materials consumed are natural treasures. Ji Changsheng's smile became more and more kind. That's right. So all the raw materials planted here are the raw materials of our Huahuang Tears, and they have nothing to do with Guanyin Tears. Come on, Qingling. I will take you to see the latest drug planting techniques of our holy church. The latest drug planting techniques of the holy church plant the drugs in other people's homes. And when the time is right, go to other people's homes to pick them. Chapter 160. A passionate heart covers Guanyin. Luo Qingling's filter for Guanyin Temple was completely shattered after she entered the Guanyin Temple, and after she entered Ji Changsheng's house. These medicines are actually grown in Qi state. Guanyin Temple is really too greedy. As a master of medicine, she could tell at a glance that what Ji Changsheng grew at home was the core drug component of Guanyin Tears. But the reason why Guanyin Tears is sold at a sky-high price is because Guanyin Temple claims that these core drug components are all from the secret realm controlled by Guanyin Temple, and they consume a huge amount of natural materials and treasures to be refined. So the cost is extremely high. based on the reputation and credibility of Guanyin Temple. Many people actually believe it. Luo Qingling also believes it. In this regard, Ji Changsheng said that the world is still too conscientious. I can't finish drinking Lafite in 1982. The same reason. What kind of natural treasure can withstand the consumption of mass-produced Guanyin tears? Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, if Guanyin tears are really that precious, they can't be mass-produced. This is a very simple truth. Scarcity makes things valuable. Luxury goods will not be open to the public because productivity cannot keep up. If it can keep up, it is not called luxury goods, but fast-moving consumer goods. Guanyin tears, which can be mass-produced, are essentially fast-moving consumer goods, but they are sold at the price of luxury goods. Guanyin tears can be sold at such a high price, and everyone who is willing to believe in Guanyin Temple is responsible. There are too many fools, and liars will feel that if they don't lie to them, they will become fools. Luo Qingling deeply reflected, young master, you are right. I am guilty. I shouldn't believe the nonsense of Guanyin Temple. It's okay, as long as you know your mistakes and can correct them. As long as the Huahuang tears we developed are put on the market, the price is lower than Guanyin tears, and the effect is not worse than Guanyin tears. People's IQ will naturally recover and see the true face of Guanyin tears. Sometimes we can't blame the world for being blind, because there are still no competitors of the same level in essence. Luo Qingling nodded subconsciously at first, and then realized what Ji Changsheng was going to do. Young master, should we just rob? Ji Changsheng frowned and said, what are you talking about? Qingling, you have been following me for so long. Why haven't you made any progress? Luo Qingling reminded weakly. Young master, I have only been following you for 1 day. Ji Changsheng blushed and became angry. What's wrong with 1 day? Is 1 day a short time? You know, it only took me 1 day to advance from nascent soul to God. Don't ignore 1 day. If you study hard, 1 day is enough for you to learn a lot. Luo Qingling was not piqued by Ji Changsheng. She was an honest child and always told the truth. Young master, you are angry. Ji Changsheng. Anyway, how can I rob my own things? These medicinal herbs are ripe. You take them back to our Tiansheng medical clinic. I will let Lan Jujun cooperate with you. Can we get the Queen's tears today? Luo Qingling first gave up thinking about moral issues and turned to thinking about feasibility. Then she quickly came to a conclusion. The core component of the drug is the most difficult to solve. Now that the core part has been solved, the scraps only need to be tonics that are not harmful to the human body. And then we can slightly change the appearance color. For example, the appearance of Guanyin tears is mostly white, so we can change it to black. No, not black. Ji Changsheng said decisively. Use jade color to make the Huahuang tears look like beautiful jade. The name Huahuang tears has already maxed out the favorability of Nuaneng Yang, and also helped her accumulate faith points. As for the appearance color, of course, it must be mixed with private goods. Although the first wife may not care, but as a good man, Ji Changsheng's loyalty to his wife is engraved in his soul. In addition to the main jade color, we also need to create high-end Huahuang tears with the same price as Guanyin tears, which are specially sold to those rich people, and can also help our Tiansheng medical clinic to generate income smoothly. This appearance will be made into moonlight. The main point is to treat everyone equally. Ji Changsheng feels that he is really fair. 1 first wife and 1 legal wife. Impartial. The jade-colored Huahuang tears sell at a low profit, but in large quantities, targeting the vast majority of customers. The moon-colored Huahuang tears control production. Take the high-end luxury route, and only sell to the rich, making it a luxury product like the Guanyin tears. Seeing Luo Qingling's confused expression, Ji Changsheng realized that this girl's IQ talent was all in studying medicine, and she couldn't understand the difference between the pro and ordinary versions. Forget it. Qingling, you are only responsible for making the jade-colored Huahuang tears, and I will let Lan Jujun make the moon-colored pro series of Huahuang tears. Luo Qingling, although I don't understand what you said. Young master, it seems very powerful. It's okay. Anyway, I was ripped off by mobile phone manufacturers several times in my previous life. Luo Qingling's expression became more and more confused. In my previous life. No, young master. Someone is coming to the Guanyin Temple. Before she could understand Ji Changsheng's words clearly, she saw many disciples from the Guanyin Temple hurried out. And while running and shouting, They were still shouting, "No! The Master Soul lamp is extinguished." Luo Qingling looked at Ji Changsheng in shock. "Young master, did you kill the palace master sure?" Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, "I didn't kill him." This time he was telling the truth. It was indeed not him who killed him. It was Yu Qingqing who killed him. At most, he dealt with the soul, blood, bones, and skin of the palace master sure. Although he did grind the bones of the palace master sure to dust. The murderer was Yu Qingqing, and he couldn't take the blame. Luo Qingling didn't believe it, but she felt that now was not the time to explore the truth. She pulled Ji Changqing's sleeve and said anxiously, "Let's leave the Guanyin Temple first. What are you afraid of? If you don't do bad things in your life, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night." Not only did Ji Changsheng have a good conscience, he also walked over and scolded the Guanyin Temple disciples who were crying. "Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet." "Ah, Palace Master? Ghost." The tearful female disciple rolled her eyes and fainted directly. However, the other Guanyin Temple disciples, who were called out by her, did not react much after seeing Ji Changsheng. "Palace Master, are you okay?" "Nonsense. Then why is Xiaoman shouting that you are in trouble? Who knows what has gone wrong with her? She may have been confused by the illusion. Now the demons of the Heavenly Demon sect are rampant, and the demons of the Yellow Spring sect are everywhere. You should be careful to avoid being taken advantage of by the demons." "Palace Master, don't worry. We are all very careful." "Well, Your Majesty has come to worship Guanyin again. Take Your Majesty to the core of the medicine garden to have a look." A female disciple stepped out of the crowd, performed a disciple salute to Luo Qingling, and then said, "Your Majesty, please follow me." Luo Qingling is stupid. "Master, what's going on? I've said it before. This is my home." Luo Qingling. "Then how did I become the emperor?" "Master, your illusion is so powerful?" Ji Changsheng shrugged. "It's really that powerful. Except for being exposed in front of you Linglong. Yoguan Luohuan has never had any problems. Let's go and see the real secrets of Guanyin Hall." The conversation between Ji Changsheng and Luo Qingling was not heard by other disciples of Guanyin Hall. What they saw was the master of the hall and the emperor. The disciples of Guanyin Hall are used to the emperor worshipping in Guanyin Hall. The female disciple who led Luo Qingling to the depths of the hall even asked with a smile, "Your Majesty, how many spiritual stones is the court going to spend to redeem you this time?" Luo Qingling. "About half of this year's treasury income." Ji Changsheng looked at Luo Qingling when he heard this. Luo Qingling told the truth. "Your Majesty has to join the Guanyin Hall once a year, and then be bought back by the ministers with a lot of money. I am used to it." Ji Changsheng. Habit is really a terrible thing. But he didn't blame the people of Qi. The Guanyin Hall is one of the strongest immortal gates in the world. The practitioners are high above, and the people of Qi can only hold back their dissatisfaction. What else can they do to rebel? Even if they rebel, they can't win. So they can only hope that the gods will fight and see if there are other gods who can defeat the current gods. For the people of Qi, Ji Changsheng is just another god. The version is different. In this world, after the failure of Emperor Ying, ordinary people lost their qualifications to be chess players. This is a very helpless thing. When the female disciple heard that half of the national treasury income was taken, she shook her head in dissatisfaction. "Your Majesty, half is too little. We need at least 90%. Luo Qingling was shocked and angry. How can the court run if only 10% is left in the national treasury? The female disciple asked curiously, "What 10% is left in the national treasury?" "That 10% is left for Your Majesty." Luo Qingling. "She is about to be destroyed. What do we need spiritual stones for?" The female disciple looked at Luo Qingling strangely. "Your Majesty, haven't you agreed to cooperate with Huangquan sect?" Luo Qingling's face gradually turned pale, and she held Ji Changsheng's hand. Ji Changsheng calmly pinched Luo Qingling's little hand, signaling her to stay calm. Luo Qingling just knew these inside stories. She is the first genius doctor in Qi, and she is a Qi national herself. So she is naturally more worried about the fate of Qi. Ji Changsheng said calmly, "Cooperation with Huangquan sect does not mean that Qi will collapse directly. Our Guanyin Temple and Huangquan sect are not on the same path. It is in the best interests of our Guanyin Temple for Qi to linger on." Palace Master is right. The female disciple nodded and said, "But the worse Qi is, the more convenient it is for us to apply for assistance from the main hall. This is how we have been doing it for years. Palace Master, you applied, and the main hall approved a lot of funds for us. But this time, the main hall sent people to Qi to investigate the affairs of Huangquan's sect. Can we get away with it? Palace Master, if the people of the main hall find out our true situation in Qi, it will be difficult for us to deal with it. Ji Changsheng pinched Luo Qingling's little hand again. This girl had never seen a sinister heart. After hearing the few important words in the message from the female disciple, her body began to shake. Fortunately, Yugwang Luohuan covered her up. Otherwise Luo Qingling would be exposed in a second. In contrast, Ji Changsheng's strong psychological quality and calm reaction made Luo Qingling worship him. Ji Changsheng was very calm, and even had a smile in his tone. What are you afraid of? The true disciple sent down by the main hall this time is Hua Pingjin. The Hua family has taken a lot of our offerings over the years. The aid funds allocated by the main hall to our Qi State Branch Hall were intercepted by the Hua family. Otherwise, where did Hua Pingjin's nephew get the spiritual stones to openly show off the family's luxury? Before, the undercover Xiao's sister, who was planted by the Saint Huan in the Guanyin Hall, publicly ridiculed Hua Pingjin and took the initiative to withdraw from the Guanyin Hall. Ji Changsheng remembered this in his heart. Sure enough, after hearing Ji Changsheng say this, the female disciple was not surprised, but nodded yes. Hua Xinchuan's nephew is indeed mentally ill. He took the spiritual stones we offered but didn't know how to be low-key. Instead, he showed off openly, which aroused public anger. If it weren't for you, the hall master, taking care of it, and if there were no one in the main hall to cover it, her nephew would have been finished by now. It's still wise for you, the hall master, to take care of the families behind the 33 elders early on. If it weren't for their help over the years, we wouldn't have developed so smoothly. Luo Qingling's face turned from pale to cyan. She was not really stupid after all, and she had understood a lot of things. Ji Changsheng certainly understood more. He began to digest this information calmly. Palace Master, can we drag Hua Xinchuan into this? The female disciple asked. Hua Xinchuan is young Master Yao's confidant. If we can completely pull Hua Xinchuan over, maybe we don't have to worry about young Master Yao's anger. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. Even if Hua Pingjin wasn't there, would young Master Yao still be able to do something to her own brother? It's hard to say. After all, young Master Yao is going to inherit the Guanyin Temple. Maybe he can really do it for the greater good. Young Master Yao may not take the territories we have managed in Qi State seriously. The female disciple shook her head and then felt something was wrong. Palace Master, didn't you teach me that young Master Yao is arrogant and asked us to find ways to do things on our own and not let young Master Yao know? When the matter is done, young Master Yao can only accept his fate. Ji Changsheng was a little surprised. It seems that Shi Yao really didn't know that the people below were doing this. A closed-door madman? Or was it that the master of the Guanyin Temple, the goddess of childbirth, and her confidants were completely sidelined by the people below? It's not impossible. After all, this is a world of practitioners. Once a practitioner's closed-door time is extended, there will inevitably be a period of power vacuum. When you meet someone with a heart, this is the opportunity to operate. Rebellion is difficult, and rebellion requires stronger strength. But it is not difficult to sideline the people above. If Ji Changsheng is given some time, he will be sure to sideline you Lao Mo. It is not a big problem to create an empty temple master. In comparison, the difficulty of the Guanyin Temple is lower than that of the Tianma sect and Xuandu Temple. Although the people of Qi State look like nothing, sound like nothing, and are indeed nothing, they are really talented in being unhuman. Coupled with the intertwined interests, the deep combination of you and me and you. Palace Master, has your judgment of young Master Yao changed? Asked the female disciple. Ji Changsheng remained calm. No. It's just that her attitude is not as important as before. The main hall has not yet given a result on the matter of Hua Pingjin's nephew, which has shown that even in the main hall, our faction has completely gained the upper hand. My surname is Shi. Shi Xiang is also surnamed Shi. And all 480 halls of Qi State are surnamed Shi. Young Master Yao is not stupid. Can he still stand on the opposite side of us? Wouldn't it be cutting off his own arm? I'm afraid that young Master Yao will be angry and ashamed. We have dragged so many people into the water under the name of young Master Yao over the years. If young Master Yao didn't support us, the elders of the main hall would not approve so much aid funds for us. If young Master Yao knew about these things in the future, Especially we embezzled most of the spiritual stones. Hall Master. Can you withstand young Master Yao's accusation? Luo Qingling's body has begun to become unstable. Ji Changsheng was also very straightforward. The Shi family is really something. They don't do human affairs at all. But they are better than anyone else at doing things that are not human affairs. The Shi family of Guanyin Hall can be called the Bai family of Xuandu Temple. I destroyed the Bai family myself. And it seems that the Shi family will also be on the agenda. I just don't know which side Shi Ye will stand on in the end. This is very important to her. After all, it is related to whether she was born in Guanyin Hall or buried in Huangquan sect. Don't worry. Minister Shi will take care of his sister. The female disciple nodded, yes. Minister Shi will definitely do his best to help us explain. Half of the aid funds approved by the main hall in recent years are with us and half with Minister Shi. The construction of the 480 halls of Qi is also the responsibility of the Shi family. The wealth accumulated by the Shi family is no less than that of our branch halls in Qi. Fortunately, our branch hall is also responsible for cultivating medicinal materials. And the relationship with the main hall is closer. Palace Master. Your Majesty. We have arrived at the heart of the medicine garden. Ji Changsheng looked up and looked at the endless medicine garden. Instantly, his face sank. At the same time, Luo Qingling was even more pale. They saw thousands of ordinary people with pale faces and thin bodies, all with mysterious smiles on their faces. But tears were pouring down, and they were dying. The female disciple said with emotion, Your Majesty, you are really a genius. It is said that the first drop of Guanyin tears really came from the tears of the Bodhisattva. But the real Bodhisattva tears are rare treasures. And even the tears of monks are difficult to collect. But ordinary people's tears can be collected a lot every day, which greatly increases the manufacturing time of Guanyin tears. Luo Qingling gritted her teeth and said, Ordinary people's tears have very little medical effect. What's the point of this? Help Guanyin tears to shape. Anyway, no spiritual stones are needed. Wait, isn't this your idea? Your Majesty? How come you don't know? The female disciple finally found something wrong. To be precise, Ji Changsheng was too lazy to maintain the illusion. After seeing the production process of Guanyin tears, Ji Changsheng knew that he didn't need to collect intelligence anymore. The evidence is conclusive that the Huangquan demon broke into his home and committed murder. Qingling, please put all these medicines away. Young Master, I want to kill someone. Ji Changsheng touched Luo Qingling's little head. The female doctor's hands should be used to save people. We, the disciples of the Holy Church, don't kill people easily. Be good and listen. Then Ji Changsheng waved to the female disciples. Gather all the disciples. I will take you to find Hua Pingjin. This time it was the female disciple's turn to be pale. Enemy attack. Plop. Ji Changsheng looked at the head of the dead man under his feet, and said to Luo Qingling helplessly, Qingling, believe me, I really don't kill people easily. Luo Qingling nodded vigorously. Young Master, what you kill are not people, but animals. Qingling, you are starting to get the hang of it. Ji Changsheng was very pleased. Well, then I will continue to strengthen my passion. Killing people still has psychological pressure for Ji Changsheng. He is a kind person. But to kill animals, you just need hands. The sky above the Qijing City branch of the Guanyin Temple was enveloped by Ji Changsheng's passion. A golden lotus of merit also began to bloom slowly. Chapter 161 Guanyin's crying is better than the people's crying. The external special effects of the Tianma sect's skills can scare people to death, and it is difficult to conceal. This was one of the most troublesome transformation problems for Ji Changsheng before. After all, he has Youguang Luohuan, which other disciples of the Tianma sect do not have. No matter how much the disciples of the Tianma sect claim to be the holy sect, once they take action, they will still expose the fact that they are demon cubs. But later Ji Changsheng figured it out. Since he can't change the fact that the Tianma sect's skills have special effects, then change the world's perception of the special effects of the Tianma sect's skills. Facts are facts. But you can put aside facts and have the final right of interpretation. Who can say that a mouse must be a mouse? I think it looks very similar to a duck. As long as you stand high enough and keep telling the people below that this is a duck, then it will become a duck. It will only become a mouse when someone stronger than you appears. And up to now, Qi State has not seen anyone stronger than Ji Changsheng. So he temporarily has the final right of interpretation in Qi. The Blood Sea phenomenon enveloped the entire Guanyin Temple. and then dyed half of Qijing City red, which was hard not to attract other people's attention. Is this the blood sea phenomenon? Killing 10,000 people. The blood evil energy can barely condense into a blood river. To be able to condense a blood sea, the number of lives that have been slaughtered by hand is probably more than 100,000 or even 1,000,000. It is not certain whether Yu Lao Mo has done it. How many people has Ji Changsheng killed? How did he kill them? As a disciple of the righteous way, you can't be indifferent to such a phenomenon. After discovering the blood sea phenomenon, the disciples of Guanyin Temple, Danqing Pavilion and Xuandu Temple were a little restless. In the education they received over the past few decades, if they saw someone who had cultivated the blood sea phenomenon or mastered the 100 Souls banner, they would immediately start to slay the demons. These were the big demons that had to be eradicated, and good and evil could not coexist. Brother Wei, the demons are rampant, and we in Danqing Pavilion cannot stand idly by. Please help. At this time, most of the disciples of Danqing Pavilion were in Shi's house. Ji Changsheng had said before that the Holy Church asked the Shi family to manage the property on its behalf, and Wei Tingbao did not believe it. Ji Changsheng asked Chao Ziming to take the disciples of Danqing Pavilion to Shi's house to verify. He has never been the kind of person who kills without teaching, and he always does things based on evidence. Sure enough, the disciples of Danqing Pavilion found evidence in Shi's house. Ahem. The evidence that the Holy Church asked the Shi family to manage the property on its behalf was not found. But the evidence that the Shi family was corrupt and perverted the law was found. In fact, there was no need to find it. The Shi family did not hide it at all. The entire mansion was luxurious, which gave the disciples of Danqing Pavilion a new look, which was completely beyond the rules. If we say that the Shi family has no problems, it is an insult to everyone's IQ. The disciples of Danqing Pavilion are not that stupid. However, after they arrived at the Shi family, they were chased and intercepted by the whole family of the Shi family, from the elderly to women to children. The Shi family advocated that a gentleman can be deceived by his own methods. The disciples of Danqing Pavilion were very uncomfortable being harassed by a group of old, weak women and children, as practitioners of the righteousness of the greatness. Except Chao Ziming, they have not been influenced by Ji Changsheng, so they can't use the righteousness of the greatness flexibly, and they can't do anything to the old, weak women and children. At this time, Ji Changsheng took action in the Guanyin Hall, and the blood sea phenomenon shocked the four directions. Many disciples of Danqing Pavilion breathed a sigh of relief. It is better to deal with the devil than the old, weak women and children, as they dare not do anything with the latter. Brother Wei, let's go and take a look. We can't let the devil go on a killing spree. That's right. We must not let the demons kill people wantonly under our noses. Wei Tingbao naturally knew that his fellow apprentices and nephews were a little uncomfortable with the old, weak women and children of the Shi family, and wanted to leave the Shi family as soon as possible. However, Ji Changsheng's blood sea vision also shocked him. He trusted Ji Changsheng's character, but he didn't trust Ji Changsheng's methods at all, especially when he found that the direction of the blood sea vision was the direction of the Qijing City branch of the Guanyin Temple. His heart suddenly jumped. Ji Changsheng will not go on a killing spree in the Guanyin Temple. Right? Chao Ziming frowned and said, Brother Wei, what you said does not make sense. How could Changsheng go on a killing spree? Wei Tingbao pointed to the blood sea in the air. Can this wash away? Ziming, the blood sea will not lie. What blood sea? I didn't see it. Chao Ziming said seriously. I only saw the passion of junior brother Ji. Wei Tingbao. Other Danqing Pavilion disciples. Everyone looked at Chao Ziming in amazement. What's wrong with this kid? Could it be that senior brother Chao has been bewitched by the demons of the demon cult? Chao Ziming frowned slightly, and released his indestructible righteousness again. Then he pointed to the golden lotus slowly blooming above the blood sea. Brother Wei, fellow disciples, are you blind? You can only see junior brother Ji's passion, but can't see the golden lotus of merit above that passion? Wei Tingbao. No matter what, he can't be allowed to kill people in Guanyin Hall. Chao Ziming said calmly, when the country was prosperous, junior brother Ji planted golden lotus in the sea of blood, and his merits condensed into Yuanying. And he never killed innocent people. With the merits of the golden lotus above, junior brother Ji killed people, but he killed those who deserved to be killed. Senior brother Wei, fellow junior brothers, your reaction. Are you shielding the evil? Wei Tingbao was numbed by Chao Ziming's words. Ziming, I'm not saying that the evil can't be killed, but you can only kill them after a thorough investigation. Otherwise it will be a mess. Chao Ziming interrupted Wei Tingbao and said coldly, "Do you expect Guaning Hall to investigate itself? It's been more than a year since the incident of Hua Pingjin's nephew, and Guaning Hall hasn't given a result. How can we investigate? Senior Brother Wei, if Guaning Hall doesn't give the results of the investigation, can you enforce justice for the heavens?" Wei Tingbao had nothing to say. If you can't do it, don't delay Junior Brother Ji from doing it. You follow the rules with evil people, but evil people don't follow the rules with the people of Qi. Senior Brother Wei, fellow Junior Brothers, Junior Brother Ji once said something to me, and I will pass it on to you. In the dark times, not resisting means complicity. It is shameful that the disciples of Danqing Pavilion cannot take the initiative to enforce justice. If you stop others, won't your noble hearts hurt? Or do you just want to stay away from the old, weak, women and children of the Shi family? And your essential purpose is not to enforce justice at all? Many disciples of Danqing Pavilion lowered their heads in shame. The golden lotus of merit is above the sea of blood, and they are not really blind. Wei Tingbao really thinks that Ji Chengxing's wanton killing is not good, but many other disciples of Danqing Pavilion really don't want to deal with the old, weak, women and children of the Shi family. Brother Chao, the Shi family, old and young, just sit on the ground and cry. If we take action, they will want to die. What should we do? A female disciple of Danqing Pavilion was very helpless. We can't take action against the old, weak, women and children. Right? It's better for one family to cry than for all to cry. It's better for the Shi family to cry than for the people to cry. Chao Ziming glanced at the sea of blood and golden lotus in the air again, and felt the guidance of Brother Ji. He hesitated just now. It's true that it's not elegant to take action against these old, weak, women and children, but elegance is useless. Brother Ji is still decisive. I still need to continue learning. Destroying the Shi family can at least save the thousands of families in Qi state. And this is still a conservative estimate. Does he need to hesitate? Chao Ziming made up his mind and drew out his sword. Murderess, shut up. Call the head of the Shi family. If you resist, I will kill you. The disciples of Danqing Pavilion are bullying others. Swish. Chao Ziming swung his sword and sent the head of the shrew in front of him into the sky. Everyone was stunned, including the disciples of Danqing Pavilion, including the Shi family members, who were crying and shouting. But at the same time, Chao Ziming's righteousness became more and more solid. And there were even signs of breaking through the pill and becoming an infant. Call the head of the Shi family, and bring out the evidence of the Shi family's corruption and abuse of power. If you are still stubborn, I will use you to sacrifice my path to the Yuanying. He already felt that his breakthrough was imminent. It turned out that under the surging sword energy, chivalry and justice could be so hardy. He was really too euphemistic before. Chao Ziming's heart was filled with enlightenment, and the righteous energy above his head began to condense into a mini-nascent soul. Wei Tingbao looked at Chao Ziming's style, and then looked at Ji Chengxing, who was killing people in the Guaning Hall in the distance, and was a little dazed for a while. It seems that Chao Ziming is really going to break through. Ji Chengxing's aura is getting stronger and stronger. And the important thing is that the golden lotus of merit is also growing continuously. Could it be that they are right? Wei Tingbao began to reflect on whether he was too old and his thinking was too conservative to keep up with the development of the times. However, he took a look at other younger junior brothers and sisters and found that this should not be his problem. It was Ji Chengxing and Chao Ziming, who he cultivated, who were too avant-garde. They couldn't adapt at all. But they had to adapt even if they couldn't. In Danqing Pavilion, the righteous spirit can crush all doubts. As the true disciple of Danqing Pavilion, Wei Tingbao had no interest in Qi state. So he still had the courage to make this decision. All listened to Ziming's instructions. Wei Tingbao patted Chao Ziming on the shoulder and said seriously, "Ziming, you'd better really break the pill and become an infant. Otherwise, when you report back to the pavilion, the elders will ask you to pass the test of conscience." Among the major sects, Danqing Pavilion's requirements for the character of disciples are almost the same as Xuandu Temple, and the system is more rigorous. After all, there are not many disciples in Xuandu Temple, and human rule can basically manage it. Danqing Pavilion disciples are open to all kinds of people, and even multiple sects are allowed. So human rule is not enough, and legal rule is the main means. Danqing Pavilion disciples do not end after doing chivalrous deeds at the foot of the mountain. They have to report back to the pavilion. go through the test of conscience, and confirm that they have a clear conscience before they can receive the rewards of Danqing Pavilion. Du Zongxing rarely went down the mountain before, which was related to this. Chao Ziming knew that Wei Tingbao was concerned about him, but he was not worried. Brother Wei, I have always had a clear conscience and have never been seduced by anyone. So don't worry. Besides, I won't be back in the pavilion for a short time. After the Qi state affairs are over, I will return to Xuandu Temple to continue to be an exchange student. Wei Tingbao. This sudden wit of Chao Ziming made him wonder whether he should be relieved or have a headache. Let's talk about two things. Ji Changsheng was having a good time killing people. After being promoted to the God Transformation realm, Ji Changsheng found that he had an additional ability. He could see the bloody aura on the other party. Of course, if the other party's strength was much higher than his, or if he had practiced a special way of hiding, he should not be able to see it. However, none of the disciples in the Guanyin Hall had that strength. So in front of Ji Changsheng, they all had red smoke on their heads. Ji Changsheng didn't know if this was the special feature of the Tianma sect's skills, or if it was a new ability he had developed as the reincarnation of the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. So he asked Yu Lao Mo. Yu Lao Mo's answer disappointed Ji Changsheng. After the transformation of the spirit, the disciples of the Holy Church, who have the same level of cultivation in the blood way technique, basically have this ability. So when I saw you, Changsheng, I knew that you were destined to be a member of my Holy Church. Ji Changsheng. No wonder this cheap father didn't doubt me at all. In addition to the things he did, he was also fuming in front of Yu Lao Mo. For a demon head like him, who came out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Yu Lao Mo really found it hard to believe that he was an undercover sent by Xuandu Temple. Fortunately, only those who practiced the blood way technique and reached the level of transformation of the spirit could have this ability. Otherwise Ji Changsheng would have been exposed in Xuandu Temple before. Master, I suspect that Guanyin Temple and Wanyao country have also secretly come together with Huangquan sect. I will alienate the relationship between Guanyin Temple and Huangquan sect. Wanyao country may need master to solve it himself for the time being. The information provided by Ji Changsheng shocked Yu Lao Mo. Huangquan sect has made so many secret moves. He really didn't know about this. It should be correct. Master, please be careful. My wife will ascend in 2 days, to be exact. In a day and a half. It is difficult to maintain the invincible strength if 1 or 2 clones are left behind. After all, Yu Linglong is not a real Taiqing saint. Even if she is a real Taiqing saint, it is impossible for 3 incarnations to have the strength of the original saint for a long time. So Yu Lao Mo's status has become very important again. Ji Changsheng is now very concerned about Yu Lao Mo's safety. Feeling his son's concern for him, Yu Lao Mo felt warm in his heart. Although Changsheng, this child, kills people without recognizing his relatives, he still cares about me. I know what's going on. Changsheng, you should be careful in Qi. In Qi, it's the others who need to be careful. Master, I'm in the Qijing branch of Guanyin Temple now. I'm going to turn all 480 Guanyin temples and Qi into branches of our holy religion. No more talking. I'm going to kill people. Headquarters of the heavenly demon religion. Yu Lao Mo's legs softened and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Brother, what's wrong? Yu Lao Mo murmured. Changsheng picked all 480 branches of Guanyin Temple and Qi. Puff. Yu Jidao's legs also softened instantly. Changsheng, this kid, why can't he control his killing intent? Yu Jidao took a breath of cold air. Brother, the Guanyin Temple enshrines a real bodhisattva. If Changsheng really kills too much, Guanyin bodhisattva won't show up. Right? At this point, Yu Jidao's face turned pale. Although in theory the backing of the heavenly demon sect is stronger than that of the Guanyin Temple, the strength of the Styx Patriarch is still above that of the Guanyin bodhisattva. However, the heavenly demon sect and the Styx Patriarch are not that close. Especially since Ji Changsheng is now clearly going to betray the Styx Patriarch. The Styx Patriarch will not respond to the heavenly demon sect. But the Guanyin Temple is the direct lineage of the Guanyin Bodhisattva. It has shown its spirit before. When the enemy wants to destroy a sect where gods and Buddhas have shown their holiness, they have to consider whether they can withstand the subsequent revenge of gods and Buddhas. As strong as Yu Lao Mo is, he doesn't take killing dozens of Guanyin Temple disciples seriously on weekdays. And even killing the fertility Guanyin, Yu Lao Mo would not think it is a big problem. But he picked all 480 branch temples of the Guanyin Temple. Isn't this a bit too much of a disregard for Guanyin Bodhisattva? Yu Laomo was also a little panicked. But he tried to maintain his dignity. Changsheng should still know what's going on, and won't go too far. Yu Laomo actually didn't believe his own lies. But he had to convince himself, although Changsheng has always acted recklessly. He must know his limits. Yu Jito hesitated to speak. In the end, he could only sigh to the sky. Now Qi has banned cultivators above the level of transformation from entering. Even if they have many objections to Ji Chongqing's actions, they can only protest in their hearts. In Qi, Ji Chongqing definitely has the final say. So Yu Jito silently prayed to the sky. Guanyin Bodhisattva is so merciful. Don't treat the lower world cultivators as equals. Ji Chongqing didn't know that he had scared Yu Laomo and his brother. But he knew that he had scared the disciples of Guanyin Hall. Ji Chongqing? Demon from the heavenly demon sect? How dare you start a massacre in Guanyin Hall, and bully me that there is no one in Guanyin Hall? Ji Chongqing smiled. The magic knife was crisscrossed. The sea of blood was up and down. The white bone Taoist palace covered the entire Guanyin Hall. And the umbrella of the people was shining more and more. Where are the people in Guanyin Hall? They are all beasts worse than pigs and dogs. He looked around, and the heads of the disciples of Guanyin Hall were all red. It means that none of them are good. It's normal. In the Devil's Cave of the Branch Hall in Qijing City, those disciples of Guanyin Hall, with justice in their hearts, would have been killed long ago. The Shi family and the Dog Emperor of Qi have been secretly colluding for so many years, and have long made the power of Guanyin Hall and Qi into an iron barrel. Those who are left must be their own people. Ji Chongqing certainly believes that not all people in Guanyin Hall are bad. Unfortunately, in a place like Qi, the kind-hearted Guanyin Temple disciples would definitely not be able to defeat these demons. Those who could not go along with them would be killed by the demons. Therefore, he killed people in Guanyin Temple to comfort the souls of those truly kind-hearted Guanyin Temple disciples. Demons, die. The demons are powerful. Sisters, don't hold back. There is no need to follow any rules to deal with the demons of the demon sect. Let's go together. No. The demons are too powerful. Go and ask for help. Ask for Hua Zhenchuan. Puff. Ji Chongqing is not a person who likes to laugh. Unless he can't help it. Asking for Hua Zhenchuan still made him laugh. Hua Zhenchuan is now in Lan Jujuan's Baihun banner. It is difficult for them to invite him. The Guanyin Temple disciples also discovered this soon. Because the entire Guanyin Temple has been surrounded by Ji Chongqing. You are allowed to enter but not leave. I can't leave. Fight with Ji Chongqing. Ji Chongqing. If you dare to attack our Guanyin Temple, you will be the enemy of the entire Qi state. Ji Chongqing sighed. I am really scared. Ji Chongqing. Don't think you have one. Qi state is the territory of our Guanyin Temple. Sisters, send a message to the believers. Ji Chongqing. If you have the ability, kill all the people of Qi state. Ji Chongqing really didn't have the ability to kill all the people of Qi state. He only had the ability to kill all the demons in Guanyin Temple. After all the demons were killed, Ji Chongqing saw their backup plan. Outside the gate of Guanyin Temple, the densely packed believers of Guanyin Temple were looking at the passionate Ji Shannon with bloodshot eyes. Demon, how dare you disrespect the Bodhisattva? In the holy land of Guanyin Temple, the demon is killing people. Aren't you afraid that the Bodhisattva will show up and kill the demons? Demon, don't leave unless you step over our corpses. Thousands of believers are still increasing, blocking Ji Chongqing's way. This is of course impossible. Ji Chongqing can leave at any time if he wants to. However, looking at this group of crazy believers who all glared at him with red eyes, Ji Chongqing fell silent. Having faith is a good thing. But if you become a fanatic, you can't communicate with words. Ji Chongqing acted quickly, and his strength in the God transformation realm completely crushed the small shrimps of the Qi Kingdom Branch Hall. So after Ji Chongqing finished killing people, Luo Qingling had just collected the medicinal materials. Then she found that Ji Chongqing had been surrounded by the believers of Guanyin Temple. And she was anxious instantly. Don't get me wrong. The young master is slaying demons. Come in and see. The Guanyin Temple has long been corrupted. They are forcing the people to irrigate the Guanyin tears with their tears. Luo Qingling's explanation was angrily refuted by the believers. Nonsense. I didn't expect that, Luo Qingling. You are also a demon from the demon cult. When did the female bodhisattvas of the Guanyin Temple force us? We are all voluntary. It is our honor to contribute to the Guanyin Temple. This is all the blessing given to us by the Bodhisattva. The female bodhisattvas were all killed. Demon. Kill us all. Luo Qingling. As a normal person, she had never seen such a scene before, and could only look at Ji Changsheng helplessly. Ji Changsheng did not let her down. He first chose to talk to his first wife. Wife, you said that as long as you are in this world, you are invincible. Right? Yes. If Guanyin Bodhisattva appears, can you handle it? Yu Linglong was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? I slaughtered the branch of Guanyin Temple in Qijing City. Things are a bit serious. I am going to escalate the situation later. It is possible that the Bodhisattva will really come to the lower world. Wife, can you protect me? Yu Linglong didn't know how Yu Laoimo felt just now. She also had cold sweat on her forehead. Ji Changsheng, don't be impulsive. No. I am saving people and testing the position and camp of Guanyin Bodhisattva. In this world where gods and Buddhas can appear at any time, it is not a problem to make a big deal. But it is a big problem to be a god or Buddha. But Ji Changsheng is ready to try. The premise is that his wife can be protected. Yu Linglong did not disappoint him as always. Must we do it? Ji Changsheng looked at the increasing number of fanatics in front of him and said in a deep voice, if we don't do this, more people may die. Then do it. Yu Linglong gritted her teeth and said, if the Bodhisattva really comes to the lower world, I will take care of it for you. Can you take care of it? Not sure. Yu Linglong really didn't know for sure. If an ordinary immortal came to the lower world, she would be sure to kill one. But Guanyin Bodhisattva is not an ordinary immortal. This is a half-step Dalyu existence. No matter how confident Yu Linglong is, she is not so arrogant as to think that she can be the opponent of Guanyin Bodhisattva. But she took a look at the tiny whisk in her hand and decided to give it a try. Just do it. At least your life will be safe. Then I'll do it. Ji Changsheng is not a hesitant person, and he judged that there is a 99% chance that he would not bring danger to Yu Linglong if he did so. Shut up. With one sentence, Ji Changsheng suppressed the noise of all the fanatics. You don't believe Luo Qingling's words, but you will believe Guanyin Bodhisattva's words. Right? What do you mean? Ji Changsheng waved his hand. The next moment, under the gaze of everyone, the Guanyin Buddha statue in the Guanyin Hall opened its eyes. The eyes were full of compassion. Then the Buddha's light was shining from the Guanyin Buddha statue. A Guanyin Bodhisattva with a dragon bun on her head, wearing a white silk robe, with eyebrows like a small moon, eyes like 2 stars, a happy face, and a little red on her lips, holding a pure bottle of nectar and weeping willows, solving the 8 difficulties, saving all living beings, saving suffering and seeking voices, responding to all calls, and having boundless magic power. Walked out. She quickly rose to the middle of the air, and the Buddha's light enveloped all the believers, eliminating all the resentment of the fanatics. Thousands of believers, including believers from the entire Qijing city, knelt on the ground devoutly at this moment. Many people were in tears. The Bodhisattva has appeared. The Bodhisattva has finally appeared. I said that the Bodhisattva can hear our prayers. Bodhisattva, there are demons who want to destroy your temple and kill your messengers. Please kill the demons and eliminate the demons. In the air, Guanyin Bodhisattva finally spoke. The real demon has been killed by the real messenger. The believers were collectively stunned. The Bodhisattva waved his hand, and all the sins of Guanyin Temple in the past appeared in the air, and were seen by all believers. Ji Changsheng and Luo Qingling released these evidences, and the believers would not believe it. But their belief in Guanyin Bodhisattva released these evidences, and they would believe it immediately. After all, Guanyin Bodhisattva is their true belief, not Guanyin Temple. The compassionate voice of Guanyin Bodhisattva spread throughout the whole Qi state, making everyone feel the compassion of the Bodhisattva. The Qi state branch of Guanyin Temple has gone against the grain, lost its morals, lost its ideals and beliefs, and hurt the people of Qi state. Ji Changsheng, a disciple of the Holy Church, is full of passion and chivalry. He was entrusted by me to subdue the 4 demons. Luo Qingling, the divine doctor of Qi state, has a kind heart and treats diseases and saves lives. He has developed the Queen's tears to benefit the people. From now on, people should open their eyes and not be deceived by hypocritical people. If there is injustice, you can seek help from the messenger Ji Changsheng. The believers were completely confused. Bodhisattva, are you going to abandon Guanyin Temple? Guanyin Bodhisattva showed his realm. It is not me who abandons Guanyin Temple, but Guanyin Temple that abandons me. In this case, It is better for one family to cry than for all to cry. And it is better for Guanyin to cry than for the people to cry. With good thoughts in mind. Guanyin is everywhere. And there is no need to be rigid. As soon as the words fell, Guanyin shed tears, and the sky rained. Countless Qi people knelt down again sincerely, and were completely conquered by the realm of the Bodhisattva. In midair, Ji Changsheng also looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, Sihong, I have helped you to become famous. If you repay me with evil, then I will be very disappointed. Chapter 162, Is he really the great emperor of the South Pole? Who is our enemy? Who is our friend? This question is the first question to do great things. Many people want to do great things and reform the atmosphere. But in the end, they have little effect. The basic reason is that they cannot unite real friends to attack real enemies. Before Ji Changsheng took action, he had carefully considered this issue. First of all, the Guanyin Temple of Qi must be his enemy. This matter has been hammered, and there is no room for easing. After confirming this matter, Ji Changsheng has been admonishing himself. The Qi Branch Temple is the Qi Branch Temple. It must be separated from the main temple of the Guanyin Temple. And it must be separated from the Guanyin Bodhisattva. All his actions are aimed at the Qi Branch Temple of the Guanyin Temple. Never expand the scope of attack at will. Based on this fact, he dared to act brazenly. Before the Guanyin Temple and Guanyin Bodhisattva take the initiative to release malice towards him. The main temple of the Guanyin Temple and Guanyin Bodhisattva must be regarded as friends for the time being. Especially Guanyin Bodhisattva. The position of Guanyin Hall is actually nothing to Ji Changsheng. He owns Xuandu Temple and Tianma sect. If he really wants to destroy Guanyin Hall, Ji Changsheng can do it. But Guanyin Bodhisattva cannot destroy it. So he must make friends with Guanyin Bodhisattva as much as possible. Therefore, he killed the disciples of Guanyin Hall. Not to offend Guanyin Bodhisattva. Instead, he cleaned up the door according to the order of Guanyin Bodhisattva, which was to show goodwill to Guanyin Bodhisattva. If Guanyin Bodhisattva does not pay attention to what happens in this world, that's good. He can handle it himself. If Guanyin Bodhisattva pays attention now, then he will definitely see that Ji Changsheng is making a name for him. We can see Ji Changsheng's respect for Guanyin Bodhisattva. We can also see that Guanyin Bodhisattva's followers in Qi are growing stronger and stronger. If Guanyin Bodhisattva feels that Ji Changsheng is disrespectful to him, then it means that Guanyin Bodhisattva has also been possessed by the devil. Based on the principle of sincerity for sincerity, Ji Changsheng took the lead in releasing his kindness and sincerity to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Next, it depends on whether the Bodhisattva responds. Ji Changsheng hopes not to respond, because Guanyin Bodhisattva's non-response is the best response to what he has done. While Ji Changsheng is waiting for Guanyin Bodhisattva to respond, people with good intentions all over the world are also tingling. Xuandu Temple. The master of the temple almost knelt down to Ji Changsheng. What happened in Qi can be a secret, but it can also be live broadcast. It all depends on whether the big guys above want to pay attention. Ji Changsheng sent a message to Yu Linglong, and Yu Linglong must pay attention. Then, the master of the temple was almost scared to death. Sister, this Bodhisattva is Changsheng. Right? Yu Linglong's forehead was sweating. Of course it's him. The master cried, what is Changsheng going to do? Is he going to die? Before, the master didn't dare to leave Ji Changsheng on the mountain, because he felt that if Ji Changsheng continued to stay, Xuandu Temple would be in danger. Facts have proved that the master has foresight. But the master still underestimated Ji Changsheng. Even if Ji Changsheng went down the mountain, he was still the troublemaking boy. Without any change, Yu Linglong wiped the sweat from her forehead again. This guy is really too troublesome. Yu Linglong hasn't felt this kind of uneasiness of not being able to control the situation for at least 100 years. Yu Linglong was also very angry about this. However, she couldn't vent her anger on Ji Changsheng now. So she picked up the sound transmission talisman and contacted Yu Lao Imo directly. The last time Yu Lao Imo and Li Huanyan visited her together, she left Yu Lao Mo's contact information. Yu Linglong thought, I can't bully your chief son. But can I bully you? You be high? You be high. Take care of your disciples. If he wants to die, don't drag us with him. Yu Linglong's voice was full of murderous intent. Tianma cult? Yu Lao Mo heard Yu Linglong's rebuke. He also knew why Yu Linglong rebuked. However, he didn't want to pay attention to Yu Linglong. He had just told Yu Jidao that Changsheng was still sensible in doing things. And then Ji Changsheng made a Guanyin Bodhisattva appear. Yu Lao Mo's performance was not much better than the master of the temple. Li Huanyan hurried over, and saw a trembling Yu Lao Mo who was lost and trembling all over. Even his eyes were a little scattered. Li Huanyan rarely felt sympathy for Yu Lao Mo. It seemed that her cheap husband was played badly by Ji Changsheng. It was rare to see such a thing. Master, Ji Changsheng's cultivation talent is unparalleled. If Xuandu Temple was willing to protect him, it could have protected him. Linglong has confirmed this. But Linglong didn't protect him. And Mu Xian didn't protect him either. Do you know the reason now? Li Huanyan sighed. They think Ji Changsheng is too troublesome. When Yu Linglong ascended, Mu Xian thought he couldn't protect him. Master, do you understand Mu Xian now? Yu Lao Mo couldn't refute it. Question Mu Xian. Understand Mu Xian. Become Mu Xian. Surpass Mu Xian. If Ji Changsheng wasn't his biological son, he would have wanted to cut off his relationship with Ji Changsheng immediately. Ji Changsheng had just become a god, and he dared to transform into Guanyin Bodhisattva in public. This is a fatal thing. If it were someone else, even if their illusion technique was better than Ji Changsheng's, they would not dare to do this. There is a god above us. And Yu Lao Mo really didn't understand how Changsheng dared to do this. Li Huanyan deliberately said, Master, let's expel Ji Changsheng from the sect. The Holy Church can't stand his tossing. Yu Lao Mo gritted his teeth. And his love for his child prevailed. Let's see first. Li Huanyan's voice was a little smiling. Master, you are letting him bring danger to the Holy Church. Ji Changsheng is not your son. Right? Otherwise, how could you be so partial and pervert the law? Shut up, Li Huanyan. If you say another word, I will kill you. Yu Lao Mo is also panicking now. It's like Yu Linglong doesn't dare to provoke Ji Changsheng now, and only dares to vent her anger at him. Yu Lao Mo didn't dare to provoke Ji Changsheng now, let alone refute Yu Linglong. He could only turn all his anxiety into anger, and pour it on the head of the Holy Lady of Hehuan. In response, the Holy Lady of Hehuan was dismissive. Master, you'd better pray that the Bodhisattva will not react. Otherwise you will not be able to sit firmly on the position of master. No, Changsheng dares to do this. He must have the confidence. Yu Lao Mo didn't know what confidence Ji Changsheng had, but he pued himself, forcing himself to believe that Changsheng had the confidence. Otherwise he wanted to cry. Maybe Changsheng is really the reincarnation of the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor, as he said. Puff. Puff ha ha ha. The Holy Lady of Hehuan smiled, and returned to her own soul-breaking palace. She felt that Ji Changsheng was really interesting. He didn't even need to plot against Yu Lao Mo. He could scare him half to death, just by scaring him. In this regard, Hehuan Saint felt inferior. She had been fighting against Yu Lao Mo for nearly 100 years. But she had not achieved such a glorious record. She should learn more from Ji Changsheng. But thinking about the things Ji Changsheng had done, Hehuan Saint shuddered. Forget it. This kind of high-end operation. Even if the answer was placed in front of her, she didn't dare to copy it. I hope this little guy really got the inheritance of the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. According to rumors, Taoist Sihong was a subordinate of the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor during the conferred God tribulation. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the little guy to end this time. Hehuan Saint whispered. Although the secrets of heaven are already in chaos, this is not a reason for the people below to touch the gods and Buddhas at will. It's okay to talk occasionally in private. Ji Changsheng is obviously riding on his face, especially tampering with the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva. This level of touching porcelain. The gods and Buddhas must be sensitive. Those who care about Ji Changsheng are waiting for the attitude of the Bodhisattva. Whether it is people who care about Ji Changsheng or people who hope that Ji Changsheng will live or die, they are all waiting for possible changes. 3 minutes passed. The sky was clear, and the air was fresh. The Buddha's light dissipated. Only Ji Changsheng, the messenger of Guanyin Bodhisattva, was still bathed in the Buddha's light, with a kind smile and a righteous spirit, which made people feel close to him. The whole world was silent at this moment. Wei Tingbao looked at Chao Ziming in shock. Was it really the Bodhisattva just now? Chao Ziming. He was a little uncertain. On the other side, Sheng Jiayan wanted to run to her master and kiss her master's toes. The master turned out to be the messenger of Guanyin Bodhisattva in the world. This is really a great joy. The disciples of Tianma sect fell into a trance. How could their young master become the messenger of Guanyin Bodhisattva? Yu Lao Mo was puzzled by this. Bodhisattva has such a big heart? Yu Lao Mo looked up at the sky, unable to judge what was going on. After all, he had never seen Guanyin Bodhisattva. Maybe Guanyin Bodhisattva is really so generous. And it is not impossible. Xuandu Temple. The master and Yu Linglong looked at each other. The master of the temple couldn't help but raise that thought again. Could Changsheng really be the great emperor of Changsheng in the South Pole? Yu Linglong. Impossible. Why is it impossible? Mom, your vision is still too small. Li Changshi came out of retreat and happened to see this scene. Changsheng is the reincarnation of the southern Changsheng emperor. And Sihong is just the younger brother of the southern Changsheng emperor. As the elder brother, he has given him a way out. So of course he has to do it. Li Changshi thought it was natural. She has never doubted her junior brother. What is there to analyze? Li Changshi quickly saw through everything. Changsheng is giving Sihong a chance to stand on the side. Now Sihong doesn't stand on the side of Changsheng. After the junior brother ascends, he will settle accounts with him. How could he dare to attack the junior brother? The master of the temple, Yu Linglong. They really can't empathize with the thoughts of mentally ill people. Yu Linglong was speechless. Changshi. Even if Ji Changsheng is really the reincarnation of the southern pole Changsheng emperor, he is only a reincarnation, and his strength is far inferior to the current Guanyin Bodhisattva. It's only temporary. Just like me. Our reincarnation bodies can recover to their peak at any time. Li Changshi didn't care, Mom. You are good at everything. But you don't understand the horror of Daluo. My junior brother and I are both in the Daluo realm. And we have already secretly arranged countless backup plans. No matter how strong Sihong is, he has not yet achieved Daluo. So my junior brother will always be his elder brother. Yu Linglong gave up communicating with Li Changshi. Forget it. As long as you are happy. Ji Changsheng didn't cause a big accident. Which is one less thing for me to worry about. The Bodhisattva didn't express her opinion. But she already expressed her opinion. Then she didn't have to completely destroy the Guanyin temple before ascending. Ji Changsheng's test this time was still valuable. Changshi. Why did you come out of retreat? I have made a breakthrough in my realm. So I came out to brush up my merits. I have a hunch that my junior brother will ascend soon. And I can't be left behind by him. Ji Changsheng's rapidly rising realm brought great pressure to Li Changshi. Mom, has there been any unusual movement in the Wanyao kingdom recently? How do you know? I am the Taiyin Star Lord. And I control the Supreme Divine Object Emperor Lu Jiang for the evolution of the demon race. But when I was in seclusion today, I felt that my power was stolen. A thief stole my power and found another way for the demon race to evolve. Yu Linglong was a little confused. Can you sense this? The master of the temple watched coldly and suddenly said, Changshi. Did Changsheng send you a message? Li Changshi's face flushed and she became angry. Before my junior brother sent me a message. I felt it. The master of the temple nodded. Sure enough. Changsheng sent you a message. He would rather believe that Ji Changsheng is the southern emperor Changsheng than that Li Changshi is the Taiyin Star Lord. Because he thinks Ji Changsheng is just a little bit bolder. Li Changshi is obviously mentally abnormal. Changshi. Let me remind you that there have indeed been unusual movements in the kingdom of 10,000 demons recently. But according to Changsheng's speculation, there is very likely a demon fairy hiding in the kingdom of 10,000 demons. If you cause trouble for the kingdom of 10,000 demons, you may end up in trouble. The temple master reminded. Li Changshi smiled proudly. Except for the Jingwu royal family. All monsters must bow before me. The master. It's hard to judge. The Taiyin Star Lord does have a status second only to the 4 emperors in the monster clan. After all, he is responsible for the evolution of all monsters. For the monster clan, the Taiyin Star Lord is very transcendent, and is almost at the same level as Kuenping Monster Master. But as for Li Changshi, the master can only pray that she is mentally normal. The master's prayer did not work. Mom, I'm going to the 10,000 Monsters Kingdom to play. Can you give me your token? Yu Linglong. The Taiyin Star Lord also needs a token from a little cultivator? Li Changshi said seriously. This is for me to commemorate my mother. Not to use it to bully others. Yu Linglong rubbed her temples. It feels that Changshi has become more abnormal after Ji Changsheng appeared. The jade sword is with Ji Changsheng. I'll write you a visiting card. Mom, you're so nice. Does Taiyin Xingjuan have a mother? When in Rome, follow the local customs. I'm a reincarnated body now. So there's no conflict. Hongwang Immortal Realm. South China Sea. Hui and Xingzhe followed Guanyin Bodhisattva, and saw that the Bodhisattva was using great magic power to open a mountain gate here. He was very anxious, Bodhisattva. Think twice. This place is far away from the west, and is definitely not a good place. If you build a mountain gate here, it will be inconvenient to travel with Ling Shan. And the saints will also think too much. In your opinion, where should the mountain gate be built? Huyan Xingzhe bowed and said, nowadays in the prehistoric fairyland. The west belongs to Buddha, and the east belongs to saints. If the Bodhisattva wants to build a mountain gate, he can only choose one of the two directions, east and west. Yes, in the prehistoric fairyland today, the west belongs to Buddha, and the east belongs to saints. Only the south has lost its former overlord. Guanyin Bodhisattva's eyes flashed with a trace of memory, the south that he guarded. I will protect in the future. From now on, I am the Guanyin of the South Pole and the South Sea. Chapter 163. I'm standing right in front of you, but you don't see me the same as before. Nanji, Guanyin of the South Sea. Huyan Xingzhe obviously got the point. Bodhisattva, Nanji Changsheng Great Emperor, has fallen. Huyan Xingzhe carefully reminded, and the one who did it must be stronger than Nanji Changsheng Great Emperor. You put Nanji before the Dao name, and you will definitely be considered as an accomplice of Nanji Changsheng Great Emperor. Guanyin Bodhisattva said calmly, I have always been. Huyan Xingzhe. Damn it. The prehistoric fairy world is now in turmoil again. And it feels like the beginning of a catastrophe. Every catastrophe must have a Daoyuo who can prove the Dao. And it is also accompanied by the fall of Daoyuo. The fall of Nanji Changsheng Great Emperor has opened the prelude to this catastrophe. And Guanyin Bodhisattva is recognized as one of the most promising candidates for promotion to Daoyuo, and is at the top of the list. Now all parties are actually trying to win over Guanyin Bodhisattva. But the Bodhisattva has sided with a dead person. This will inevitably make it difficult for all parties to judge. Only the living can give various benefits. Standing on the side of the dead can only face suppression from many parties. Huyan Xingzhe could only helplessly say, Bodhisattva, you have chosen the most difficult path. I am just following his path. It was so in the past, and it will be so in the future. Guanyin Bodhisattva raised his head. His tone gentle but firm. The temple is here. He is in the sky. I am below. It has been like this since ancient times. And it is still like this. Huyan Xingzhe suddenly realized that directly above this place, in the 33 heavens, was the Tiandi Palace of the Southern Emperor Changsheng. And Guanyin Bodhisattva set up his own temple directly below the Tiandi Palace. Guanyin Bodhisattva did not sit on the fence. His position will spread far and wide from now on. And it will be difficult to change. The temple cannot be changed easily. Especially when Guanyin Bodhisattva has changed his temple once. A slave of 3 surnames will be despised by all the holy immortals and Buddhas. So, this is the final choice of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Even though Huyan Xingzhe has been following the Bodhisattva since the conferred God's tribulation, he is still shocked by the Bodhisattva's infatuation. Bodhisattva, after the conferred God's tribulation, the heavenly king has already hated you. If you set up a temple here, the 2 saints of the Western Church will definitely be dissatisfied with you. The Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor is no longer here. And from now on, you will have to fight alone. Huyan Xingzhe tried to remind him. The heavenly king not only evil me, but also wanted to kill me during the conferred God tribulation. The Bodhisattva calmly revealed a secret. The few of us who worship the Western religion were all saved from the heavenly king by Nanji. They may have forgotten this, but I have never forgotten it. Huyan Xingzhe. Bodhisattva. The Western religion offers the position of Tathagata, and they promise that you and Duobao will be on an equal footing. The heavenly king is high above, overlooking the prehistoric world. It has always been Nanji who has led me in cultivation, helped me escape the tribulation, and guided me forward. Whether he is here or not, I have to tell him one thing. I will always be his. I will protect the family business he left behind for him. The Bodhisattva obviously did not know Mu Xian. Otherwise, he and Mu Xian must have a lot of resonance. The Bodhisattva's heart suddenly moved, and a red dot on his forehead shone brightly. The next moment, a soul left his forehead and quickly went to the lower world. Qijing City. Guanyin Temple. The Guanyin statue really opened its eyes. In the whole world, only Ji Changsheng himself saw this scene. With Ji Laomo's Tao heart, his legs couldn't help but start to weaken at this moment. Wife, where are you? Xuandu Temple. His wife hasn't reacted yet. Obviously, the Bodhisattva's means are still far superior to the current Yuling Long. Ji Changsheng looked at the Guanyin statue with his eyes open. Before he could regain his composure, He saw that Guanin's eyes were full of tears. The real Guanin shed tears. You are not him. Ji Changsheng heard this sentence in his ears, and his heart stopped for a moment, but quickly stabilized. The Bodhisattva may be good, but the Bodhisattva may also be wrong. Obviously, Guanin Bodhisattva is saying that he is not the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. In this regard, Ji Changsheng can only say that Guanin Bodhisattva is still too weak to see through his Daluo's hand, and can't recognize that he is the elder brother who instructed him back then. You have his sin on you. Come here. Let me smell it. Ji Changsheng. He glanced around. No one looked strange. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the Bodhisattva's appearance. Ji Changsheng was prepared for the dare to touch Guanin Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva's appearance is not a problem, as long as the Bodhisattva does not cause trouble for him. So with the mentality of a big brother taking care of the younger brother, Ji Changsheng decisively came to the Guanin statue. Let the Guanin statue reach out and touch his face. He could clearly see that although the Guanin statue was looking at himself, it was recalling other people. Alas, my little brother was insane. I was clearly standing in front of him, but he looked at me differently from before. Ji Changsheng sighed inwardly and regained his composure. It seems that the younger brother is still loyal to him. Otherwise he should have died. In this case, don't panic. There is his inheritance. The voice of the Bodhisattva sounded again. Meeting his fate. Since you are his descendant, I will cover for you. The Bodhisattva just dropped 2 tears, one of which was touched by the Bodhisattva on his head. Ji Changsheng quickly felt his whole body clear, and it seemed that the cause and effect were reduced a lot. My brother offended many powerful people in the past, and even had conflicts with the teacher. You should not use his name easily. Otherwise it will be a disaster rather than a blessing. From now on, unless you reveal yourself, no one below Daluo can see through your details. If I am lucky enough to be promoted to Daluo, then ordinary quasi-saints will not be able to see through your background. The Bodhisattva is now the top existence below Daluo, so he can prevent all prying below Daluo. After he is promoted to Daluo, he can prevent all prying below the saint. Ji Changsheng's heart moved, and he looked at Guanin Bodhisattva, and a thought subconsciously came to his mind. Is this to help me settle down, or to cut off the cause and effect between myself and the Southern Pole Changsheng Great Emperor? After thinking about it, Ji Changsheng still felt that human nature is good, and he should have more trust in human nature. He himself is a good person, and good people always have good luck. I believe that Bodhisattva should also be a good person. The most important thing is, the Southern Pole Changsheng Great Emperor must have a great cause and effect and a powerful opponent. Otherwise, as the eldest son of Yuan Shi Tianwang and one of the 6 emperors of the heaven, he could actually fall. The depth of the water behind this is simply terrifying. The remaining drop of Guanin's tears is a gift to you. Under the Daluo, no matter how serious your injury is, I can save your life. Since you are my brother's successor, I can't be too stingy. Ji Changsheng finally couldn't help it. Brother? It's okay to call me brother. Brother. Well, with the special status of the eldest son of the Southern Changsheng Great Emperor Yuan Shi Tianwang, there is no problem. The 12 golden immortals under Yuan Shi Tianwang are all younger brothers in front of the Southern Changsheng Great Emperor. You will know the relationship between my brother and me after you ascend to the prehistoric fairyland. The Tiandi Palace left by my brother has been closed, and the Thunder Department is leaderless. Many people are waiting for who will take over, but I think Hao Tian means to directly cut off my brother's position. After you ascend, if you have nowhere to go, you can come to the South China Sea to find me. Avalokitesvara touched Ji Changsheng's head again. Ji Changsheng's heart moved. Cut off the establishment of the Southern Changsheng Great Emperor. Hao Tian is trying to kill himself, and he dares to take back the establishment of this Tiandi. I can't stand it. My brother's death is related to this. Hao Tian once hinted that the heavenly court does not need 6 emperors, and 4 emperors are enough. Not only my brother, but another emperor of heaven has also had problems. Well, it's useless to tell you this now. You have inherited my brother's legacy, so be careful and don't be careless. In addition, the thunder crystal you got can also be refined. It contains part of my brother's authority as the thunder god, which will be of great use to you after you ascend. Ji Changsheng blinked. Thunder crystal? If nothing unexpected happens, it is the thing he got from the zombie illusion world. He really didn't dare to refine it, for fear of any hidden dangers. But Ji Changsheng didn't forget it. He was thinking about going back to the zombie world one day to see their research and development data and the progress of their exploration of superpowers, and then refining it safely. But judging from what Guanyin Bodhisattva said, there should be no danger. Ji Changsheng thought that there was no need for him to lie to him. After all, he couldn't see through that he was the Southern Emperor of Longevity. So if he wanted to harm him, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Ji Changsheng decisively said, Bodhisattva, there are demons in this world who are planning to resurrect Kunping. Please help to eliminate the demons. He was not sure whether it was true or not, but he filed a complaint first. If it was true, wouldn't it be a profit? Even if it was false, it didn't matter. It's my duty to help my brother check things. But this time, I didn't obey him so much. Kunping has fallen. It was done by Master Xuandu himself. And my brother also helped. If the master took action personally, Kunping could not be resurrected. There was a powerful person who wanted to get the inheritance of the demon master. And I couldn't do it. That was the work of the Western Church, plus the remnants of the demon clan. Ji Changsheng decisively locked the real culprit. Thinking about my current identity, it is indeed not suitable for him to betray the Western Church. I have already betrayed the Chan sect once. If I betray the Western sect again, I will be a traitor. As a big brother, I can't order my little brothers around like this. Otherwise the morale will be scattered, and it will be difficult to lead the team. So Ji Changsheng said with a big heart, in this case, I will take action myself to thwart their conspiracy. The Bodhisattva stroked his cheek again. Be careful and live well. There are not many marks left by my brother. After a while, everything returned to normal. The believers were still worshipping Ji Changsheng. Even Sheng Jiayan and the disciples of Guanyin Temple took the initiative to kneel at his feet. Meet the envoy. Sheng Jiayan took the initiative to express her submission. Ji Changsheng. It should be said that among the slaves he accepted, Sheng Jiayan was the most proactive one. In terms of ambition, she was also the strongest one. People with energy deserve encouragement. Ji Changsheng glanced at the other disciples sent by the Guanyin Temple, and could see the struggle in their expressions. Obviously, it was still a challenge for them to accept that Ji Changsheng, a young master of the Tianma sect, suddenly became a messenger of Guanyin Bodhisattva in the mortal world in a short period of time. Ji Changsheng understood this. So he imitated the way Guanyin Bodhisattva touched his head, and touched Sheng Jiayan's head lovingly. Then he began his own performance. As the Bodhisattva said, the Qi branch of Guanyin Temple has gone against the grain, lost its morals, lost its ideals and beliefs, and hurt the people of Qi. The evidence is solid and irrefutable. The main hall of Guanyin Temple is responsible for negligence, and even many people in the main hall may have colluded with it. However, it is not too late to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost. It is urgent to rectify the Qi branch of Guanyin Temple. Sheng Jiayan, although you and I have a grudge for killing our father, I, Ji Changsheng, do not avoid relatives or enemies. In Sheng State, you once killed your relatives for the sake of justice. In Qi State, you may be responsible for rectifying the Qi branch of Guanyin Temple? Sheng Jiayan's body was shaking with excitement, but she controlled her voice. Don't worry, envoy. Jiayan will do her best to rectify the branch of Guanyin Temple in Qi and give an explanation to the people of Qi. After a pause, Sheng Jiayan took the initiative to say, the envoy and I have a grudge against each other for killing our fathers. But you still recommended Jiayan to take charge of this matter, which really makes Jiayan ashamed. In order to make up for the harm done to the people of Qi by the Qi branch of Guanyin Temple, Jiayan, on behalf of the main Guanyin Temple, is willing to donate all the property of the Qi branch of Guanyin Temple to the construction of Tianxing Medical Clinic. Ji Changsheng waved his hand and said in an unquestionable tone, you can donate all the property of the Qi branch of the Guanyin Temple, but it is not used for the construction of the Tianxing Medical Clinic, but for compensating the people of Qi. In the past few years, the Qi branch of the Guanyin Temple has caused great and far-reaching harm to the people of Qi, and there must be a compensation system. I will personally supervise this matter. Sheng Jiayan, you will also join the compensation team, and other disciples of the Guanyin Temple will also supervise at any time. This envoy has only one goal: to make all the injured people in Qi get compensation, including the people of Qi, believers, and disciples sent by the main hall of the Guanyin Temple. Everyone is convinced. The envoy is wise. Everyone stand up. The Bodhisattva just said that as long as you have good thoughts, Guanyin is everywhere. With the guidance of the Bodhisattva, I hope everyone can put the people of Qi first, so that Qi can live in peace and happiness. And the country will be peaceful, and the people will be safe. The Bodhisattva is compassionate, and the envoy saves the suffering. Everyone stood up. At this moment, a woman in white suddenly stepped out of the crowd and knelt in front of Ji Changsheng. Emissary, the Shi family is extremely evil. Shi Yao has failed the Guanyin Temple and the people of Qi. Shi Yao deserves death. Shi Yao? Shi Guanyin? Young Master Yao? It's really young Master Yao. The people of Qi and the disciples of the Guanyin Temple all looked at the woman in white kneeling in front of Ji Changsheng in shock. This is Shi Yao, the first goddess of Qi. Luo Qingling can only be ranked second in front of Shi Yao. It is no exaggeration to say that Shi Yao has been the most legendary person in Qi for nearly 100 years. Without a doubt. It is precisely because Shi Yao worshipped the Guanyin Temple that the Guanyin Temple flourished in Qi. The Shi family became the top wealthy family in Qi. And most of the people of Qi became believers of the Guanyin Temple. Prime Minister Shi and the Emperor of Qi were both trying to make Shi Yao the #1 name card of Qi. So they promoted personality worship, storytelling, video, rumors, rhythm, and hired water army. In short, decades later, Shi Yao was definitely the #1 person in Qi, whether in popularity or status. So Shi Yao's appearance shocked everyone. On the contrary, what Shi Yao said was not so shocking. After all, the Bodhisattva showed up, and the envoy also showed up. So there must be something wrong with the Shi family. Shi Yao was able to apologize to the envoy, indicating that the main hall of Guanyin Hall also realized that the branch hall of Qi was wrong. This incident made many people feel excited. In contrast, Envoy Ji was very vigilant. Shi Yao? The first true disciple of Guanyin Temple. The elder sister of Shi Xiang. The real mastermind behind the Qi branch of Guanyin Temple? Shi Yao smiled bitterly. Your Excellency. Shi Yao is devoted to cultivation in the main temple, and did not know that my brother was using my name to commit atrocities in Qi, levying heavy taxes and extorting money, and doing such things that are outrageous to both humans and gods. I also did not know that the Qi branch has been completely controlled by my Shi family, and the dignified Guanyin branch has become a hell on earth. I am afraid that a word of ignorance is not enough to stop the world from talking. Ji Changsheng did not believe Shi Yao's explanation. Shi Yao said solemnly, of course. The crimes committed by the Shi family over the years are too numerous to list, and no one can cover them up. Shi Yao has been negligent, and must not bend the law for personal gain. I am willing to sacrifice my relatives for the greater good and donate all the Shi family's property. After verifying the evidence, whether it is my brother or other direct bloodline, I support their execution. It is the responsibility of the Shi family to use the blood of the Shi family to calm the anger of the people of Qi. Shi Yao's attitude made Ji Changsheng's expression slightly relieved. Since you have such an awareness, this envoy is also very pleased. However, the Bodhisattva once taught me to listen to what they say and watch what they do. You said that the Shi family has been doing evil for decades, but you don't know anything about it. This envoy has no way to judge whether it is true or not. Therefore, you are responsible for the investigation of the Shi family and the execution of the canon. I will send disciples of the Holy Church to accompany you, and the court will also send officials from the Ministry of Justice to supervise. Shi Yao, you must use practical actions to rebuild the trust of the people of Qi in you. Shi Yao bowed to the envoy Ji again. Thank you, envoy. Shi Yao will definitely not let you down. I swear to the people of Qi here that I will never deliberately delay. Before the sun sets today, the affairs of the Shi family must be explained. If there is any delay, Shi Yao will pay with his life. Messenger Ji was moved. Okay, Daoist Shi, if you can really do justice and kill your relatives, I believe the people of Qi will be very pleased. In the crowd, Shi Yao was also very moved. She had been staring at the Shi Yao carefully for 3 minutes, but she didn't see any flaws. What's going on? I'm a substitute? Ji Changsheng naturally didn't know that the real Shi Yao had come to Qi. He was just showing goodwill to Shi Yao in the same way as he showed goodwill to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Killing her brother and relatives with blood ties for Shi Yao and calming the anger of the people of Qi was a great help to Shi Yao. Ji Changsheng thought that if Shi Yao was a good person, she would definitely be very grateful to him and would give herself to him. If Shi Yao felt resentful towards him because of this, then Shi Yao must have fallen into the underworld. It's hard to say. So he could only let Shi Yao commit suicide in shame after killing her relatives for the sake of justice. He did this all for Shi Yao's good. Ji Chongsheng thought. I'm really too kind. Chapter 164 I killed your whole family. You should thank me. Ren Suqiong also felt that Ji Chongsheng was too kind. Knowing that she was impersonated by Chao Ziming and Shengwu, it brought her a lot of psychological trauma. So he deliberately created another opportunity for her to break this psychological trauma. Yes, this Shi Yao was pretended by Ren Suqiong. In fact, Ren Suqiong didn't know that Ji Chongsheng originally gave this task to Ying Hongye. But Ying Hongye thought that Ren Suqiong had been tricked by this trick in Shengwu before. So she took the initiative to give the opportunity to star to Ren Suqiong. By the way, brush up Ren Suqiong's favor. The concubine also has her own little calculations. Ren Suqiong, a demon girl of the Tianma sect, had been caught in the rain before, so she must tear up Shi Yao's umbrella. Ying Hongye thought that I have no grudges with Shi Yao, so it's better to let Ren Suqiong be the heroine. In this way, even if Shi Yao retaliates later, it has nothing to do with me. Besides, Ren Suqiong also wanted to be the heroine. I was helping her, and I could also take this opportunity to make friends with Ren Suqiong, so that I could easily plant an insider next to Chongsheng. The fact proved that the effect was very good. With the blessing of Ji Chongsheng Yoguang Luohuan, the performance of Shi Yao was a complete success. Even if Shi Yao really jumped out, it was still uncertain who was real and fake in the end. The final right of interpretation belongs to Envoy Ji. The judges were all the people of Qi, who will be judged as the real Shi Yao in the end. The result is self-evident. Shi Yao is not stupid. She realized this quickly. So she finally retracted her gaze, and gave up the idea of continuing to pursue it. Compared with the Shibei, and even compared with the fate of the Shi family, Ji Chongsheng's impersonation of Guanyin Bodhisattva is what really matters to her. Because she hadn't figured out the truth yet. Is it a real Bodhisattva? Or is someone pretending to be one? If it's a real Bodhisattva, everything has been settled, and there's no need to investigate. If it's a fake Bodhisattva, what about the real Bodhisattva? It's impossible for the Bodhisattva not to sense it. Shi Yao forced herself to think deeply. As a younger brother, if you misunderstand the intentions of your superiors, the more you do, the more mistakes you make. But at this moment, she received a message from the main hall of the Guanyin Temple. Xiao Shi, Jinjin is dead. Shi Yao's face changed slightly. No wonder only Sheng Jiayan showed up. And Hua Pingjin never showed up from beginning to end. She is the first true disciple of the Guanyin Temple. And she is familiar with other true disciples and elders at higher levels. Disciples like Sheng Jiayan, who are in the Jindan realm. And those disciples whose strength and status are not as good as Sheng Jiayan. To be honest, Shi Yao is not familiar with them. She looked around. Whether it was the Guanyin Temple disciples that Ji Chongsheng had killed before, or the Guanyin Temple disciples who were kneeling to Ji Chongsheng now, Shi Yao didn't recognize many of them at all. To describe this in Ji Chongsheng's words, Shi Yao has already left the grassroots. This is a very dangerous signal. But Ji Chongsheng understands this principle. And Shi Yao obviously doesn't understand it now. If nothing unexpected happens, it was Ji Chongsheng of the Heavenly Demon sect who killed Jinjin. Xiao Shi, a true disciple of Guanyin Temple, must not die in the hands of the demons of the demon sect. We must maintain the reputation and image of Guanyin Temple. Shi Yao put away the sound transmission talisman, feeling a little solemn. Hua Pingjin has always respected her, and helped her deal with many trivial matters at the main hall of Guanyin Temple. As a true disciple of Guanyin Temple, Hua Pingjin is not a small role in Guanyin Temple. Guanyin Temple really needs an explanation for her death. And she must also give this explanation to the main hall. Because the Guanyin Temple can no longer send stronger people to Qi State. Thinking of this, Shi Yao glanced at Ji Chongsheng, who was still bathing in the Buddha's light, and with the golden lotus of merit on his head. With a puzzled look in his eyes. Jinjin should not have done too many evil things. How could he have so many merits after killing Jinjin? Why did he get the favor of the Bodhisattva? Shi Yao didn't understand many things. But she soon understood another thing. It was indeed the demon girl of the Heavenly Demon sect who was pretending to be me. It is very consuming to maintain the Yoguang Luohuan all the time. Even though Ji Chongsheng is already in the realm of transformation. The scene he created just now was too big. In order to show the grand scene of Guanyin Bodhisattva descending to the earth, Ji Chongsheng cannot be negligent at all. So he made a move without reservation. If it continues for a long time, Ji Chongsheng can't stand it. And when Ji Chongsheng took back the Yoguang Luohuan, Ren Suqiong's illusion was not good enough. It's okay to fool ordinary people in Qi. But it's far from enough for Shi Yao, who is almost universally recognized as the best Yuanying. Ji Changsheng and Ren Suqiong didn't know they were exposed. The two walked side by side toward Shi's house. And Ren Suqiong was ready to retreat halfway. Cha Sheng, let Hongye continue to play Shi Yao. Ren Suqiong said, most of the disciples of Danqing Pavilion are now in Shi's house. And it's easier for Hongye to deal with them. Ji Changsheng nodded. He had originally planned to do so. But Ing Hongye took the initiative to give the opportunity to Ren Suqiong. Suqiong, do you get along well with Hongye? Ren Suqiong nodded and said, yes. Hongye is a very cute little girl. Very simple and enthusiastic. Cha Sheng, don't bully her casually. Ji Changsheng. Suqiong, you are only cruel and ruthless. She is far inferior to Ing Hongye in playing tricks. Ren Suqiong added, my talent is also much higher than Hongye. Ji Changsheng couldn't refute. Okay. Hongye is here. You go to Shi's house. Ren Suqiong decisively completed the handover with Ing Hongye. Goodbye, Sister Ren. Ing Hongye was indeed very enthusiastic. Ji Changsheng looked up at the sky. This is Sister Ren. No. It seems that she was already Sister Ren when she was in Shenghua. Cha Sheng. Let's go. Senior brother Chao seems to have discovered some shady secrets in Shi's house. Shi Yao, who originally planned to quietly follow Ren Suqiong and knock her out to find out what happened in Qigua, stopped instantly when she heard Ing Hongye say this. Shi Yao herself felt ashamed. As the real boss behind the Shi family, she really didn't know what happened to the Shi family. As Ji Changsheng had expected, Shi Yao put more of her mind on her own cultivation. As the saying goes, no pain, no gain. So she became the recognized first true disciple of all the major sects, and the first person in the nascent soul realm. Behind all this was her focused cultivation. Therefore, she lacked attention to the Shi family. She didn't necessarily know as much as Ji Changsheng. Before, when Ji Changsheng wanted to investigate the Shi family in public, Shi Yao had not spoken out. Not only because she didn't understand what happened specifically, but also because she didn't even know whether the Shi family was involved in these things. Shi Yao pondered for a moment. Ren Suqiong was at the nascent soul stage. Although she was absolutely sure that she could take Ren Suqiong down, she was not sure that she would not cause any trouble. Instead of doing that, it would be better to follow Ji Changsheng to the Shi family to see what happened. A moment later, Shi family. Shi Yao looked at the extremely gorgeous Shi family manor, with carved beams and painted rafters, and then thought of the pale and skinny fanatics who had worshipped Guanyin Bodhisattva before, and her face instantly turned cold. Many things do not need to wait for the final evidence to know what happened. The current mansion of the Shi family alone is not a standard that an ordinary prime minister of the mortal world can live in. Ing Hongye also said so. It was also her first time to visit the Shi family. As soon as she stepped into the door of the Shi family, Ing Hongye was shocked. These are Lingyu bricks. Lingyu paved the floor. Too luxurious. Our in-kingdom palace doesn't dare to be so extravagant. Cha Sheng. The Lingyu bricks we see alone are worth more than 1 billion high-quality lingshi. The Shi family's manor is even more luxurious than ordinary cave paradises. Ji Changsheng's face also turned cold. It is much more luxurious than the palace of Shenghua. Ing Hongye nodded. Most of Shenghua's spiritual stones are in the hands of the Shenghua branch of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Although the royal family has money, they can't afford to be so extravagant. However, in Qigua, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce can only retreat to the second line, and Guanyin Temple is the strongest. But looking at the specifications of the Shi family, and the branch of Guanyin Temple, I am almost certain that the big heads they greedily took were withheld by the Shi family, and the Qigua branch of Guanyin Temple themselves. And the main hall of Guanyin Temple definitely got a small head. Speaking of this, Ing Hongye had some enlightenment. Qigua and Shenghua are about the same size, and Qigua's natural environment is even better. Under such circumstances, the people of Qigua seem to live a little worse than the people of Shenghua, which is very wrong. Now it seems that the gap between the two levels in Qigua is worse than that in Shenghua, and the food is uglier than that in Shenghua. Ji Changsheng said coldly, I think the Shi family must have made great contributions to this situation. 100%. Ing Hongye's tone was very firm. In Qi, the ones who have the final say are the emperor and the Shi family. The Shi family's voice is probably greater than that of the royal family. Ji Changsheng nodded slightly. I hope the Shi family has not transferred their property out yet. As long as it has not been transferred out, If we confiscate the Shi family, the property we get may be enough for us to transform the entire Qi. Ing Hongya hoped. Her wish was not fulfilled in full, but most of it was fulfilled. Because Chao Ziming's move was sharp and decisive. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Before the Shi family had time to really transfer their property, they were already controlled by Chao Ziming with thundering means. When Ji Changsheng and Ing Hongya arrived at the Shi family, 7 people in the Shi family had died. All of them were stubborn elements, who resisted stubbornly. When Shi Yao saw the bodies of 3 of them, the corners of her eyes twitched fiercely. One is her cousin. One is her cousin. And the other is her brother's wife. Although she hasn't been home for 20 years, she still remembers these 3 people. Now, they are separated by life and death. Chao Ziming quickly introduced the basic situation of the Shi family to Ji Changsheng. The 7 dead guys were all stubborn and hardcore elements. They would rather throw a tantrum under my sword than confess and be lenient. Junior brother Ji said that there is no need to follow any rules when dealing with demons and monsters. Kill a few people, and they will be honest. Ji Changsheng nodded. I said it. It works. Right? It works very well. After killing these 7 guys, the rest of the Shi family has been honest. The evidence they confessed made me regret letting them die too easily. It doesn't matter. These demons may not be able to rest in peace after death. Ji Changsheng released the White Bone Palace and covered all 7 corpses. He waited for time to slowly investigate. And then asked, how is the investigation going? The crimes are extremely heinous and cannot be described in words. They are full of evil and are insane. They are evil and hateful to both humans and gods. They are beasts in human form and deserve to die. It was not Chao Ziming who spoke. It was the other disciples of Danqing Pavilion who were expressing their feelings and indignation. Ji Changsheng had to raise his hand to stop these people from expressing their feelings. Okay. Let's get down to business. What have you found? Master Ji. I am really ashamed. Wei Tingbao first bowed deeply to Ji Changsheng and stood at attention to be beaten. You are right. When dealing with such a demon, you really can't be too rule-abiding. The Shi family. It's outrageous. We actually found more than 100 billion spirit stones from the Shi family. When Ji Changsheng and Ing Hongya heard the number of 100 billion, their brains were blank for a moment. Shi Yao in the dark was even more confused, thinking that she had hallucinations. This number sounded like a fairy tale to her. Say it again. How many spirit stones did you find? Ing Hongya asked subconsciously. To be precise, it is 148.9 billion high-grade spirit stones. Wei Tingbao said this, and raised his hand to slap himself. It's my fault that I acted too late. Slowing down Ziming's speed, and letting the Shi family use the remaining channels of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce to transfer 20 billion. Otherwise, it should be close to 170 billion high-quality spirit stones. The Shi family should be exterminated. No other evidence is needed. Nearly 170 billion high-grade spirit stones. More money than many small and medium-sized sects. This is a crime of huge amounts of spirit stones of unknown origin. Master Ji, don't worry. I will be responsible for recovering the 20 billion. Wei Tingbao also showed murderous intent. If one less high-grade spirit stone, I will ask Guanyin Temple to pay 100 times. This matter must not be let go of the Shi family. It's simply appalling. Ji Changsheng agreed with Wei Tingbao's view. It's really appalling. I feel like a bumpkin. 170 billion high-grade spirit stones. How many people will be harmed by this? A lot. That Prime Minister sure really has the talent to punish 9 clans for corruption and abuse of power. Wei Tingbao was so angry that he laughed. I have never heard of many things. He got the Spirit Gathering Array map from Guanyin Temple under the name of Shi Yao. And he also got the Spirit Gathering Array map under the name of Shi Yao. The name of Guanyin Hall. Promoting Guanyin blessed land in Qi. That's fine. He told Guanyin Hall that he would promote the teachings of Guanyin Hall in Qi and defrauded a large amount of spiritual stones from the main hall as funds. Then he told the people of Qi that Guanyin would not save those who had no fate, and that everyone needed to donate a little spiritual stone to allow the Bodhisattva to protect the entire world. Guanyin Hall has 480 halls. Many people in the main hall thought that it was built with the funds of the main hall, and many people in Qi thought that they donated voluntarily. But in fact, it was all built by the Shi family themselves. In the end, whether it was the funds allocated by the main hall to Qi or the spiritual stones voluntarily donated by the people of Qi, the bulk of it fell into the hands of the Shi family. Shi Yao's body began to tremble. She remembered that her brother did apply to the main hall, saying that because of her presence, Guanyin Hall had all the sufficient conditions to become bigger and stronger in Qi. As long as the main hall supports it, it will definitely allow Guanyin Hall to expand its influence in Qi and become the first immortal gate in Qi. Someone in the main hall asked if this was what she meant. She said at the time that it was enough to handle it impartially. She thought it was always a good thing to expand the influence of Guanyin Hall. The teachings of Guanyin Hall also guide people to be good. How could her brother do evil? Facts have proved that it really can. Moreover, she has become an accomplice without knowing it. What opened Shi Yao's eyes even more was yet to come. The Shi family has already plunged Qi into a huge mess by doing this. In addition, Prime Minister Shi also encouraged the emperor to believe in Guanyin and worship at the branch of Guanyin Hall once a year. Then, the civil and military officials headed by Prime Minister Shi spent a huge amount of money from the national treasury to redeem the emperor. In this way, 90% of the wealth of the people of Qi fell into the hands of the Shi family and the branch of Guanyin Hall. Hey, the master of the branch of Guanyin Hall in Qijing City is also surnamed Shi. To put it bluntly, it all fell into the hands of the Shi family. Shi Yao could hardly stand. The whole person was struck by lightning. Ji Changsheng and Yu Qingqing were shocked when they heard the prince tell about the emperor's operation of worshipping Shi Xiang in Guanyin Temple and spending a huge amount of money to redeem him from the national treasury. Shi Yao's reaction was the same as theirs. Even more intense. After all, her brother was the starring actor and director of this operation. This operation was really too much. She didn't know how to react. This was an operation that normal people could never think of. It happened in broad daylight, insulting the IQ of the people of a country. When Wei Tingbao said this, he was already a little angry. How is the Shi family's behavior different from the demon cult? No. It's too unfair to say that the demon cult. The disciples of the demon cult are more humane than the Shi family. Compared with Wei Tingbao's indignation, Chao Ziming was relatively calm after seeing the world of Shenghua. He nodded to Ji Changsheng and said, Junior brother Ji, I found something in the Shi family. What? Do you remember junior sister Xiao who wanted to quit Guanyin Hall before? Ji Changsheng nodded. What happened to her? She's fine. When she accused Hua Pingjin, didn't she say that Guanyin Hall hasn't given an explanation for Hua Pingjin's nephew's incident? It's just a coincidence that I caught Hua Pingjin's nephew in the Shi family. Chao Ziming raised his hand and threw a young man with oily hair and powdered face at Ji Changsheng's feet. Before, this guy openly showed off his family's luxury in the main hall of Guanyin Hall, which aroused the collective dissatisfaction of the outer and inner disciples of Guanyin Hall, and asked Guanyin Hall to conduct a strict investigation. After more than a year of investigation, there is still no result. He left the family early and joined Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Got his eyes. And he was sent to Qi by Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Speaking of this, Chao Ziming sneered, and his laughter was full of murderous intent. Ji Changsheng also laughed. God is not very wise. It would be wisest to send him to Shenghua. But Qigua is also okay. I used some tricks on this guy and found that the matter is actually very simple, and not that difficult to investigate. Things are never difficult to investigate. But who is the person behind this guy? His father? His aunt? Or his grandfather? As the #1 detective of Xuandu Temple, and now the #1 detective of Tianma sect, Ji Changsheng is the best at investigating cases. When he was in Shenghua, he found out the facts of the Du family's crimes in 1 minute, found out the Du family's conspiracy to crush Bai Shiji in 2 minutes, and saw through the collusion between Tontian Chamber of Commerce and the royal family of Shenghua in 3 minutes. Even if the people in Guanyin Hall were not as obsessed with solving cases as he was, they would not have been unable to figure out such a simple matter in more than a year. There is only one explanation. This guy has someone behind him to protect him. Chao Ziming sneered. Junior brother Ji is as smart as ever. You guessed right. And all the people you guessed just now are there. Their family is one of the 33 elders of Guanyin Hall. And they are also related by marriage to the other 4 families. Ji Changsheng said faintly. Not surprising at all. Yes, not surprising at all. Chao Ziming shook his head and said, the Shi family and their family are also allies. Hua Pingjin is Shi Yao's confidant. And the Hua family also supports Shi Yao to inherit the position of the master of Guanyin Hall. In return, after this guy was sent to Qi State, Shi Xiang has been serving him well. The disciples of Guanyin Hall are still waiting for the main hall to give them an answer. Haha. This guy has been free in Qi State for more than a year. Senior brother Wei. Now you know why I didn't let Guanin Hall investigate itself? Wei Tingbao bowed his head in shame. He didn't think his actions were wrong. He didn't think respecting rules was wrong. Those who didn't follow rules and laws were definitely wrong. But because of the latter, he seemed so old-fashioned. Thinking of this, Wei Tingbao's chest was also full of murderous intent. The guy who was thrown to the ground by Chao Ziming finally reacted. Chao Ziming, you dare to attack me? What did I do wrong? What do I need to explain? My ancestors shed blood to build the Guanyin Temple. My grandfather is a hero who promoted Guanyin tears. Our family has made great contributions to the Guanyin Temple. And everything I have is what I deserve. Those Guanyin Temple disciples who don't like me should go back and question their ancestors and ask why their ancestors didn't work hard enough back then. Ji Chansheng picked his ears. Ing Hongye complained in a low voice, Chansheng. Why do I feel that it sounds so familiar? Ji Chansheng said calmly, Lu Xingzhen, the youngest daughter of the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, also said this to me before she died. Ing Hongye suddenly realized, no wonder. These people really have a common language. Ji Chansheng looked at Ing Hongye curiously. You should also have a common language with them. Ing Hongye raised her foot and gave Ji Chansheng a kick. Dissatisfied, my last name is Ing. Ing of the Ing Emperor. Your last name is Shi. Ji Chansheng reminded, kill them all in the name of Shi Yao. Logically speaking, this guy is not guilty of death. Ji Chansheng also said, whether according to the rules of the Immortal Gate or the rules of the mortal world, this guy is not guilty of the death penalty. Fellow Daoist Shi. What do you say? Shi Yao did not say anything. He just picked up the sword. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Fellow Daoist Ji. I will now give an explanation to Guanyin Temple. To you all. And most importantly, to the people of Qi. The sword rose. And the head fell. This is just the beginning. While Shi Yao was killing people and preparing to advance to the golden elixir stage, Ji Chansheng walked up to a woman in white. The tone was very sincere. I killed your whole family. You should thank me. Chapter 165, I have a plan to restore the light of the Guanyin Temple. At the beginning, Ji Chansheng did not find Shi Yao. To be fair, Shi Yao is the first open true disciple and the first Yuanying. His current strength is not necessarily worse than Ji Chansheng in the Huash realm. After all, Shi Yao is on the orthodox path of cultivation, and his combat power is real. Ji Chansheng is taking shortcuts, and his foundation is far less solid than Shi Yao. Shi Yao is hiding, so it is difficult for Ji Chansheng to find out. But the things that the Shi family did really open the eyes of the bumpkin. Ji Chansheng couldn't hold it when he heard it for the first time. Let alone Shi Yao, a hard-working cultivator. Where has she seen this scene? Shi Yao is also a bumpkin. She knows a lot about cultivation. In terms of human nature, she has also opened her eyes today. Although she is a cultivator in the Yuanying realm, she really can't stay calm when she hears and sees these tricks of her relatives. The emotional fluctuations are so severe that Ji Chansheng can't help but notice it. Fortunately, Master Ji is a kind man. He knew that Shi Yao must be in a bad mood. So he asked Ing Hongye to kill a few of her relatives to cheer her up. This is called kindness. Friend Shi, I'm ready to say you're welcome. Come on. Ji Chansheng had a smile on his face. He must hear this thank you today. Even the Bodhisattva can't stop it. If he doesn't hear this thank you, he can only helplessly report to the people of Qi that Shi Yao committed suicide because of her relative's heinous crimes, and she couldn't face the people of Qi. If possible, Ji Chansheng still hopes that Shi Yao can live. So he had to be willing to hear this thank you. Shi Yao naturally didn't know Ji Chansheng's true thoughts. But after hearing Ji Chansheng say I killed your whole family, you should thank me, Shi Yao's expression and mood were still very interesting. I should thank you? Shi Yao was so confused by Ji Chansheng. Ji Chansheng said seriously, Shi Daoyu. If it weren't for me, I don't know how long the people of Qi would have been poisoned by the Shi family. If I hadn't killed so many people for you, I don't know how many karmas of the Shi family would have been implicated on you. If I hadn't made a decisive decision, Shi Daoyu, you would have fallen into the devil's way and would never be reborn. Shi Daoyu, shouldn't you thank me? Shi Yao nodded subconsciously. You should. Wait. She shook her head suddenly and said vigilantly, did you use the magic of bewitching me? Ji Chansheng shook his head and said, Shi Daoyu, you are obsessed. It is because you still have a conscience that you are persuaded by me. What? Do you think you have lost all your conscience? Shi Yao was speechless. Moral kidnapping is useless for bad people, but it is useful for good people. Ji Changsheng pointed to Shi Yao's relatives, who were being slaughtered, and continued to ask, Shi Daoyu, don't you think they don't deserve to die? Shi Yao continued to be speechless. Indeed, she deserves to die. Although she is not as virtuous as Ji Laoimo, she still has basic judgment of right and wrong. Friend Shi, you deserve to die too. Ji Changsheng sighed. If it weren't for you, the Shi family would never have caused such great harm to the people of Qi and Guanyin Temple. However, God has the virtue of loving life, and I follow the will of Guanyin Bodhisattva, based on the principle of punishing the past and preventing the future, curing the disease and saving people, and give you a way out. Who of the people who are still alive now is your direct relative? Shi Yao subconsciously looked at a young man. Ji Changsheng followed Shi Yao's line of sight and raised his hand to capture him. Brother Chao. Who is this? Chao Ziming looked at him carefully and said, the eldest son of Prime Minister Shi, known as the Little Prime Minister. He presided over the construction of 300 of the 480 branch palaces in Qi. He is also a genius at making money, and a scum who deserves to die. Ji Changsheng nodded and brought the Little Prime Minister to Shi Yao. Friend Shi, this is your way out. Kill him and prove your innocence. As soon as the words fell, the sad demon knife appeared in Ji Changsheng's left hand. He still had a kind smile on his face. Kill your nephew. Prove that you have nothing to do with what the Shi family did. And then kneel in front of me and thank me sincerely. I can barely believe your sincerity to turn over a new leaf. Otherwise, I think you are suspected of colluding with the Huangquan sect. I can only follow the Bodhisattva's order to subdue demons and monsters. Shi Yao. It should be said that she and the Ghost Mother, the deputy leader of the Huangquan sect, did meet. And the high-level officials in the hall are indeed connected with the Huangquan sect. Ji Changsheng's wave is not wronged. Shi Yao shook her head and said to Ji Changsheng, you can't kill me with your current strength. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Friend Shi, your answer is not good for you. Shi Yao did not say anything else, but made the fearless seal with her left hand and held a willow branch in her right hand. A huge Guanyin Dharma image appeared behind her, quickly covering the entire Shi family manor. When the Guanyin Dharma image was lifted into the air, Ing Hongya's slaughter was immediately forced to stop. Everyone in the manor was under the gaze of the Dharmakirti, except for Ji Changsheng and Wei Tingbao. No one else had even the slightest desire to kill. Wei Tingbao quickly appeared beside Ji Changsheng, his eyes alert, his voice low. It is the medicine-giving Guanyin, one of the 33 Dharmakayas of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, who practices the Yangliuzi medicine method to eliminate diseases of sentient beings. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva has 33 Dharmakayas. He knows this. It seems that Shi Yao is from the medicine-giving Guanyin lineage. So, the 33 elders of Guanyin Hall correspond to the 33 Dharmakayas of Guanyin Bodhisattva? Wei Tingbao nodded. That's right. The 33 elders of Guanyin Hall have 33 families behind them. Each family controls a kind of Bodhisattva Dharmakaya practice. If you want to practice a higher level of practice, you must choose to join one of them. Otherwise you can only stop at the Golden Elixir realm. Ji Changsheng sighed lightly. The Bodhisattva is compassionate and saves people from suffering. He established the Guanyin Hall to save all living beings. But he didn't expect that the Dharma of salvation passed down by the Bodhisattva would become the private collection of those families in the Guanyin Hall. Fellow Taoist Shi, you Guanyin Hall should feel ashamed. Shi Yao was indeed a little ashamed. The problems you mentioned do exist in the Guanyin Temple, but the temple master has been working hard to correct them. Shi Yao explained. The method of practicing the medicine Guanyin was originally controlled by the Hua family. I am not from the Hua family, and I have not joined the Hua family, but I still got the method of practicing. Ji Changsheng pointed at Hua Pingjin's nephew who died with his eyes open, and said sarcastically, you are not from the Hua family, but your Shi family, and the Hua family cooperate so closely. Shi Yao could not refute for the Shi family. I can only try to defend the palace master. It takes time for the palace master to reform the atmosphere. It will not happen overnight. We can only do it gradually. Ji Changsheng sneered. Is it difficult? Destroy the Shi family? And with the evidence of collusion between the Shi family and the Hua family, we can destroy the Hua family. Then find evidence of collusion between the Hua family and the other 4 families, and destroy the other 4 families. Follow this pattern and investigate endlessly. It's such a simple thing. But Guanyin Palace has not been able to do it for so many years. You said your palace master wants to change the status quo. Where is the change? Why do I only see Guanyin Palace getting worse day by day? At this point, Ji Changsheng volunteered. I have rich experience in reforming the atmosphere. Sure, Yao. Why don't you persuade your hall master to give me the position? I promise you that within half a month, the atmosphere of Guanyin Hall will be completely renewed. Sure, Yao said helplessly. Ji Changsheng. Even with the combined efforts of the 33 elders, the hall master is no match. It's not as simple as you think. Ji Changsheng said contemptuously, if anyone can do it, what is the hall master for? If you replace an ordinary citizen with the hall master of your Guanyin Hall, who wouldn't be a coward and take it slow? Trash is trash. And they only know how to make excuses for themselves. You discuss with your hall master. Give me half a month, and I'll let you see if it's that difficult. Ji Changsheng held his first wife in his left hand, held the decree of Guanyin Bodhisattva in his right hand, and had Yu Laoimo as his backing behind him. If the hall master of Guanyin Hall has the courage to give up his position to him for half a month, Ji Changsheng is really confident that he can revive the atmosphere of Guanyin Hall. No, it won't take even half a month. Before his first wife ascended to heaven, he was sure that he could completely transform the Guanyin Hall. What a pity. Sure Yao and the master of the Guanyin Hall were too narrow-minded. Ji Changsheng. There are indeed problems with the Guanyin Hall, but you are by no means a panacea to solve the problem. As for the Shi family, Shi Yao felt a pain in his heart, but he still showed the integrity that a descendant of the Bodhisattva should have, since there is evidence. There is no need to punish without teaching. Just punish according to the law. You are right. We really need to give an explanation to the people of Qi. Wei Tingbao was slightly moved. Friend Shi Dao can sacrifice his relatives for the sake of justice, and he is worthy of being a descendant of the Bodhisattva. Ji Changsheng was very calm. He was not as easily moved as Wei Tingbao. In fact, after listening to Yu Qingqing's analysis and the intelligence he got about the Shi family, he could judge that Shi Yao should have no direct relationship with the things done by the Shi family. But no direct relationship does not mean that Shi Yao will not be an enemy. Shi Yao must bear the cause and effect of the things done by the Shi family. Just like during the great calamity of the conferred god, the bad things of murder and arson done by the disciples of Jiejiao, which were mixed, would eventually implicate Tan Tian Jiaozhu. So Tan Tian Jiaozhu was so unlucky. The luck of the saints could not withstand the drag of the 10,000 immortals below. As the eldest brother, he enjoyed the benefits brought by the younger brothers, and he would be implicated by the younger brothers below. This is fair, although retribution sometimes comes a little late. All things are empty, but cause and effect are not empty. When Tan Tian Jiaozhu was in his prime, all the immortals came to pay homage, and he was praised as the first saint in the prehistoric world. And his momentum was much more magnificent than his two brothers. When she is unlucky, she is naturally attacked by everyone. Now she has become the most miserable saint. No one else. Shi Yao is actually more unlucky than Tan Tian, because she has not enjoyed any benefits from the Shi family. It can be said that she has come to where she is now by her own efforts and talents. The rise of the Shi family is holding her back, and Shi Yao has to bear the consequences of the evils committed by the Shi family. This is the real reason why Ji Changsheng did not kill Shi Yao. Ji Changsheng said that Shi Yao has a bit of unlucky genes, and meeting him is Shi Yao's karma. However, there are many people who are more unlucky than Shi Yao, and Ji Changsheng does not pity her because of this. In Ji Changsheng's opinion, Shi Yao can make this decision, which is just what she should do. Brother Wei, don't be so excited. The Shi family is extremely evil, just because Shi Yao killed her relatives for the sake of justice. Should the people of Qi be grateful to Shi Yao? Ji Changsheng shook his head and said in a deep voice, don't put yourself in such a low position, let alone the victim. Even if Shi Yao killed her relatives for the sake of justice, the people of Qi resented and hated her. She should bear it. Wei Tingbao's face was turned, and he saluted with a sword. 3 people walking together. There must be my teacher. Wei Mao will learn from me. Ji Changsheng accepted Wei Tingbao's salute calmly, and then said to Shi Yao, the monks in Guanyin Temple need to cut off worldly ties for cultivation. Shi Yao, your behavior is beneficial to you. Just doing this is not enough to atone for the sins of the Shi family, nor is it enough to repay the cause and effect of your unintentional protection of the Shi family. Shi Yao's face changed slightly, but after a moment of silence, she was convinced. Fellow Taoist Ji is right. Ji Changsheng discovered the difference between true disciples of the righteous way and disciples of the evil sect. If you talk to those righteous disciples who have good intentions seriously, they can actually be persuaded. The disciples of the demon sect can only use fists. The road to reform of the holy sect is long and arduous. All the property of the Shi family will be handled by fellow Taoist Ji and junior brother Wei. I still have some savings, which I will also hand over to fellow Taoist Ji and junior brother Wei. When Shi Yao took out her savings, not to mention Ji Changsheng. Even Wei Tingbao was a little speechless. That's all? She is richer than Ji Changsheng. But compared to ordinary Yuanying cultivators, Shi Yao is about the same as a poor ghost. She has no savings of more than 1 million. She is a Yuanying cultivator, with decades of savings, plus the recognized heir of Guanyin Temple. Such a small amount of savings is really not in line with her status, especially compared with the property of the Shi family. Shi Yao blushed. I don't need material possessions, and I don't deliberately make money. Her talent is recognized as the best in Guanyin Temple for 100 years. With such a demon, any big power is not stupid, and it is impossible to let such a disciple run around for spiritual stones. Ren Suqiong has such treatment in the Tianma sect, not to mention Shi Yao in Guanyin Temple. So she couldn't understand it at all. Brother, what do these people in the Shi family need so many spiritual stones for? Can they spend them all? Aren't they afraid that they will be greedy but not spend them? She couldn't figure it out. She really couldn't figure it out. Ji Changsheng glanced at Shi Yao. He felt the resonance of the poor ghost, but he thought it was their fault that they were too poor. He couldn't comprehend the realm of those rich people. Wei Tingbao said helplessly, Master Ji is right. Senior sister, your savings are not enough to repay the karma. As a disciple of Danqing Pavilion, Wei Tingbao is also reasonable. He thought Shi Yao was not responsible before, but after listening to Ji Changsheng's analysis, Wei Tingbao was also convinced. Whether Shi Yao is responsible or not, she should give a better explanation. Not only her, but Guanyin Temple should also give an explanation to Qi. It is impossible to only uphold justice on the surface, but the victims do not get any compensation. What kind of explanation is that? And the actual compensation, of course, cannot be paid by Ji Changsheng and their Danqing Pavilion. It can only be the responsibility of Guanyin Temple. This is reasonable. The people of Qi need more compensation. Wei Tingbao said bluntly. Shi Yao nodded slightly. Friend Ji, you built a clinic? Yes. I practice the willow branch medicine method to eliminate diseases of all living beings. In terms of curing diseases and saving lives, no one in Qi should be better than me now. Shi Yao said. The Huangquan sect has been planning in Qi for a long time, and the people of Qi will face more and more problems in the future. If Dao Yuji does not abandon me, I am willing to practice medicine in Dao Yuji's clinic for a year, cure diseases and save lives, to repay the cause and effect. As the young master of Guanyin Temple, Shi Yao practiced medicine in Tiansheng clinic for a year, and she was sincere. With her strength, she can definitely save many people. Ji Changsheng felt Shi Yao's sincerity. However, he frowned and shook his head and said, I believe in your medical skills and the magic passed down by the Bodhisattva. But this method only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. He established Tiansheng Clinic to transform the Holy Church. But he never thought that studying medicine could solve the fundamental problem. Learning medicine cannot save the people of Qi. And curing diseases and saving lives is essentially just following the tricks of Huangquan sect. If you are a thief for 1,000 days, you can't be on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. If you are really sincere, you might as well offer the core technology of Guanyin tears to completely solve the disease worries of the people of Qi. Wei Tingbao, Shi Yao, others. Ji Changsheng understood what they meant, and sighed to the sky. You people are too narrow-minded. I am not seeking personal gain for myself. If I get the core technology of Guanyin tears, I will share it with the world, and I will never keep it to myself. Shi Yao said faintly, Ji Dao Yu, if you are really so generous, why do you give away the treasures of our Guanyin Hall to others? The Tianma sect is not short of treasures. Ji Changsheng explained. The Guanyin Hall is responsible for 90% of the decline of Qi. Of course, the Guanyin Hall should be responsible. Shi Yao, you are making a specious argument. You can give up this idea. Guanyin tears are a treasure created by the medicine-giving Guanyin, the life-extending Guanyin, and the water-sprinkling Guanyin. I am practicing medicine-giving Guanyin, and have only mastered 30% of the secrets of Guanyin tears. Even if I really want to help you, I am powerless. Developed by the three sects? Ji Changsheng thought. It seems that if I want to get the core secret of Guanyin tears, I have to go to the main hall of Guanyin Temple. Sure, Yao. Are you sure that Guanyin tears can solve the diseases created by Huangquan sect? Ji Changsheng is confident in the future development of Guanyin tears, especially since he has just obtained a lot of core drugs from the Qigua branch of Guanyin Temple. The future of Guanyin tears is definitely bright. But that is the future. At this stage, Guanyin tears are definitely the most effective. Ji Changsheng likes to make quick decisions when doing things. It would be best if he could master a large amount of Guanyin tears now. Shiyan nodded and said, of course. The Guanyin Temple's skills can restrain the Huangquan sect. If there are enough Guanyin tears, at least in terms of diseases, she can be completely worry-free. But there is no sufficient Guanyin tears. She certainly doesn't have them. But the main temple definitely has them. Ji Changsheng said. The main temple can't take out all the Guanyin tears to save Qi. Shi Yao hesitated for a moment, but still revealed some secrets of the main temple. Some people in the high level of the temple are indeed in contact with the Huangquan sect. This is what the Ghost Mother said. And Qi is shrouded in Huangquan magic. It may be a good thing for the main temple. Wei Tingbao's face was gloomy. Only when you are seriously ill do you need magic medicine. This logic is very simple. But as a disciple of Danqing Pavilion, he can't accept this logic. Tianxing sect, the leader of the righteous immortal sect, does not accept this logic. Sure, Yao. If you can get enough Guanyin tears to solve the problems of Qi, the Shi family's affairs will be settled. Ji Changsheng said with a big heart. Shi Yao smiled bitterly. You might as well kill me. Guanyin tears are the biggest source of income for our Guanyin Hall. They are controlled by the medicine-giving Guanyin lineage, the life-prolonging Guanyin lineage, and the water-sprinkling Guanyin lineage. These three families are also the three strongest families in Guanyin Hall. The three elders have joined forces, and the hall master has to avoid their edge. It is impossible to get a large amount of Guanyin tears from them. After a pause, Shi Yao added, combined with the current situation in Qi, I can basically be sure that one of these three families must have reached an agreement with Huangquan sect. It is even possible that all three families are cooperating with Huangquan sect. It seems that we still have to use some means, and we have to start from the main hall of Guanyin Hall. Ji Changxing's brain is thinking rapidly, putting aside the matter of merit. If we want to solve the problems of Qi, we also need to start from Guanyin Hall. The internal problems of Qi are easy to solve. But the real problem of Qi is not internal, but external. If the Huangquan sect and the big forces that collude with the Huangquan sect cannot be solved, even if Ji Changsheng clears up the internal situation of Qi, it will only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. The Huangquan sect will still make a comeback. However, Yu Lao Imo and Li Huanyan are in charge of the Huangquan sect for the time being. His wife may also be paying attention to it, so he doesn't need to take care of it. Then we have to solve the Guanyin Temple first. Based on the current information and Shi Yao's judgment, it can be confirmed that many people in the Guanyin Temple have joined the Huangquan sect. In the case of deep interest binding, it is basically impossible for these people to change their positions, especially the three families who developed the Guanyin tears. It is difficult for them to give up the national disaster wealth of Qi if they cannot deal with them. Even if Tiansheng Medical Clinic is exhausted to death, Qi cannot be saved. But how to deal with them? Ji Changsheng looked at Shi Yao again. The leader of the Shi Yao Guanyin lineage is now surnamed Hua. Ji Changsheng asked. Shi Yao nodded. They should know about Hua Pingzhen's death. Right? Yes. The Hua lineage leader contacted me before and asked me to get rid of you and avenge Xinjin. Fellow Daoist Ji. Although Xinjin is a member of the Hua family, she has never done anything to kill or set fire to people. She is not guilty of death. You are too cruel. Ji Changsheng said seriously. Brother Wei, prove it for me. I have never laid a hand on Hua Pingzhen. When Hua Pingzhen died, I was talking to Brother Wei about something, and I have an alibi. Brother Wei, don't you think so? Wei Tingbao. It is indeed the case. He really did not lie to Shi Yao. Shi Yao was a little confused. If you didn't kill Xinjin, then who killed her? Ji Changsheng said decisively. Of course, it was the demon from Huangquan sect who killed her. Shi Yao? Forget it. Hua Pingzhen is just a small character. She is not important. The important thing is that the Hua family is looking for trouble with me now. Shi Yao, do you want to save Guanyin Temple? Of course. I have a plan to restore the darkness of Guanyin Temple. What plan? You send me to Guanyin Temple, and I will persuade the 33 elders to give up darkness and join the light as the messenger of Guanyin Bodhisattva, so that Guanyin Temple will be great again. Shi Yao's big eyes flashed with great doubts. How can you convince them? Ji Changsheng touched his wife's jade sword and smiled very compassionately. I have special persuasion skills. Chapter 166 Guanyin Temple? Where is the Guanyin Temple? It is obviously the Changsheng Temple. For the cause of justice, Ji Changsheng is willing to go through fire and water, even if it means going deep into the tiger's den. This has nothing to do with the jade sword he holds in his hand. It has nothing to do with the fact that he can shake Yu Lao Mo, Li Huanyan, and others to the main hall of Guanyin Temple at any time to kill them. The main reason is that Ji Changsheng has a noble character and is willing to sacrifice himself for the people of the world. This fearless spirit of sacrifice instantly moved Shi Yao, Wei Tingbao, and other Danqing Pavilion disciples. Wei Tingbao blurted out, "No. If you go to the main hall of Guanyin Temple, you will definitely die." Shi Yao's face also became serious instantly. "Friend Ji, while my lord contacted me personally and asked me to get rid of you. If you go to the main hall, wouldn't you be walking into a trap?" She certainly didn't have a good impression of Ji Changsheng. But this was not a reason for her to send Ji Changsheng to death. A true disciple of the righteous path is one who abides by principles and rules. Although I don't like you, like Xinjin, are not guilty of death. I can't send you to death, Shi Yao said. Ji Lama thought to himself that I felt a little embarrassed for what you said. Hua Pingjin did not seem to be guilty of death. It's all because Lan Zhujun acted too quickly. The demon girl of the demon sect just needs a lesson. When I have time, I will punish her severely. Needless to say, the problems within Qi are easy to solve. Even if Huangquan sect and Wanyao kingdom are secretly making trouble, it is not difficult to solve them. Our Tianxing sect, Xuandu Temple, and Danqing Pavilion are united, which is enough to suppress all the unrest within Qi. If Dao Yushir also stands on our side, it will be even more foolproof. Ji Changsheng looked at Shi Yao. Shi Yao nodded seriously. Although I don't know why you can get the favor of the Bodhisattva. Since the Bodhisattva acquiesces your behavior, there is no reason for me to be your enemy. Not to mention that I don't want to cooperate with the Huangquan sect. Then, there is no problem. I am relieved to leave Qi to you temporarily. Anyway, I act quickly, and will be back from the Guanyin Temple headquarters soon. Ji Changsheng is very confident in his efficiency. As the first person under the God of Transformation, Shi Yao still has the ability to maintain public security for 1 or 2 days. Ji Changsheng felt Shi Yao's breath at close range. To be ashamed, it is not weaker than his current God of Transformation. Facts have proved that steady practice has its merits. But Ji Changsheng thought that I would go to the Guanyin Temple and come back to kill Shi Yao in seconds. Yu Linglong said that there are not many truly sinful demons left in the Tianma sect. But there are some in the Guanyin Temple. I can't gain merit in the Tianma sect. Can I go to the Guanyin Temple? A living person cannot be suffocated to death by urine. Ji Shanren is very good at exerting his subjective initiative. Let's not discuss it. The problem at the main hall of Guanyin Temple cannot be solved. It's useless for us to save too many people in Qi. Qi's real troubles are outside, not inside. Neither Shi Yao nor Wei Tingbao refuted. This truth is very simple. And of course, they can understand it. What they don't understand is, wouldn't it be like sending your head to Guanyin Temple? Wei Tingbao patiently persuaded, Master Ji. We can sacrifice for a just cause. But we can't make meaningless sacrifices. It's not a sacrifice. I am the messenger appointed by Guanyin Bodhisattva, equivalent to an angel. All the high-level officials of Guanyin Temple believe in Guanyin Bodhisattva. Who dares to touch me? Ji Changsheng's questioning was natural, which made Wei Tingbao unable to handle it. Wei Tingbao looked at Shi Yao. Shi Yao wanted to say something but stopped herself. But finally couldn't help it. It is true that Guanyin Temple believes in Guanyin Bodhisattva in name. But people who have reached that level cannot give up their interests just because of their belief. Ji Changsheng, don't be too naive. No. I believe that the senior officials of Guanyin Temple must still have a conscience. And I also believe that my personal charm can convince them. Okay. It's settled. Fellow Daoist, do you have any way to get me to the main hall of Guanyin Temple? Of course there is a way. Qi State is the territory of Guanyin Temple. It shouldn't be too easy for Guanyin Temple to communicate with Qi State. Ji Changsheng smiled. Then send me there as soon as possible. I will try to raise my realm to the realm of refining emptiness within 1 day. I'm wrong. I will try to handle the Guanyin Temple within 1 day and make the Guanyin Temple full of vitality again. Are you serious? People who know me know that I never lie. Especially not to women. Ing Hongya. Forget it. I can be a woman. Although she didn't understand where Ji Changsheng got the confidence to go to the Guanyin Temple. She thought that Ji Changsheng had already walked around the headquarters of the Tianma sect. No matter how dangerous the Guanyin Temple was. Could it be better than the Tianma sect? Ing Hongye guessed that Ji Changsheng should have received the support of Yu Laoimo to do this. With the second best person in the world as a backing. It is understandable that he has this confidence. She already knew Ji Changsheng very well. But it was obviously still small-minded. Ji Changsheng had more than the second best person in the world as a backing. Shi Yao looked at Ji Changsheng seriously. Seeing that Ji Changsheng had really made up his mind. She shook her head helplessly and said, I can send you back to the main hall at any time. It just so happens that Hua my lord also wants an explanation. But you better make some preparations in advance. Because you may be killed by Hua my lord as soon as you go to the main hall. Ji Changsheng was not worried about Hua my lord at all. But he thought about it, and realized that he really had to shake him first. Give me a quarter of an hour to prepare. By the way, this is for you. Ji Changsheng took out a pill. Take it. Before I come back, you will be responsible for the public security of Qi. Shi Yao looked at the pill in Ji Changsheng's hand. And a black line appeared on her forehead. You want me to do things for you and poison me. Do you think it's appropriate? Appropriate. Ji Changsheng nodded calmly. It will take time for us to build trust. This pill is the foundation for us to initially build trust. I believe in Bodhisattva. Shi Yao said solemnly. Ji Changsheng continued to nod. In the name of the Bodhisattva. Eat it. This is the will of the Bodhisattva. Shi Yao. It fits her stereotype of the demons of the demon sect. After looking at Ji Changsheng strangely again, Shi Yao didn't say anything and directly took the pill given by Ji Changsheng. The decisive action surprised Ji Changsheng. Wei Tingbao coughed lightly and reminded, Master Ji. It is difficult for the disciples of Guanyin Hall to be controlled by poison. Ji Changsheng thought. Is it true? I don't believe it. Sheng Jiayan is an example of being alive and kicking. The previous apprentice sister Xiao was also a chess piece that the holy lady Hahuan had planted long ago. It shows that the disciples of Guanyin Hall are just like that. Seeing that Ji Changsheng didn't care, Wei Tingbao further reminded him, especially the descendants of the medicine-giving Guanyin lineage, the life-prolonging Guanyin lineage, and the water-sprinkling Guanyin lineage. It is impossible to be controlled by external things. You are wasting your efforts. Cooperate with senior sister and treat her with sincerity. I believe in senior sister's character. Mainly, it's useless not to believe. Shi Yao's strength is definitely better than his. Ji Changsheng was a little unconfident after what Wei Tingbao said. Zundu. Fake do? He pressed the switch of the remote control, crossed it out, and he ran the Devil Desire Sutra. Then he found that Shi Yao's face only changed slightly, but quickly regained her calm, and then looked at Ji Changsheng with extremely strange eyes. You actually became a demon. Ji Changsheng covered Shi Yao's mouth with his hand. Fellow Daoist Shi, I was just joking with you. We are sincere to each other. I am relieved to entrust Qi to you. I believe you also trust my character. Right? Feeling the undisguised murderous aura in Ji Changsheng's eyes, Shi Yao blinked, raised her hands and stepped back with a smile. No wonder fellow Daoist Qi is confident to go to Guanyin Hall. Fellow Daoist Qi really has someone to rely on behind him. Shi Yao chuckled and said, Fellow Daoist Qi, don't worry. I'm very tight-lipped. I hope you can come back alive from the main hall. Ji Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. He was alert to Guanyin Hall again. This was the first time that the Devil Desire Sutra failed when he used it. Although he had long known that there was no invincible practice. Only invincible people. The first failure was always unforgettable. It seems that the younger brother, now it may be the younger sister. There is something about the younger sister's practice method. The Dharma body passed down can actually restrain the Devil Desire Sutra. Sheng Jiayan and that junior sister Xiao were controlled. But Shi Yao couldn't be controlled. Probably because of the realm of strength and different Dharma bodies. According to what Wei Tingbao said, and the results of his personal experiments, the medicine-giving Guanyin lineage, the life-prolonging Guanyin lineage, and the water-sprinkling Guanyin lineage in this world are probably really immune to all poisons. As expected of one of the top immortal sects of the righteous path. In terms of heritage and strength, it seems to be stronger than the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. More people need to be called. So Ji Changsheng decisively drew an R card first. Master, do you know the 33 masters of the Guanyin Temple? Master? Ji Changsheng explained, among the 33 masters. Is there anyone like you? Master. Cha Sheng. You really think highly of me. The 33 masters of the Guanyin Temple are old enough to be my mother. Ji Changsheng was heartbroken. Master. You have to stand up. I regard you as my thigh. But if you continue to sink like this, I will be your thigh in a few days. Master wanted to block Ji Changsheng. But Ji Changsheng had already blocked Master. Putting aside the age, he was very disappointed with Master. He chose to continue drawing cards. It seems that the R card is still not high enough, and it needs to be drawn from a higher level card pool. So this time Ji Changsheng drew an SR card. Bao, I believe you must have someone in Guanyin Temple. After receiving Ji Changsheng's message, the Holy Lady of Hahuan also replied with a Ji Changsheng, baby, I want to give you the Guanyin Hall, or at least give you the Guanyin Tears as a gift. The Holy Lady Hahuan directly separated the true from the false and completed the reading comprehension. You want to attack the Guanyin Hall? Are you interested in the Guanyin Tears? Then you have to start from the main hall. The branch halls of Qi can only squeeze out oil and water, but not the real formula technology. Ji Changsheng, that's what I mean. So I need Bao's help. Hahuan Saint, you want to attack the main hall of Guanyin Temple? Ji Changsheng, yes. I believe that among the 33 vain leaders of Guanyin Temple, there must be your people. And your people are my people. Tell me, how many of our own people do we have? Ji Changsheng didn't believe that Hahuan Saint only arranged an undercover agent. Xiao Junior's sister. It is obvious that Xiao Junior's sister can be abandoned at any time. There is a big fish behind. Hahuan Saint was shocked. It took her 3 seconds to digest the shock that Ji Changsheng gave her. Although it sounds outrageous. If you do such a thing, it is quite normal. Guanyin Bodhisattva didn't let the thunder kill you. Ji Changsheng laughed. What a joke. The gods of the Thunder Palace are all my old subordinates. Bao, do you think my identity as the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor is a joke with you? Soul-breaking palace. Hahuan Saint straightened up, and her face became serious. Of course she thought Ji Changsheng was joking with her. If the Southern Emperor Changsheng is so shameless and lustful, then she really has no choice. But she would definitely rather believe that Ji Changsheng has inherited the Southern Emperor Changsheng. Even so, she was just guessing before. But this time, the reaction of Guanyin Bodhisattva made the possibility of this guess reach 80%. So, she has to increase her bet. Ji Changsheng's talent, status and means are already worth betting on. Now with his background, she can get more original shares to get more returns in the future. Otherwise, Ji Changsheng, who has inherited the Daluo, will soar to the sky on his birthday. So why should he help her? Saint Hahuan knew it very well. So after a moment of hesitation, she decided to stand by Ji Changsheng as usual and give him the necessary support. 3. Ji Changsheng was immediately shocked. Saint Hahuan said there were 3. And Ji Changsheng assumed there were 5. Master, look at them. Then look at you. We are all big guys. You really have to go to the children's table for dinner. A husky is mixed in with the wolf pack. I will let those 3 people save your life. But they can't move lightly unless necessary. Saint Hahuan said. Ji Changsheng was very emotional. Bao, I feel that if you are given another 100 years, you can make the entire Guanyin Temple yours. No, at least the medicine-giving Guanyin lineage, the life-extending Guanyin lineage, and the water-sprinkling Guanyin lineage cannot become my people. The Demon Desire Sutra does not work on the high-level cultivators of these 3 lines. Ji Changsheng. He just confirmed this. The Holy Lady of Hahuan continued, I will give you a list. After you go to the Guanyin Temple, if you are exhausted, you can seek help from the people on the list. Okay. As a return gift, I will kill the medicine-giving Guanyin lineage, the life-prolonging Guanyin lineage, and the water-sprinkling Guanyin lineage for you. Ji Changsheng is a particular person. Only a mutually beneficial relationship can last. One-sided demands cannot make a long-term business. Ji Changsheng successfully reached an agreement with his SR card. This gave Ji Changsheng a sense of security. But it was not enough. He had to continue drawing cards. This time it was a higher-end SSR. Master, do you have a backup plan in Guanyin Hall? You Lao Mo? I found out that among the 33 branches of Guanyin Hall, the branch of medicine-giving Guanyin, the branch of life-extending Guanyin, and the branch of water-sprinkling Guanyin have reached an agreement with Huangquan sect to harm you. These are just the people I found. And there may be more people I haven't found. I can't sit idly by when the master is in trouble. So I decided to strike first. Master, if you have any arrangements with the senior leaders of Guanin Hall, please tell me in advance to avoid hurting them by mistake. You Lao Mo. Is this really my son? The more I look at him, the more he looks like my father. 2 days later, I will be invincible. Can I have half the courage of Chan Sheng? Yu Lao Mo has no confidence in himself. But he thinks it is not his problem. It is that Chan Sheng is too outrageous. Yu Linglong is not so arrogant. Cha Sheng, don't be impulsive. I am very calm. Leader, you should also be prepared to take action. The first to strike is the strongest. And the last to strike will suffer. Your safety is related to the 1,000-year plan of our holy religion. And nothing can happen. Okay. You pay attention to safety. If there is any danger, you can seek help from the leader of the Qingjing Guanyin lineage. Hearing Yu Lao Mo's words, Ji Changsheng was silent. The Qingjing Guanyin lineage is also one of the 3 lines mentioned by the Holy Lady of Hahuan just now. This lineage leader is a talent. I don't know whether he is loyal to the Holy Lady of Hahuan or Yu Lao Mo, or he is simply working for himself. The world of these old silver coins is too complicated. Ji Changsheng was too lazy to find out the truth. Anyway, as long as the Qingjing Guanyin lineage did not cause him trouble, it would be fine. After dealing with the SSR card of Yu Lao Mo, Ji Changsheng finally drew the extremely rare card UR card. There is only one in the world. 2 days later, it is estimated that it will be difficult to appear again, and the SSR card will become the highest level. Wife, I want to destroy the Guanyin Temple. You have to help me. Xuandu Temple. Yu Linglong shuddered all over. She found that her invincible days began to become very exciting after she had an intersection with Ji Changsheng. This guy always gave her a little surprise. Destroy the Guanyin Temple? It doesn't have to be destroyed. If the high-level officials of Guanyin Temple can turn back from their wrong path, I will give them a break and see if they have realized it. Yu Linglong went straight to the point. Has Guanyin Temple also been won over by Huangquan sect? According to the information I have currently, at least 3 Vain leaders have reached cooperation with Huangquan sect, and 3 Vain leaders are from Tianma sect. Wife, do you support puppets in Guanyin Temple? Yu Linglong. No. I usually kill those I don't like. I have killed 7 of the 33 Vain leaders of Guanyin Temple. Why? Are there so many stubborn ones? What can Ji Changsheng say? He can only praise. My wife is invincible. Indeed. At Yu Linglong's level, there is no need to bother. The holy woman Hahuan has invincible connections. But she is still a level lower than my wife. Of course, the lowest level is still the master of the temple. You have to have both fists and connections. Master, you have to stand up. Anyway, my wife, be ready to support me at any time. I will go to the main hall of Guanyin Temple and kill all the monsters in Guanyin Temple who want to harm you, and see if it is enough for me to be promoted to the refining realm. Yu Linglong. Ji Changsheng. You are a real warrior. Kill wherever you go. Don't care about the other party's backer at all. She doesn't think it's because she is Ji Changsheng's backer. After all, Ji Changsheng first killed her son and husband in name. So, she can only attribute it to a peerless warrior. With your character, even without merit, you will definitely achieve great things. No worse than Mu Xian, Jiangxi, Yu Bihai and others. Yu Linglong said frankly, you are especially suitable for practicing magic. Ji Changsheng. I still think I am suitable for cultivating merits. And I believe that Guanyin Temple will not let me down. Don't go too far. Guanyin Temple is the direct descendant of Guanyin Bodhisattva, and its foundation in the world is second only to our Xuandu Temple. Yu Linglong reminded, regarding the background of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. The third master has never admitted it. But our Xuandu Temple and Guanyin Temple have both invited true gods to descend to the earth. The Great Master and Guanyin Bodhisattva have personally stood on the stage. So we have to leave a little face for the Bodhisattva. Before, those main criminals of Guanyin Temple were in my hands. And I only killed 7 of them, and did not kill them in the main hall. This is the reason. Ji Changsheng didn't care. It's okay. The Bodhisattva is my little brother. Yu Linglong's jade hand trembled again. Even if she claimed to be invincible in the world, she didn't dare to talk to Ji Changsheng for a long time. Except Li Chengxi, who can stand this kind of chat. Can you talk properly? Yu Linglong said helplessly. Ji Changsheng said calmly, what are you afraid of? I just met my younger brother. To be more precise, my younger sister. Based on his brief contact with Guanyin Bodhisattva before, he was basically sure that the Bodhisattva had begun to fully feminize. I don't know what kind of stimulation he received during the conferred God tribulation. Or is there something strange about the cultivation method he practiced? Ji Changsheng didn't quite understand why he had to change his gender. He could only guess that it was because of cultivation. It can't be because of love. Right? The Bodhisattva is a good person. And it doesn't seem to have fallen into the devil's way. Ji Changsheng shared information with his first wife. If nothing unexpected happens, the Bodhisattva is on my side. On your side? Yu Linglong didn't understand. And was subconsciously happy. So it's our side? No. It's on my side. To be precise, it's on the side of the Southern Emperor of Immortality. Yu Linglong was puzzled. Both the Western Church and Taoism are trying to win over the Bodhisattva. The Southern Emperor of Immortality has disappeared. Will the Bodhisattva choose to stand on the side of the Southern Emperor of Immortality? Are you sure? Almost sure. Little sister has no reason to lie to me. After all, he didn't recognize me as her brother. Yu Linglong. That's a bit wrong. Is the rumor true? What rumor? For the sake of your respect, I don't have your courage, so I dare not discuss it privately. But if the rumor is true, you can do whatever you want in Guanyin Hall. Yu Linglong seemed to have thought of something, and her tone was very strange. I have a suggestion. What suggestion? Cha Sheng. Don't you think the name of Guanyin Hall is a bit unpleasant? And the things that Guanyin Hall did in Qi State also damaged the reputation of Bodhisattva. I think we can change the name of Guanyin Hall and further test the position of Bodhisattva. What name? Changsheng Hall. This time it was Ji Changsheng's turn to be confused. Although I think Bodhisattva is a good person. Is this too much? He didn't recognize that I was his brother. What if she feels that I am too aggressive and really gets angry? Cha Sheng. Do you want to have your own foundation? I will help you. Ji Changsheng resisted the temptation of beauty. You are not right. You seem to be setting a trap for me. I went to Guanyin Hall this time to kill all the evil people in Guanyin Hall who are not good for you. Not to seek benefits for myself. It's okay. Just treat it as a betrothal gift to me. You are the master of Changsheng Hall, and you are a good match for me. Ji Changsheng felt more and more dangerous. You actually seduced me. You must have set a big trap for me. I won't talk to you anymore. I will go to Guanyin Hall to persuade those vain masters to abandon the dark and join the light. In Xuandu Temple, Yu Linglong suddenly laughed and looked in the direction of Guanyin Hall. If I turn Guanyin Hall into Changsheng Hall, and the Bodhisattva has been standing by and watching, that would be very interesting. I seem to be closer to the truth of the disintegration of the Chan sect than the Great Master. Chapter 167. I love peace, and always convince others with reason. Sister, please take care of Changsheng. Yu Linglong had just finished talking to Ji Changsheng when she saw her junior brother running over in a hurry. The cold sweat on her forehead clearly expressed the master's current mood. He is going to offend the Bodhisattva to death. Yu Linglong had calmed down at this time. It doesn't matter. I also killed 7 masters of the Guanyin Temple in the past. The Bodhisattva was still broad-minded and did not pursue it. Master. Sister. Do you think Changsheng can only kill 7? Yu Linglong could not refute. With Ji Changsheng's style of doing things, 7 masters of the meridians are indeed difficult to satisfy his appetite. Also, sister, you know to give face to the Bodhisattva, and did not kill people in the main hall of the Guanyin Temple. But Changsheng doesn't know how to show mercy to people. He is obsessed with gaining merit, and doesn't care about the consequences at all. He will definitely kill people in the main hall of the Guanyin Temple. The master was panicked. Guanyin Temple is far from the foundation of Xuandu Temple, and it does not have a magical artifact like Xianwang Merit Tower to protect the mountain. So it can be challenged. But if you challenge the gate of Guanyin Temple, it is equivalent to completely hating Guanyin Bodhisattva. Being on Guanyin Bodhisattva's blacklist, most people can't stand it. The master of the temple does not want Ji Changsheng to get into trouble. Nor does he want Xuandu Temple to be implicated. But the things Ji Changsheng did, neither he nor Xuandu Temple can cover them up. Yu Linglong raised her hand to suppress it, signaling the master to calm down. Ji Changsheng has already slapped the Bodhisattva in the face once about the affairs of Qi State. And the Bodhisattva did not do anything. This is a very positive signal. Let him go to the main hall of Guanyin Temple to take a walk, which can confirm many things. The master was stunned. He was just a little younger, but he was undoubtedly not stupid. From Yu Linglong's attitude at this time, he noticed a big problem. Sister, Why do I feel that you are a little happy to see it happen now? Yes. A little? Yu Linglong did not deny it. She still trusted the master and said frankly, I even thought about whether to transform the Guanyin Hall into the Changsheng Hall. The master was not afraid anymore. He thought seriously. Ji Changsheng dared to kill anyone he saw. The master had no idea about Ji Changsheng. He didn't know whether Ji Changsheng had any more far-reaching plans, or just wanted to gain merit. But he still understood his sister. Sister, is there something wrong with the Bodhisattva? Yu Linglong said, the problem now is that the Bodhisattva seems to be fine. The master? If the Bodhisattva is fine, then there must be something wrong with what happened during the conferred God tribulation. Yu Linglong looked at the master. Brother, your brain is better than mine. Help me analyze it. If Guanyin Bodhisattva, that is, Sihong Taoist, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, has no problem, then why did he betray the Chan sect and join the Western sect? The master used the fact that Sihong Taoist had no problem as the logical basis to deduce. And then his whole face turned pale. Yu Linglong said in a deep voice, don't worry. The secrets of heaven are in chaos. Now we are just talking about saints. And no one will hear it. The master's face relaxed slightly. But his voice was still very heavy. If there is no problem with Taoist Sihong, the problem is very likely to be Yuanshi Tianwang. Yu Linglong nodded slightly. It's almost the same as I thought. The 12 golden immortals under the seat of the Tianwang, Sihong, Manjusri, Samantabhadra, and Ji Lusun have all joined the Western religion. You know, the Tianwang accepts disciples. And the heart, blessing source, and character are all indispensable. They all go through many tests before they can worship under the Tianwang. As a result, 1/3 of the direct disciples chose to betray. Is the Western religion more attractive than the Chan religion? Among the 6 saints, except for Nua, who lived in the Wa Palace and became the co-founder of the human and demon races early on, and did not need to bother to manage it. The other 5 saints all had their own sects. Tai Ching Saint established the human religion, with the development and growth of the human race as the foundation. Yuanshi Tianwang established the Chan religion, which means to clarify. The doctrine of Chan religion is that Yuanshi Tianwang clarified the Great Way and taught the world. Lingbao Tianzuan, Tontian sect master, established the Jia religion to seize a ray of life and fight for life with the sky, focusing on being unruly. So during the conferred God tribulation, even though Lingbao Tianzuan had been besieged by the saints, he still tried to change his fate against the sky. This is the way of Lingbao Tianzuan and Jia religion. And Jian Saint and Juandi Saint jointly founded the Western religion. During the conferred God tribulation, Tai Ching Saint, as the eldest brother of the 6 saints, had a transcendent status and strength, and did not enter the tribulation. Moreover, he made a promise that his disciples would not be subject to the catastrophe. And other saints had no objection to this. The naked double standards and privileges still made other saints dare not have any objections, which shows the strength of the Saint Tai Ching. Other saints naturally wanted to follow suit. So Nua said that she would also be exempted from the catastrophe. As the co-founder of the human race, Nua, who had original shares in both the human race and the demon race, spoke up, and other saints gave her face. So Nua became the second saint exempted from the catastrophe of the conferred God. But only the Saint Tai Ching and the Lady Nua were transcendent. And the other 4 saints had neither the strength of the Saint Tai Ching nor the original shares of the Lady Nua. So they had to fight. So the conferred God catastrophe was ultimately a national war between the Shang and Zhou dynasties. But in fact it was a battle between the Chan sect, the Jia sect, and the Western sect. In the end, the Western religion won a great victory, jumping from the weakest sect to the strongest sect. The 10,000 immortals of Jieju disappeared, leaving only Lingbao Tianzuan as the lone leader. The Chan religion was half dead, and 4 of the 12 golden immortals under Yuanshi Tianwang left Chan religion and joined the Western religion. The rest of the disciples also suffered repeated setbacks during the conferred God tribulation. In the absence of the saints, the 12 golden immortals were beaten by the Jia religion disciples in various ways, and they lost all their dignity. Even the Daluo deputy leader of the Chan religion, Burning Lamp Taoist, who was 1 level higher than the 12 golden immortals and helped Chan religion to maintain order, eventually chose to leave Chan religion and join the Western religion to become Burning Lamp Ancient Buddha. If it weren't for the fact that the Southern Pole Changsheng Great Emperor successfully grabbed the Daluo quota as the eldest son of Yuanshi Tianwang and joined the 6 Imperials, It would not be an exaggeration for Yuanshi Tianwang to be the biggest loser in the conferred God tribulation along with Lingbao Tianzuan. Even with the southern pole Changsheng Great Emperor covering up for Yuanshi Tianwang, it was still difficult to hide the failure of Chan religion. After the conferred God's tribulation, the Western sect was truly in its heyday. The human sect was making a fortune quietly, and the Orthodox sect and the Jia sect, the two strongest sects in the prehistoric world, became yesterday's news. The result of the conferred God's tribulation is actually very wrong. Yu Linglong said in a deep voice. The Grand Master told me about it, and I also carefully summarized the information of that year. If I am not wrong, during the conferred God's tribulation, the saints who bullied the weak the most were Yuanshi Tianwang and Jundi Saint. Yuanshi Tianwang suppressed the opponent without any suspense every time he took action. But in the end, the Orthodox sect fell apart. Think about Jundi Saint, who almost failed to bully the weak. But the Western sect flourished. Junior brother, isn't it very wrong? The master guessed. Those disciples of the Orthodox sect who took the initiative to join the Western sect. Could it be that they chose to join the Western sect because Jundi Saint was too weak? In the Orthodox sect, they must always submit to the throne of the Heavenly King. But if they join the Western sect, they have the opportunity to overthrow Jundi Saint. Saint Jundi may be weak, but another saint of the Western religion is not weak. Yu Linglong shook her head and said, there must be other inside stories. There are so many traitors in the Xianjiao, which obviously means there is a problem within the Xianjiu. At the beginning of the conferred God tribulation, each of the 12 golden immortals was considered to have a deep blessing and noble character. Rumors cannot be believed, but they cannot be disbelieved. I want to see what kind of person the Bodhisattva is. The master reminded, senior sister. Is it meaningful for you to know what kind of person the Bodhisattva is now? Of course it is meaningful. Ji Changsheng, that little guy, once said that all history is contemporary history. If I know what happened specifically during the conferred God tribulation, then what is happening in the prehistoric fairyland now may be the same thing, which is the sequel of that year. I know the inside story, and I will know what to do. Otherwise, I can only be muddle-headed and drift with the tide, and finally die without understanding. Junior brother, as a cultivator of my generation, we can die in battle, but we cannot be a confused ghost. After Yu Linglong ascended, it is impossible for her to sit on the fence all the time. Sooner or later, she has to choose a position, especially since the human cult, which had not survived the conferred God's tribulation, had taken the initiative to survive this time. She could not escape. 3 major questions in life. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? Yu Linglong could answer the first 2 questions. She was going to answer the third question now. The master of the temple suddenly thought of something. Sister, is there a gossip about Taoist Sihong and true King Yuqing? Yes, there is such a thing. Yu Linglong's tone began to become strange. It is said that the Heavenly King found that Taoist Sihong and true King Yuqing were very close, and in anger, he wanted to kill Taoist Sihong. True King Yuqing rescued Sihong, and the father and son turned against each other because of this. The Chan sect was split into 2 factions, one supporting the Heavenly King to rectify the sect, and the other hoping that Sihong could survive. This gossip is too bloody. I don't believe it. The master of the temple guessed. Sihong later joined the Western religion and became Guanyin Bodhisattva, and gradually transformed into a female body, which made this rumor more and more intense in the prehistoric fairy world. Senior sister, is it possible that this is the truth? It's possible, but I don't believe it. Yu Linglong shook her head and said, I prefer another possibility. What possibility? The young man can't wait, or doesn't want to wait. If you don't give it to me, I will grab it myself. At this point, a divine light flashed in Yu Linglong's eyes. The master's eyes also instantly showed deep worry. He knew that the senior sister didn't really believe that this was the case. But the senior sister wanted to believe that this was the case. What kind of person you are. What kind of world you see. There is no doubt that those young people with extraordinary talents hope that they can be the masters of the family as soon as possible, instead of always following the arrangements of their elders. Senior sister, in fact, there is nothing wrong with listening to the arrangements of the elders. The master of the temple reminded. He has been following Yu Linglong's footsteps. I don't think there is anything wrong with it. Yu Linglong smiled at the master. Junior brother, if I die one day, that will be the time when you can really shine. Your potential is greater than you think. The master said seriously, I hope that senior sister will never get into trouble. The road is long. with endless difficulties and obstacles. Who can predict the future? Fortunately, Ji Changsheng, this little guy, dares to think and act, which gives me a glimpse of the way forward. Perhaps, what is happening in the prehistoric fairyland is completely different from what I thought before. Enemies may not be enemies. Friends may not be friends. And elders may not be elders. Daozu is high above. The six saints look down on all living things. Xuandu Master moves. Guanyin Bodhisattva moves. Nanji Changsheng Emperor falls. The Western Church, Tathagata Buddha seems to have moved as well. Yu Linglong silently summarizes the currently known information, and a possibility begins to appear in her mind involuntarily. But she suppressed her speculation in the depths of her mind. Let's wait and see. Let's see how far Ji Changsheng, the new wave, can go. She needs to learn. After all, she went to the prehistoric fairyland. And she is also a new wave who needs to strive for the top. She stayed in front of the teleportation array. Have you really thought it through? You know, no matter what backup you have, you are in danger of death if you go to the main hall. Sure Yao, with the idea of compassion, gave Ji Changsheng a final reminder. Liking Hongya, she also guessed that it was Yu Lao Mo. But she didn't think Yu Lao Mo could pose any real fatal threat to Guanyin Hall. Yu Lao Mo may have made some promises to you, but Yu Lao Mo is not Yu Linglong. Yu Lao Mo may not be able to get any benefits in the main hall, even if he has the strength to kill people in the main hall. You have to be able to hold on until he takes action. Ji Changsheng thanked Shi Yao for reminding him. Friend Shi, I understand what you said, but I still believe that human nature is good. Guanyin Hall follows the Bodhisattva's will and saves all living beings with compassion. I don't believe that the top leaders can take human lives lightly. Shi Yao. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether Ji Changsheng was really so naive or just being sarcastic. She herself didn't have such confidence in the top leaders of Guanyin Hall. Ji Changsheng. It's hard to say. Shi Yao shook her head and could only wish Ji Changsheng good luck. Well, I hope your identity as a Bodhisattva messenger can really make the Huamai Lord more cautious. Shi Yao finally reminded, I have already communicated with the Palace Master. If you are facing a desperate situation of life and death, you can seek the Palace Master's help. But there are too many ways to control a person. You'd better be careful. Thank you, Dao Yushi. The security of Qi State will be handed over to Dao Yushi. Before I come back, don't let the monsters of Huangquan sect and Wanyao country harm the people of Qi State. I won't stay in the main hall of Guanyin Temple for too long. As long as I convince those vain masters, I will rush back immediately. You are really confident. Ji Changsheng thought to himself that if you could marry my wife, you would be confident too. Although there are indeed many ways to control a person. With the strength of the Guanyin Temple senior management, there is a situation where he can't even use the Jade Sword. But my wife's Jade Sword is an intelligent flying sword. It can play by itself, without my command at all. At the border of Shun State, the death of Lu Yonghui, the president of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, is still vivid in my mind. It was Yu Linglong who remotely controlled her Jade Sword and killed the leader of the world's top immortal sect. The high-level combat power of Guanyin Temple is naturally stronger than that of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. But in front of my wife, there is no difference between ants and elephants. They both ended up being killed instantly. What he needs to worry about most when he goes to Guanyin Temple is whether the Bodhisattva will turn against him, and whether Yu Linglong will be entangled by other things. There are risks. For example, if a peerless master suddenly appears and entangles Yu Linglong may lose sight of one thing and let him capsize in the ditch. But with such a big advantage, if he still doesn't dare to take such a small risk, what's the point of cultivating immortality? Okay, fellow Daoist Shi, start the teleportation array. Shi Yao nodded. I have also notified Master Huamai. When you get there, there should be someone waiting for you. That's great. Ji Changsheng's face was full of benevolent smiles. I believe Master Huamai must be a very compassionate person. As long as I talk to her about reason, she will definitely be willing to let go of the past grudges with me and ruin her family to help her out. Shi Yao. It's hard to judge. She didn't see that Master Huamai had the realm of ruining her family to help her out. But since Ji Changsheng said so, she reluctantly believed it. Have a good trip. Shi Yao started the teleportation array. About a quarter of an hour later, at the window where Qiguo was located in the main hall of the Guanyin Temple teleportation array, Ji Changsheng appeared out of thin air and saw a barefoot woman in white. Please come, fellow Taoist. I am Ji Chansheng, the messenger of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Ji Chansheng was very polite. Why don't you kneel to greet the angel? Has Guanyin Temple betrayed the Bodhisattva? Ji Chansheng came up and put a big hat on Hua Yifeng, making her a little dazed. Ji Chansheng didn't know that Hua Yifeng was Hua Pingjin's biological mother. Guanyin Temple, like Huan sect, is a large sect of female cultivators, and it is absolutely dominated by females and weak by males. There are 33 masters of Guanyin Temple, 30 female cultivators, and only 3 are male cultivators. But they are also gradually transforming. It's a matter of time. The cultivation methods of Guanyin Temple. The final realm is to overcome gender barriers. The family inheritance behind the 33 masters has always been based on the mother's surname rather than the father's surname. Of course, their mothers may have been their fathers before. The Guanyin Temple can indeed be said to be a temple with its own feelings, which is very different from the outside world. Jinjin is my son, my daughter. Hearing the barefoot woman in front of him say this, Ji Chansheng instantly became alert. Sensing the other party's breath again, it seemed stronger than his own. Ji Chansheng instantly grasped the jade sword in his sleeve. But there is still a kind smile on his face. He came to the Guanyin Temple for peace. If it is possible not to fight, it is definitely better not to fight. So Ji Chansheng patiently explained, Hua Zhenchuan died at the hands of the Huangquan demon. Although he is gone, his thoughts will live on forever. Please accept my condolences. Don't worry. I will do my best to hunt down the Huangquan demon and avenge your daughter. Hua Yifeng laughed in anger. Why would the Huangquan sect kill my son? Ji Chansheng was surprised and said, Hua Zhenchuan is the descendant of Guanyin Temple, and the Huangquan sect is the demon of the demon sect. It is natural for the demon of the demon sect to kill the descendant of the righteous way. What? Do you have any objection? Of course I have an objection. Ji Chansheng. Don't quibble. Kill. You are my sons. Ji Chansheng frowned. Dao Yu. What you said is unreasonable. I came to Guanyin Temple to seek peace in accordance with the order of Bodhisattva. But I didn't expect that the lineage of Guanyin who dispenses medicine seems to be deeply possessed by the devil. No. I believe that there are still reasonable people in the lineage of Guanyin who dispenses medicine. It should be you, the demon of the demon sect, who are trying to sow discord. I will kill you first, and then accept the apology of Guanyin who dispenses medicine. Ji Chansheng had already scanned the area. The lineage of Guanyin who dispenses medicine had been cleared, and there was no one around. So he waved the jade sword without saying a word. Another guest has been added to the Wanman umbrella Yazoo. Ji Chansheng felt the increase of merit and virtue, and his face was solemn. It is indeed the demon of the demon sect. I have always loved peace and convinced people with reason. Only the demon of the demon sect will not reason with me. Chapter 168 Autumn wind sweeps fallen leaves, and cultivation is promoted again. The road to peace is long and arduous. However, holding the jade sword in his hand, Ji Shanren's chest is full of blood of sacrificing his life for justice. The disciples of the Holy Church cultivate a passion and chivalry. This is in line with his Tao. Ji Shanren feels that he is on the right path, because he feels that his realm is about to be promoted to the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit, which means that what he is doing is right. It's just that the progress is a bit slow. Thinking about the past. Cross it out. There is no past. Thinking about yesterday. It only took him one day to be promoted from the nascent soul realm to the transformation realm. But it has been more than half a day since the transformation realm, and he has not yet been promoted to the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit. The efficiency suddenly slowed down. Although it is common sense that the higher the realm, the slower the improvement speed. But Ji Chansheng told himself that he should improve his self-requirements and must not go with the flow, and cannot take the slowdown of his cultivation speed for granted. If you are slow in one step, you will be completely surpassed by others in the future. Strive to be the best. Reflect on yourself 3 times a day. Have you broken through? Have you killed the demons? Can you be faster? After the 3 reflections, Ji Changqing's eyes became clearer. Haven't broken through yet. Killed a demon. Can be faster. Just at this time, a figure came from a distance. Ji Chansheng looked carefully and saw several more demons. Cross them out. They may be peace-loving people, and we will see their positions before we make a decision. Although Ji Chansheng used his wife's jade sword just now, he knew that this was the home court of Guanyin Temple after all. So although he didn't notice someone secretly spying, he still used Yaguang Luohuan. If someone is spying in secret, they will see that he is using the sad demon knife. Of course, if the realm's strength is much higher than his, these disguises are meaningless. Then he can only use the jade sword to continue to kill the people who are spying in secret. In short, the advantage is mine. Sister. Yifeng? Ji Changsheng. What did you do to my cousin? This time, 3 people came directly. They are all female cultivators. To be more precise, at least they all look like women now. The Guanyin Temple is different from other places. Ji Changsheng warned himself that he must adapt to the local customs and not look at people with old eyes. The Guanyin Temple has its own feelings. Please rest assured. 3 Taoist friends. Ji Changsheng has always been polite before force when dealing with people, and will never kill without teaching. So even though the 3 women were not friendly enough, Ji Changsheng still maintained his self-cultivation and smiled and said, "Is the Taoist friend just now called Hua Yifeng? Let the 3 Taoist friends know that Hua Yifeng colluded with the demons of Huangquan sect, and was deeply possessed by the devil, and was hopeless. I wanted to guide her to turn over a new leaf, but she was stubborn and even tried to attack me. I had no choice but to ask her to go to Wanman Umbrella." After a pause, seeing the 3 women's faces suddenly change, Ji Changsheng added, "Of course, I believe this is just Hua Yunfeng's business, and it has nothing to do with the lineage of Shiryao Guanyin, including the Hua family. Although Hua Yunfeng's attitude towards me is very bad, as long as the lineage of Shiryao Guanyin and the Hua family can give me a reasonable explanation and show enough apology and sincerity, I can still forgive you." In the end, Ji Changsheng felt that his people were really good. If someone else came, with his wife being invincible, wouldn't it be a bloodbath in a matter of minutes? Maybe he would even abuse all the female cultivators of the Hua family. Only when he met someone as reasonable as him could he reason with them so calmly. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng said from the bottom of his heart, "You and the Hua family should be grateful." The 3 women were stunned. As one of the 33 branches of the Guanyin Temple, and the top 3 branches of the Guanyin Temple, the Hua family has never seen such an arrogant person. I come for peace. Follow the order of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Exorcise demons, and rectify the style of the sect." Ji Changsheng said sincerely. Someone in the Guanyin Temple colluded with the Huangquan sect, betrayed his ideals and beliefs, and lived a decadent life. He was extremely evil, and destroyed the image of the Guanyin Temple in the hearts of the people of the world. I came this time to change the status quo, and let the Guanyin Temple regain its vitality. The 3 women. The brain continued to be CPU. I really didn't react. The master of Guanyin Temple would not say such words to them. Those who are qualified to say such words to them, such as Yu Linglong, Yu Laoimo, and other big men. If they really don't like them, they will kill them directly. So they were very fresh and confused to hear these words from Ji Changsheng. The first time is always special. After looking at each other, it took a full half a minute before the leading woman reacted and laughed in anger. "Good boy. We are good at yin and yang in the medicine lineage." Ji Changsheng was very surprised. "When did I say yin and yang in your medicine lineage? I was talking about those traitors in Guanyin Temple who betrayed their ideals and beliefs." The woman said angrily, "Don't think I don't know what you are talking about. I have been in Guanyin Temple for hundreds of years. Don't I know who is the traitor?" Ji Changsheng sorted out the woman's logic and came to the conclusion, "It seems that you admit that you are a traitor to Guanyin Temple. Sister, don't waste time talking to this guy. Let's see where Yifeng is first." The Tiansheng sect technique that Ji Changsheng practiced focuses on environmental protection. Now Hua Yifeng has been completely eaten up. The 3 women found out that Hua Yifeng was in trouble. But until now, they didn't know what happened to Hua Yifeng. After all, they couldn't understand the jargon of Wanman Umbrella. Ji Changsheng kindly explained, "Hua Yunfeng's blood is here." Ji Changsheng released his passion. The blood sea phenomenon made the brains of the 3 female cultivators blank again. This is the main hall of Guanyin Temple. Such an arrogant demon has not appeared in the past 100 years. Hua Yunfeng's bones are here. Ji Changsheng released his white bone Taoist palace again. The 3 women continued to be stunned. As for Hua Yunfeng's soul, it is in the 10,000 people umbrella. "Do you want to meet Hua Yifeng?" Ji Changsheng took out his 10,000 people umbrella and sincerely invited the 3 female cultivators in front of him. It is worthy of being the main hall of Guanyin Temple. This is only one of the 33 veins, and Ji Changsheng has already seen 4 cultivators in the God of Transformation. The foundation of Guanyin Temple is deeper than he imagined. It is also more enthusiastic than he imagined. Because after the 3 female cultivators in front of him reacted, they enthusiastically hoped to meet Hua Yifeng. So Ji Changsheng naturally met their requests. Then, Ji Changsheng successfully raised his cultivation to the middle stage of the spiritualization. This is the best demonstration of the excellent results of the 3 self-examinations. In Xuandu Temple, Yu Linglong's eyes twitched fiercely, and an idea emerged involuntarily in her mind. This guy doesn't want to ascend with me. Right? Now there is still a day and a half before she ascends to the prehistoric fairyland. For ordinary cultivators, a day and a half is not enough to do anything. Not to mention practicing from the middle stage of the spiritualization to the peak of the tribulation. But for Ji Changsheng, it is also difficult. But Yu Linglong suddenly panicked. I think it's acceptable for this beast to do anything now, Yu Linglong muttered to herself. In the past, others always said that she was a beast. Yu Linglong didn't feel anything about it. Until she met Ji Changsheng. She finally knew how outrageous the beast was in the eyes of others. She was actually this kind of painting style in the eyes of others before. Yu Linglong was somewhat ashamed. But she felt that she was much more low-key than Ji Changsheng. Thinking of this, Yu Linglong couldn't help but remind Ji Changsheng, you haven't been in the main hall of Guanyin Temple for a quarter of an hour. And you have already killed 4 divine transformation cultivators. They are high-level divine transformation cultivators. And their status is even higher than that of the true disciples. Ji Changsheng, can you sit down and have a good talk with them? And don't always solve problems by killing people. Ji Changsheng's killing gave her a headache. Divine transformation cultivators are not cabbages. If she killed a disciple of Xuandu Temple, she would dare to destroy the other party. Even if Guanyin Temple is not as good as Xuandu Temple, it can't kill their backbone so blatantly. Do you think you are me? Guanyin Hall can tolerate me, but cannot tolerate others doing the same. If you allow Imo kills like this, Guanyin Hall will have to stand up for the disciples. Otherwise, people will lose their hearts. In this regard, Ji Changsheng said that I was also forced. Wife, you also saw it. I wanted to have a good talk with him. But these 4 incarnations are unreasonable. But I didn't expect that killing 4 incarnations in the main hall of Guanyin Hall would actually raise the cultivation to the middle stage of incarnation. Wife, what do you think is the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? Yu Linglong said speechlessly, these 4 incarnations do have a lot of merits. But you have accumulated a lot of merits for what you did in Qi before. Don't put all the credit on killing people. That's true. Ji Changsheng was not idle during his one-day stay in Qi. From lighting the sky lantern on the Dog Emperor to overthrowing the Qijing branch of Guanyin Hall. These are all real merits. Not to mention that Tiansheng Medical Clinic is still continuing to treat and save people. It is no exaggeration to say that Ji Changsheng now has a huge amount of merits even when he lies down every day. If he is still in the nascent soul realm, the merits obtained by Qi state are enough for him to advance to a small realm. The merits required to advance to the spiritual transformation realm are a little more. Fortunately, the copy of Guanyin Temple is powerful enough. Wife, what you said makes sense. But Guanyin Temple still has a lot of merit seeds. You can't deny it. Yu Linglong really couldn't deny. I killed 7 Vein Masters in Guanyin Temple and directly advanced from the peak of refining void to the fusion stage. Guanyin Temple is indeed a bit outrageous. Ji Changsheng's eyes lit up. 7 Vein Masters can make you, my wife, advance from the peak of refining void to the fusion stage. Then if I kill 27, can I also advance to the fusion stage? I don't ask for much. Yu Linglong, I suggest you don't do this. Ji Changsheng, you have to understand that I can only protect you for a day and a half at most. After I leave, your unscrupulous way of brushing merit will inevitably be attacked by everyone. Ji Changsheng nodded. Wife, you make sense? So what is my senior sister's current cultivation level? Has she reached the fusion realm? It is known that Yu Lao Mo is at the peak of the calamity. It is the only SSR card in the world after the first wife ascended. If Li Changshi can be cultivated into an R card or even an SR card, Ji Changsheng thinks it will not be a big problem. After all, the Holy Maiden of Hehuan is also an SR card. Yu Linglong said, Changshi's cultivation level is already the Mahayana stage if nothing unexpected happens. Her promotion speed is not as outrageous as yours. But it is also outrageous. Faster than me. Sometimes, I wonder if she is really the reincarnation of Taiyin Star Lord. Pure-blooded human race. It is abnormal for her to be able to promote her cultivation faster than me. After the transformation of the spirit is the refining realm. After the refining realm is the fusion realm. After the fusion, it is Mahayana, the last realm before transcending the tribulation and ascending. Ji Chongqing's eyes lit up. He knew that Li Chongxi's cultivation must be higher than what was shown on the surface. But Li Chongxi herself showed the level of the last one in the 8 meridians of Xuandu Temple, which was definitely not normal. But since Li Chongxi didn't say it herself, Ji Chongsheng didn't want to ask. If it is Mahayana, then senior sister should soon become an SR card. SR card? What does that mean? Yu Linglong didn't understand. Senior sister should soon be promoted to the tribulation realm. In this case, even if you ascend, I can still walk sideways in this world. Yu Lao Mo plus Li Chongxi plus Li Huanyan plus Guanju. If that doesn't work, you can also count Qinglian Jianxian and Jiangxi. Ji Chongsheng has been very polite to Danqing Pavilion from the beginning to the end. In addition to respecting the teachings of Danqing Pavilion, he also has a lot to do with the 2 SR cards Qinglian Jianxian plus Jiangxi. Although these cards combined do not give him a sense of security as Yu Linglong, but it can be used as a makeshift. Ji, have never advocated fighting alone. There is no need to talk about the rules of the rivers and lakes with the demons of the demon sect. It's okay to fight shoulder to shoulder. Yu Linglong is very uncomfortable. After all, she can often kill all the opponents when fighting alone. So she told the truth. I don't have much in common with a weakling like you. Ji Chongsheng. Another person has come. This time it's a cultivator in the refining void realm. Let me remind you that Hua Yuerong, the head of the Shi Yao lineage, is in the late Mahayana realm on the surface. But her actual cultivation is in the crossing tribulation realm. You should be careful. Forget it. Do as you please. Yu Linglong knew that it was useless to persuade her, so she gave up decisively. And what Yu Linglong revealed at the end did make Ji Chongqing's heart jump. The head of the Shi Yao lineage, Hua Yuerong, the ancestor of the Hua family, is actually in the crossing tribulation realm. This kind of strength is already qualified to compete for the master of the Guanyin Temple. Cultivators in the crossing tribulation realm are very rare. Before taking the throne, the master of the temple was only a peak Mahayana cultivator. After becoming the master of the temple, the master shared the luck of Xuandu Temple, and then broke through the crossing tribulation realm in one go. The most powerful cultivator in the Bai family was in the early stage of Mahayana. This kind of person dared to openly show his strength and compete with the temple master for the position of the master of Xuandu Temple. Later, on the eve of the temple master's enthronement, the cultivator of the Bai family had an accident. It is said that the flying sword crashed, and he died on the way to the coronation of the temple master. Except for the Bai family, no one raised any objections. The Bai family proposed an in-depth investigation, which was vetoed by the temple master. If the cultivator of the Bai family had not died and became the temple master by chance, he would have been able to reach the realm of tribulation after sharing the luck of Xuandu Temple. For a big force like Xuandu Temple, once he becomes the headmaster, the strength bonus will be very strong. And if Hua Yuerong has the opportunity to become the master of Guanyin Temple, he can directly jump to the late stage of tribulation and become a big man who can be compared with the 5 great sword immortals. It seems that this is a real big man, and his rank may not be lower than that of the temple master. Ji Chongsheng became more vigilant. This Taoist fellow. Please come. I am Ji Chongsheng, the messenger appointed by Guanyin Bodhisattva. I come for peace, following the order of Guanyin Bodhisattva, to eliminate demons and rectify the style of the sect. Some people in Guanyin Temple have colluded with Huangquan sect, betrayed their ideals and beliefs, and have a decadent lifestyle. They take human lives lightly, commit heinous crimes, and have destroyed the image of Guanyin Temple in the hearts of the people of the world. This time I come here to change the status quo and let Guanyin Temple regain its vitality. Taoist fellow, are you willing to lend me a hand? Ji Chongsheng made the invitation for the 3rd time. As long as the other party is willing to accept the invitation, he is willing to treat the other party as his own. Unfortunately, he met a demon from the demon sect again. Hua Perong looked around with a gloomy expression, and did not find anything unusual. So she turned her eyes to Ji Chongsheng. The magic sword of Yu Lao Mo is on you? Ah? Ji Chongsheng did not understand the other party's logic. Hua Perong said coldly, otherwise, how did you kill those people just now? Ji Chongsheng suddenly realized. The other party thought it was the old demon Yu who did it. They underestimated me. Why should I rely on my adoptive father when I can rely on my wife? Fellow Taoist, you have misunderstood. I am here to follow the order of Guanyin Bodhisattva. It has nothing to do with Master Yu. May I ask your name? Hua Peirong. Hua Pingjin is my grandson. Ah, grandson or granddaughter? Forget it. The situation in your Guanyin temple is a bit complicated. Ji Changsheng couldn't figure it out either. Then Hua Yifeng should be your daughter. If so, your granddaughter and daughter are both demons of the demon cult. Fellow Taoist Hua, you have to prove that you have no connection with the Huangquan sect. Otherwise, I have reason to suspect that you have also abandoned your ideals and beliefs. Pretending to be stupid. Do you think that you can run wild in the main hall of my Guanyin temple with the support of you Lao Mo? Hua Peirong said coldly. It seems that you are just a scapegoat. Sent to die. In this case, I will fulfill your wish. The huge Guanyin Dharma image of the medicine dispensing Guanyin was lifted into the air. And the space was instantly locked. Ji Changsheng clearly felt that the time and space he was in fell into the control of the other party, and could be turned into nothingness at any time. In the realm of refining emptiness. Refining reality into emptiness. Disappearing into smoke. When a cultivator of refining emptiness kills someone, he can completely crush his bones and ashes in a moment, so that the enemy will not enter reincarnation. What a pity. The giant sword emitting a strong black demonic aura directly pierced through the Guanyin Dharma image. The next moment, Hua Peirong was split in half. Before Ji Changsheng had time to digest the sudden increase in merit, he heard a roar from afar. Who killed my son? Ji Changsheng looked at Hua Peirong, who died with her eyes wide open. This seems to be Hua Yuerong's daughter. To be more precise, she might have been a son. Beat the young and then the old. One after another. This is the right way. Calabash brothers saved their grandfather. There is nothing wrong with sending heads one by one. Ji Changsheng laughed out loud. Hua Yuerong, you colluded with Huangquan sect. Betrayed your ideals and beliefs. And your lifestyle is decadent. You take human life lightly. And your crimes are extremely heinous. I follow the order of Guanyin Bodhisattva to reshape the style of Guanyin Temple. The monster will die. For the cultivation of the late stage of transformation. For the merits of heaven. And most importantly, for the people of the world. Ji Changsheng launched a charge fearlessly. And his back was very tragic. The ending was very tragic. Yes, very tragic. 2 minutes later, Ji Changsheng received Shi Yao's concern. Friend Ji, has the Hua my lord started to judge you? Ji Changsheng looked at Hua Yuerong, who was unwilling to close his eyes, and tried to consider his words, and replied, it's over. Of course. His judgment of Guanyin Temple has just begun. Chapter 169 My wife is disconnected. And I love peace. Ji Changsheng. It's over. Hearing Ji Changsheng's reply, Shi Yao was slightly stunned. So fast? Master Huamai has always been slow in doing things. Why is it so fast this time? Ji Changsheng explained, Friend Shi, you don't know that my wife is invincible in the world. Although I didn't know that Hua Yuerong was slow in doing things. It doesn't matter. I'm not slow. Speaking of which, wife, why are you so strong? The jade sword is not the main body, although it can be remotely controlled by Yu Linglong. According to Ji Changsheng's estimation, it can only use 1/3 of the main body's strength at most. The probability is less than 1/3. As a result, a great cultivator in the tribulation realm was killed in a snap in the main court of Guanyin Temple. If you Lao Mo had this strength, would I have to work so hard to transform the Holy Church? If the Master had this strength, would I have to go to the Heavenly Demon Church to be an undercover agent at the risk of my life? I examine myself again and again every day. Is Yu Lao Mo strong enough? Is the Master strong enough? Can I rely on them all? The answer is obvious. Yu Lao Mo is not strong enough. The Master is not strong enough. I can't rely on them at all. I can only rely on myself. All this is the fault of Yu Lao Mo and the Master. If they can be a little more powerful, there will be fewer deaths in the world. The only two people who give Ji Changsheng a great sense of security are Li Changxi, his appointed wife, who should play a huge role as a rich woman in the future. The other is Yu Linglong, his appointed wife, who has already begun to play a huge role. In response to Ji Changsheng's doubts, Yu Linglong's answer is very simple. Why are you so fast in cultivation? Ji Changsheng said, as a matter of course, I am the reincarnation of the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole. It is natural that I can cultivate fast. Who are you? Yu Linglong. You got one thing wrong. What is it? It is not because of reincarnation that I am strong, but because I am strong enough. I look like a reincarnation. Without relying on the inheritance of the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole, you may not be unable to do what I am. Don't doubt your potential as a human. Compared with the achievements of the Xuandu Master in the past, I am still far behind. Ji Changsheng. My wife is so ambitious. The Xuandu Master is qualified to compete for the strongest person under the saint. As we all know, there can be 5 second in the world and 10 third in the world. Under the saint, there are not many quasi-saints. But there are not a few. The number of quasi-saints who are praised as the first quasi-saints under the saint cannot be counted on one hand. The former chief disciple of Jiejiao, the disciple of Lingbao Tianzuan, and now the Tathagata Buddha of the Western religion is the strongest person under the saint in the Western religion. The great Master Xuandu is now considered the strongest person under the saints by the 3 pure ones. The Jade Emperor is considered the strongest person under the saints by many gods in the heaven. The Demon Master Kunping is considered the strongest person under the saints by many people after the Witch and Lich catastrophe. Kong Xian, the son of the Phoenix, is now the Peacock King of the Western Church. He was briefly considered the strongest person under the saints during the Conferred Gods catastrophe, because Kong Xian swallowed the Saint Juanti in one bite during the Conferred Gods catastrophe. Although he was captured in the end, he was still honored in defeat. Kong Xian's record inspired many quasi-saints, which directly led to Du Bao feeling that the saints were just like this. So he bravely charged at the Saint Tai Ching in the Zhuxian sword formation. He thought Kong Xian was capable, and he could do it. And then, he was killed instantly without any suspense. Since Du Bao's failure, the gold content of Kong Xian's record has been greatly reduced. Everyone understands that it is not Kong Xian who is strong, but the Saint Juanti is weak. The founder of the Styx is considered by the Blood Sea and the Asuras to be the strongest person under the saint. Emperor Fuxi, the head of the 3 emperors, was once one of the 4 emperors of the demon clan. He is considered by many humans, including Nua, to be the strongest person under the saint. Empress Ho Tu, once one of the 12 witch ancestors, is now one of the 6 emperors. The Ho Tu among the emperor of heaven and earth, the nominal controller of the underworld, and is considered by the remnants of the witch clan and the gods of the underworld to be the strongest person under the saint. There are already 8 strongest people under the saint, not to mention those quasi-saints who are dormant, such as the 4 sacred beasts. The fierce competition can be seen. Even so, as the only direct disciple of the Tai Ching saint, although the record of the Xuandu Master is not outstanding, and the number of times he has taken action is very small, few people will doubt his strength. Yu Linglong actually targeted the Xuandu Master. The pattern is really big. Ji Changsheng was convinced. Wife, your ambition is too great. To be honest, as the reincarnation of the great emperor of the South Pole, I am still far from the great master of Xuandu. It should be said that the Chan sect is indeed not very good. The chief disciples of the human sect and the Jia sect are qualified to compete for the strongest person under the saint. And the Chan sect only has the great emperor of the South Pole to support the facade. Ji Changsheng reflected on himself. Although it was mainly because his father Yuan Shi Tian Wang did not know how to teach disciples, and was not a famous teacher, he still had to continue to work hard. Yu Linglong was choked by Ji Changsheng. She was originally telling Ji Changsheng very seriously, but this guy kept talking about the great emperor of the South Pole. Yu Linglong shook her head and gave Ji Changsheng some positive guidance. Of course, I don't think I can catch up with the great master Xuandu. But if you aim for the best, you will get the middle. If you aim for the middle, you will get the worst. If you aim for the worst, you will get nothing. I aim to become a great master, so I won't feel proud because I am invincible in this world. I just feel that I still have a lot of room for improvement. Ji Changsheng translated. What Yu Lao Mo? What Li Huanyan? What 5 great swordsmen? They are mediocre people, not worth mentioning in front of my wife. My wife can't see them at all. Yu Linglong, although it sounds a bit harsh. In fact, it is true. Although they have not met, Ji Changsheng felt the arrogance of his wife. It can also be said to be proud. Pride is not necessarily a bad thing. People with great achievements can be humble on the outside, but they must be proud in their hearts. As long as they can keep this kind of pride, the achievements of such people are generally not too bad. But if the pride is destroyed by reality, such people can easily fall from grace. It's a very risky way to play. Ji Changsheng thought about it, and decided to leave this way to his wife. I am still suitable for being with a rich woman. Cross it out. I am still suitable for cultivating merit. Yu Linglong told the truth, Ji Changsheng. Although you look like you are playing games with your life, you never waste your time. You cherish every day of your time for cultivation. And it is not just a superficial joke. And unlike others, your goal is also a great power like the Southern Changsheng Emperor, who is at the level of the 6 Imperials. Although it looks outrageous and sounds funny, if one day you really become a daluo, all the crazy dreams today may become reality in the future. If Ji Changsheng becomes a quasi-sage, he will really be qualified to compete for the 6 Imperials. If Ji Changsheng becomes a saint, Yuanshi Tianwang will definitely rush to accept him as his son. Yu Linglong's attitude towards Ji Changsheng is gradually changing. She doesn't think Ji Changsheng is a reincarnation at all. Because no matter how she looks at it, Ji Changsheng is a pure-blooded human like her. But this is not important. What is important is Ji Changsheng's courage and goal. He is really aiming for the throne of the great emperor of Changsheng of the South Pole. Although everyone thinks this is impossible, isn't cultivation the way to make the impossible possible? Animals are the easiest to understand animals. Because animals do things that are impossible in the eyes of ordinary people. Ji Changsheng was moved by his wife. Wife, I didn't expect you to think so highly of me. Yu Linglong, I'm not blind. If I don't think highly of you, the speed of your promotion, I'd be a fool. But I'm really the reincarnation of the great emperor of Changsheng of the South Pole. Ji Changsheng insisted on his character setting for 100 years without wavering. Within 100 years, his strength should not exceed that of the great emperor of Changsheng of the South Pole. At least not that of the Yuanshi Tianwang. So he is really the reincarnation of the great emperor of Changsheng of the South Pole. Yuanshi Tianwang is my father. No one can shake Ji Changsheng's determination to be filial to his father. Based on the current information, Ji Changsheng has basically confirmed that the Southern Changsheng Emperor has really fallen. And Yuanshi Tianwang has been deserted by his friends and relatives. And the Chan sect has fallen apart. His situation seems to be miserable. But it is only slightly better than Ling Bao Tianzuan. It doesn't matter. Father, your son will establish a sect for you. The more times like this, the more his value can be reflected. If the Chan sect was in its heyday, he really didn't dare to recognize his father directly. Now, as long as he works hard, Ji Changsheng thinks there is a way. Who can refuse a son who speaks well, is face-saving to take out, is very capable in doing things, and most importantly, is willing to sincerely recognize you as his father? Dad, wait for me for a few days. It won't be long before I go to the prehistoric fairyland to help you revive the sect. Yu Linglong rolled her eyes, which was rare, and directly cut off the communication with Ji Changsheng. She hoped that Ji Changsheng could be like her, relying on his talent to crush others, and move forward step by step according to the plan. This was not slow, and it was safe and efficient. But Ji Changsheng insisted on taking a shortcut. And she really had no choice because she did see that Ji Changsheng's path of cultivation was more efficient than hers. Despite this, she still didn't want to communicate, let alone learn. This guy's path is much more dangerous than mine. But he met me, and I can protect him in this world. He went to the prehistoric fairyland, bumped into the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor, bumped into Yuanshi Tianwang. He is really bolder than me, and he is always on the verge of death. How to learn this shortcut? Try it, and you will die. Yu Linglong's talent was so amazing that even the great master Xuandu praised it. She was crazy to learn from Ji Changsheng to die. Even so, for Ji Changsheng's audacity, Yu Linglong asked herself. She actually admired it. Although it's outrageous. If you want to achieve what ordinary people can't achieve, you have to do things that ordinary people can't do. Ji Changsheng is better than the encourage, no matter men or women. As long as they are mentally normal, they will always admire those who are stronger than themselves. Admiration for the strong is inevitable for any intelligent creature. Yu Linglong's eyes flickered, and the yin and yang tai chi rose and fell behind her, and her breath became more and more ethereal. Of course, she had no interest in Ji Changsheng's way, just like Ji Changsheng didn't want to follow her orthodox talent-crushing way of cultivation. But the beast is that even if they don't want to learn, they can still learn by analogy at any time and go further. The realm has been improved a little bit. The main body can't hold it back anymore. Let's improve the incarnation. Something happened to Changxi? Yu Linglong's eyes suddenly changed slightly, and she looked towards the direction of the Wanyao kingdom. She sensed that the name card she gave to Li Changxi was burned. Ji Changsheng, be careful. Something happened to Changxi in the Wanyao kingdom. I may not be able to protect you in the future. Ji Changsheng? Feeling that more and more masters were gathering in the Guanyin Hall, he suddenly felt a little panic. Coincidentally, his dear senior sister had the same mood as Ji Changsheng at this time. Wanyao Kingdom. Li Changshi wiped the cold sweat from her head. What kind of monster are you? I am the Taiyin Star Lord. And all the monsters bow to me. How could you hurt me? I am the blood of Kunping. Li Changshi. Today is your death. Li Changshi. Fuck. The Wanyao Kingdom has no martial ethics. Do you still have shame? How come they even brought out the Kunping blood? Although she was very angry, Li Changshi was relieved. Just now. For a moment, Li Changshi had self-doubt. Am I not the Taiyin Star Lord? After all, the Taiyin Star Lord controls the Emperor Flowing Slurry, which is equivalent to the power to control the evolution of all monsters. His status in the monster clan is very prominent, and it can be said that he is second only to the 4 emperors of the monster clan. Theoretically, he is immune to the damage of all monsters. But she was actually injured just now, and she was injured by a monster with a realm similar to hers. Li Changshi almost panicked. But when she heard that this was the blood of Kunping, Li Changshi was instantly resurrected on the spot. So it's the blood of an old friend. No wonder I almost fell into the gutter. Kunping is good. It's reasonable that Kunping can hurt this Taiyin Star Lord. After all, back then, she was not necessarily stronger than Kunping. Well, she was definitely weaker than Kunping. Li Changshi herself admitted this. If Kunping had a brother to help, the 4 emperors of the demon clan might have become 6 emperors. Unfortunately, Kunping fought alone and could only be a demon master. Even so, Kunping's strength was recognized by everyone. After the witch and lich catastrophe, the 12 witch ancestors and the 4 emperors of the demon clan disappeared, and the saint era began. Kunping was even considered the strongest person under the saint. It's not shameful to be injured by Kunping's bloodline. Thinking of this, Li Changshi regained her confidence. Old friend, do you still recognize me? The monster on the opposite side? Is she a psychopath or am I a psychopath? Roar! With both wings flapping, Li Changshi was directly knocked away, and Taiyin Xingjuan was beaten to a residual blood. But Li Changshi was very calm. It's really the bloodline of an old friend. Look at my magical power, Taiyin Yuhua. Moonlight enveloped. Li Changshi bathed in the moonlight, covering the entire space. And it was obvious that she was using a big move to start. The monster stopped chasing vigilantly. Then he saw Li Changshi burning a name card. Mom, save me. Monster? Wait. Mom, leave the monster head to me. I want to earn merit. Monster? You Linglong. She saw that Li Changshi and Ji Changsheng were a match made in heaven. None of them had anything to do with human affairs. Let's talk about it separately. Ji Changsheng was in a miserable situation. How happy he was just now. How weak he was now. How dare you? You kid. Kill people in my Guanyin temple. Ji Changsheng just used the jade sword to start a big move. In the Shiryao lineage, Hua Yuerong was not the only one who died. He also killed 2 of Hua Yuerong's men, whose realms were higher than Ji Changsheng's. And it was estimated that they were at the beginning of the refining void realm. And they had great merits. A golden lotus of merit suddenly appeared on Ji Changsheng's head. Ji Changsheng was very sad about this consequence. Even if you let me kill someone by mistake, I would feel guilty. I might even commit suicide to pay for my life. He really didn't kill anyone wrongly. How could people not feel sorry for the high-level officials of the Guanyin Temple who had fallen to this point? Ji Changsheng pointed to the golden lotus of merit on his head, and took away all the external special effects of the demon sect, and restored his identity as a disciple of the righteous way. Please come, fellow Taoists. I am Ji Changsheng, the messenger appointed by Guanyin Bodhisattva. I come for peace. Follow the order of Guanyin Bodhisattva, to eliminate demons and rectify the style of the sect. Some people in Guanyin Temple have colluded with Huangquan sect, betrayed their ideals and beliefs, and have degenerate lifestyles. They have committed heinous crimes and destroyed the image of Guanyin Temple in the hearts of the people of the world. I come here this time to change the status quo and let Guanyin Temple regain its vitality. Are you willing to lend me a hand? The nth time to release goodwill to Guanyin Temple. Ji Shanren is as kind as ever, and will never kill innocent people in vain. As long as you are willing to accept his goodwill and the order of Guanyin Bodhisattva, everyone can be friends. It's a pity that the previous ones didn't work. This time, it worked. Ji Changsheng? Bodhisattva messenger? Golden lotus of merit. Yu Rong was killed? How did he do it? Hearing the last sentence, Ji Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there may not be good people in the Guanyin Temple, but there are smart people. Yes, Ji Changsheng had killed Hua Yuerong without knowing Ji Changsheng's trump card. Other people in Guanyin Hall certainly didn't dare to come up and ask for punishment. After all, Ji Changsheng could kill Hua Yuerong, which means he has the ability to kill other vain leaders in Guanyin Hall without knowing the truth. Taking such a risk is irresponsible for their own lives. Go and ask the hall master to come. A female cultivator with a green neck stood up to take charge of the situation. Ji Changsheng glanced at the other person's neck, and his heart was stable again. If nothing unexpected happens, this is the vain leader of the Qingjing Guanyin vein, one of the 33 veins in Guanyin Hall. The most important thing is that Yu Lao Mo said that this is his person, and the vain leader of the Qingjing Guanyin vein is also on the list given to him by the Saint Huan, his own people. Sure enough, although the wife's way is the most efficient, other ways are also useful. Before there is an invincible strength, the role of connections is undoubtedly shown at this moment. I am the leader of the Green Neck Meridian. Ji Changsheng immediately showed his kindness. I heard that the Bodhisattva's incarnation devoured the poison of sentient beings' bodies and minds. So Guanyin's neck turned green. So the Green Neck Guanyin Dharmakaya was passed down. Looking at the neck of the leader of the Green Neck Meridian, it can be seen that the leader of the Meridian inherited the Bodhisattva's teachings of compassion, and is not a person who betrayed the Bodhisattva like the leader of the Hua Meridian of the Shiyao Meridian. The leader of the Green Neck Meridian nodded slightly, and Ji Changsheng heard a voice transmission. My wife asked me to say hello to you. Ji Changsheng's first reaction, Yu Lao Mo. You are being cheated again. Chapter 170, Xiao Yu. Don't contact me anymore. I'm afraid Huanyan will misunderstand. Both Yu Lao Mo and Li Huanyan said that the leader of the Qingjing Guanyin lineage was his man. As a result, the leader of the Qingjing lineage only said to Ji Changsheng, my wife asked me to say hello to you. It can be seen that in the heart of the Qingjing lineage, the status of Yu Lao Mo and Li Huanyan is immediately determined. TSK. Godfather. You are not good enough. Fortunately, I put both of you in my card pool. Otherwise, if I rely on Yu Lao Mo alone, I might have overturned today. Ji Changsheng's second reaction, whether the world is in chaos or not. I'm afraid it's really Li Huanyan who has the final say. As the saint of the Huan sect and the wife of the leader of the Tianma sect, Ji Changsheng feels that Li Huanyan is more like she has built another Hydra organization. Next time, give Baodi some suggestions and change the contact code. Long live the Hydra sounds so nice. If it doesn't work, long live the Changsheng Emperor is also fine. My wife asked me to say hello to you is still not domineering enough. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng looked at Qingjing Guanyin calmly, indicating that he had received her signal. It seems that I have to improve my judgment of the level of Huan Saint. Although Huan Saint is indeed not as strong as Yu Lao Mo, with her network of contacts. After his wife ascends, Huan Saint should also be considered an SSR card. Huan Saint must have her trump card to compete with Yu Lao Mo for so many years without losing the upper hand, and let Yu Lao Mo suffer several setbacks, but dare not turn against him. In the final analysis, Yu Lao Mo is not Yu Linglong, and he can't ignore those connections and directly dominate the world. 1 point deducted from the Godfather. 1 point added to Huan Saint. The two sides are tied, and changes will be made according to their levels later. Ji Changsheng? You just joined the Heavenly Demon sect yesterday. Why are you in my Guanyin temple today? The leader of the Qingjing Guanyin sect asked. Ji Changsheng blinked. Ah? Joining the Heavenly Demon sect was yesterday? It seems to be true. Master, I just said that I am the messenger appointed by Guanyin Bodhisattva. I came to Guanyin Temple in the name of Bodhisattva to rectify the style of the sect and catch all the traitors who abandon their ideals and beliefs and forget their original mission. If you don't believe it, you can contact Shi Yao, and Shi Yao will testify for me. People should know how to adapt. The way to play when the wife is there. The way to play when the wife is not there. The treasure is there. Mr. Shuren said that people should learn to adapt to circumstances and never go all the way. The leader of the Qingjing sect really contacted Shi Yao. Not only her. Many people present contacted Shi Yao. Hua Yuerong's status in cultivation was there, and she died suddenly. Before they knew Ji Changsheng's trump card, no one dared to act rashly. They must first investigate Ji Chongqing's affairs. Then, the news from Shi Yao made them all confused. The information from them also made Shi Yao confused. How is the Guanyin Temple? Ing Hongye happened to be beside Shi Yao at this time, and asked with concern. Shi Yao? While my master is dead. Ing Hongye's eyes lit up. Shi Yao's eyes were full of confusion. How did Ji Chongqing do it? Could it be that Yu Lao Mo also secretly lurked in our Guanyin Temple? Does Yu Lao Mo have the courage? Although Yu Lao Mo's second place in the world is also recognized by the world, there is an essential difference between the first and the second. Yu Lao Mo went to the headquarters of other top immortals, and it was not certain who he was afraid of. Only when Yu Linglong comes out in person, that kind of deterrence will make the other party's headquarters tremble. Ing Hongye was reminded by Shi Yao, and instantly thought of Yu Linglong. Then she quickly lowered her head. Chongsheng and Linglong Fairy have such a good relationship? She couldn't figure out what was going on. But she figured out another thing. Yu Lao Mo was in the main hall of Guanyin Temple, and he probably didn't have the strength to kill Shi Yao, my master of Guanyin Temple, in 1 second. So, it may be that there was a civil strife in Guanyin Temple. Ing Hongye guessed. If there was no civil strife, then Chongsheng didn't know how to hold on to Linglong Fairy's thigh. However, Linglong Fairy was about to ascend, and Chongsheng's thigh was useless no matter how tightly he held on. Obviously, Ing Hongye's sense of time was not very good. 1 or 2 days can also be of great use. After both sides began to mess up, the master of Guanyin Temple came late. What happened? Ji Chongsheng looked at the master of Guanyin Temple with a narrowed eye. The master of the Guanyin Hall and the Ghost Mother are not the same at all. But he is 70% similar to the legendary Guanyin Dharmakaya. It is similar, not divine. The Guanyin Dharmakaya that Shi Yao had transformed before. The Bodhisattva made the fearless seal with his left hand and held a willow branch with his right hand, which is exactly the same as the posture of the master of the Guanyin Hall at this time. What made Ji Chongqing's pupils fluctuate was the dragon head under the master's feet. The Guanyin who sends children, riding on the dragon in the clouds, descended from the sky, combining majesty and compassion into one. The deterrent power brought to Ji Chongqing is far greater than that of the master. Ahem. This doesn't seem strange. Ji Chongqing has met the master. The Guanyin who sends children looked at Ji Chongqing. Ji Chongqing only saluted verbally, without any substantial action. On the contrary, he deliberately revealed the hilt of the jade sword. As expected, when the child-giving Guanyin saw the hilt of the jade sword, her compassion immediately overwhelmed her majesty. But the look she gave Ji Chongqing was still confused. Who is Ji Chongqing? Ji Chongqing fell into silence. Good fellow. It's my fault that I debuted too recently, and I actually need to introduce myself to others. It doesn't seem strange. After all, it has only been a few days since Ji Chongqing made a name for himself. The child-giving Guanyin was not at the border of Sheng State before. If she had not come down the mountain, it would be reasonable that she had not heard of his name. Fortunately, there are still smart people in the Guanyin Hall. The leader of the Qingjing Guanyin lineage quickly reported all the information about Ji Chongqing to the hall master. 3 minutes later, the child-giving Guanyin was even more confused. Master Ji, killed by Shiji? Ji Chongqing nodded. That's right. Guanyin of childbearing, and also killed Li Yonghui? Ji Chongqing continued to point out the topic. Indeed, Guanyin of childbearing could not digest Ji Chongqing's information. Betrayed Xuandu Temple? Ji Chongqing corrected. It's not me who betrayed the righteous path, but the righteous path betrayed me. Joined the heavenly demon sect? Ji Chongqing continued to correct. Under my inspiration, the heavenly demon sect has returned to the right path. And now it has changed its name to the heavenly saint sect, dedicated to seeking the welfare of the people of the world. Guanyin of childbearing, and became the messenger appointed by Guanyin Bodhisattva? Ji Chongqing nodded. Shi Yao saw it with her own eyes. The hall master can go to Shi Yao to verify it. Guanyin of childbearing. What kind of contradictory information is this? How can she understand it? She looked at the message Shi Yao left her, and she would not do that. Shi Yao left a message asking her to take care of Ji Chongqing and not let Ji Chongqing die in Guanyin Temple. But Hua Yuerong died. How should she react? The most important thing is this jade. Ji Chongqing coughed lightly and interrupted the words of the goddess of childbirth. Palace master, I came here in accordance with the order of Guanyin Bodhisattva, and it has nothing to do with others. There are high-level people in Guanyin Temple who have abandoned their ideals and beliefs, forgotten their original mission, and colluded with the demons of Huangquan sect in private. I wonder if the palace master knows about this. The goddess of childbirth naturally denied it immediately. Of course I don't know. I believe in you. But this matter needs to be verified. Don't worry. I won't wrongly accuse a good person. Nor will I let a bad person go. How can this be? Before the palace master finished speaking, he saw the hilt of the sword that Ji Changsheng deliberately exposed. Then the sentence stopped abruptly. Facts have proved that the deterrence of the first wife is really unparalleled in the world. The goddess of childbirth forced a smile. How do you want to verify? Envoy? The other disciples of the Guanyin Hall, including the leader of the lineage, looked at the goddess of childbirth with shocked eyes. What's wrong with you? Hall master? How could you give in to a junior? The goddess of childbirth wanted to kill someone. She didn't know whether these people pretended not to see through Ji Changsheng's illusion or really didn't see through it. In short, she saw through it. So she really didn't dare to continue to resist. Since the envoy was entrusted by the Bodhisattva, he naturally has the right to verify. Envoy, where do you want to start? Of course, the medicine-giving lineage. Ji Changsheng doesn't bother two masters for one thing. When I was in Qi, I had already found out that the medicine-giving lineage used the tears of Guanyin to make huge profits for the Hua family, and at the same time cooperated with the Huangquan sect to harm the people of Qi. Does the hall master know about this? I don't know. Then does the palace master mind if I search the lineage of the medicine-giving Guanyin now? No. Of course not. You are a disciple of the heavenly demon sect. How can you be so presumptuous in the Guanyin palace? It was not the child-giving Guanyin who spoke. It was someone else. The child-giving Guanyin did not speak. She was waiting for Ji Changsheng to use the jade sword. Yu Linglong's jade sword was intimidating enough. But only a jade sword that could kill people could make her cooperate without limits. If she hadn't seen the jade sword in Ji Changsheng's hand with her own eyes, she wouldn't really let Ji Changsheng use it. After all, such big guys all came out of bloody storms, and were not so easily bluffed. Ji Changsheng saw the temptation of the child-giving Guanyin. He urged the jade sword, but there was no response. Yu Linglong was still busy. Ji Changsheng was not flustered. He just glanced around seemingly unintentionally. Afterwards, the green neck pulse master decisively took action and subdued the female cultivator who had just spoken. With a cold and murderous expression, the envoy wants to investigate the lineage of the medicine-giving Guanyin. And you say no? The female cultivator, who was instantly subdued by the green neck pulse master, also had a blue neck. At this time, her face began to turn blue. Master, I am just angry that Ji Changsheng, as a demon from the heavenly demon sect, is acting recklessly in the main hall of our Guanyin temple. I have no other ideas. The green neck pulse master snorted coldly and threw her directly in front of Ji Changsheng. The envoy wants to investigate the traitors who colluded with the Huangquan sect. And Xue Huaifang is one of them. She was won over by Hua Yuerong 3 years ago. And she had a secret meeting with the demons of the Huangquan sect a few days ago. I knew that she had bad intentions. But in order to play a long game, I didn't alarm her. Since the envoy is following the order of Guanyin Bodhisattva, this traitor is my gift to the envoy. Everyone was startled and began to re-examine the leader of the Qingjing vein. They certainly didn't think that the leader of the Qingjing vein was really playing the long game. Obviously, this was to add insult to injury and settle accounts with the medicine-giving lineage. They were not surprised by this. Compared with the practice of the medicine-giving lineage, the Qingjing lineage suffered more on behalf of all living beings, and even needed to use a lot of poisons to assist in practice, which made the practice of the Qingjing Guanyin lineage one of the most dangerous among the 33 lines of the Guanyin temple. In this case, the disciples of the Qingjing Guanyin lineage needed Guanyin's tears to protect their own lives. However, the 3 lines that developed Guanyin's tears and the Qingjing Guanyin lineage were not getting along well. The price of Guanyin's tears was not too favorable to the Qingjing Guanyin lineage, because there were too many discounts inside. They couldn't fool the fools outside. For greater benefits, the 3 lines that developed Guanyin's tears chose to turn a blind eye to the life and death of the disciples of the Qingjing Guanyin lineage. Only those with spiritual stones are fellow disciples, and those without spiritual stones can roll as far away as possible. Over time, conflicts accumulated, and the Qingjing Guanyin lineage and the medicine-dispensing Guanyin lineage became enemies. When the medicine-dispensing Guanyin lineage encountered trouble, it was reasonable for the Qingjing lineage master to add insult to injury. Ji Changsheng nodded to express his gratitude to the Qingjing lineage master. It seems that not everyone in Guanyin Hall has abandoned the ideals and beliefs of Guanyin Bodhisattva's compassion to save the world. Ji Changsheng said with relief. The Qingjing lineage master sacrificed his relatives for the sake of justice. And this envoy admires it very much. Is there anyone who can imitate him? The Bodhisattva is compassionate. And this envoy came to Guanyin Hall this time. Also based on the principle of punishing the past, and preventing the future and curing diseases and saving people. As long as someone is willing to return to the right path. This envoy promises to only punish the main culprit and never implicate the innocent. As soon as Ji Changsheng finished speaking, a person from the medicine-giving Guanyin lineage immediately stood up. Emissary, I wish to return to the right path and testify that the Hua family secretly manipulated the medicine-giving Guanyin lineage, secretly colluded with the Huangquan sect, the Wanyao kingdom and other forces, sought huge profits, and brought chaos to the world. The word shocked everyone. Everyone, including Ji Changsheng, was a little confused. Yes, Ji Changsheng was also a little confused, because this was not arranged by him. He didn't even know anyone in the Guanyin Hall. How could he arrange it? He didn't even know who this female cultivator was. But soon someone introduced the other party's identity to Ji Changsheng. Zhou Man. Are you crazy? Do you know what you are talking about? A female cultivator who looked 3 points like Hua Yuerong was furious with a stern voice but pale face. Mother treated you well. Betrothed Peirong to you. And even wanted to pass on the medicine-giving lineage to you. You are breaking your promise. Hua Peirong. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the person he just killed. In other words, this female cultivator named Zhou Man must have been a man, and the son-in-law of Hua Yuerong, even the grandfather of Hua Pingjin. This relationship is really a case of sacrificing one's own family for the sake of justice. No wonder the people in Guanyin Hall were so shocked to see her. Even Ji Changsheng himself was shocked. But Zhou Man was not shocked, and said in a resounding voice, the Hua family betrayed Guanyin Hall first. And Zhou Man is first a disciple of Guanyin Hall, and then the son-in-law of the Hua family. The Hua family betrayed Guanyin Hall, and I cannot sit idly by. Very reasonable. Ji Changsheng nodded. He has always admired such people who are full of justice. Because he himself is such a person. Are you worthy of your mother? She wanted to pass the pulse master to you. The person questioning seemed to be another daughter of Hua Yuerong. Zhou Man sneered. 70 years ago, she said that she would pass on the position of the head of the Shuriao lineage to me. 70 years later, she is still doing well. Is there any heir in the world who can wait for 70 years? Ji Changsheng thought there was still some. Zhou Man had too little experience. Of course, he understood Zhou Man very well. He would not accept it even if he was asked to wait for 70 years. Zhou Man could endure for 70 years, which was already very impressive in his eyes. If it were him, he would have turned against her in 7 days. Palace Master, I have been coerced and lured by Hua Yuerong, and I have been suffering. Today, the Bodhisattva messenger has arrived. The Palace Master is very observant, and Zhou Man has a chance to clear her name. Palace Master, do you know how Hua Yuerong promised me? How? The shock of the goddess of childbirth is no less than that of Ji Changsheng. She knew that the top leaders of the Guanyin Palace were fighting secretly. But when Ji Changsheng came, all the secret fights disappeared. Only the open fights remained. Very eye-opening. Zhou Man's next words opened her eyes even more. Hua Yuerong said that she is the Hall Master, and I am the master of the medicine-giving lineage. The Hall Master's face changed slightly. What nonsense. It was still the female cultivator who spoke just now. Zhou Man sneered. I have the water mirror technique as proof. After saying that, Zhou Man really took out the water mirror video. The Hua family members turned pale. The expression of the Guanyin of childbirth also turned very cold in an instant. Hall Master, Hua Yuerong's cultivation has also been promoted to the tribulation crossing stage with the secret help of the Huangquan sect. And all this is hidden from you. Not only that, the Hua family used Guanyin's tears to make huge profits, and secretly cooperated with the Huangquan sect's Wanyao kingdom, privately dumping a lot of Guanyin's tears to the magic sects and the monster clan. In recent years, countless small countries and scattered cultivators have suffered, and the Hua family has been behind them. There are not so many strange diseases in this world that need Guanyin's tears to treat. But because there are Guanyin's tears, there must be those strange diseases. All the spiritual stones obtained from the private sale of Guanyin tears fell into the hands of the Hua family. They then used this to secretly win over the high-level officials in the palace. Shui Huifeng of the Qingjing lineage was won over in this way. Not only Shui Huifeng, but also your third disciple Gao Yu has been secretly won over by Hua Yuerong. The expression of the Guanyin of childbirth had become quite ugly. With a plop, Gao Yu knelt on the ground. Master, I know that Yu is loyal to you. Zhou Man sneered and released another water mirror technique. Gao Yu, do you think the Hua family is not afraid of you turning against them? You made a deal with the Hua family, and they had already made preparations in secret. Gao Yu fell to the ground helplessly, looking at Zhou Man with a look full of resentment. Zhou Man was fearless and continued to expose. There are 33 branches in Guanyin Temple, and each branch has traitors secretly corrupted and recruited by the Hua family. Master, envoy, I have a list here, and I am willing to give it to the envoy to do my part to help Guanyin Temple rectify its style. Ji Changsheng took Zhou Man's list with a smile, and quickly scanned it, leaving a blank sheet of paper. Then he smiled more sincerely. Good woman. Ji Changsheng thought she had the potential to be the master of the Shiryao branch. Elder Zhou has made great contributions to the exposure, and the Bodhisattva will see it. Ji Changsheng praised. Zhou Man bowed. Thank you, envoy. I have the ironclad evidence of the collusion between the Hua family and the Huangquan sect. The envoy can rest assured to investigate. The evidence is as solid as a mountain. Anyone who stops the envoy is a demon with ulterior motives. At the same time, Ji Changsheng heard a familiar line. My wife asked me to say hello to you. At the same time, Ji Changsheng also received the concern of Yu Lao Imo, Changsheng. Have you arrived at the Guanyin Temple? Are you safe? Ji Changsheng decisively blocked Yu Lao Mo. Xiao Yu, don't contact me anymore. I'm afraid Huanyan will misunderstand. My wife is invincible. Bao is a little short, but it seems to be enough to travel across the Guanyin Temple. Chapter 171 Guanyin Falls. The demon cult rises. Palace Master, I've read the list. It's shocking. Guanyin Palace has come to a critical moment of life and death. Without destruction, there must be a major blood transfusion, so that Guanyin Palace can regain its vitality. I think this blood transfusion should start from the lineage of Guanyin, who gives medicine. Who is in favor? Who is against it? Ji Changsheng held the list Zhou Man gave him, his eyes full of justice and fearlessness. Guanyin who gives children has a murderous look, but has not lost her mind. Emissary, can I take a look at the list? No. Ji Changsheng flatly refused. How can I give you a blank sheet of paper? I don't even know how many people in Guanyin Palace there are, and I don't have the ability to make up a story. Zhou Man probably has just revealed all the people who know the truth, and she doesn't know the rest. This is normal. After all, the leader of the lineage of giving medicine is Hua Yuerong. She is just a son-in-law, an outsider. Being able to grasp so many inside stories, just now, is already a demonstration of her superb working ability. Expecting her to really give an accurate list is really too difficult for the undercover comrade. Ji Changsheng himself has been an undercover agent, and knows the difficulty of being an undercover agent. It is a life and death struggle. Thinking back to the past, thinking about when he was undercover in Xuandu Temple a few days ago. Thinking about when he was undercover in the demon sect yesterday. Forget it. I can't make it up anymore. In short, it's difficult to be an undercover agent. So, classmate Zhou Man has been very helpful. Ji Changsheng is very considerate, and never blames too much. Zhou Man has already set the stage for him, and he will play the rest of the part himself. Palace Master, as the leader of the Shiryao lineage, what is Hua Yuerong's status in the Guanyin Palace? Ji Changsheng asked. The goddess of childbearing said frankly, only below me. This is normal. The Tribulation Realm cultivators are among the top 3 in any sect. Generally speaking, a Tribulation Realm cultivator can support a top sect. For example, the previous Tongtian Chamber of Commerce only had 1 Tribulation Realm cultivator, Yi Jiantian, and the President Liu Yonghui was only a Mahayana cultivator. Even the world's #1 Xuandu Temple, there are only 2 Tribulation Realm cultivators on the surface, Yu Linglong and the Temple Master. And the Temple Master broke through the tribulation by sharing the sect's luck. Before the Temple Master broke through, Xuandu Temple had only Yu Linglong, a Tribulation Realm cultivator on the surface. But this Tribulation Realm cultivator was a little bit stronger than others. As long as Yu Linglong is there, even if Xuandu Temple has only her, It is recognized as the world's #1 force. The Tianma sect and Xuandu Temple are basically the same. Most of the Tribulation Realm strongmen, such as the Temple Master, entered the Tribulation Realm because they became the head of the sect and shared the sect's luck. Such Tribulation Realm cultivators are often stronger inside the sect. After leaving the Mountain Gate, the combat power will drop by half a gear to 1 gear. Yu Lao Mo and Yu Linglong are the only 2 masters in the world who have crushed their predecessors with absolute strength before becoming the headmaster, which directly led to the former headmasters having no face to continue to serve. Li Huanyan also had this posture back then. It is hard to say that it was not because of the fear that Li Huanyan's strength would surpass her. So the headmaster of the Hahuan sect regarded her as a bargaining chip for marriage with Yu Lao Mo of the Tianma sect. Facts have proved that this move is very clever. Now not many people think that the headmaster of the Hahuan sect is stronger than Li Huanyan. If Li Huanyan stayed in the Hahuan sect, the headmaster would probably be her now. But in the Tianma sect, Li Huanyan's skills can only barely support under Yu Lao Mo's magic sword, and she can't make any waves inside the Tianma sect. After leaving the Heavenly Demon sect, Li Huanyan is actually stronger in both strength and power. The conspiracy of Guanyin Temple and the suppression of Yi Jianxian are obvious examples. However, these connections can only enhance her external strength. In terms of internal strength, Yu Lao Mo almost killed her with his sword 20 years ago. Then, Yu Linglong came, and Yu Lao Mo was severely injured. The battle outside the Heavenly Demon Sect headquarters determined many things in the next 20 years until now, and also determined the world pattern in the past 20 years. It also allowed Li Huanyan to see a peerless hero stepping on the colorful auspicious cloud to save her from the water and fire at the critical moment. Although Yu Linglong had no intention at all. She didn't even know her situation. But the hero saving the beauty is really a killer move to seduce girls forever. Especially when it is a hero saving the beauty from the world's #1 demon like Yu Lao Mo. From then on, even a man as outstanding as Ji Changsheng could not shake Yu Linglong's position in Li Huanyan's mind. Ahem. I've gone off topic. Anyway, the medicine-giving Guanyin lineage is one of the top 3 branches of the Guanyin Hall, with Hua Yuerong's apparent peak Mahayana status. But actually at the early stage of the Tribulation Realm, she is definitely the second best person in the Guanyin Hall. As far as I know, Master Mu of Xuandu Temple, and even Master Jiang of Danqing Pavilion, who is recognized as the next leader of the Righteous Immortal Sect, were only at the peak of the Mahayana realm before they took the throne, and had not broken through the Tribulation Realm. This shows how difficult it is to pass the Tribulation Realm. Hua Yuerong was able to advance to the Tribulation Realm right under the eyes of the Hall Master. From this point of view alone, she is actually stronger than Master Jiang and Master Mu. Hall Master, you need to give me an explanation. Do you really know nothing? Guanyin of Childbearing changed her expression slightly. The messenger suspects that I have a problem? Ji Changsheng thought. Nonsense. The Guanyin Temple is so rotten. Don't even suspect you have a problem. Even if you have no problem. If my wife is still here, I would have killed you long ago. If there is a problem, then it is bad. If there is no problem, then it is a tyrant. For the Guanyin Temple, a top immortal sect in the world, both bad guys and tyrants deserve to die. Because these 2 attributes will cause a disaster that starts at millions of people. Even the tyrant deserves to die more. For a big force, it is not necessarily a bad thing for the boss to be a bad guy, as long as he does not do bad things to those innocent people. But if the boss is a tyrant, innocent people will definitely be implicated. Although Ji Changsheng always despises the master of the temple for not being able to stand up, the Xuandu Temple, under the control of the master, has never done anything to collude with the 500 million people of Qi State and the demon cult. Jiang Qi, who became a tribulation cultivator by inheriting the Danqing Pavilion, has never forgotten his original intention when leading the disciples of the Danqing Pavilion. The Guanyin Temple is in such a mess. But the temple master is fine? Are you kidding me? In Ji Changsheng's eyes, the goddess of childbirth is a dead person. As for when she dies, it depends on when his wife comes online, or when Xiaoyu comes to the Guanyin Temple for a walk. Palace Master, maybe you don't know what happened in the Guanyin Temple yet. Now that his wife hasn't come online yet, and Xiaoyu hasn't come yet, Ji Changsheng decided to give the goddess of childbirth a way out for the time being. Let's not talk about Hua Yuerong's matter for now. The 500 million people in Qi have completely become the training materials of Huangquan's sect and Wanyao Kingdom. Your Guanyin Temple has made great contributions to this. Ji Changsheng explained to the temple master and others the tricky operation of Shixiang, the dog emperor, and the Guanyin temple of Qi. Whether it was fake or real, everyone in the hall was stunned. Is it really like this? Palace master, we allocate billions of spiritual stones to Qi every year. For Shi Yao's sake, we have never suspected that there is a problem with the Guanyin branch of Qi. The emperor of Qi worships in our Guanyin hall, and the court spends spiritual stones to redeem him. Won't the reputation of Guanyin hall and Qi be ruined? In order to promote Guanyin tears, Shi Yao's lineage can actually do this. It's simply unreasonable. The indignant voices of all kinds rang in the hall. However, Ji Changsheng couldn't tell whether it was fake or not. Because now, whether they knew it or not, they needed to show anger. Otherwise, the hat of the demon called monster would be put on their heads at any time. There were bad people present, but few stupid people. The expression of the goddess of childbirth turned extremely ugly, even a little pale. Do you have any evidence for what the messenger said? The evidence is solid, and I can provide it at any time. Of course, the palace master may doubt me. So you can ask Shi Yao. Let the palace master know that the Shi family has been executed by this messenger for colluding with the Guanyin palace, Huangquan sect, and the Wanyao kingdom. Dao's friend Shi Yao is also a good person who sacrifices her relatives for the sake of justice. I will let her be the executioner of the Shi family. The body of the goddess of childbirth shook. She did not believe Ji Changsheng's one-sided words, hoping that a miracle would happen. So she quickly contacted Shi Yao. Then, there was no miracle. It's actually true. Of course it's true. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, Palace master, I also suspected that Shi Yao secretly protected the Shi family. Otherwise, why would the Shi family dare to do such a treasonous thing? But Dao Yushi proved with facts that she was innocent, and she personally destroyed the Shi family and proved her innocence. The situation that the palace master is in at this moment is exactly the same as Shi Yao's in the Shi family. Ji Changsheng said this with a very sincere tone. So, the palace master also needs to prove his innocence. Otherwise it is difficult for this envoy not to think that you are supporting Hua Yuerong to grow up secretly behind the scenes. How dare you? The person who spoke was still not the palace master. It was Gao Yu, the third disciple of the child-giving Guanyin, who had just knelt on the ground and had been won over by Hua Yuerong. Gao Yu tried hard to express his loyalty to the child-giving Guanyin. How dare you speak to master like this? Who gave you the courage? I can prove that master is innocent. Ji Changsheng clapped his hands and praised, Palace master. Your beloved disciple has obviously been won over by Hua Yuerong, but he is still loyal to you. I have to doubt your relationship with Hua Yuerong even more. How can this be? Gao Yu was knocked unconscious by the child-giving Guanyin before he finished speaking. The goddess of childbirth took a deep breath and began to issue orders. Ningjing, activate the mountain protection formation. From now on, the Guanyin temple will be temporarily closed. The head of the Ningjing Guanyin lineage took the order and left. A red light flashed in the depths of Ji Changsheng's eyes. However, the goddess of childbirth did not turn hostile. Messenger, go ahead and investigate. Today, the Guanyin temple is closed and the mountain is closed. No matter who is found, I will punish them severely. Ji Changsheng and the goddess of childbirth looked at each other. Neither of them figured out what the other was thinking. But it doesn't matter. Ji Changsheng's idea is very simple. Make the Guanyin temple great again. So he didn't bother to care about the thoughts of the goddess of childbirth, but only cared about his own merits, crossed out. Only cared about the evidence that the high-level officials of the Guanyin temple violated the law and colluded with the demons of the demon sect. The palace master is very righteous. This messenger appreciates it. I believe that the Bodhisattva is also watching this place in the prehistoric fairyland at this moment. As soon as Ji Changsheng said this, all the high-level officials of Guanyin Hall looked solemn. After all, this is the main hall of Guanyin Hall, the most devout place in the world to worship Guanyin Bodhisattva. Guanyin is everywhere, and it is not just empty talk here. Ji Changsheng waved the flag and frightened the group of people, and immediately looked at Zhou Man to investigate the evidence of the Guanyin lineage of medicine giving. We need the help of Elder Zhou. Zhou Man looked at the Guanyin of child giving, who nodded slightly. So Zhou Man bowed and said, I am willing to lend a hand to the envoy. Very good. Hall master. Everyone. You wait here for a while. The evidence of the Guanyin lineage of medicine giving is solid, and it won't take long to search for their evidence. After a while, the heartland of Guanyin of medicine giving Ji Changsheng and Zhou Man walked together. Zhou Man set up a band to prevent outsiders from eavesdropping. And then said to Ji Changsheng, "Young master, you are too impulsive." "Young master?" Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. This Zhou Man is well informed. But it is true that Zhou Man is almost the heir of the Shiryao Guanyin lineage. And he is not a small figure in the world. If he is the holy maiden of Ahuan, he will definitely keep in touch with Zhou Man. "What do you mean?" Ji Changsheng asked humbly. Zhou Man said helplessly, "The evidence of the Shiryao lineage is not so easy to find. The real core evidence is on the old witch Hua Yuerong. But she was destroyed by you, young master. And I didn't have time to stop it." Ji Changsheng. "This can't be blamed on me. If you want to blame someone, you have to blame my wife. Hua Yuerong is a great monk in the Tribulation realm and a hero who aspires to be the master of the Guanyin Temple. His actual strength may be even higher than that of the master. Facing the Jade Sword controlled by my wife remotely, he is still able to fight back. He is much stronger than Liu Yonghui, the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, who was suppressed without any suspense before. So Hua Yuerong actually blocked 3 swords. If Hua Yuerong had been killed with 1 sword, Ji Changsheng would not have needed to destroy the body. And he would definitely have picked up a body. But the 3 swords failed to kill Hua Yuerong. Ji Changsheng did not think it was a big deal. But Yu Linglong felt ashamed. So Yu Linglong increased her strength. So, the 4th sword. Hua Yuerong was reduced to ashes. What can Ji Changsheng do? He is just a tool. Can he control the strength of his wife's attack? All are on Hua Yuerong. Most of them are. And the rest I know have been taken out. Zhou Man said helplessly. Ji Changsheng was very calm. It's okay. Do you know where the Guanyin tears are? Zhou Man? Take me there. Young master. What do you mean? The Guanyin temple has been closed. And you can't take the Guanyin tears out even if you take them. Zhou Man reminded. Through Zhou Man's words, Ji Changsheng extracted a piece of information. Zhou Man and the master of energy vein are people on 2 lines. Independent of each other. No crossover. Very good. Bao is really professional in this area. No problem. You take me first. 2 minutes later, Ji Changsheng swept away all the Guanyin tears of the medicine-giving Guanyin lineage. Zhou Man was stunned. Young master. Don't you want to keep some? Ji Changsheng didn't keep a bottle. She had never seen such an ugly way of eating. Ji Changsheng said calmly, "These were originally placed in the Guanyin Hall by our holy church and asked Hua Yuerong to keep them for me. I am just returning them to their original owners. Why should I keep them?" Zhou Man. When the Holy Lady of Ahuan contacted her, she once said that Ji Changsheng was not a human being. But she had not yet thoroughly understood the reading comprehension of this sentence. Now she has done it. She is really not a human being. Young master. Your words may be hard to convince other people in Guanyin Hall. Ji Changsheng laughed. Elder Zhou. There is no need to delve into many things. Even if they are not convinced. What can they do? Thinking about the rough method used by the mastermind to spread rumors that King Zhou was lustful of a sculpture of Noah during the conferred god's tribulation, Ji Changsheng suddenly realized. The strategy does not depend on being exquisite, but on being useful. No matter how well Bao planned, he still tolerated Xiao Yu. If she really had the strength of a wife, she would have killed Xiao Yu in a few minutes. It can be seen that the wife is the most important, crossed out. It can be seen that the result is the most important. As long as a good result can be achieved, it does not matter whether the method is rough or not. Now let's look for evidence of the Shiryao lineage. Elder Zhou, write down all the people who have offended you. Ji Changsheng handed over the list. You write the list. And I'll go to search their houses. But let me say this first. If I search their houses, and they turn out to be clean, and I know you are deliberately retaliating against good people, I won't be polite. Ji Changsheng came here to punish evil and promote good, not to help Zhou Man fight internally. The latter can be a byproduct of the former, but it cannot be the main purpose. Otherwise, if the merits can't be passed, Ji Changsheng can't pass this test in his heart. After all, he is a child with a heart for justice. Zhou Man sighed while writing, Young master, you are still too optimistic about human nature. Where are the good people in the main hall of Guanyin Temple? Ji Changsheng. To be honest, young master, the hall master just sent me a message, asking me to make a big thing small, a small thing nothing, and not to involve too many innocent people and hurt the foundation of Guanyin Temple. Zhou Man said. Ji Changsheng was not surprised by this. He just narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "How much does the goddess of childbirth know about these bad things done in the Guanyin Hall?" Zhou Man laughed. 9 out of 10. She definitely didn't get involved personally. But if you say she has been kept in the dark, that would be too much of an underestimation of her. Hua Yuerong has already secretly promoted to the tribulation realm, but still dares not rebel. The meaning of this should be understood by the young master. Ji Changsheng nodded slowly. When Yu Linglong entered the tribulation realm, the former master of Xuandu Temple immediately advocated because he was really ashamed of himself. When Yu Laomo entered the tribulation realm, he directly put the magic sword on the neck of the former master. The cultivators who can advance to the tribulation realm by themselves are generally more powerful than those who rely on the power of the sect to be promoted. The goddess of childbirth also took over the Guanyin Hall and became a tribulation cultivator. But Hua Yuerong advanced to the tribulation realm on her own. But she has not rebelled yet. There are two possibilities. One is that Hua Yuerong has always been a follower of the goddess of childbirth. And the other is that Hua Yuerong thinks that she is not yet a match for the goddess of childbirth. No. There are three possibilities. Hua Yuerong has indeed always been a follower of the goddess of childbirth. And she also thinks that she is not yet a match for the goddess of childbirth. It must be the third possibility. Zhou Man said directly. The three vain leaders who developed the tiers of Guanyin were all appointed by the palace master. And every year, the palace master will set a target for the spiritual stone income of the Guanyin palace. The target is higher every year. But the palace master himself will not be responsible, and will only let the people below take care of it. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows, and thought of Jiajing and Qianlong. It's a bit like those dog emperors in the mortal world, who pass the tasks to the ministers below, and only enjoy themselves. In the end, when something goes wrong, they pass the blame to those ministers. And they still serve as emperors well. Young master has a keen eye. I don't have a keen eye. I just saw a lot. The corruption of Yen Song, He Shin and others was cultivated by the emperor. But the blame is all on the corrupt officials. The corrupt officials fell. And the emperor is still the emperor. This is not a tyrant. This is a complete bad guy. And the kind of bad guy who implicates innocent people. So the goddess of childbirth is not afraid of my investigation. Because no matter who I find out, it has nothing to do with her. Ji Changsheng laughed. If there is really a Guanyin Bodhisattva watching, she will follow Shi Yao's example and kill her relatives for the sake of justice. Which is nothing more than a gecko cutting off its tail. If I can't find out, it's even better. She can use this opportunity to rectify the family style and continue to place her people in power. Young master really doesn't look like a person of this age. Zhou Man sighed. She has been running the Guanyin Temple for many years, so it is not surprising that she knows these secret activities. Ji Changsheng came here for the first time today, but he can see through the inside story so well. In this case, find evidence of the conspiracy between the temple master and Hua Yuerong. There is no evidence. Zhou Man shook his head and said, Hua Yuerong once told me that the temple master never gave her clear instructions. The temple master just increased the expected target of spiritual stone income every year. If she can't do it, she will be replaced. If she can do it, the voices of dissatisfaction with her will be suppressed. The temple master never asks about the secret method she uses. At this point, Zhou Man suddenly sneered. The medicine-dispensing Guanyin lineage, the life-extending Guanyin lineage, and the water-sprinkling Guanyin lineage are the main forces in the research and development of Guanyin tiers. They have always been the three most powerful lines in Guanyin Temple. For example, the Qingjing Guanyin lineage has repeatedly advised the temple master to let other branches be responsible for the pricing and sales of Guanyin tiers, but has been repeatedly rejected by the temple master. I understand. These things are not difficult to find out. And in fact, there is no need to find out, because Ji Changsheng has seen the tragic events caused by Guanyin tiers in Qi. He also saw the arrogance of the Hua family. The high-level officials of Guanyin Temple and Huangquan sect are in collusion. Even Shi Yao admitted it. Whether the goddess of childbirth knows it or not, she deserves to die in Ji Changsheng's eyes. She should die if she deserves to die. The goddess of childbirth and Lu Mingyang, the deputy leader of the heavenly demon sect, secretly conceived a child and attempted to unify the heavenly demon sect and the Guanyin Temple. The evidence is conclusive and irrefutable, and she should be killed. Zhou Man was stunned. How did the palace master and Lu Mingyang get involved? It doesn't matter how they got involved. What's important is that I have to provide the leader and his wife with a reasonable reason to take action. Zhou Man understood what Ji Changsheng meant, and subconsciously took a breath of cold air. She is a member of the Holy Lady of Hawan. But she never thought of letting the Holy Lady of Hawan attack the main hall of the Guanyin Temple. Besides, they can't get in. Young master, listen to me. The Guanyin Temple has activated the mountain protection formation and sealed off the mountain. Although Madam is strong, she is not Yuling Long, and her strength may not be better than the temple master. Ji Changsheng was a little surprised. The Guanyin of childbirth was so powerful. Yes, when Renjiayu told him before that the Guanyin of childbirth had fought with the Yellow Spring Emperor, and the two sides were evenly matched. And the temple master also said that he was not the opponent of the Yellow Spring Emperor. From this point of view, the Guanyin of childbirth is not really a weakling among the masters of the crossing tribulation realm. Madam is not good. But there is the sect leader. Madam and the sect leader are not as strong as Yuling Long together? Zhou Man said frankly, really not. Yuling Long's number 1 in the world can probably beat the 2nd to 10th. Among all the previous number 1 in the world, Yuling Long is basically recognized as the strongest. The corpse demon that ascended before Yuling Long was far less dominant than Yuling Long now, and was about the same as Yu Lao Mo. Ji Changsheng. My wife is so powerful. But I'm still not panicking. Because my wife's real body didn't come with him. What came was just a jade sword, which wasn't even my wife's strongest magic weapon. So it's understandable that Yu Lao Mo and Li Huanyan couldn't beat Yuling Long. But couldn't they beat a jade sword? That's too useless. Ji Changsheng still has confidence in him. Seeing that Ji Changsheng was still calm, Zhou Man panicked. Young master, there's something you may not know. What is it? The palace master is likely to be the reincarnation of a great power of the Western Church. Ji Changsheng's face became serious. I remembered that when Renjiayu also said this matter, and their family's ancestors guessed that the goddess of childbirth was the reincarnation of a great power, combined with the strange thing that wherever the goddess of childbirth goes, people will give birth to children. If it's not magic and special means, then it's probably really a great power with special luck. And my wife seems to have investigated the goddess of childbirth and didn't use any special means. The reincarnation of a powerful person may not necessarily be strong. At least she is definitely not able to beat Fairy Ling Long and the leader. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. At most, she has some special trump cards. Otherwise she would have started to bully people long ago. Zhou Man agreed with Ji Changsheng's point of view. If she really had the strength of Yuling Long, why would she be a coward? Not to mention Yuling Long. Even if Yu Lao Mo went out without encountering Fairy Ling Long, he would still be very powerful and full of devilish flames. The momentum of Guanyin is not even a little bit worse than theirs. Even so, she was still very panicked. The palace master may not be their opponent, but he must have special means of survival. And he is likely to have a special mission. She has a special mission. So she must be killed. After she took over the Guanyin Temple, the Guanyin Temple fell into complete decline, which shows that this person has bad intentions. Ji Changsheng made a decision and rarely regretted it. Seeing that his wife still didn't come online, he gritted his teeth and continued to shake people. Young master, we still have time to stop now. What do you mean by stop? I want to increase my strength. Ji Changsheng found that Yuling Long had a reason to praise him. Whenever something big happens, ordinary cultivators may have a retreat. Mahayana cultivators, like Zhou Man, are a little scared now. But what Ji Changsheng saw was the overwhelming merit. Killing a sinner has promoted him so quickly. If you kill a sinning immortal, sinning Buddha, sinning Bodhisattva, etc., is it really possible to ascend with Yuling Long? Thinking of this possibility, Ji Changsheng couldn't control his killing intent. In the Battle of the Great Way, if you want to run away when facing a strong enemy, how can you make progress? All Ji Changsheng thought about was how to kill the other party. He really wanted to make progress. So, Master, Hua Yuerong has quietly advanced to the realm of transcending tribulation. I have killed her. The goddess of childbearing is left for you to sacrifice your sword. In front of the teleportation array, Yu Lao Mo almost missed a step. Holy Maiden He Wan looked at Yu Lao Mo strangely. What happened? Yu Lao Mo whispered. Hua Yuerong advanced to the realm of transcending tribulation and was killed by Chang Sheng. Holy Maiden He Wan was very calm, with Yuling Long's support. I am not surprised at what Ji Changsheng does. What is surprising is why he asked us to join him. Yuling Long must be able to kill everyone in the Guanyin Temple. It may be a great gift from Chang Sheng to our holy church and this master. Yu Lao Mo guessed. He and Li Huanyan both thought that Ji Changsheng asked them to go this time to share the spoils. No one expected that Yu Linglong would be offline. Saint Hewan also didn't expect that she, like Yu Laomo, thought that Ji Changsheng wanted to use this opportunity to gain a foothold in the heavenly demon sect. Ji Changsheng did a good job in Chi State. If he can offer the Guanyin Temple to the holy sect, then his position as the young master will indeed be unshakable. Saint Hewan nodded slightly. Madam, are you sure we can enter the Guanyin Temple? Saint Hewan chuckled and said, Master, don't worry. Since I have agreed, I will naturally not let the holy sect down. The Guanyin Temple mountain protection formation has fallen into my hands. Yu Laomo glanced at Saint Hewan and nodded, saying, if the holy sect can really drive straight in, I will definitely hand it over to you. And let's go! Yu Laomo took the elites of the heavenly demon sect and prepared to receive the spoils given to him by his son. As for Lu Mingyang, he had naturally become a puppet, but Yu Laomo was very curious. What does Changsheng want me to do with Lu Mingyang? Let's talk about two things separately. Guanyin Hall. Ji Changsheng walked out of the hinterland of the medicine-giving lineage and bowed to the child-giving Guanyin Palace Master. I have found many evidences of the crimes of the medicine-giving Guanyin lineage, and found evidence of collusion between the medicine-giving Guanyin lineage, the life-extending Guanyin lineage, and the water-sprinkling Guanyin lineage. Next, I will go to the life-extending Guanyin lineage and the water-sprinkling Guanyin lineage to investigate. The child-giving Guanyin looked at the life-extending lineage master who was present. The life-extending lineage master had a very unusual appearance, wearing a large crown with a Buddha body in the crown, with a dark yellow body, showing a compassionate and soft appearance. The most exaggerated thing is that he has 20 arms. The left arms hold a jewel, a sword, a golden wheel, a vajra, a gong, a vajra bell, a big lotus, a rosary, and a fist seal. The right arms hold a halberd, a vajra sword, a transformed Buddha image, a vajra treasure, a precious mirror, a vajra rope, a vajra, a 5-pronged pestle, a sun-binding vajra, and a fearless seal. His 2 feet have spokes and rest on the lotus moon wheel, with a halo all around. There are also hundreds of thousands of garlands, and heavenly clothes to adorn his body. Of course, what outsiders saw was the strangeness and power of the master of life-prolonging vein. Ji Changsheng saw at a glance that the Buddha costume of the master of life-prolonging vein was worth at least several billion high-grade spirit stones. So Ji Changsheng immediately scolded, "You bastard! You can tell from your outfit that you are wealthy. The people's blood and sweat under the rule of Guanyin Temple have all been reduced to the clothes on your body. How can you stand here with dignity? Master of life-prolonging vein." Guanyin of childbirth had never cared about these things before, and she felt a little irritated when Ji Changsheng said this. Although the magic tools on her body were more low-key and luxurious, and more valuable, the master of life-prolonging vein was indeed deliberately showing off her wealth. So the goddess of childbirth frowned and said, "The messenger's words make sense, but the Guanyin Temple earns a lot of money every year. The owner of the Yinning Pulse is one of the founders of the research and development of Guanyin Tears, so it is normal for her to be wealthy. If the messenger really thinks that the owner of the Yinning Pulse has a problem, find the evidence and show it to me, and I will bring her to justice." Okay, it's a deal. Ji Changsheng thought that it seemed that all the evidence was destroyed. It's a pity that he still doesn't know me well enough. The first detective of Xuandu Temple, and the first detective of Tianma sect. He never needs evidence to investigate a case. Where is the leader of the sprinkling Guanyin lineage? Ji Changsheng asked. The goddess of childbirth said, "He didn't show up." Ji Changsheng smiled and said, "Isn't he busy destroying evidence in the sprinkling pulse?" Many people present changed their faces slightly. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, "If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. Well, let's go check the Yinming Guanyin lineage first. Give you Laoimo and Hahuan Saint some time. Also buy some time for the other helpers you found." Danqing Pavilion. Li Qinglian found Jiangxi. Jiangxi had also received the news at this time. Qinglian Sword Immortal asked, "Changsheng said that there will be bloody conflict in Guanyin Temple soon, and asked you and me to take charge of the situation. Senior brother, what do you think?" Jiangxi had received Wei Tingba's news and digested it. What Xiao Wei saw in Qi State confirmed Changsheng's words. There is indeed a problem in Guanyin Temple. Jiangxi nodded. Li Qinglian's face changed slightly. Then we can't sit idly by. But since Changsheng has invited you Laoimo and Li Huanyan, Why did he invite us? Is he worried that Yu Lao Mo and Li Huanyan can't suppress the situation? Jiangxi pondered and said, Li Huanyan has a special cultivation method and her connections are all over the world. At least 5 vein masters in Guanyin Temple are her people. Li Qinglian was shocked. Yu Lao Mo will be invincible soon. If he joins hands with Li Huanyan, there won't be any big problems in suppressing the Guanyin Temple. Unless the Guanyin of childbearing is really the reincarnation of a great power as rumored. Chansheng invited us to go. Probably because Fairy Linglong is not free to take action now. Or he and Fairy Linglong have a bad relationship. So he chose us as a second choice. Jiangxi's detailed analysis basically sorted out the situation, if I'm not mistaken. Chansheng didn't invite us to deal with the Guanyin Temple. At least the main purpose is. It's not to deal with Guanyin Temple. What is that? To restrain Yu Lao Mo and Li Huanyan. Jiangxi said in a deep voice, how many innocent people will be killed if Yu Lao Mo and Li Huanyan go on a killing spree in Guanyin Temple? Chansheng cultivates merits. Although his murderous nature is a bit heavier, he is not a person who kills indiscriminately. He can't control Yu Lao Mo and Li Huanyan. So he asked us to check and balance the Tianma sect. With you and me, Yu Lao Mo and Li Huanyan will have more scruples. The killing in Guanyin Temple can be controlled to kill only those who should be killed. At this point, Jiangxi's eyes were full of admiration. Chansheng is as brave and fearless as ever. But he always has good intentions in his heart. Even after joining the Heavenly Demon sect, he has always kept his original intention. Just like before. He has a tiger in his heart and a rose in his nose. Li Qinglian also completely understood. You are worthy of being my son. But senior brother, I am only worried about one problem. What problem? If you and I join forces, can we be the opponent of Yu Lao Mo? Jiangxi remained calm. If we really fight, Li Huanyan is likely to stand on our side. 3 against 1. Yu Lao Mo may not be able to kill us all. Li Qinglian. Brother, I suddenly feel a little sad. Isn't this the line that the disciples of the demon cult used to say when facing Linglong Fairy? Jiangxi remained calm. After Linglong Fairy ascended, this will be the norm in the future. Even so, the disciples of Danqing Pavilion must always stand on the front line of fighting against demons. And there is only death. Li Qinglian said solemnly. Brother taught that Howren's affairs only have death. And Danqing Pavilion will never retreat. Guanyin Temple. In front of the mountain gate, Yu Lao Mo and Li Huanyan appeared out of thin air, with dozens of Saint cult elites behind them. There are not many people coming, but they are all the absolute backbone of the heavenly demon cult. It is no exaggeration to say that if there were no Yu Linglong and Xian Wang Merit Tower, this force would be enough to capture Xuandu Temple. But there is no if. But there is neither Yu Linglong nor Xian Wang Merit Tower in Guanyin Temple. So, the heavenly demon cult is ready to try. After Yu Lao Mo landed, he looked at the holy maiden He Huan. Li Huanyan took the initiative to walk forward. As Li Huanyan led the way, the main gate of the Guanyin Temple opened. The master of the energy vein put his hands together and bowed to Li Huanyan. Meet the madam. After the master of the energy vein, half of the disciples knelt down to Li Huanyan, and half of the disciples of the Guanyin Hall fell to the ground and lost their ability to move. Li Huanyan nodded to the master of the energy vein. What's the situation? The master of the energy vein said, Ji Chansheng has held the hall master. Everything is ready. Just waiting for the madam's order. Li Huanyan raised her hand. Peach blossoms were everywhere. Everyone knows that the most powerful magic weapon of the Saint of Hahuan is a peach blossom. So the symbol of the Saint of Hahuan is pink peach blossoms. Let's do it. Peach blossoms were everywhere. And the saint had arrived. The Guanyin Hall was turned upside down. Yu Laomo led the elites of the Tianma sect to follow the Saint of Hahuan. Wherever the Saint of Hahuan went, the disciples of the Guanyin Hall either knelt down or were poisoned. They drove straight in. Within a minute, they did not encounter any resistance. At this time, they had already entered the core of the Guanyin Hall. From Yu Lao Mo to other Saint Church elites, their hearts were in turmoil. Such a change. The fertility-giving Guanyin did not react. The Jing Guanyin lineage controls the sound. And the leader is Madam's man. So naturally all the noise was eliminated. Madam, so terrifying. Of course, the holy maiden Hahuan could not control everyone in the Guanyin Hall. When the leader of the Bao Guanyin lineage first discovered them, the holy maiden Hahuan looked at Yu Lao Mo. Master, the next step is to hand it over to you. My people have been evacuated, and the rest are all diehards of the Guanyin Hall. Remember to spare their lives. This is Ji Chongsheng's special request, and he has to identify them one by one. Ji Chongsheng has made great contributions, so it is not good not to reward. Yu Lao Mo nodded, and without saying a word, he drew his sword and stood up. There is no enemy under the sword. Peach blossoms are everywhere, and the magic sword is pressing down. Guanyin Temple, one of the 5 top immortal gates, fell rapidly. The Tianma sect acted so quickly and achieved so much. Even the Tianma sect disciples themselves could not believe it. Can it be so simple? Li Huanyan held the peach blossoms, isolated from the world, and said calmly, if there is no Yu Linglong in the world, it would have been like this. Since Yu Linglong has been invincible in the world, no matter how fierce your magic flames are, no matter how well you plan, you can't get over the mountain of Yu Linglong. Fairy Linglong likes quietness, so all the ambitious people can only lie dormant silently. On the eve of Fairy Linglong's ascension, the Tianma sect occasionally showed its prowess, and a battle shocked the world. There has never been a peaceful time. It's just that Yu Linglong suppressed all the heroes of the time with her own strength. Some people, only after they leave, the world will realize their greatness. Chapter 172 Old Yu. I admit that I spoke to you a little loudly before. Li Huanyan laughed as she spoke, but her laughter was full of sarcasm. Many people hope that Yu Linglong will ascend quickly, including many people in the righteous sect, especially the Guanyin Temple that is at odds with Xuandu Temple. Then I will let these people see what the world will be like if Yu Linglong is not here. She was angry for Yu Linglong. Maybe Yu Linglong herself didn't care, but she cared a lot. If there was no Yu Linglong, there would not be a need for too many ambitious people. Old Demon Yu would have been invincible in the world, and the demon sect would probably have been unified long ago. In order to fight against Old Demon Yu, she would have to turn the tide, and in an instant, the world would be in great trouble. No one could stop them. This moment is the best proof. In the past, the demon sect shrank in front of Yu Linglong. After Yu Linglong ascended, the righteous sect would be the same in front of the heavenly demon sect. That is to say, Ji Chongsheng is not here. Otherwise he would definitely sigh. Humans don't thank Luo Ji. The righteous path doesn't thank Yu Linglong either. But this is until today. After today, they will definitely realize the significance of Yu Linglong to them. Unfortunately, one day later, Yu Linglong will really ascend. When you lose her, you will understand her greatness and importance. This kind of pain is far better than being kept in the dark from beginning to end. And this is the biggest reason why Li Huanyan turned the table in Guanyin Hall today. Yu Linglong is going to ascend, and no one can stop it. She gave a grand funeral in Guanyin Hall to send off the hero in her heart. If Ji Chongsheng didn't want to keep the heads of these people, Li Huanyan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. All the elites of the heavenly demon sect were silent. Whether it was Li Huanyan's strategic planning, where the disciples of Guanyin Temple surrendered before fighting wherever he went, or Yu Lao Mo's invincibility at this time, they all refreshed their cognition. In essence, whether it was the heavenly demon sect or Xuandu Temple, apart from the cultivators in the crossing tribulation realm, the quality of the disciples under other top immortal sects was similar. The first person in the Golden Core realm was Du Zongxing of Danqing Pavilion. The first person in the nascent soul realm was Shi Yao of Guanyin Temple. The first person in the transformation realm was Yu Si, the new saint of the Hahuan sect, whom Ji Chongsheng did not know yet. The first person in the refining void realm belonged to Cui Panguan of the Huangquan sect. But it was useless. Yu Linglong was the first in the world, and Yu Lao Mo was the second in the world, which determined the ranking of Xuandu Temple and the heavenly demon sect in the whole world. The elite disciples of the heavenly demon sect also realized one thing for the first time at this moment. It turned out that when the heavenly demon sect was at full firepower, even a strong Guanyin Temple could fall in an instant. The gap in strength between the top immortal sects could be so great. Their ambitions did not expand at all. Those who could appear here were all elites of the heavenly demon sect. And no one was a fool. They also realized another thing at the same time. The wife was very strong, and the leader was even stronger. But this had nothing to do with them. In fact, these elite disciples of the heavenly demon sect were more like VIP spectator seats. They were not used at all. Li Huanyan controlled 1/3 of the troops of the Guanyin Temple, and some of them were reduced or lost their combat effectiveness. The remaining 2/3 were dealt with by Yu Lao Mo himself with one sword. The lethality caused by Li Huanyan and Yu Lao Mo together was close to that of Yu Linglong destroying the headquarters of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce by herself. Yu Lao Mo also killed with great pleasure. It's so satisfying. I have been suppressed for 20 years. And I haven't killed so happily for a long time. Li Huanyan narrowed his eyes slightly. Some of the high-ranking members of the Tianma sect even knelt on the ground to express their worship. 20 years ago, Yu Laomo was beaten like a stray dog by Yu Linglong, which once made Yu Laomo's authority in the Tianma sect questioned. But at this moment, Yu Laomo reminded them of the fear of being dominated by Yu Laomo again. The leader, from beginning to end. He didn't kill anyone. But he was invincible. This kind of control. Many people secretly looked at Li Huanyan. Li Huanyan's eyes were deep and solemn. She couldn't do it. If she could do it, she would have killed Yu Laomo long ago. He made light things heavy. And was extremely skillful. He could control the Mahayana monks without killing them. And spare their lives. He didn't have to worry about them struggling to death and hurting himself. The difficulty of this was at least 3 times higher than the wanton slaughter with full firepower. In other words, Yu Laomo was holding back now. If he went all out, he might be able to overthrow the main hall of Guanyin Temple by himself. Judging from Yu Linglong's attack 20 years ago, Yu Laomo's current combat power was not inferior to Yu Linglong's sword 20 years ago. These 20 years have not been in vain. Li Huanyan expected it. But she was still in a heavy mood. Some leading is just 1 step faster. And every step faster. She has made great progress. But Yu Linglong and Yu Laomo have always stood in front. It seems that no matter how she progresses, she can't close the gap between them. She doesn't even know how to make faster progress. If Ji Changsheng knew Li Huanyan's thoughts, he would definitely say to her, "Baby, you have to learn from me. How can your progress be so fast? If you had 1/10 of my progress, Xiao Yu would be killed by you in a minute." Li Huanyan would definitely scold him. "But I want to learn from you. The problem is that merit is the core technology of Xuandu Temple. She can't learn it even if she wants to. She can't find it even if she controls the soul of the disciples of Xuandu Temple. And it doesn't work to trade with the disciples of Xuandu Temple. She has thought of a way long ago. The method of merit was passed down by the great master Xuandu himself. And it may even be passed down by the Saint Tai Ching. It comes with a ban. And those who leak it will die. Leading in core technology means you can be so awesome. What's going on outside?" In the main hall of the Yinming lineage, the Guanyin of childbirth suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. And she had an impulse to warn. The leader of the Qingjing vein sensed it, and said to the Guanyin of childbirth, "Palace Master, there is no movement." The leader of the Shui Guanyin vein was also surprised. "Palace Master, there is Ningjing outside to close the mountain gate and the Zongbao monitoring hall. How can there be any movement? A top immortal gate like Guanyin Hall naturally has surveillance. Except for the core hinterland of the 33 veins that cannot be detected. The public areas are exposed to surveillance at any time. The leader of the Zongbao Guanyin vein is responsible for monitoring Guanyin Hall today. The late Mahayana Cultivation. At this time, he has been severely injured by Yu Laomo's sword and has lost his ability to move. Of course, they don't know yet. Yu Laomo and Li Huanyan acted very decisively and made various preparations in advance. Especially Li Huanyan. With the leader of the Ningmai vein. The disciples outside who found something unusual couldn't even call for help or give warnings. Even the sound transmission talisman had been blocked. The fertility-sending Guanyin carefully sensed it, and found that there was indeed no movement. But her face changed slightly. "Go out and take a look." As a great cultivator in the tribulation realm, she believed in her intuition more. But at this moment, Ji Changsheng came out with the evidence of the Yinming lineage. "Palace Master, wait a minute. The evidence of the Yinming lineage is simply shocking." The master of the Yinming lineage blurted out, "This is impossible. I have clearly destroyed the evidence." The master of the Yinming lineage was shocked. Even the fertility-sending Guanyin was confused and looked at the master of the Yinming lineage. "What the hell are you talking about? Are you crazy?" The master of the Yinming lineage was also confused. "What the hell was I saying just now? Wait. I wasn't talking just now." The master of the Yinming lineage blushed. It was simply outrageous. In front of her. In front of the fertility-sending Guanyin. Someone actually blatantly framed her. "Ji Changsheng, you are so brave." She reacted quickly. Others also reacted quickly. Looking at Ji Changsheng with shocked eyes. Ji Changsheng sighed in disappointment. Although Yeguan Luohuan is the best in the world, the master of Yinming is a Mahayana cultivator. Songzi Guanyin is even a great cultivator of the crossing tribulation realm. In front of them, his illusion is indeed not good enough. But it doesn't matter. As long as I don't admit it. The words just now were said by the master of Yinming. So Ji Chongqing's face sank. And he turned the tables. Asshole. You dare to be stubborn when you are about to die. The evidence of the Yinming lineage's guilt is conclusive. And it's all here. Ji Chongqing took out a gift list. It records in detail the evidence of the collusion between the Yinming lineage and the Huangquan sect, including the ironclad evidence that the Yinming lineage has embezzled public funds for personal gain, embezzled and perverted the law, and caused chaos in the world, and colluded with internal and external forces. Monster. What else do you have to say? Ji Chongqing was so confident. There was a golden light of merit on his head. For a moment, even the goddess of childbirth was frightened by Ji Chongqing. She looked at the master of life and death with hesitation, wondering if she had not destroyed the evidence. The master of life and death was furious. Nonsense. Where is the gift list? I have clearly burned them all. The real master of life and death. Really furious, Ji Chongqing. Don't go too far. At least change your tactics. This time, the goddess of childbirth understood. The master of life and death did not speak. Everything was directed and acted by Ji Chongqing himself. The goddess of childbirth was also laughed at by Ji Chongqing. Messenger. If there is evidence, I will naturally take her down on the spot. If there is no evidence, you cannot publicly slander the leader of the Guanyin Temple. The Guanyin Temple cannot be insulted. Who said there is no evidence? The evidence is here. If you don't believe it, you can see it yourself. Ji Chongqing handed the evidence to the goddess of childbirth. The goddess of childbirth and others were stunned. She was not afraid of inspection. Did they really find evidence? The goddess of childbirth quickly glanced at the gift list. Then, Messenger. This is clearly a blank sheet of paper. Ji Chong was so angry that he trembled all over. He pointed at the goddess of childbirth and said angrily, Old witch. You finally exposed your true face. I gave you evidence, but you erased all the names on the gift list. It's outrageous. The goddess of childbirth had a mouthful of blood rushing to her throat, especially when she saw that the disciples of the Guanyin Temple looked at her with half belief and half doubt. The goddess of childbirth became even more angry. There are actually people who believe Ji Chongqing's nonsense. Messenger. Please stop making trouble. The face of the goddess of childbirth turned livid. If it wasn't for the jade sword, she would have killed Ji Chongqing. Even though Ji Chongqing had the jade sword in his hand, she couldn't control her killing intent at this time. This was the first time in her life that she was framed like this. Even Buddhas get angry. For Ling, for the sake of the Bodhisattva, I'll give you some leeway. The messenger shouldn't think that you can run wild in the Guanyin Hall. The goddess of childbirth said coldly, This is a blank sheet of paper from beginning to end. How can there be a name? Ji Chongqing was unyielding and righteous. And he said back, How do you prove that there is no name? The goddess of childbirth almost vomited blood again. Shouldn't you prove this? I gave you a name. Which? And you still want to quibble. Well, then I ask you, why did you privately communicate with Lu Mingyang, the deputy leader of the heavenly demon sect? Swish. Many disciples of the Guanyin Hall were enlightened. The goddess of childbirth didn't react at all. Lu Mingyang? What nonsense are you talking about? Ji Chongqing sneered. You still want to quibble. But you can't quibble this time. You and Lu Mingyang had an affair in the Yinming Palace. And it was the master of the Yinming vein who kept the door for you. The goddess of childbirth? The master of the Yinming vein? All the spirit stones and stored Guanyin tears of the Yinming lineage have disappeared without a trace. The letter clearly records that they were sent to Lu Mingyang of the heavenly demon sect on your orders. Zhou Man lowered her head and tried to control her expression, not daring to lose her composure. All the spirit stones and Guanyin tears of the Yinming lineage are now with Ji Chongqing. She saw it with her own eyes. But Ji Chongqing said that they were with Lu Mingyang. What could she do? Li Huanyan's task for her was to cooperate with Ji Chongqing, provide Ji Chongqing with a stage to perform, and let Ji Chongqing perform on his own. She now understood that the lady was indeed foresight. Ji Chongqing was really good at acting. You colluded with Lu Mingyang in private. For your lover. You did not hesitate to give away half of the spiritual stones in the Guanyin Temple to help Lu Mingyang win over his confidants in the Tianma sect. And then help Lu Mingyang control the entire Tianma sect. Old witch. Did you not expect that I would know about your affair? Seeing your ashamed face. Do you realize your sins? The face of the fertility-giving Guanyin flushed, and the dragon head under his feet bared its fangs and claws, as if it would tear Ji Chongqing in half the next moment. But Ji Chongqing was fearless. Well, I think you, an old witch, Will not cry until you see the coffin. This messenger is a reasonable person. If you want to prove your innocence, I will give you a chance. Do you dare to try? Guanyin of childbirth uttered 2 words. You say. She wanted to see what Ji Changsheng could say. This would determine whether she would arrange a merciful or cruel death for Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng did not disappoint her. Ji Changsheng pointed to the golden lotus of merit on his head and said seriously, Old witch. If you claim to be bright, do you dare to let me kill you once? If the golden lotus of merit grows rapidly after I kill you, it means you deserve to die. If I kill you and am entangled with sins, I am willing to pay with my life. Ji Changsheng hereby swears to the heaven. If he violates this oath, he will be punished by heaven and earth. The pressure came to Guanyin of childbirth. Everyone looked at Guanyin of childbirth. The goddess of childbirth was once again so angry that she laughed. I have already been killed by you. What's the point of you sacrificing your life in exchange? Can I still come back to life? Of course you can. Ji Changsheng explained, if you are innocent, I will not destroy your souls. You are already a cultivator in the tribulation period, and you have your own way to save your life. With the precious medicines from Guanyin Temple, Tiansheng Sect and Xuandu Temple, I am absolutely sure that I can save your life. The oath of heaven is above. And the disciples of Guanyin Temple testify that Ji has not lied at all. Guanyin of childbirth felt a shudder in her heart. According to Ji Changsheng's statement, she really can't die. Of course, falling into a realm is inevitable. She will definitely not agree. The world will definitely understand. But Ji Changsheng's rumor-making is fun for a while. And she will be burned to death if she refutes it. In any case, as long as she refuses, she will inevitably be criticized. Thinking of this, Guanyin of childbirth glanced at the master of the Yinming Pulse. The master of life extension immediately jumped out to defend the goddess of childbirth. It's ridiculous. How can you use the life of the palace master to verify it? Ji Changsheng, you have evil ambitions. I think you are more like the vanguard sent by the heavenly demon sect to attack the Guanyin palace. Ji Changsheng thought that villains really died because they talked too much. Okay, I'll take a step back. Master of life extension, you can come. And my promise just now is still valid. Ji Changsheng was very reasonable. If my merits don't increase after killing you, I will immediately pay with my life. The Master of Life Extension sneered. Why don't I kill you and see if I have any merits? Ji Changsheng smiled and said, if you also know the art of merit, Ji doesn't mind testing it with your own body. You, the Master of Life Extension, was speechless. The art of merit is the core technology of Xuandu Temple. Just like the righteousness is the core technology of Danxing Pavilion. Outsiders can't learn this thing. And even if they learn it, they dare not use it. Anyone who dares to use it will be hunted down to death. Ji Changsheng is the only guy in the world, even in the past and present, who left Xuandu Temple and joined the Tianma sect, but still wandered around with the golden lotus of merit. Outsiders can't learn it. Let me take a step back. Master Yinming, do you dare to make a heavenly oath, saying that you have never violated the teachings of Guanyin Bodhisattva's compassion, that you have never betrayed your ideals and beliefs, and that you have never been corrupt and perverted the law to harm the innocent? As long as you dare to make a heavenly oath, I will immediately bow my head and apologize. Ji Changsheng dared to make a heavenly oath. After all, he is the Southern Changsheng Emperor, and things like being struck by lightning are his business scope. Yinming Guanyin dare not. She didn't know that the Southern Changsheng Emperor had fallen, and the gods of the Thunder Department were now leaderless. What's more, this is the main hall of the Guanyin Temple, and there are bodhisattvas everywhere. If she dared to swear, she might be struck to death by lightning immediately. However, the goddess of childbirth spoke decisively at this time. Extend life. As he said, the Lord of Life looked at the goddess of childbirth in shock, and the meaning revealed in his eyes was very obvious. Palace Master, you can't clear yourself even if I die. It doesn't matter. The great Emperor of Changsheng in the South Pole has fallen, and Guanyin Bodhisattva has no time to take care of him. The oath of heaven is meaningless now. Ji Changsheng is a commoner, and he doesn't know that the situation in the 9 heavens has changed. The times have changed. The Lord of Life breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the reminder of the goddess of childbirth. The Palace Master is the Palace Master, worthy of being the reincarnation of a great power, and knows the situation of the prehistoric fairy world like the back of his hand. Okay, Ji Changsheng, I hope you can keep your word. The head of the Yinming vein said sarcastically, the head of the Yinming vein of Guanyin Temple. have never violated the teachings of Guanyin Bodhisattva's compassion, never betrayed my ideals and beliefs, and never embezzled and perverted the law to harm the innocent. If it is untrue, I am willing to be struck by 5 thunders from heaven, and my soul and spirit will be destroyed, and I will not die a good death. Boom! The blood-colored thunder fell from the sky. The head of the Yanming vein was struck by 5 thunders from heaven, and his soul and spirit were destroyed, and he will not die a good death. The disciples of Guanyin Temple were dumbfounded. Ji Changsheng was also a little shocked. He heard the slightly proud voice of Yu Lao Mo. Thunder magic is one of the magics that I am least good at. Cha Sheng, I didn't disappoint you. Ji Changsheng swallowed subconsciously. Godfather, I admit that I spoke to you a little loudly before. Chapter 173 Xiaoyu Xiaoli, Changsheng. Don't kill him. The Holy Church still needs to transform. Ji Changsheng has already refined the thunder crystal that Guanyin Bodhisattva reminded him of before, and mastered the thunder method. But he has just started. He has no time to practice in depth. Ji Changsheng's thunder method can't even kill Yuanian cultivators now. At most, it can kill Jinan cultivators. Not to mention the Mahayana realm like Yanming Meizu. The death of Yanming Meizu was caused by my dear foster father. Yu Lao Mo had already killed outside the hall. Then he cooperated with Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng was ready to fail in pretending to be powerful. After all, Yanming Meizu was in the Mahayana stage. And foster father used a sword. Foster father is not Yu Linglong. So it is normal that he can't kill Mahayana cultivators in seconds. I didn't expect that foster father would never fail unless he was in front of his wife. Ji Changsheng suddenly felt admiration for him. Then he looked up to the sky and sighed. You, the dog thief who extended your life, got what you wanted. Palace Master, it's your turn next. The face of the goddess of childbirth was pale. She looked at the old demon Yu who suddenly appeared beside Ji Changsheng, and couldn't suppress her fear at all. She was not only afraid of the old demon Yu. The most important thing was, why could the old demon Yu appear here without any obstacles? She didn't dare to think about it at all. In fact, she didn't have time to think about it before Ji Changsheng finished speaking. For compassionate little hands had already been printed on her back. Puff! The goddess of childbirth had no time to kill the traitor, and her first reaction was to flee outside the palace. Unfortunately, her way was blocked by the peach blossoms all over the sky. The face of the human was Li Huanyan's pretty face with a smile, and the red face was the blood of the goddess of childbirth. This road is blocked. Li Huanyan glanced at the hall. The blue neck pulse master and the water moon pulse master immediately walked behind her. The 4 compassionate little hands that were printed on the back of the child-giving Guanyin just now belonged to these 2 people. This scene not only chilled the child-giving Guanyin to the core, but also chilled Yu Lao Mo's heart. Li Huanyan's methods were as mysterious as ever. He didn't even know how many people around him he could trust. That was because he was strong enough. If it were someone else, he would have been killed by Li Huanyan 10,000 times. Madam, didn't you say that your people have been withdrawn? Yu Lao Mo said. Li Huanyan chuckled and said, Master, don't panic. The blue neck pulse master and the water moon pulse master are not my people, but my allies. Yu Lao Mo believed Li Huanyan's lies. How can the Mahayana realm and the tribulation realm be allies? He seriously suspected that these 2 people might be Li Huanyan waiting to kill him. But he didn't fall into the trap. And the flaws revealed by the child-giving Guanyin were too big. If these 2 people didn't take action, they would be sorry for themselves. So the unlucky one became the child-giving Guanyin. Yu Lao Mo. Li Huanyan. It turned out to be you. The child-giving Guanyin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and the whole person quickly regained her composure. But her eyes were very sinister. The heavenly demon sect wants to go to war with my Guanyin temple? The child-giving Guanyin asked in a deep voice. Li Huanyan shrugged. So what? The child-giving Guanyin looked around. Although this is the main hall of the Guanyin temple, the Guanyin temple is already at an absolute disadvantage. Yu Lao Mo has the magic sword in his hand. Li Huanyan's peach blossom branches are still spreading. The Guanyin temple does not have the Xian Wang Merit Tower, and there is no danger to defend. So it is difficult to make a comeback. The child-giving Guanyin's heart sank. But she still remained calm. Fairy Linglong has not ascended yet. And the heavenly demon sect is so rampant. Aren't they afraid that Fairy Linglong will kill demons and eliminate demons? Yu Lao Mo sneered. Hasn't Guanyin Temple always been at odds with Xuandu Temple? Why is it seeking Yu Linglong's protection? Guanyin of childbearing remained calm. The righteous immortal sects are of the same blood. Brothers quarrel with each other. But we should defend ourselves from external insults. The heavenly demon sect is so perverse. And Fairy Linglong will definitely not sit idly by. Coincidentally, our Tiansheng sect is now the righteous immortal sect. Yu Lao Mo said this, and nodded to Ji Changsheng approvingly. Changsheng, you did a good job. The holy sect is very suitable to replace Guanyin Temple in the righteous immortal sect. And you have made a great contribution. He and Li Huanyan both thought that Ji Changsheng attacked Guanyin Temple to make room for the heavenly demon sect. The pattern is too small. Ji Changsheng is for the people of the world. Master, what's the situation outside? Ji Changsheng didn't have time to ask about the situation until this moment. Yu Lao Mo said in a very relaxed tone, we are all under the control of the Holy Church. Although they had guessed it, Ji Changsheng and Guanyin were both shocked. Guanyin felt shocked and angry, and Ji Changsheng felt that it was indeed the case. No wonder the master of the temple kept sending him to the heavenly demon sect. And Yu Linglong even used Yoguang Luohuan to give him a life experience as the son of Yu Lao Mo. After Yu Linglong ascended, the strength of the heavenly demon sect was indeed overwhelming. Just like the current Xuandu temple, Fairy Linglong was too lazy to unify the world. And if it was Yu Lao Mo, she might not have such a gentle method. Fortunately, this is my adoptive father, although Huanyan is good. But the adoptive father is also very fragrant. Ji Changsheng decided to walk on two legs. What's the situation here? Changsheng, have you been bullied? Yu Lao Mo was in a good mood today. Yu Lao Mo was very proud of himself for showing off his power in the main hall of Guanyin Temple and letting his only son see his awe-inspiring power. So he decided to increase his efforts. Yu Linglong still had a day and a half to ascend. From now on, he wanted his son to get used to his strong and invincible style and have a sense of admiration for him as a father. Unfortunately, Ji Changsheng didn't give him a chance. They weren't bullied. I was the one who bullied them all the time. Ji Changsheng was an honest child and always said what he meant. He would not wrongly accuse them of things that Guanyin Temple had not done. However, Ji Changsheng would not let go of things that Guanyin Temple had done. There is only one thing that needs to be reminded to the leader. The goddess of childbirth and Lu Mingyang secretly gave and received. And they were thieves and prostitutes. They conspired to murder the leader and subvert the holy church. There is solid evidence for this matter. And the goddess of childbirth needs to give our holy church an explanation. Ji Changsheng said with a bow. The anger of the goddess of childbirth almost broke through her reason again. Yu Lao Mo was also stunned and blurted out, what the hell? Ji Changsheng knew that Yu Lao Mo could not accept the shock of reality, and patiently explained, Master, you don't know? Lu Mingyang has colluded with Guanyin for a long time. They are plotting to overthrow the holy church and get rid of the master. By the way, Lu Zhitu is their illegitimate child. And I have killed him. Master, you can send people to search Lu Zhitu's cave now. And you will definitely be able to find the token of Guanyin. Yu Lao Mo. He was in a complicated mood. Changsheng, this child, was corrupted by the vicious woman Li Huanyan. He didn't take the right path, but took these crooked paths. It's just killing Lu Mingyang and Guanyin. Why is it so troublesome? Kill them directly. Who dares to say that they are not convinced? Ji Changsheng saw what Yu Lao Mo meant, and said solemnly, Master, this is absolutely true. Lu Mingyang has confessed. As the leader of the righteous path, our Tiansheng sect has always acted with a legitimate reason. If it were not for the fact that Lu Mingyang and the goddess of childbirth were colluding, our Tiansheng sect would not have taken action against the Guanyin Temple. Even if Fairy Linglong came to punish us, we are victims. And Fairy Linglong must uphold justice for our Tiansheng sect. The 4 words Fairy Linglong made Yu Lao Mo sober up. That's right. Yu Linglong hasn't ascended yet. And Changsheng is right. The holy sect needs to transform, and can't kill people casually. We have to find a plausible reason. Lu Mingyang of the Tiansheng sect, and the master of the Guanyin Temple, the goddess of childbirth, secretly gave and received, and had an affair without a matchmaker, attempting to murder the master. If all this is true, then this reason is indeed enough. I said Bing zipping to Xuandu Temple in the hope that he would learn this method. Unfortunately, Pinger was unlucky and met Changsheng. However, Changsheng was able to learn these things, which means that his original goal was still achieved. This is also a kind of success. Yu Lao Mo successfully completed his self-CPU. Changsheng, what you said is, bring Lu Mingyang up. In an instant, Lu Mingyang, who looked like a dead dog, was thrown to the center of the hall. Ever since Yu Lao Mo saw him and the ghost mother conspiring, Lu Mingyang's fate was doomed. The only difference was when Yu Lao Mo decided to kill him. Li Huanyan did not dare to confront Yu Lao Mo head-on. Lu Mingyang was only at the peak of the Mahayana stage, and could not survive more than 3 moves in front of Yu Lao Mo. If it weren't for the specialness of the Lu family and his Azura bloodline, Yu Lao Mo wouldn't even look at Lu Mingyang. Song Zi. Lu Mingyang has confessed that he does have a private affair with you. After Yu Lao Mo said this, his old face instantly turned red. He really hasn't used this trick before. The only person he can't beat in the world is Yu Linglong. But he didn't dare to use this trick in front of Yu Linglong. Others are not his opponents, so he doesn't need to use this trick. So today is the first time to touch porcelain like this. To be honest, it's a bit embarrassing. But he quickly controlled himself. Ji Changsheng glanced at the goddess of childbirth, and complained in his heart that people in the Guanyin temple love homophonic puns so much. The goddess of childbirth is called Song Zi, and Shi Yao worships the lineage of the goddess of medicine. I don't know if it was named first or changed after worshipping in the Guanyin temple, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that the evidence is solid. Ji Changsheng walked up to Lu Mingyang, searched him a little, and found a spirit stone and a Guanyin tear from him. Old witch, what else do you have to say? This spirit stone is obviously from your Guanyin temple, and this Guanyin tear is a specialty of your Guanyin temple. It can be seen from Lu Mingyang that your affair has been going on for a long time. The panting of the child-giving Guanyin became heavier. Yu Lao Mo turned his head quietly, unable to bear to look directly. The holy lady he won also couldn't help laughing. This little guy almost blatantly put the spirit stone and Guanyin tear on Lu Mingyang. Ji Changsheng put it secretly. The problem is that there are quite a few Mahayana cultivators present. And she, Yu Lao Mo, and the child-giving Guanyin are all cultivators in the tribulation realm. So Ji Changsheng's actions are simply transparent in their eyes, forging stolen goods under the watchful eyes of the goddess of childbirth. Li Huanyan could only say that Ji Changsheng had a lot of ideas. She made a joke. The spirit stone and the tears of Guanyin are not enough to prove that they have a private affair. Do they have a token of love? Ji Changsheng looked at Lu Mingyang carefully, and then found the token of love in Lu Mingyang's resentful eyes. He raised Lu Mingyang's hand, took off the button on his cuff, and said in a deep voice, "Madam, please look. This thing is called Lovesickness Button, which is a specialty of the Guanyin temple. It is the token of love that the goddess of childbirth gave to Lu Mingyang." Nonsense. How dare you insult me like this? The goddess of childbirth attacked with hatred. Then the knife was chopped back by Yu Lao Mo. No matter how hard he tried to bear it, he certainly couldn't accept his son being bullied in front of him. You can argue. Why do you want to fight? Yu Lao Mo frowned and scolded. Changsheng is still a child. Song Zi, you are so arrogant. Guanyin of childbirth. What the leader said is right. Ji Changsheng agreed with Yu Lao Mo's words. Guanyin of childbirth is angry and embarrassed, which shows that this matter has been confirmed. Asshole. Guanyin of childbirth completely lost her composure. When did Guanyin temple have a specialty like Xiangsiku? How can the Tianma cult convince the public by slandering others? Huh? Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. Guanyin temple has never had a specialty like Xiangsiku. Elder Zhou. Is that right? Zhou Man glanced at the holy lady of Hahuan and decided to give up the dark and join the light. Of course not. The messenger is right. Xiangsiku is indeed a specialty of Guanyin temple, implying that lovers will eventually get married. Lu Mingyang struggled hard on the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was extremely angry. What a bullshit love buckle. That was the Shura buckle of their Lu family. Ji Changsheng stepped on Lu Mingyang's face and frowned. You still want to struggle when you are about to die. It turns out that you have a deep love with Guanyin, and you still want to excuse her until now. Lu Mingyang and Guanyin's eyes were spitting fire at the same time. Especially Guanyin. Who in the world would believe Zhou Man? People who betray their master are despised by everyone in the world. Ji Changsheng smiled and comforted Zhou Man. Betraying the master? Elder Zhou. Isn't the master of Guanyin Hall Guanyin Bodhisattva? Zhou Man said in a clear voice. The envoy's words are very good. From the beginning to the end, Guanyin Hall has only Guanyin Bodhisattva in charge. Zhou Man has bowed his head to the Bodhisattva all his life and has never had any second thoughts. Ji Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. As the envoy of Guanyin Bodhisattva, I appreciate what Elder Zhou has done. Although Guanyin Hall has been controlled by the demons for a long time, there are always people who are In the darkness, the heart is towards the light. Such as Elder Zhou, such as Elder Qingjing and Elder Shuiyu. The Qingjing and Shuiyu masters standing behind the holy maiden Haoan heard the words, and at the same time put their hands together and saluted Ji Changsheng. The messenger is observant. Bodhisattva is above. Our faith in the Bodhisattva is as solid as a rock. The Qingjing and Shuiyu masters have been trying to get the skin of the tiger, and it is not easy to persist for many years. The Bodhisattva will see your merits. Ji Changsheng used practical actions to show that he is really the messenger of Guanyin Bodhisattva. And he is not maliciously targeting, but just speaking his mind. For upright people with firm beliefs like Zhou Man, Qingjing and Shuiyu masters, even if the Tianma sect attacks them, Ji Changsheng will never wrong them. Are there any other people who stand up and point out the conspiracy between Guanyin and Lu Mingyang to collude with each other and cause cholera in the world? Ji Changsheng looked around. Guanyin also looked around. No one spoke. Yu Lao Mo looked at Li Huanyan. Li Huanyan told the truth, Master. The remaining people this time really have nothing to do with me. Yu Lao Mo was half believing and half doubting. He was a little psychologically traumatized by the large-scale Long Live the Hydra scene wherever Li Huanyan went. But Li Huanyan didn't lie to him this time. Because Li Huanyan was also a little psychologically traumatized by Yu Lao Mo's precise control ability that could control, but not kill wherever he went. These two people are now fighting against each other with a stick. And no one knows how strong the other is. Ji Changsheng trusts Li Huanyan. Seeing that Li Huanyan didn't express anything, it means that the remaining people can be killed. So Ji Changsheng was refreshed. Very good. It seems that the high-ranking officials of the Guanyin Temple have indeed been deeply possessed by the devil. Most of them have abandoned their ideals and beliefs, forgotten their original aspirations and missions, and have forgotten the kindness of Guanyin Bodhisattva in saving all living beings. In this case, let these demons see what the Vajra method is. Behind Ji Changsheng, a phantom with angry eyes of Vajra appeared. The Vajra's angry eyes subdue the four demons. The Bodhisattva lowers his eyebrows. So he is compassionate to the six paths. Without the anger of the Vajra, the compassion of the Bodhisattva is not seen. As a Bodhisattva messenger, I am only responsible for the anger of the Vajra. Master, help me control the Lord of the Sprinkling Water Vein. When Ji Changsheng came out of the Shi Yao lineage, the Lord of the Sprinkling Water Vein was nowhere to be seen. But at this moment, the Lord of the Sprinkling Water Vein appeared in the main hall of the Yinning lineage. And it was obvious that all the evidence of the Sprinkling Water Vein had been destroyed. Unfortunately, her actions were all in vain in front of the first detective of Xuandu Temple and Tiansheng sect. My wife is the best in the world. My adoptive father is the second best in the world. Do I need to find evidence to deal with you? Yu Lao Mo subconsciously took action and cut off half of the life of the Lord of the Water Sprinkling Vein with one sword. Then Ji Changsheng's jade sword burst into colorful sword energy, and the cultivation of the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit burst out instantly, directly piercing the heart of the Lord of the Water Sprinkling Vein. In fact, the lethality of the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit was far from enough to kill the Lord of the Water Sprinkling Vein, a Mahayana cultivator. But she was stunned when she saw the Jade Sword Man, with Yu Lao Mo behind her and the Jade Sword of the Fairy Ling Long in front of her. She gave up resistance directly. No one in the world can face the concentrated fire of the first and second best in the world and retreat unscathed. She didn't think her choice was wrong. Giving up resistance might even make her die more decently. So the Lord of the Water Sprinkling Vein was killed instantly by Ji Changsheng's sword. The golden lotus of merit slowly bloomed with 3 petals. Ji Changsheng sighed to the sky. Heaven is the witness. 1 petal of the golden lotus of merit represents the rescue of at least 100,000 lives. Killing the Lord of the Water Vein is equivalent to saving at least 300,000 people. Guanyin of childbirth. Such a demon has appeared under your rule. Do you think you should die? Guanyin of childbirth stared at the golden lotus of merit on Ji Changsheng's head without saying a word. Ji Changsheng's murderous eyes shifted to the next lucky guy. Master of the Shongbao Vein. I heard that you are a confidant of Guanyin of childbirth. Among the 33 vein masters, Master of the Zhongbao Vein is the second richest. What do you think of the collusion between Guanyin of childbirth and Lu Mingyang? The Master of the Zhongbao Guanyin Vein was already a captive of Yu Lao Mo's sword, but she was very strong-willed. She raised her head and sneered. It's just a frame-up by the demon cult monster. Ji Changsheng swung his sword without saying anything. Many people's eyes twitched. Even Yu Lao Mo and Li Huanyan's eyelids jumped. These are 2 Mahayana cultivators. who are at the top of the food chain in the Tianma sect. At least try to persuade them to surrender. Ji Changsheng didn't care about other people's thoughts at all. 3 merit petals bloomed slowly above his head again. Zhou Man is right. It's really a good killing. Ji Changsheng sighed faintly. He sent a message to Danqing Pavilion. Firstly, to prevent the fertility Guanyin from having a trump card, which Yu Laoimo and Li Huanyan could not cover. Secondly, for the reason Jiangxi guessed. Ji Changsheng was also worried that there were righteous people in the main hall of Guanyin Hall who were unjustly killed by Yu Laoimo and Li Huanyan. So he asked Danqing Pavilion to supervise from the side. But now Ji Changsheng regretted it a little. It was hasty. He still had too much confidence in human nature. So, when Jiangxi and Li Qinglian arrived at Guanyin Hall, they were stunned by the scene they saw. Yu Laoimo grabbed Ji Changsheng's right hand. Li Huanyan held Ji Changsheng's left hand. Under Ji Changsheng's feet, human heads rolled. Above Ji Changsheng's head, golden lotus blossomed. Yu Laoimo almost burst into tears. Changsheng, don't kill. The Holy Church still needs to transform. If you continue to kill, the reputation of the Holy Church will be completely ruined. Li Huanyan also patiently persuaded, don't look at the Buddha's face. Look at the Bodhisattva's face. Changsheng, you can't really kill the inheritance of Guanyin Temple. Jiangxi and Li Qinglian looked at each other. Li Qinglian was dumbfounded and said, brother, you said Changsheng asked us to stop Yu Laoimo and Li Huanyan from killing people? Jiangxi. Chapter 174. Immortality Order. Anyone whose actual net worth exceeds the theoretical net worth of more than 1 million will be killed without mercy. Jiangxi has always felt that he relied on his brain to gain a foothold in the cultivation world. Until today, he felt that maybe he was not that smart. What was going on in front of him? He was a little confused. The deep-rooted righteous filter for Ji Changsheng made Jiangxi choose to excuse Ji Changsheng at the first time. There must be an accident somewhere. Look at the golden lotus of merit on Changsheng's head. It has been blooming all the time. Which means he didn't kill the wrong person. Li Qinglian nodded subconsciously, but still blurted out, even if he didn't kill the wrong person, he killed too many people, and it seems that they were all the masters of the Guanyin Temple. Jiangxi glanced at it, and the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. Indeed, most of them were the 33 masters of the Guanyin Temple, and they were all Mahayana cultivators. Mahayana. There are not many in Danqing Pavilion. He has been in the world for hundreds of years, and he has never killed so many great Mahayana masters. Ji Changsheng has just. Jiangxi looked at him again, and then took a breath. Changsheng has been promoted to the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm. Li Qinglian also looked carefully after hearing this. So he was completely dumbfounded. The last time I saw him at Xuandu Temple, he seemed to have just broken through the Golden Core realm. Yes, he broke through the realm and became a pill on the spot. I was deeply impressed. Jiangxi confirmed Li Qinglian's words. Li Qinglian was dumbfounded. Has 100 years passed? Jiangxi, how can 100 years? Less than half a month. The two looked at each other again. The two great tribulation cultivators of Danqing Pavilion. One is recognized as the future leader of the righteous immortal sect, and the other is one of the 5 great sword immortals. Were completely shocked by Ji Changsheng's beastly cultivation speed. They are also recognized as geniuses in cultivation, but their progress in cultivation is far from that of such beasts. I believe the rumors a little now. Maybe Changsheng is really the reincarnation of the southern Changsheng emperor. Jiangxi murmured. Compared to Ji Changsheng being a genius, he thinks it is more logical that Ji Changsheng is the reincarnation of a great man. After all, it is not shameful to lose to the southern Changsheng emperor. If a pure-blooded human race surpasses him by so much, it will be a big blow to self-confidence. Li Qinglian reacted faster than Jiangxi this time. Brother, Changsheng is not important. What is important is that Guanyin Hall is almost gone. Yes, Guanyin Hall is almost gone. Ji Changsheng has killed 13 vain masters of Guanyin Hall in a row. No one is wronged. Ji Changsheng is also desperate. I am the young master of the demon sect. I have killed many people. What can I do? With these meritorious golden lotuses on my head, you Guanyin Hall have the nerve to slander me as a demon of the demon sect? I don't believe it myself. Facing Xiao Yu and Xiao Li's persuasion, Ji Changsheng sighed to the sky. Xiao Yu. Xiao Li. I don't want this either. Xiao Yu, Xiao Li. Who are you talking about? Ji Changsheng coughed lightly and explained, Master, you are too narrow-minded. As the master of the Holy Church, you don't even have a record of annihilating a clan. Think about Fairy Linglong. She has annihilated 2 top sections. Yu Lao Mo blushed. Indeed, under Yu Linglong's sword, 2 top sects that were once on par with the heavenly demon sect have fallen, the demon sect Ghost Domain Hall, and the righteous sect Tontian Chamber of Commerce. But it does not affect Yu Linglong's status as the first person in the righteous sect. Yu Lao Mo, the number 1 in the demon world, has wiped out many sects, but they were all small sects. He himself is embarrassed to say it, because it is cheap. But Yu Lao Mo has come to his senses now. Cha Sheng, we can't compare ourselves with a beast like Yu Linglong. It's Yu Linglong who is abnormal, not me. No one in the world before Yu Linglong would easily destroy a top sect. Speaking of this, Yu Lao Mo is also very sad. Looking back at the previous number 1 in the world, they were not much stronger than him. He even thought he was stronger than the corpse demon. As a result, Yu Linglong suddenly appeared and raised the standard of the number 1 in the world infinitely. What can he do? If he was born 1,000 years earlier, he would not be so angry. Ji Changsheng is very dissatisfied with Xiao Yu's depression. Master, your target should be Yu Linglong. What our holy church wants to do is to be a righteous sect like Xuandu Temple, which can easily destroy a clan and still let others praise it. Yu Lao Mo held Ji Changsheng's hand tightly, and tears almost burst out. Cha Sheng, don't have such high expectations of me. Son, Dad knows himself. Leading Yu Linglong aside, Dad is also the best in the world. That's enough. Don't always compare with the predecessor. It's hard for you to have a sense of admiration for Dad. The Holy Lady Huan also said, what virtue and ability does the master have to be a target for Yu Linglong? Cha Sheng, if you are still in Xuandu Temple, it's nothing to destroy the Guanyin Temple. Yu Linglong can indeed protect you. Now that you have come to the Holy Church, the master will definitely not be able to protect you. And he will definitely not dare to face the wrath of Guanyin Bodhisattva. You have to be more restrained in your actions. Ji Changsheng curled his lips. As expected, my wife is still the best. What's there to be afraid of? Guanyin Bodhisattva? She's just my former little brother. I pretended to be her before, and my wife dared to take it. Now I just want to destroy one of her inheritances. But Xiao Yu doesn't dare to take it. Xiao Yu is still too weak. Have to work hard. Okay, leader. Madam, I'll give you face and not destroy the entire Guanyin Temple. Yu Lao Mo and Li Huanyan both breathed a sigh of relief. It's hard for outsiders to understand their reaction, because they watched Ji Changsheng kill people in Guanyin Temple the whole time. It's really like killing chickens. The most difficult thing is that if you kill one person, Ji Changsheng's married golden lotus will increase by 2 petals. Killing 5 people, Ji Changsheng's cultivation will most likely improve to a small realm. In this case, they dare to swear to the sky that Ji Changsheng definitely wants to destroy Guanyin Temple. But although they broke into Guanyin Temple, no one thought of really destroying Guanyin Temple. Replacing the position of Guanyin Temple is possible, which means that the senior management of Guanyin Temple is useless. Guanyin Bodhisattva should blame the senior management of Guanyin Temple. But to wipe out Guanyin Temple is a slap in the face of Guanyin Bodhisattva. The senior management of Guanyin Temple is nothing, but the face of Guanyin Bodhisattva is very important. If someone else had killed someone, Yu Lao Mo and Li Huanyan would have taken him down long ago. But it was Ji Changsheng who killed someone. Yu Lao Mo naturally couldn't bear to kill his own son. Li Huanyan also couldn't bear to kill Ji Changsheng. She was still counting on Ji Changsheng to stab Yu Lao Mo in the back. So the two could only persuade each other kindly. This is what Jiang Shi and Li Qinglian saw. So much so that the 2 great masters of Danqing Pavilion doubted their lives. Li Qinglian could not help but make a guess. Brother, you said Changsheng asked us to come here to stop Yu Lao Mo and Li Huanyan from stopping him from killing people? Jiang Shi gritted his teeth. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He rarely makes mistakes in judging people. How could Changsheng, such a good child, be the kind of demon who kills people? Besides, the golden light emitted by the golden lotus of merit on Ji Changsheng's head went straight to the sky. This proves Jiang Shi's judgment of him. Ji Changsheng killed all the people who deserved to be killed. The question is, are there so many problems with the senior officials of Guanyin Hall? Jiang Shi doubted his life. I know there are problems with Guanyin Hall, but any big force has problems. There are also people who have changed inside our Danqing Pavilion. But most people are still good. What is the situation with Guanyin Hall? Jiang Shi is not the kind of rookie who has just entered the world. Danqing Pavilion was revived at his hands. And he also used many shady means. In extraordinary times, those talented but unethical senior officials were also entrusted with important tasks by him, including Xuandu Temple. The Bai family had also caused trouble before. But both Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion were able to control this trend to a certain extent, so as not to corrupt the overall situation. And as long as they wanted to end it, they could immediately solve this problem with thunder. In fact, Ji Changsheng and Yu Linglong didn't ask about the subsequent problems of the Bai family at all. And the temple master solved them all directly. But the temple master, he is almost recognized as the weakest among the top immortal sects. And he can solve this problem with autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. For Jiangxi, it is even more of a piece of cake. So he doesn't understand what is going on in Guanyin Temple. As a top sect of the righteous immortal sect, how could there be more corrupted than non-corrupted ones? He couldn't understand it. And Li Qinglian couldn't understand it even more. Li Qinglian only understood one thing. It seems that Yu Laoimo and Li Huanyan are not here to massacre Guanyin Temple. Senior brother, what should we do? They came to stop Yu Laoimo and Li Huanyan from killing people. But when they came, they found that the target of the massacre had changed. For a moment, Li Qinglian didn't know who to aim his sword at. Stop Ji Changsheng from killing people? But the Merit Golden Lotus is above. And Changsheng didn't seem to have killed the wrong person. Jiangxi pondered for a moment, and decided to wait and see. Let's wait and see. I still don't believe that Changsheng just called us to watch him kill people. He believed that his judgment of Ji Changsheng would not be wrong. People only want to believe what they want to believe. Of course, smart people will update their cognition at any time. But Ji Changsheng cultivates merit. With the heaven as witness and the golden lotus of merit above, Jiangxi still has no reason to update his view of Ji Changsheng. So, he still believes in his own vision of people. So, he and Li Qinglian saw another wonderful drama. Master, Madam, the Guanyin Temple can be spared, but the Guanyin of childbirth must die. Ji Changsheng held the jade sword and pointed at the demon Guanyin of childbirth. Half of the 33 leaders of the Guanyin Temple have been proven to have abandoned their ideals and beliefs and forgotten their original mission. I don't believe that there is no secret push from the Guanyin of childbirth behind this. Yu Laomo's eyes flickered. He could accept killing the Guanyin of childbirth. The hatred between the heavenly demon sect and the Guanyin Temple has already been established. It is not a problem to keep other minor characters. If a cultivator like the Guanyin of childbirth, who is in the realm of tribulation, is kept, it would be irresponsible to the lives of the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. Even if Ji Changsheng didn't kill her, he wanted to. But he thought of the rumor about the goddess of childbirth. Li Huanyan had thought of that rumor long ago. She had been secretly observing the goddess of childbirth. But until now, she had not completely seen through her. Hearing Ji Changsheng say this, Li Huanyan pondered and said, Master, the goddess of childbirth colluded with Lu Mingyang to subvert the holy church and murder you. There is solid evidence for this. Why don't you take action to slay the demons? Yu Laoimo said modestly. Madam is so powerful that she has secretly controlled the Guanyin Temple. I think the Guanyin Temple will be in Madam's pocket from now on. In this case, Madam should take action to deal with this witch. Ji Changsheng, you two are still playing the ball. Is it that serious? If my wife were here, she would have killed the goddess of childbirth long ago. Facts have proved that men really can't rely on their parents. Hanging out with rich women is the kingly way. Ji Changsheng was too lazy to care about the intrigues between Yu Laoimo and Li Huanyan. He continued, not only the goddess of childbirth, but the others in the Guanyin Hall cannot be held high and let go. Killing all the 33 vain masters of the Guanyin Hall will indeed damage the face of Guanyin Bodhisattva. But as long as 3 or 5 veins are left, Guanyin Bodhisattva can explain it. Many people were shocked. Ji Changsheng said coldly, even if it can't be explained, what can it do? The face of Guanyin Bodhisattva is not as important to me as upholding justice and slaying demons. When countless poor people were oppressed by the Guanyin Hall, they didn't think about the face of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Why should I care? Master, Madam, I have a suggestion. Yu Laoimo, you say, the monthly salary of the senior members of Guanyin Hall is stipulated, so the maximum value of their total assets can be calculated in theory. As everyone knows, cultivation consumes the most spiritual stones. Normally, the actual net worth of a cultivator must be much less than the theoretical net worth. Ji Changsheng was telling the truth. He was a great cultivator in the late stage of the incarnation realm and the young leader of the Tiansheng sect. and his total net worth was only one spiritual stone. He just used it to frame Lu Mingyang. Now Ji Changsheng is penniless. The spiritual stones and Guanyin tears that were robbed from Guanyin Hall are not Ji Changsheng's. Even if we don't mention Ji Changsheng's special case. Chao Ziming, as the successor of Danqing Pavilion and a cultivator in the Golden Core realm, did not have more than 100,000 spiritual stones on his body. Cultivation consumes too many spiritual stones. Poor guys like them are the right cultivators. Investigate all the people in Guanyin Hall from top to bottom. Those whose actual wealth exceeds the theoretical wealth by more than 500,000 spirit stones will be killed without mercy. When Ji Changsheng finished speaking, all the disciples in Guanyin Hall collapsed. Yu Laomo and Li Huanyan were also shocked. Yu Laomo blurted out, "Changsheng, you might as well just kill them all." Li Huanyan said seriously, "Changsheng, this is really not okay. It's no different from killing them all." Ji Changsheng was very sad. "I thought 500,000 high-quality spirit stones were a lot. You really disappointed me." He was a poor guy and couldn't empathize with these rich people. "Then I'll take a step back. Those whose actual wealth exceeds the theoretical wealth by more than 1 million spirit stones will be killed without mercy." More than 90% of the people in Guanyin Hall were still pale. This time, Jiangxi and Li Qinglian, who were secretly observing, also began to look ugly. Jiangxi said in a deep voice, "I really didn't misjudge Changsheng, but I misjudged Guanyin Temple." Li Qinglian took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Changsheng called us here to stop Yu Laomo and Li Huanyan from stopping him from killing people." Indeed, Yu Laomo and Li Huanyan were still stopping Ji Changsheng. Yu Laomo smiled bitterly and said, "Changsheng, your standard is too high. I think it's better to set it at 10 million. Ji Changsheng raised his wife's jade sword. "Master, if you say one more word, I will also implement this standard in the Holy Church today." Chapter 175. How can there be so many demons in the demon cult? It's all your internal fighting. What Ji Changsheng really wanted to say just now was, "Shall you? I give you face?" But his wife still didn't come online. So Ji Changsheng packaged what he really wanted to say with high emotional intelligence. But the meaning is still the same. With the exquisite jade sword on top. Yu Laomo hasn't said anything yet. And the elites of the Tianma cult are the first to be scared. "Master, I think the young master has relaxed the standard to 1 million high-grade spirit stones, which is already compassionate." "Yes, Master, I think the young master is wise. Under the leadership of the young master, our holy church will definitely be able to go further. If the young master is not born, the holy church will be like a long night forever." "Master, why do you have to meddle in other people's business? I think it's best to let the young master handle the affairs of the Guanyin Temple." Yu Laomo. It wasn't even 10 minutes after he just showed his invincible heroic figure. This group of trash rebelled. His heart hurts. But the hearts of the elites of the heavenly demon cult were also trembling. The leader was indeed invincible, provided that he had not met the fairy Linglong. The young master was now holding the fairy Linglong's jade sword, which was equivalent to the fairy Linglong's presence in person. "Leader, you just kneel down and listen to me. Why are you so many opinions?" The young master looked like a killer. And he killed people without hesitation. What if they angered the young master and killed them too? "Leader, can you stop the fairy Linglong's sword?" The elites of the heavenly demon cult had no confidence in Yu Laomo. The most annoying thing was that Yu Laomo himself had no confidence in himself. Thinking of this, Yu Laomo's heart ached even more. On the contrary, the holy lady, He Huan, was calmer when facing the weapon of her lover. She took a closer look at Ji Changsheng, but actually didn't find that Ji Changsheng was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Ji Changsheng's acting skills were still very good, but the mind of the Saint He Huan was also very good. Li Huanyan's peach blossom eyes flashed slightly, and an idea emerged in her mind. With Ji Changsheng's murderous nature, if Linglong really gave him enough support, he would have killed through the Guanyin Temple long ago. Why bother talking so much nonsense? And he took the initiative to take a step back, which was not like Ji Changsheng's style at all. So, there is only one truth. Linglong was tied up by other things. Li Huanyan guessed the truth. To be ashamed? The reason why she could guess the truth was because Ji Changsheng had made concessions before. From 500,000 high-grade spirit stones to 1 million high-grade spirit stones. According to her understanding of Ji Changsheng always forced others to make concessions when his thighs were strong enough. Countless examples in the past have proved this point. When he was in the heavenly demon sect, Ji Changxing even wanted to kill the deputy leader of the heavenly demon sect in front of Yulamo. It doesn't make sense that he would listen to advice this time. Ji Changxing was exposed for not being extreme enough. Although in the eyes of others, the standard set by Ji Changxing was already very extreme. But Li Huanyan still knew her treasure well enough. Despite this, Li Huanyan did not speak out her speculation. She just said calmly, I agree with the standard of 1 million high-grade spirit stones. But it cannot be a one-size-fits-all approach. Changxing. Everyone's situation is different. Some people are born in aristocratic families, and their spirit stones do not come from the distribution of the sect. Some people are blessed with deep fortunes, have obtained some natural treasures, and even entered some secret realms, and thus are lucky enough to have a net worth of hundreds of millions. If we only calculate according to the standard of 1 million, wouldn't it be killing innocent people? In a sense, this is also the style of the demon cult. If it's reasonable, Ji Changxing will listen to it. He never goes to extremes. So Ji Changxing nodded slowly. Madam, what you said makes sense. What do you think? Li Huanyan said, there is a crime ending state that I think can be imitated. The crime of huge amounts of spiritual stones from unknown sources. Let them explain the source of their spiritual stones. As long as there is a reasonable explanation. Our holy church certainly cannot kill innocent people. If they can't explain the source of their spiritual stones, or if their wealth is too rich, then there is nothing to say. Kill them. We will bear the consequences. Ji Changxing pondered for a moment and nodded. In fact, as long as there is a solution, there will definitely be someone who takes the back door. For example, those who are controlled by Li Huanyan in advance only need to say that the part of their wealth that exceeds the theoretical wealth is the activity funds given to them by Li Huanyan. How can Ji Changxing check it? Of course, it's not that it can't be checked, but it takes too much energy. But Li Huanyan's proposal can indeed prevent those innocent people from being wrongly killed. As I said before, Ji Changxing is a kind man with a pure heart, never killing innocent people. He listened to the advice. Well, let's do as Madam said. I am a Bodhisattva messenger, and I should have a compassionate heart. But the teachings of my holy church are above all. Killing is to protect life. I killed him not just for the sake of killing, but to save more people in the world. Yu Laomo and Li Huanyan were a little confused. Isn't the purpose of killing in the holy church to practice? How did it become to protect life? After all, Ji Changxing only went to Qi for 1 day, and his transformation of the Tiansheng church had not been fully transmitted to the headquarters. So Yu Laomo and Li Huanyan had not yet updated the full version. But the two were not stupid, and neither of them asked. On the contrary, Jiangxi, who was secretly watching, was more relieved. He had already learned from Wei Tingbao what Ji Changxing had done in Qi. Jiangxi nodded and praised. It seems that what Changxing said at the border of Shung State the day before yesterday was from the bottom of his heart. He joined the Tianma sect not to become a demon, but to transform the Tianma sect, the leader of the demon sect, into a righteous sect. If Changxing can really do it, he will have great merit. Li Qinglian reminded, brother, Changxing is my child, not your child. Don't be so proud. Jiangxi patted Li Qinglian on the shoulder. Junior brother, I don't look down on you. You are not worthy of touching Changxing now. Li Qinglian, it's okay. I didn't think Changxing was your child. Jiangxi told the truth. I just want Changxing to be our Danqing Pavilion's child. As for whose child it is, it doesn't matter at all. Unfortunately, Changxing is too troublesome, so I didn't dare to really recruit him into Danqing Pavilion. Danqing Pavilion is open to all, and even allows multiple sects, so it doesn't mind that the disciples in the sect have other identities. Jiangxi's heart is big enough, and Danqing Pavilion is tolerant enough. Even Ji Changxing's actions are enough to kill him. Although Jiangxi really admires Ji Changxing, and thinks that Ji Changxing is very suitable for cultivating righteousness, and is more in line with the style of Danqing Pavilion. He is not Yu Linglong, and he really can't cover up what Ji Changxing did. If he could cover it up, the master of the temple would not let Ji Changxing go down the mountain. Whatever he thinks of this, Jiangxi will blame himself for not being strong enough. If he could be as strong as Fairy Linglong, such a talent could work for Danqing Pavilion. Ji Changxing naturally didn't know that he had unintentionally given Jiangxi a PA. He was now thinking about identifying the demons of the Guanyin Temple. Identification is not a simple matter. Spiritual stones can also be transferred. It takes time and effort to thoroughly investigate. Fortunately, Bao provided him with great help. Xingjing, Shuyu, Ningjing, Zhou Man. You know the inside story of Guanyin Temple, and are responsible for helping the envoy to identify. Li Huanyan ordered, if there is favoritism and deliberate concealment, it will be executed without mercy. Yes. Ji Chansheng and Li Huanyan looked at each other. Li Huanyan smiled and said, Chansheng, you are of noble status, and busy with affairs. You can't do everything yourself. And you don't know the people in Guanyin Temple. Let them help to be more efficient. Of course, letting them help will also protect Li Huanyan's people. Ji Chansheng knew this very well. However, everything cannot be perfect. But I just want to have a clear conscience. Those demons who were not killed this time will be killed next time. In the near future, maybe just a few days later, Ji Chansheng will be stronger, and the Holy Church will inevitably usher in a wave of purges. Those demons who survived this time may not be able to escape next time. Ji Chansheng is not a one-time deal. So he did not refuse the help of the Holy Lady Huan. Madam, you are right. Let's do as you say. But I see that the demonic energy in this Guanyin Hall is rampant. From the Hall Master to the Vein Master, half of them have already changed, which shows that they have been deeply possessed by the devil. If these few people can only prove that there are problems with a few people, then I think they have big problems too. Ji Chongqing's murderous eyes swept across the Qingjing Pulse Master, Shuyu Pulse Master, Ningmai Master and the future Medicine Pulse Master Zhou Man. And the four women felt a chill in their hearts. After all, Ji Chansheng was holding the Linglong Jade Sword in his hand. Ji Chongqing's words sounded more lethal to them than Yu Lao Mo. The four women who had some small thoughts at first all put away their flute mentality after hearing Ji Chongqing's warning. After all, the Linglong Jade Sword is really invincible. The fate of countless demons has confirmed this. So, it's shocking. 90% of the high-level people in Guanyin Hall have an actual net worth of more than 1 million high-quality spirit stones. And only 10% of them can explain where these spirit stones come from. There are so many demons in Guanyin Hall that it's outrageous. After Ji Chansheng got this result, he was desperate for his younger brother, younger sister's inheritance. My sister is such a good woman. As a result, his reputation was ruined by this group of demons. As a brother, I can't stand it. This is outrageous. Ji Chansheng slammed the table and stood up. Murderous, Guanyin. Do you have anything to say? Guanyin sneered. You are so hypocritical. It's disgusting. Everyone knows whether Guanyin Hall is a righteous or evil way. There are not so many demons. It's just your internal fighting. Old witch. You are talking nonsense. You are still stubborn when you are about to die. Did our internal fighting in the Holy Church force the people in your Guanyin Hall to embezzle and pervert the law? Or did it force the people in your Guanyin Hall to take human lives? Yu Lao Mo was the first one who couldn't listen. He was indeed fighting with Li Huanyan. But what does it have to do with Guanyin Hall? It's not him who forced Guanyin Hall to become corrupt. To be honest, Yu Lao Mo was also shocked that Guanyin Temple could find so many problems. He felt that the problems of Tianma sect were not so big. In fact, Yu Lao Mo should be more confident. The problems of Tianma sect were indeed not so big. Because in order to become the leader, he killed a group of senior demons around the previous leader. Later, Yu Linglong killed a group of demons with serious sins in Tianma sect in order to cultivate merit. The Tianma sect was able to maintain its position as the leader of the demon sect. All thanks to Yu Lao Mo's strength. In terms of the actual number of demons, it is really not as good as the current Guanyin Temple. After all, Yu Linglong has only killed 7 Vein Masters in Guanyin Temple. The next 7 are still the people of Guanyin. The soup is changed, but the medicine is not changed. In fact, there is no change in essence. On the Tianma sect side, all the people who replaced are Yu Lao Mo and Li Huanyan. Yu Lao Mo is afraid of Yu Linglong, and Li Huanyan admires Yu Linglong. What Yu Linglong does not allow them to do, their people really dare not do it unscrupulously. Therefore, the Guanyin Temple is now more demonic than the Tianma sect. There are indeed not so many demon sect monsters in this world. Li Huanyan said faintly, Song Zi. What you said is true. But because of the internal fighting among you righteous people, the demon sect monsters have become more and more. The Huan sect was also a righteous sect 10,000 years ago. The background of the Huan sect is embarrassing. The Huan sect claims to be taught by Xianyuan Huangdi, one of the 3 emperors of the human race, and Jiutian Xuannu. Xianyuan Huangdi ascended to heaven after having sex with 3,000 women, and also passed down a book Huangdi Neijing. This great achievement is spread throughout the world. The Huan sect claims that the sect's skills are derived from the evolution of Huangdi Neijing. And people believed it at the beginning. But later, rumors began to spread that the founder of the Huan sect was Dingguang Happy Buddha, who defected from Jiejio to the Western sect. Dingguang Happy Buddha practiced Happy Zen, which was very suitable for the Huan sect's expertise. It's just that Dingguang Happy Buddha was a traitor to Jiejio. And he not only defected to Jiejio, but is one of the 7 immortals most trusted by Tontian's sect master. He first defected from Jiejio and joined the Chan sect in the final battle of the conferred god Tribulation. Later, he defected from the Chan sect and joined the Western sect. A true slave of 3 surnames. As we all know, slaves of 3 surnames are despised wherever they are placed. Even as strong as Ji Changsheng, he only dared to join Xuandu Temple and Tianma sect on the surface. Dingguang Happy Buddha blatantly wandered around the 3 religions, and his reputation was naturally ruined. So since the Huan sect was rumored to have its founder Dingguang Happy Buddha, the sect's positioning has shifted from a righteous immortal sect to a neutral one. Later, the Guanyin Temple grew stronger, and Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared, certifying that the Guanyin Temple was the orthodox Western religion. On the Huan sect side, neither the 9 Heavens mysterious woman nor the Dingguang Happy Buddha had ever appeared. In addition, there were conflicts between the Huan sect and the Guanyin Temple and other righteous sects. Over time, the Huan sect was included in the demon sect camp. But if you really want to say that the Huan sect has done something that angered the heavens and the people, it means that the monks trained by the Huan sect have a more open mind, a more charming appearance, and a more skilled technique. Compared with the Guanyin Temple, the monks of the Huan sect are indeed more qualified to say there are not so many demon sects. They are all internal struggles among you righteous sects. No need to waste time talking to her. Just kill her. Li Huanyan waved her hand. The Guanyin Temple has fallen to this point, and the fertility Guanyin is to blame. She deserves to die. Master, this demon woman is powerful, and only you can suppress her. So let you do it. Yu Lao Mo subconsciously wanted to refuse. He also wanted to see Li Huanyan's true strength. But before he could think of an excuse, he heard Ji Changsheng accept it for him. The leader will soon be invincible in the world. It is really appropriate to congratulate the leader with the head of Guanyin, as a great gift for the leader to reach the top of the world. It also allows people in the world to see the heroism of the leader. At the same time, it also makes people in the world realize that although Fairy Linglong has ascended, there is still our Tiansheng leader in the world to uphold justice and slay demons. Yu Lao Mo nodded slowly. Since Changsheng wants to see the heroism of his father, he can't refuse. Li Huanyan can't be my opponent anyway, so I'm not in a hurry to find out her trump card. Yu Lao Mo is also self-aware. His network energy, including his mind, is definitely not as good as Li Huanyan. If Li Huanyan's strength exceeds his, he would have died long ago. So Yu Lao Mo thought about it carefully and realized that he didn't need to know all of Li Huanyan's tricks, as long as he is always ahead in strength. No matter how many schemes she makes, how can she be defeated by his sword? Thinking of this, Yu Lao Mo suddenly became heroic. Song Zi, do you want to surrender yourself? Or let me send you to death? A hint of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of Guanyin of childbirth. Yu Lao Mo, do you really think you can defeat me today? Yu Lao Mo sneered. Can you still turn the world upside down? Yu Bihai, if you retreat now, I will forgive everything that happened today. If you ruin my plan, I promise to make you unable to live or die, and never be reborn. Yu Lao Mo's laughter stopped suddenly. Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan also became more vigilant at the same time. Li Huanyan sent a message to Ji Changsheng. Something is wrong. Can Linglong take action? Ji Changsheng did not answer Li Huanyan's words, but he did feel something was wrong. The goddess of childbirth had just been hit by Li Huanyan with a peach branch and vomited blood. Now she dared to speak nonsense in front of Yu Lao Mo. If she was not crazy, she must have relied on something else. Yu Lao Mo was not stupid, so he naturally realized this. Holding the magic sword, ready to go. Yu Lao Mo was not afraid. I have already guessed about your background. Maybe you are really the reincarnation of the immortals and Buddhas in the prehistoric fairyland. It is unknown. The eyes of the goddess of childbirth instantly became vicissitudes and ancient, and the look she gave to Yu Lao Mo was no different from looking at an ant. Knowing this, you still dare to provoke me. Yu Bihai, do you want to die? Yu Lao Mo laughed again, and this time his laughter was full of heroism. For the rumored immortals and Buddhas in the upper world, this seat has always been full of awe. But since Yu Linglong killed the immortal, this seat realized one thing. Immortals can also be killed by mortals. Guanyin of childbirth also laughed. And her laughter was full of ridicule. That's because the other party is Yu Linglong, a descendant of the human sect, taught by Xuandu himself, holding the sage's magic weapon, and a peerless evildoer who has not appeared in 10,000 years. Yu Bihai. Who are you? What am I? Yu Laomo seemed to be talking to himself. But his momentum became more and more wild. His eyes became more and more unruly. And the magic sword in his hand was surrounded by black air. And the power of the giant of the magic was completely revealed. You ask me what I am? Yu Laomo held the heavenly demon sword, pointed the sword at Guanyin of childbirth, and said in a domineering and cold voice, I hope the immortals and Buddhas behind you are watching this place. And I will tell you what I am. Guanyin of childbirth's aura also turned completely cold, and the compassionate Buddha light disappeared, replaced by the demonic aura. Everyone's pupils contracted. Li Qinglian almost couldn't control the Qinglian sword in his hand. Brother, the goddess of childbirth is actually a demon. Jiangxi also took a breath. Her aura is constantly rising. And this aura seems to have surpassed Yu Laomo. At this moment, Jiangxi understood the real reason why Ji Changsheng called him and Li Qinglian. He was not guarding against Yu Laomo, nor was he guarding against himself. He was guarding against the goddess of childbirth. It was the revival of her Tao fruit in her previous life. The goddess of childbirth was probably also a famous demon in the prehistoric fairy world. Like that ghost fairy, she is very likely a demon fairy who survived the great catastrophe of the conferred god. This speculation became a reality after the phantom of the Sika deer reappeared behind the goddess of childbirth. Li Huanyan's face suddenly changed. Sika deer. Sika deer. The demon fairy who practices Buddhism. If I remember correctly, the one behind the goddess of childbirth is. Ji Chongqing's face also completely sank. Randing? The biggest traitor of the Chan sect. No one else. Ji Changsheng collected a lot of information about his biological father, Yuan Shi Tianwang, and naturally would not let go of the former vice leader of the Chan sect. Now the ancient Buddha Randing of the Western sect. If I remember correctly, the mount of the Taoist Randing in the conferred god tribulation was a Sika deer. It was just killed by Zhao Gongming, a disciple of the Jia sect. Is this a resurrection? This means that the power of the reincarnation underworld is now probably controlled by the Western sect. Ji Chongqing's mind was full of thoughts. But this did not affect him to help Yu Laomo to mobilize people. The demons of the demon sect can be killed by everyone. To deal with the demons of the demon sect, there is no need to follow the rules of the rivers and lakes. And everyone should fight together. Ji Changsheng said this not only to Li Huanyan, but also to Jiangxi and Li Qinglian, who were lurking in the dark. Jiangxi and Li Qinglian also understood, and they were indeed ready to take action. In any case, a monster borrowed the reincarnation of the master of Guanyin Temple and messed up Guanyin Temple like this. Danqing Pavilion had no reason to stand by and watch. As for the interests involved, whether it is beneficial to Danqing Pavilion, in front of the righteousness, the disciples of Danqing Pavilion can't care so much. They only distinguish between right and wrong. Once this original intention is forgotten, Danqing Pavilion will fall apart. As long as this original intention is there, no matter how badly Danqing Pavilion is injured, heroes from all sides will look up to Danqing Pavilion. No matter whether it is the righteous way or the evil way, they all hope that there will be more sects like Danqing Pavilion. So if they have spare power, they are willing to lend a helping hand. Young people with justice in their hearts, such as Chao Ziming and Ji Changsheng, are also willing to join Danqing Pavilion. This is the foundation of the Danqing Pavilion's continuous inheritance. Jiangxi and Li Qinglian both understood this, so they did not worry too much. But at this moment, Yu Laomo raised his sword and shouted, "Everyone retreat!" Ji Changsheng was a little anxious. Master, this is very likely the Sika deer that was once the mount of the Western religion's ancient Buddha Randing. It was reincarnated with the help of the child-giving Guanyin. It has an extraordinary origin and needs to be handled with caution. Child-giving Guanyin looked at Ji Changsheng in surprise and said coldly, "You have some knowledge. You originally wanted to ambush Yu Linglong. Since you have revealed your true identity today, no one can stay. Shumi heaven and earth. Rise." The world around the Guanyin Hall seemed to be covered by a Shumi mountain. The world is like a cage, trapping all the creatures inside, with no way to go up to the sky and no door to enter the earth. Jiangxi and Li Qinglian were also forced to reveal their bodies. But Guanyin of childbirth just glanced at them and didn't care. In the face of absolute strength, numbers are not an advantage. To prevent Yu Linglong from finding out, I have never revived my true spirit. You be high. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Guanyin of childbirth had 2 deer horns on his hands. This was the remains of her previous life. It was impossible to revive on the spot after dying in the conferred god tribulation. She could only slowly revive her strength through reincarnation in the underworld. But as the mount of the ancient Buddha burning lamp, she was naturally different from ordinary reincarnations. She could take the back door. In this world, she only worried about Yu Linglong. In fact, Yu Linglong's record also proved that she was right to shrink. The ghost fairy bravely charged forward and died so cleanly. If possible, she didn't want to revive her true spirit today. What a pity. Ji Chansheng did not play by the rules. And Yu Lao Mo was also looking for death. The aura of the demon fairy filled the entire Xumi world. And the suppression from the realm made Li Huanyan, Jiangxi, and Li Qinglian look a little pale. Li Qinglian said in a deep voice, with the blessing of the resurrected true spirit and the deer horns of the previous life, her strength has reached the immortal realm. Master Yu, we can still fight together. No need. Yu Lao Mo repelled Li Huanyan, Jiangxi, and Li Qinglian with a sword. Madam, you protect the disciples of the Holy Church. Jiangxi, Li Qinglian, you protect the disciples of Guanyin Temple. Those are all heads left for Changsheng. Ji Chansheng felt warm in his heart. My godfather has me in his heart at this moment. As for this witch, I am enough. Without giving others a chance to refuse, Yu Lao Mo rushed forward with his sword. You don't know how to live or die. Guanyin of childbearing flashed a trace of disdain in her eyes. Except for Yu Linglong, Yu Baihai and others were not taken seriously by her at all. She did not dodge, holding the deer horns, and directly confronted Yu Lao Mo's heavenly demon sword. Head to head. Yu Baihai, you should feel honored to die under my deer horns. Boom! Zumeru heaven and earth produced a huge shock wave. And even Ji Chansheng, who had been promoted to the late stage of the spiritualization, was repelled 3 steps by the aftermath. There was blood flying in the sky. The blood was golden. Ji Chansheng and others were stunned. Golden blood. Is this the blood of immortals and Buddhas? Li Huanyan quickly waved the peach blossom branch to clear the aftermath and looked into the air. Then, the other disciples of the heavenly demon sect knelt on the ground in an instant. The eyes were extremely fanatical. The leader is invincible. Jiangxi and Li Qinglian looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. Jiangxi couldn't believe it. Qinglian, Yu Lao Mo is suppressing Song Zi? Li Qinglian, Yu Lao Mo used the heavenly demon disintegration technique, burning his blood and lifespan. But he was indeed suppressing Song Zi. Are all immortals so weak? Yu Linglong suppressed the ghost immortal last time. Yu Lao Mo suppressed the demon immortal this time. Li Qinglian was thinking, can I do it? Of course. He only dared to think about it. But Yu Lao Mo really did it. Ever since Yu Linglong killed the ghost immortal, this thought has been lingering in his mind. The second in the world. With the arrogance of the second in the world. Half an hour later, the rebellious voice of Yu Lao Mo echoed throughout the Xumi world. I have dominated the world. And I have only lost once in my life. And I have only lost to one person. The heavenly demon sword pierced the head of the phantom of the Sika deer. As the sword energy spread, the phantom of the Sika deer looked up to the sky and wailed. And golden blood was sprinkled all over the Xumi world. I can't beat Yu Linglong. I just can't beat Yu Linglong. Immortals and Buddhas come to this world. Yu Linglong is still Yu Linglong. Yu Bihai is still Yu Bihai. After pretending, Yu Lao Mo closed his eyes, kicked his legs, fell from midair, and fainted completely. Ji Chansheng caught his adoptive father. The adoptive father is mighty. Chapter 176 Wife. What should we do if our sister knows about our affairs? After Ji Chansheng hugged Yu Lao Mo, he held the jade sword and looked at Li Huanyan, who was about to approach with vigilance. Madam, you'd better step back. Otherwise I won't guarantee your safety. Ji Chansheng did not hide his vigilance and murderous intent. Although Bao is also very good. But my dear godfather proved the value of his second in the world with practical actions. It feels that Lao Yu is the second in the world just because he can't beat the first in the world. And it has nothing to do with who the opponent is. Lao Yu also said that I just can't beat Yu Linglong. You monsters and ghosts are nothing even if they come from the sky. And you dare to touch me. Ji Changsheng found that he still prefers simple and rough thighs, like his wife and godfather. Fighting behind them is really worry-free. No matter how big the trouble is, they can solve it for you neatly. Although my wife didn't seem to be injured after killing the ghost fairy last time. And my dear godfather killed a demon fairy and got himself half dead. But Ji Changsheng is not a greedy person. How can you despise your adoptive father just because he is not as good as your wife? Family affection cannot be replaced by the strong or the weak. Ji Changsheng's admiration for Yu Lao Mo has reached its peak at this moment. Looking at the vigilant Ji Changsheng, Li Huanyan's forehead appeared with a black line. Your jade sword is now a decoration. If you can deceive me for a second, I will lose. Don't pretend. Linglong is not here at all. The jade sword can't work. Li Huanyan directly exposed Ji Changsheng's superficial strength. This shocked the others. Fortunately, there were still Yu Lao Mo's confidants in the Tianma sect. Yu Jidao had no choice but to protect Ji Changsheng and Yu Lao Mo behind him. Everyone could betray Yu Lao Mo, but Yu Jidao couldn't. Blood relationship can really play a big role at this time. Yu Jidao knew that if he was not Yu Lao Mo's brother, he would definitely not have the opportunity to participate in such a high-end game. Yu Lao Mo died, and he would definitely be buried with him. So he brought a group of Tianma sect elites who were loyal to Yu Lao Mo, and even neutral people, and expressed his attitude. Madam, the young master is right. You'd better stay away. The leader is the biggest pillar of the Holy Church. The safety of the Holy Church depends on the leader. The leader must not get into trouble. Young master, you take the leader away first. Everyone in the Tianma sect knew the conflict between Yu Lao Mo and Li Huanyan. Yu Lao Mo was the second strong man to kill the immortals with a mortal, following Yu Linglong. This was naturally the pride of the entire Tianma sect. As long as Yu Lao Mo was alive, even if immortals and Buddhas descended from the prehistoric immortal world in the future, the Tianma sect would have the confidence to deal with him. So these Tianma sect elites did not want Yu Lao Mo to get into trouble now. And everyone saw Ji Changsheng's behavior of showing his sword to the holy maiden Hahuan for Yu Lao Mo just now. Obviously, Ji Changsheng was Yu Lao Mo's man. So they were relieved to hand Yu Lao Mo over to Ji Changsheng. But they were very worried about handing him over to Li Huanyan. Li Huanyan was so angry that she laughed. The leader burned his essence, blood and lifespan to barely kill the immortals with a mortal. In his current condition, if he is not treated in time, there will be big problems. Li Huanyan scolded. This is true. Ji Changsheng also found out that his dear godfather was in a very bad condition. At least he lost half his life. It is true that there is a big gap between him and his wife. But the goddess of childbearing is also really dead. At this point, everyone understands that it is not shameful to be inferior to Yu Linglong, killing the demon fairy. Even if Yu Lao Mo himself lost half his life, it is still awesome. Yu Jidao gritted his teeth and did not retreat a step. Madam, don't worry. The Holy Church has its own elixir to protect the leader. Changsheng, the safety of the leader is in your hands. If anyone dares to harm the leader, don't be polite. He is your leader. He almost said the father-son relationship between Yu Lao Mo and Ji Changsheng. He held back when the words came to his lips. If the eldest brother really has a problem, it will not be good for Changsheng to get too close to him at this time. Ji Changsheng was a little disappointed. After Yu Lao Mo went from being a playboy to being the second best in the world, he felt that it was not unacceptable to expose his father-son relationship with Yu Lao Mo. Yu Jidao was too conservative. However, he still dutifully protected his adoptive father's safety. Madam, if you touch the leader now, you will be the enemy of the entire Holy Church. Ji Changsheng patiently persuaded. You are a smart person. You must know the severity. Li Huanyan glanced at him. Although many disciples of the heavenly demon sect were trembling, they all gritted their teeth and stood in front. No one was stupid. As long as the leader could survive this level, Yu Linglong would be invincible in the world after ascending. Now is the most dangerous moment for the leader. It is better to help in times of trouble than to add icing on the cake. In the end, Yu Lao Mo's record was too shocking, which made all these people want to cling to his thighs and share the glory. This is the human heart. Yu Linglong and Yu Lao Mo don't need to rely on scheming and calculation. Their absolute strength is there, and they can naturally gather people's hearts. However, Li Huanyan did not give up. There are many of her people in this group, and they will immediately turn against her at her command. The real threat is not them. She glanced at Jiangxi. Jiangxi hesitated. The goddess of childbirth is certainly not a good thing. But Yu Lao Mo is not either. The leader of the heavenly demon cult certainly cannot have killed innocent people indiscriminately. And his hands are naturally stained with blood. If Yu Lao Mo can be killed here today, it will be a double benefit for Danqing Pavilion. Ji Changsheng also saw that Jiang Shi's attitude would determine the fate of his adoptive father today. Thinking that his adoptive father could obviously fight shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Shi, Li Huanyan, Li Qinglian and others, but insisted on playing a single fight by himself, and that this might be a bit to show off in front of him. Ji Changsheng's filial piety still broke out. Master Jiang, the leader cannot be in trouble, Ji Changsheng said in a deep voice. Fairy Linglong is about to ascend to heaven. But the world has entered a troubled time. The mount of the ancient Buddha of the Western sect, the reincarnation of the Buddha of the Western sect, has been reborn in the Guanyin Temple. And the Huangquan sect and the Wanyao Kingdom have been in constant turmoil. After Fairy Linglong leaves, will Master Jiang be able to bring peace to the world? Jiang Shi's mind became clear, and he shook his head decisively. Seeing that Jiang Shi was clear, Ji Changsheng was also relieved. So the world cannot be without the leader. Just as the Danqing Pavilion cannot lose the leader, Ji Changsheng said. Li Qinglian frowned and said, Changsheng, if the old demon Yu is alive, he may become another source of chaos in the world. No. Ji Changsheng rejected it flatly. Our Tiansheng sect is committed to transforming into a righteous immortal sect. The leader is devoted to the Tao. He just killed a demon fairy for the people of the world and proved his position with practical actions. Yu Jidao also saw that when Yu Lao Mo was unconscious and Guanyin was killed, the attitudes of Jiang Shi and Li Qinglian would determine the outcome of today. So he decisively raised Ji Changsheng. Master Jiang and Qinglian Sword Fairy may not trust my elder brother. But can they trust Changsheng? Jiang Shi nodded slightly. Changsheng's character is naturally excellent. Yu Jidao resolutely said, Changsheng is the young leader of our holy church. Before my elder brother recovers, Changsheng represents the attitude of our Tiansheng church. Ji Changsheng also promised, Master Jiang, I promise that the leader and the holy church will become the guardians of our righteous path. It doesn't matter whether Yu Lao Mo is a good thing now. The important thing is that if Yu Linglong can't solve the troubles of Huangquan sect and Wanyao Kingdom before ascending, it seems that there is really no one else who can solve it except Yu Lao Mo. Jiang Shi thought of the ghost fairy who died in Yu Linglong's hands before, and the demon fairy who was just killed by Yu Lao Mo, and his mood was very heavy. Although he didn't think Ji Changsheng could control Yu Lao Mo, he realized the importance of Yu Lao Mo. If this was the only way, then he had to take a gamble. Changsheng, are you sure you can transform Tiansheng sect? Jiang Shi asked. As for other things, Ji Changsheng was really unsure. When it comes to reforming the Tiansheng sect, Ji Changsheng instantly became confident. Pavilion Master, you can ask Senior Brother Wei Tingbao and Senior Brother Ziming. What I have done in Qi is to transform the holy sect, and it has already achieved initial results. When the Qi affairs are settled, I will promote the Qi model to the whole world. After a pause, Ji Changsheng continued, the sect master is a man of temperament. If Pavilion Master Jiang helps me today, I will be grateful to the sect master for saving his life. And Danqing Pavilion will have a relationship with the sect master. With this kindness, I naturally have a different weight to the sect master, and the sect master will listen to my words. The people of the world, hundreds of millions of people, are all in the mind of Pavilion Master Jiang. On behalf of the sect master and the holy sect, I ask you two to give the people of the world a chance. Okay. Jiang Shi stopped Li Qinglian, who obviously still had objections. He was a man who could take it or leave it, and he also knew the limit of his ability. If Yu Lao Mo was not here today, he might have to die in Guanyin Pavilion. So Yu Lao Mo does have a meaning of existence at this stage. After making a quick choice, Jiang Shi no longer hesitated and decisively stopped in front of Li Huanyan. Saint, Yu Lao Mo killed the demon fairy, which is a great achievement. Today, I want to protect him. Li Huanyan's face was stern. Li Qinglian, what about you? If Li Qinglian is willing to stand on her side, she can still do it. But Li Qinglian gritted her teeth and decided to support her senior brother. Although I don't think Yu Lao Mo is a good guy, I believe in my senior brother's judgment. Li Huanyan rarely lost his composure. Feeling unwilling, two idiots. Yu Lao Mo has been suppressed by Yu Linglong before, and his Tao heart is lacking. The practice of the magic way requires the mind to be clear. Now he has killed the demon fairy, and his mind is clear in an instant. Yu Linglong ascends, and when he recovers from his injuries, his strength will definitely be further improved. At that time, your life and death will really only depend on his thought. Jiang Shi's heart sank slightly. Li Huanyan's words were true. If Yu Lao Mo doesn't die in this battle, he will definitely be defeated and then re-established. If he can even kill demon fairies, who else in the world can be Yu Lao Mo's enemy? Despite this, Jiang Shi still judged that the world needs a powerful person who can compete with the immortals and Buddhas who descended to the world. If he can't do it, he can only rely on Yu Lao Mo. Saintus, I have made up my mind. If the old demon Yu really becomes the new source of trouble in the world, the disciples of Danqing Pavilion will pay with their lives. Jiang Shi said firmly, solving the current crisis is more important. Li Huanyan took a deep breath, and the haze in her peach blossom eyes disappeared, leaving only a fake smile. I was just joking with you. Why are you reacting so strongly? Everyone. No one believed that Li Huanyan was joking. If either Jiang Shi or Li Qinglian had defected to her side, Yu Lao Mo would probably be dead now. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng suddenly looked at Yu Lao Mo and suddenly realized something. Yu Lao Mo didn't know that the jade sword was ineffective. Is he daring to act so pretentiously because he thought he could protect him no matter what? Old Yu, you are good at everything, but your brain is really worse than Bao's. Bao just saw that the jade sword was a decoration. If you think I am your backup, then you really have confidence in me and are not afraid of my killing my father at all. If you don't think I am your backup and dare to act brazenly, then you are really awesome. And your brain is more or less problematic. Yu Linglong dared to attack the ghost fairy, because Yu Linglong really has that strength. And she can kill the ghost fairy without getting hurt herself. Before Yu Lao Mo attacked the demon fairy, it was obvious that he was not sure of himself. He went up to burn his blood and lifespan. And he was indifferent to life and death. He would fight if he didn't obey. He was really brave. He was really reckless. In other words, Ji Changsheng was indeed filial. If Ji Changsheng had stood on Li Huanyan's side, Yu Lao Mo would have been dead by now. After thinking about this, Ji Changsheng looked at his cheap adoptive father and shook his head helplessly. This guy was able to grow up safely. It can be seen that he is also a lucky guy. No wonder he is so strong and has a 50-50 situation with Bao. If Ji Changsheng had the strength of Yu Lao Mo, the treasure would have completely changed into his shape. However, it may be because Yu Lao Mo is so reckless that he conforms to the cultivation doctrine of Tianma sect. As for the demon cultivators, they need to be indifferent to life and death, fight if they don't obey, have a clear mind, and move forward bravely. If you can't kill me, I will kill you. After killing you, I can upgrade on the spot and continue to make progress bravely. Putting aside Yu Linglong, Yu Lao Mo is no worse than the previous world's #1. Success is right. So it can't be said that Yu Lao Mo did something wrong. You laugh at Lao Yu for being too stupid, and Lao Yu laughs at you for being too weak. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng no longer entangled with his adoptive father's style of doing things. Deputy leader, the leader will be handed over to you first. Take him back to the holy sect and heal his injuries as soon as possible. Ji Changsheng handed his adoptive father to Yu Jidao. He didn't know how long it would take for Yu Lao Mo to recover from such a serious injury. Hope it will be as soon as possible. Yu Jidao took over Yu Lao Mo and looked at Ji Changsheng with some worry. Changsheng, what about you? Ji Changsheng pointed to the merits all over the ground. I want to do good deeds and accumulate virtues, and kill demons and eliminate monsters. Although old Yu did not have the control of his wife and snatched the heads of the demons and immortals, he still left the heads of the Yellow Springs demons in Guaning Temple to Ji Changsheng. These are all merits. It is the experience points that helped him advance to the refining void realm. Yu Jidao whispered to remind, Madam is here. It will be dangerous for you to stay. Ji Changsheng waved his hand, and the jade sword became dark and bright again. It also symbolizes the restoration of the dark and bright Guaning Temple. Li Huanyan's eyelids jumped, and she immediately said, I keep my word. Young master, you can let it go. Ji Changsheng smiled. Madam is a trustworthy person. I believe you. Then Ji Changsheng asked Yu Linglong curiously, Wife, what happened to you? The next moment, the reply from wife made Ji Changsheng feel cold. Wife? Oh no. This is Li Changqi's voice. Chapter 177 promoted to Linshu. Of Wan transformation. Failed? Impossible. I, Ji Changsheng, am loyal to my senior sister. My wife is about to retire, but Tian Xingjuan is not, and she is likely to be a super rich woman in the future version. So Ji Chansheng glared at Huan Saint, Li Huanyan. If you play this kind of joke with me and Linglong Fairy again, I will never forgive you. Li Huanyan? What's wrong with this little guy? Ji Chansheng didn't explain to Li Huanyan, the demon cult witch. He took a deep breath, walked aside and explained to Li Changxi seriously, Senior sister. Just now it was Huan Saint who controlled me to tease Linglong Fairy, hoping to anger Linglong Fairy and achieve her ulterior motives. And? What ulterior motives does she have? Li Changxi asked curiously. Ji Chansheng knew that his senior sister was not mentally stable. So he patiently explained, just now, Yu Lao Mo showed his power and killed a demon fairy, showing his strength second only to Linglong Fairy, which made Huan Saint feel a huge threat. So she wanted to kill Yu Lao Mo. But I took Linglong Fairy's jade sword and stood opposite Huan Saint. I think Yu Lao Mo can't die now. So Huan Saint holds a grudge against me. Senior sister, you are still the best. Although Huan Saint is your aunt in this illusion, her mind is too vicious. Li Changxi suddenly realized and immediately said, Yu Lao Mo can't die now. There is a little trouble in the 10,000 demons kingdom. Yu Lao Mo will be of great use in the future. I will tell my aunt not to bother you and Yu Lao Mo for the time being. Ji Chansheng breathed a sigh of relief. Just say that senior sister is better. Other women are not so easy to deceive. Cross it out. Other women don't believe his sincerity at all. Only Li Changxi believes everything he says. So he believes everything Li Changxi says. This is called trust and love. Senior sister, you went to the kingdom of 10,000 monsters? Ji Chansheng quickly extracted the key points and immediately found the core demands that he should care about. Are you okay? Is your safety a problem? Li Changxi felt warm in her heart and said proudly, Junior brother, you are really a joker. It's just an illusion. How can it hurt you and me? Ahem. Ahem. Junior brother, don't get me wrong. I'm not vomiting blood. It's just that the weather is too cold. I'm a little cold. Ji Chansheng. Okay. I pretend to believe it. Li Changxi was actually injured in the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. And looking at this posture, Yu Linglong also went there. The sound transmission talisman fell into Li Changxi's hands. What's the situation? Ji Chansheng wanted to ask, but he held back. In front of senior sister, you must never care about another woman. This is the self-cultivation of a good man. It is unlikely that anything will happen to your wife. So Ji Chansheng said decisively, Senior sister, I don't have any acquaintances in the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. But I have a good brother named Prince Jiao. If you have nowhere to go in the kingdom of 10,000 monsters, you can look for him. Prince Jiao is quite willing to be a monster. The main reason is that senior sister will definitely beat him. And Prince Jiao is timid. Ji Chansheng left a deep impression on him last time. Ji Chansheng estimated that Prince Jiao would not dare to continue to be an enemy of Xuandu Temple. Li Changxi wrote down the name Prince Jiao and reminded, Junior brother, the monster clan is not right. Very wrong. I found clues about the monster master Kuimping. Just now, my mother encountered a big monster with Kuimping blood. Fortunately, I revived my true spirit in time and defeated the other party with my mother. Otherwise, my mother might have capsized in the gutter on the eve of ascension. Ji Chansheng translated it. Kobe and I scored 81 points together. Li Changxi version. Obviously, Li Changxi was beaten to a low health by the big monster with Kuimping blood, and then sought help from his wife. And finally the big monster with Kuimping blood was killed by his wife. I have to say that my senior sister is very talented in speaking freely. But Ji Chansheng certainly won't expose my dear senior sister. He spoke calmly. Fortunately, my senior sister is here. Otherwise it would be a pity for Fairy Linglong to die in the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. Senior sister, I also found something wrong here. The Guanyin of the Guanyin Temple is actually the reincarnation of the Sika deer, the mount of the ancient Buddha Randing. Randing? Mount? Sika deer? Li Changxi immediately became alert. Are you sure? I remember that there are still many powerful people who use Sika deer as mounts. Ji Chansheng nodded. Yes. There are many. But this Sika deer practices the Buddhist Dharma of the Western Church, and used the Shumi heaven and earth, which cannot be fake. After she took action, she used the Shumi heaven and earth to trap the pavilion master Jiang Qinglian, sword fairy, and the holy maiden Huan. Li Changxi, that should be the mount of the ancient Buddha Randing. The other big guys who use Sika deer as mounts are not from the Western Church. And theoretically, they are all dead. And now they have their own followers in the prehistoric fairy world. Only the Sika deer, the Mount of Randang, died in the great calamity of the conferred god, and needs to be reincarnated. This is not difficult to identify. Li Chongxi's tone began to be a little subtle. The Mount of the ancient Buddha burning lamp was reborn with the help of the inheritance of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Is this to share the power and incense of Guanyin Bodhisattva? Interesting. The Western Church has started a civil war. Ji Chansheng reminded. It is also possible that the ancient Buddha burning lamp and Guanyin Bodhisattva are cooperating. No. Li Chongxi's answer was very decisive. Western religion attaches great importance to incense and faith. Cooperation can be in other aspects, but not in incense and faith. Listening to Li Chongxi's decisive voice, Ji Chansheng was a little dazed. Why does it seem that the senior sister has really revived her true spirit? Then why is she still so weak? Of course, according to Yu Linglong, Li Chongxi is now in the Mahayana stage, which is not a weak chicken. But Ji Chansheng feels that he will be able to reach Mahayana in 2 days. If Li Chongxi is really Titan Star Lord, at least he must become a super thigh like his wife. Right? Or is Titan Star Lord really fallen? And Li Chongxi is a reincarnation like himself? Both need to start from scratch. If you look at it from this perspective, it is understandable. My mother was slightly injured. I want to protect her. Junior brother, I won't talk to you for now. Remember? Don't let Yu Lao Mo die first. If the sky really falls, Yu Lao Mo can still hold it up. The two of us haven't completely revived our true spirits, so we need to bide our time and seize the opportunity. Li Chongxi hurriedly logged off. Then he looked at Yu Linglong obediently. Mom, have you found the elixir? Ahem. As he spoke, Li Chongxi began to vomit blood again. Yu Linglong glanced at Li Chongxi and said coldly, I was injured? Li Chongxi's old face blushed. Protect me? Li Chongxi bowed his head in shame. I was almost beaten to death by a big demon with Kuenping blood? Li Chongxi began to be dissatisfied. Mom, you obviously heard everything. And you deliberately laughed at me. You are not a good person. Yu Linglong was so angry that she laughed at Li Chongxi. You and Ji Chansheng are really a match made in heaven. You are so skilled at turning the tables. Li Chongxi said proudly, Of course. My junior brother and I are both Daluo. How can you mortals understand it? Yu Linglong couldn't help it, and knocked on Li Chongxi's head. Ji Chansheng is not a good son. He even lied about mental illness. Li Chongxi became more and more dissatisfied. Mom, who are you scolding? What I said is true. Only my junior brother believes me. You mortals, you won't understand even if I tell you. Yu Linglong knocked on Li Chongxi's head again. Full of regret, she deliberately left just now, pretending to find healing elixir for Li Chongxi, and gave her own sound transmission talisman to Li Chongxi, just to see Ji Chansheng fail. Ji Chansheng did fail, but she didn't expect that Li Chongxi would be so easy to deceive. Sure enough, he has mental problems. He can believe such nonsense. She tried her best. Li Chongxi didn't wake up herself, and she couldn't do anything. We are all ordinary people. Only you, Titan Star Lord, are invincible and unstoppable. Even the demon master Kuenping is not in your eyes. Yu Linglong complained. Li Chongxi's pretty face turned red again. Mom, you are too dirty now. I just haven't recovered my strength yet. When I recover the strength of Titan, Kuenping will be easy to catch. Right? I really hope your cultivation can be as hard as your mouth. Yu Linglong shook her head helplessly. Open your mouth. Li Chongxi opened her mouth obediently. Yu Linglong ejected a pill, which was swallowed by Li Chongxi. This is a healing elixir made from the inner elixir of the big demon just now. It can probably restore 90% of your strength. At this point, Yu Linglong looked up and glanced around. Her eyes slightly solemn. Only one sentence you said just now is right. What? The kingdom of 10,000 monsters is very wrong. Has she been in seclusion for too long before? Or is it because she is too invincible that these abnormal guys have been dormant before? She has never felt that there are so many things in this world that make her feel abnormal. When she confirmed the date of ascension, all these monsters and ghosts appeared. Yu Linglong herself was also a little unprepared. Although she did not feel any fatal threat, the other party must have a big plan to hide under her nose for so long. It's a pity that they hid too deep. Mom, what do you mean? The insects that are used to hibernating in the dark think that as long as they work hard to reproduce, they will be invincible once exposed to the sun. But in fact, they will only be defeated under the sun. Yu Linglong said disdainfully. To compete for the Great Way, You need to fight your way through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This group of bugs are used to dark calculations. When it comes to a head-on confrontation, they are not even as good as Yubihai. Li Changxi agreed. Junior brother just told me that Guanyin, the goddess of childbirth, the real body is the Sika deer that the ancient Buddha Ren Ding died in the conferred god tribulation. It already has the strength of a demon fairy, but was killed by Yubihai in a one-on-one battle. Yu Linglong was not surprised. Yubihai's strength has not reached the immortal realm, but he at least has a brave and diligent heart. Many cultivators who have reached the true immortal realm have begun to lose this belief. For example, the mastermind behind the 10,000 Demons Kingdom still dares not to confront me head-on. Speaking of this, Yu Linglong became more disdainful. Give them a chance. It's useless. They are a bunch of rats. What can they accomplish? Deep inside the 10,000 monsters country, the conversation between Yu Linglong and Li Changxi echoed in the hall. Yixian sat in the main seat, his face calm, even enjoying Yu Linglong's ridicule. Yixian, are you really going to hold back this anger? Yixian, your strength is far above Luxian. This is also the home ground of our 10,000 monsters country. Why don't we show Yu Linglong how powerful we are? Yixian, with Kunping's true blood in hand, Yu Linglong is definitely not your opponent. Yixian raised his hand. He stopped the commotion of his men. Everyone, please be patient. The human race is a very cunning race. Yu Linglong's provocation is obviously intentional. She is deliberately angering me and provoking us to fight her now. We have worked hard for 100 years. So why should we give up the whole plan because of a momentary anger? Yixian spoke, and the monsters below immediately shut up. The hierarchy within the monster race is strict, far above that of the human race. But even if he kept his mouth shut, Yixian couldn't control what he was thinking. Yixian also knew that no matter what he said, his subordinates were afraid of Yu Linglong because he didn't dare to attack her. He didn't hide it. But he had a very good reason. Yu Linglong is nothing. What's important is the Tai Whisk in Yu Linglong's hand. It was the magic weapon that the Tai Ching Saint once carried with him. The Tai Ching Saint is the leader of the 6 saints of the heavenly way. When Yixian mentioned Tai Ching Saint, all the monsters were shocked. There is no doubt that the Tai Ching Saint has a great deterrent power over all living beings. We are not only enemies with Yu Linglong, but also with the Saint of Tai Ching. Yixian said this with a heavy tone. Although we have the support of the Saint behind us, we still have to proceed step by step. The true blood of Demon Master Kunping is naturally powerful. But once the Tai Whisk of the Saint of Tai Ching is fully revived, every strike will have the power of the true Lord. The demon race has declined, and everyone is the backbone of the revival of the demon race. I cannot take risks with the lives of my compatriots. Yixian is wise. It's just that Yu Linglong is so rampant. It's really annoying. Yes. And Ji Changsheng actually said in Qi that he wanted to transform the Tianhua sect into the Tiansheng sect, and transform the killing method into the method of killing monsters. Yixian, we must fight back. Yixian nodded. Of course we have to fight back. But we can't do it to Yu Linglong for the time being. We have to cut off her wings first. The incident in Guanyin Temple happened suddenly, and we couldn't react in time. Fortunately, Yubihai lost his combat power. In the world, there is no top combat force that has not formed an alliance with us and can still pose a threat to us. Now it is in Danqing Pavilion. The subordinate reminded Yixian. Xuandu Temple Muxian. He is also a cultivator in the Tribulation Realm. Yixian waved his hand. Muxian has just entered the Tribulation Realm, so he is not worth mentioning. The real threat is Jiangxi and Li Qinglian. Yu Linglong is powerful, but Danqing Pavilion, Yixian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Ambush them on the way back to Danqing Pavilion. Kill Jiangxi first, then kill Li Qinglian. Before Yu Linglong ascends, I will make sure that there is no one left around her. I want to see if she can suppress the world again by herself. Ji Changsheng didn't know that the demon clan felt that they couldn't beat Yu Linglong, so they decided to take it out on Jiangxi and Li Qinglian. He is now busy apologizing to the Saint of Ahuan. Bao, listen to my excuse. No, listen to my explanation. It was a special situation just now. Li Huanyan originally crossed her arms and watched Ji Changsheng perform coldly. But suddenly, her face changed slightly, and she looked at Jiangxi and Li Qinglian in an instant. Jiangxi and Li Qinglian were horrified. Jiangxi bowed and said, Saint, if I have offended you just now, I apologize first. What advice do you have for me? Li Huanyan smiled and said, I am still thinking whether to give me advice or not. You made me very angry just now. If I save your life, wouldn't it be repaying evil with kindness? This is not in line with my style. Jiangxi's first reaction was that Li Huanyan was bluffing. But what happened in Guanyin Hall was completely beyond his expectations, indicating that there are many variables in the world that he has not yet understood. Thinking of this, Jiangxi bowed again. Madam, if you save my life, and I need my help in the future, I swear by the reputation of Danqing Pavilion that I will repay you with my life. Li Huanyan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. You are a smart person. Li Qinglian. What about you? Li Qinglian asked curiously. What about me? Am I in danger? Yu Lao Mo is half disabled. How can I be in danger? Jiangxi answered on behalf of Li Qinglian. Qinglian is the same as me. I can make the decision for him. Li Huanyan glanced at Li Qinglian and complained. The previous pavilion master of Danqing Pavilion didn't choose you back then. He really had a good eye for pigs. Li Qinglian. To be honest, he didn't hear Li Huanyan scolding people. He just didn't understand the logic. What is the connection between the pavilion master not choosing me and having a good eye for pearls? Li Huanyan didn't explain. In her mind, she kept deducing the situation after Ling Long Fairy ascended. If Yu Lao Mo is invincible in the world, with Jiangxi and Li Qinglian as support, can she fight against Yu Lao Mo? There is a certain possibility, but it depends on how strong Yu Lao Mo can be. Yu Lao Mo's injuries cannot be healed overnight. I have to go back and see if I can do anything to heal Yu Lao Mo's injuries. Jiangxi and Li Qinglian, two cultivators in the tribulation realm, are indeed very valuable if they can be won over. And she can't stay in the heavenly demon sect for a long time. Yu Lao Mo has killed demons and immortals, and his momentum is rising. If she can't do anything to Yu Lao Mo's injuries, when Yu Lao Mo's injuries recover, she will be in danger of death if she stays in the heavenly demon sect. Thinking of this, Li Huanyan's eyes flashed. I just learned a piece of news about the life and death of the two of you from the 10,000 Demons country. Jiangxi's face changed slightly. Does the saint have a hidden chess piece in the demon clan? Li Huanyan smiled slightly. Come with me, and return to Danqing Pavilion in a day. If you two do something for me, I will give you a way out and an ally. Way out? Ally? Li Huanyan didn't explain. She looked at Ji Changsheng. Little guy, you don't want Changshi to know the truth just now, right? Ji Changsheng. Madam, please speak directly. I will definitely help you if I can. I am always grateful to you. Li Huanyan smiled. It's easy to talk to this little guy. Help the Huan sect transform into a righteous sect. Ji Changsheng. Why? Is it very difficult? Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, It's not very difficult. It's too difficult. The Huan sect is much easier than the Holy sect. The skills of the demon sect still need various explanations. Huan sect. People all over the world may be looking forward to the transformation of the Huan sect. Li Qinglian reminded, the Huan sect is rich in demon women. Ji Changsheng frowned and solemnly retorted, What demon woman? It's clearly a female bodhisattva. Forget it. I might be unhappy if you say female bodhisattva. The Huan sect is obviously rich in female stars. Female star? Li Huanyan was thoughtful. She understood the meaning of this word. Ji Changsheng said seriously, Madam, if this is your only request, you can leave it to me. I am sure that Huan sect will become the most popular one among all the major immortal sections. The female cultivators of Huan sect, whether they are solo or in a girl group, can make people crazy about Krypton gold in minutes. Ji Changsheng had read the information of Huan sect before, and the biggest source of income turned out to be opening a brothel, serving everyone including mortals and practitioners. Ji Changsheng only had 4 words to evaluate this: waste of natural resources. The service industry can be done, but with the style of Huan sect, it should be the most high-end service industry. Of course, in addition to the Devil Desire Sutra and a few top-notch techniques, the Huan sect skills require sexual intercourse. In the words of High EQ, the Huan sect practices the yin and yang avenue. So opening a brothel is also a way to assist cultivation. But there is definitely a better way. Let Ji Changsheng run it, and at least 10 top streamers can be launched. As I said, the transformation of the Huan sect is the easiest. Seeing Ji Changsheng so confident, Li Huanyan felt a little relieved. I had planned the transformation of the Huan sect before, but later I married Yu Lao Mo and put it on hold. I saw that you did a good job in Chi State, and are better at this than me. I am also going to let you take charge of the transformation of the Hahuan sect. No problem. The Hahuan sect can even reach a strategic cooperation with the Tiansheng sect. The Tiansheng sect provides products and companies, and the Hahuan sect provides spokespersons and celebrities. Very cooperative and complementary. It can be a win-win situation. The only question is, Madam, do you have the final say in Hahuan sect? Li Huanyan laughed. Don't call me Madam in the future. What should I call you? Master. Ji Changsheng took a second to react. Then he looked at Li Huanyan in shock. Li Huanyan said frankly, the master sent me to marry you Lao Mo for my future. I am grateful, and have no way to repay him. I can only inherit the family business left by the master with tears, and make Hahuan sect go to a higher level. Only in this way can I live up to the master's love for his son. Ji Changsheng. He swore to the sky. He really believed it. Even though the master of Hahuan sect is still alive, and well now. But it doesn't matter. She will soon be entrusted with a son. A quarter of an hour later. The mountain gate of Hahuan sect. Li Huanyan returned to her alma mater again. Jiangxi and Li Qinglian followed Li Huanyan. Li Qinglian was covered in cold sweat. Brother. It is said that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Li Huanyan is more gentlemanly than a gentleman. Jiangxi looked at Li Huanyan's slender and even somewhat weak back, and his heart was slightly chilled. But he was more impressed. The inheritance of cause and effect. Retribution is inevitable. The head of Hahuan wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. But unfortunately, although the knife was sharp, the person was not broken. And she personally released a monster who could completely revive the Hahuan sect. That day, Ji Changsheng went on a killing spree in the Guanyin Hall and was promoted to Lianxiu. The saint of Hahuan returned to the Hahuan sect, and the head of Hahuan died of a sudden serious illness, and entrusted the orphan to the saint of Hahuan before his death. In one day, the two top sects all changed their masters. On the eve of the ascension of Fairy Linglong, the originally stagnant situation in the world seemed to have been fast-forwarded, and various heroes began to appear on the stage. Chapter 178, If Ji Laoimo had not come down the mountain. It was a short story. It took Ji Changsheng only 3 hours to go from Qi to Guanyin Temple, and then back to Qi from Guanyin Temple. When Ji Changsheng returned to Qi, he was already in the refining void realm. Guanyin Temple had been turned upside down, and the name of the temple was almost lost. Yu Linglong wanted Ji Changsheng to change the name of Guanyin Temple to Changsheng Temple, but Ji Changsheng firmly refused. In the future, he would inherit the Tiandi Palace of the southern Changsheng Emperor, and the foundation of Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace left by his father Yuanshi Tianwang. In comparison, starting a business on his own was too troublesome. Guanyin Temple was pretty good. It was agreed that it would be left to Yinnu, and Ji Changsheng kept his word. So after he was promoted to the refining void realm and killed almost all the Huangquan monsters hidden in Guanyin Temple this time, he resolutely left Guanyin Temple without any nostalgia. So much so that Zhou Man, Qingjing Guanyin, Shuyu Guanyin, and others all stood in awe of Ji Changsheng. Zhou Man, I thought that as the young master of the heavenly demon sect, Ji Changsheng would at least abuse dozens of Guanyin Temple disciples before leaving. Qingjing Guanyin said ashamedly, I am the same. And I am even ready to offer myself to you. Shuyu Guanyin glanced at Qingjing Guanyin's green neck and thought to herself that you are dreaming. Even if Ji Changsheng wants to abuse her, he will definitely abuse a beautiful young woman like me. The master of the energy veins whispered a Buddhist name, Bodhisattva. The messenger is probably the kind of good man in the legend who is devoted to practice and has no time to care about other things. He is really cleaning the door for the Bodhisattva and has never indulged in his own desires. Although Ji Changsheng killed a lot of people in the Guanyin Temple, the survivors had a good impression of Ji Changsheng, because Ji Changsheng really did what he did, only doing justice and not bullying others. Female disciples accounted for 80% of the total number of Guanyin Hall disciples, and there were many beautiful women among them. But Ji Changsheng killed people with a knife, and the blood flowed like a river. But he never touched a single person. This is rare in the massacre of the whole family. It can be seen that Ji Changsheng is a noble person. As long as the Green Mountains are there, there is no fear of running out of firewood. 100 years ago, Danqing Pavilion also declined, but now it has revived. With the protection of the Bodhisattva, the support of the saint, and the supervision of the messenger, I believe that our Guanyin Hall can definitely be great again. Sisters work together. The sisters who stayed in Guanyin Hall are united in their efforts to cheer each other up. The sisters of Guanyin Hall, who stayed in Qi State, began to doubt their lives after receiving the news from the main hall. Especially Shi Yao. After seeing Ji Changsheng again, she thought of what Ji Changsheng said to her when he went to Guanyin Hall. He has special persuasion skills. Facts have proved that Ji Laoimo does not lie. Master is gone? Shi Yao murmured. Ji Changsheng said sadly, Shi Daoyu, I am in deep sorrow. The demons of Huangquan sect and Wanyao country jointly attacked Guanyin Temple. The temple master led the troops and died bravely. How old was she? He also didn't know the information of Guanyin of childbirth. Shi Yao, I already know what happened in the main temple. You don't have to cover up for master. Ji Changsheng explained, it's not covering up. It's to save Guanyin's face. If you say that the temple master of Guanyin Temple is a demon, it will be too devastating for the believers of Guanyin Temple. Anyway, she is dead. So let Guanyin of childbirth die a decent death. Anyway, her soul has been scattered, and she will never be reborn. Let her die a more glamorous death. She won't get any benefits. The conferred God tribulation is different from ordinary murder and arson. It is a quantitative tribulation. The dead in the battle may be conferred gods, or reincarnated after death, which is not considered a complete extinction. But being killed by Yu Laoimo means that the soul is truly scattered. The demons have always fought with the underworld for souls, and Yu Laoimo is no exception. So this time the Cicadier is really dead. Ji Changsheng is always generous to the dead guys. More than half of the 33 vain leaders in the Guanyin Hall have abandoned their ideals and beliefs, forgotten their original intentions and missions, and are not worthy of being believers of Guanyin Bodhisattva. I followed the order of Guanyin Bodhisattva and decisively sent them to see the Bodhisattva. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to be grateful. Shi Yao, why can you be so fast? It's okay. Mainly because your master delayed a little time. Otherwise it could be faster. Ji Changsheng spent a total of 3 hours going back and forth in the Guanyin Hall, of which the battle between Yu Laoimo and Guanyin of childbirth took 1 hour. The rest of the time was mainly spent on identifying the demons of the demon cult. How is the Shi family's affairs being handled? Ji Changsheng asked. Shi Yao, half of them have been executed, and the other half are still under investigation. Ji Changsheng frowned. Why are you so slow? Shi Yao, did you listen to what people say? Those are all her blood relatives, and she thinks she is really not slow in her actions. Is Ji Changsheng's speed a normal person? It has only been 3 hours. Seeing that Shi Yao was about to launch a tear attack, Ji Changsheng took a step back. Forget it. People like you who are used to being in a large organization can't expect much from your efficiency. Fellow Taoist, you should go back to Guanyin Temple and practice hard. As long as you can become a cultivator in the tribulation realm after 100 years, Guanyin Temple will surely become great again. If Shi Yao could turn back from her wrong path, Ji Changsheng would not kill her. However, Shi Yao was not very useful to Ji Changsheng. The more subordinates you have, the better. Otherwise, it is easy to cause internal friction. In the Guanyin Hall, Sheng Jiayan occupied a position in advance. Yandu came first, so Shi Yao had to wait in the back. So Ji Changsheng positioned Shi Yao to carry the banner of the Guanyin Hall 100 years later. As for now, Yandu, come here. Sheng Jiayan's face flushed strangely, and she knelt down at Ji Changsheng's feet subconsciously. Master, you are really amazing. Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, your praise is soulless. After you become the master of the Guanyin Hall, I will let you experience the praise with soul. Sheng Jiayan's body trembled more and more. Hall master? Well, you get ready. I have already agreed with the Qingjing plus master and Shuiyu plus master to let you be the hall master. Li Huanyan had no objection to this. If Sheng Jiayan is promoted now, Guanyin Hall will definitely fall from its high position. This is in the interests of all parties. What we want is that Sheng Jiayan is not strong enough, so she can be a good puppet. The actual affairs of Guanyin Hall are controlled by Li Huanyan, and the master of Guanyin Hall is nominally Ji Changsheng's man. This is acceptable to everyone. Of course, there are people who cannot accept it, but their voices can be ignored. Be my spokesperson first, and it won't be long before the master will let you take control of the real power. Ji Changsheng painted a pie for Sheng Jiayan. Sheng Jiayan kissed Ji Changsheng's shoes. Slave Yan only obeys the master's orders. What's wrong with being a puppet? Ask the world how many people want to be such a puppet, but don't have the chance. Sheng Jiayan is very content. You. I will never agree. Shi Yao was completely stunned by Sheng Jiayan's appearance. But Ji Changsheng raised his hand and gave Shi Yao a knife, and then threw her into Sheng Jiayan's hand. Take her back to Guanyin Temple. Shi Yao has good talent. If you give her 100 years, she may have a chance to achieve the tribulation. At that time, the revival of Guanyin Temple will depend on her. As for how to make Shi Yao return to her heart, it's up to you. Ji Changsheng's tone was quite casual. Sheng Jiayan was convinced. Master, rest assured, Yinu will definitely make Guanyin Temple your most loyal supporter. That's not necessary. You just need to uphold the teachings of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Be compassionate, and save all living beings. You don't have to think about working for me in everything. Ji Changsheng said frankly, with my cultivation speed, I guess I will ascend before you have completely integrated the forces within Guanyin Temple. You can't help me with anything. The main thing is that I support you. Ji Shanren is so helpful and selfless. Guanyin Temple issued an order, and Ji Changsheng asked Sheng Jiayan to withdraw from Qi State with the disciples of Guanyin Temple and return to the main hall to prepare for the succession ceremony. Qi State's market must be vacated for Tiansheng sect to occupy. After Sheng Jiayan left, another Huanu Lan Jujun knelt in front of Ji Changsheng crying, Master, my great-grandmother was killed by the saint. Ji Changsheng. He also received this news. Jiangxi and Li Qinglian both sent him messages. It is said that the scene was 10 times more shocking than when Li Huanyan went to the Guanyin Temple. Of course, this is normal. Hahuan sect is Li Huanyan's home base. Li Huanyan's return to Hahuan sect fully fulfilled the saying that the Supreme Emperor arrived in his loyal Paris today. A large-scale Long Live the Hydra Carnival. Jiangxi and Li Qinglian were basically not used. They were mainly responsible for suppressing the diehards of the Hahuan sect's headmaster for Li Huanyan. The Hahuan sect's headmaster was killed by Li Huanyan alone. Bao poured all his anger for not killing Yu Lao Imo on the Hahuan sect's headmaster. So the Hahuan sect quickly completed the handover of royal power. Ji Changsheng corrected Lan Jujun's words. First, she is not a saint. From now on, we will call her the headmaster of the Hahuan sect. Second, your great-grandmother was not killed by Madame. The demons of Huangquan sect and the Wanyao kingdom jointly attacked the Hahuan sect. The headmaster led the troops and died bravely at a young age. It doesn't matter. In short, before your great-grandmother died, she handed the Hahuan sect to Madame. This is the whole truth. Second time he scored. But this time Ji Changsheng was serious. Sister Lan, there is only one truth. If you think there are other possibilities, you will be the next one to be attacked by the Huangquan demon. Ji Changsheng persuaded earnestly. All the living elders of the Hahuan sect agree with this truth. Do you understand? Lan Jujuan's eyes were red, and she burst into tears. Master, I don't understand why the lady did this. Ji Changsheng shrugged. You should ask your grandmother why she sent a promising heir to marry the world's #1 demon. What can she do if she wants to die? Ji Changsheng is not partial to Bao. He is reasonable. Yu Linglong takes good care of the master. Although the master is often unable to do what he wants, he is generally very caring. The former master of Danqing Pavilion cultivated 2 beloved disciples, Jiangxi and Li Qinglian, and entrusted all his foundation to Jiangxi before his death. The master and his disciples worked together to usher in the revival of Danqing Pavilion. Even Yu Lao Mo protected Bing Zipping, Ren Suqiang, and Ji Chaosheng. Li Huanyan is of course an excellent successor, and no one in the Hahuan sect can match her. The Hahuan sect's headmaster did not cultivate such an excellent successor well, but sent him out for marriage in an attempt to kill someone with a borrowed knife. If the person is not dead, shouldn't he come back to avenge you? Ji Changsheng thinks he deserves it. If it were him, he would not have waited so many years, and would have killed the headmaster of the Hahuan sect long ago. Bao obviously had the ability to kill the other party, and he had endured until today, which has allowed the headmaster of the Hahuan sect to live many more years. Sister Lan, think positively. You are still weak now, and you are under my control. Madame will not do anything to you for my sake. But if you feel resentful and think about revenge all day, you will be asking for trouble. Ji Changsheng touched Lan Nu's head and reminded her, I can only protect you for 1 or 2 years at most. After I ascend to heaven, you can't beat Madame. So let's put aside the past grudges. You see, I killed Sheng Jiayan's father, but Sheng Jiayan still recognized me as her master. You should learn more from Sheng Jiayan. Lan Jujun. the direct descendant of the holy sect, and the head of the Huan sect cannot be as flexible as Sheng Jiayan for a while. In this regard, Ji Chansheng can only pray for her. Although she is his Huan Nu, she is really not as important as Bao to Ji Lao. If you can let go of your hatred and make peace with your wife, I can introduce you to your wife, and you will be allowed to call her mistress. Lan Zhujun was stunned. Master, you, the leader is about to become the best in the world. Ji Chansheng smiled slightly. Unfortunately, I just saved the leader's life, based on his understanding of Yu Lao. Even if something really happened between him and Li Huanyan, Yu Lao would not care, and would only think that Li Huanyan was deliberately seducing him. Godfather completely understands life. The master of the temple doesn't know if Yu Lao has understood life. He is getting more and more confused. The information that has come one after another in the past 2 days has overwhelmed the master, who has just succeeded to the throne. He didn't figure out one thing. Sister, why do I feel that you have had an easy time as the abbot for the past 100 years? Yu Linglong thought about it, and gave the abbot a positive answer. It is indeed very easy. The abbot wanted to cry, but had no tears. Then why did things change so much after I became the abbot? When Yu Linglong was the abbot, she did not delay her cultivation at all. When he became the abbot, he felt that he had no time to cultivate at all. The abbot was very tired. As a human sect, the Tai Ching lineage, the abbot hoped that he could maintain the style of his sister and the ancestor, ruled by inaction. Unfortunately, Yu Linglong achieved it. But he did not. Yu Linglong thought about it seriously this time and gave a positive answer. People may think that I am about to ascend, so the world is suddenly in turmoil. But it has nothing to do with me. Junior brother, you asked for it. Master? Yu Linglong explained. Think carefully. Nothing major has happened in the world in the past 100 years. The world situation really began to become chaotic when Ji Chansheng came down the mountain. Master, senior sister, what you said seems to make sense. The master thought about it carefully. Since the incident of Emperor Ying passed, the world has been peaceful until now, and it has been basically calm. Until Ji Chansheng went down the mountain, the world suddenly became turbulent. It started from Shenghua. No, from the first time Ji Chansheng went down the mountain, killing Bai Shiji, which opened the prelude to the chaos. Then, Ji Chansheng went to Shenghua and faced Tantian Chamber of Commerce. In just 2 or 3 days, the Tantian Chamber of Commerce, the richest immortal sect in the world, collapsed. Then Ji Chansheng worshipped the Tianma sect, and the Tianma sect officially announced its transformation. The next day, Ji Chansheng went to the Guanyin Hall, and the master of the Guanyin Hall was killed cleanly, and the Guanyin Hall fell from the top immortal sect. This triggered a series of chain reactions. Yu Lao was seriously injured. Li Huanyan returned to the Huan sect, and the Huan sect changed its owner. The top immortal sect that had always been high above and overlooking the world also began to be in danger, and changes occurred one after another. Tracing back to the source, it seems to have nothing to do with Yu Linglong. If Ji Chansheng didn't go down the mountain, he wouldn't have killed Bai Shiji. If Ji Chansheng didn't kill Bai Shiji, you wouldn't have sent him to Shenghua. If Ji Chansheng didn't go to Shenghua, he wouldn't have been an enemy of Tantian Chamber of Commerce. If Ji Chansheng wasn't an enemy of Tantian Chamber of Commerce, I wouldn't have taken action to destroy Tantian Chamber of Commerce. If I didn't take action to destroy Tantian Chamber of Commerce, that ghost fairy might not have taken action. If that ghost fairy didn't take action, I wouldn't have to ascend immediately. If I didn't ascend immediately, the world would still be peaceful. Yu Linglong calmly took herself out. Junior brother, is that what you said? The master nodded subconsciously. So, all this is to blame on Ji Chansheng going down the mountain. As long as Ji Chansheng stays on the mountain, he can't make a big move with me here. After he goes down the mountain, the sky is high and the sea is wide. He is not under my watch, so I can only let him mess around. So, the world has become what it is now. Yu Linglong patted the master's shoulder and sighed. Junior brother, you said Ji Chansheng down the mountain. Tell me, is all this your fault? The master was powerless to refute. He never thought that sending a Jin Dan realm disciple down the mountain a few days ago would stir up the world to this extent a few days later. If it were to happen again, Yu Linglong saw the master's thoughts and changed the subject. Her tone became serious. If it were to happen again, you would still send Ji Chansheng down the mountain, because he killed those who deserved to be killed, and he saved all the people in the world who were powerless to resist. The master said sternly, "Sister, you are right. I shouldn't doubt myself. The young man is teachable. If Ji Changsheng hadn't gone down the mountain, the people of the world would not have had a better life. Xuandu Temple cultivates merits. And as long as the merits are increasing, there is no need to doubt yourself. Junior brother, you only need to remember one thing. Please give me some advice." Yu Linglong reminded, "In the future, those people and forces who are slow to react will definitely be eliminated. Junior brother, you have to keep up with Ji Changsheng's efficiency. He is really too fast." The fast boy certified by Yu Linglong is now considering the next realm, crossed out, and is now considering how to compensate the people of Qi who have been harmed. "Prince, please draft a charter for me to see how to make up for the losses of the people of Qi." The Prince of Qi was a little slow to react. "Young master, we killed demons for the people. They are already very grateful to us. What is there to compensate?" Ji Changsheng frowned and said, "Killing demons is what we should do. But what about the losses of the people? Should the people of Qi bear it themselves? The purpose of killing demons is to let the people live a better life. If we can't do the latter, what is the right way to talk about?" "Prince, but in the past, the righteous immortals only did this step of killing demons." Ji Changsheng slammed the table. "I am here. The Holy Church is here. And the standards of the righteous immortals have been raised. The past is the past. And I have the final say in the future. Do you have any objections?" The prince bowed his head and said, "Young master is wise." Chapter 179. The righteous court is full of people, and they will return for a limited time. His Royal Highness has one advantage. He listens to advice. As long as Ji Changsheng explains clearly, the prince will listen to the young master's words. "Young master, what do you think the specific level of this compensation standard should be?" the prince asked. He had never done such a thing before, let alone him. There are very few people in the major righteous immortal gates who have done such a thing. For righteous people like Danqing Pavilion and Xuandu Temple, it is already the limit to send people to kill demons and monsters. It is too difficult to expect them to pay from their own pockets. But when Ji Shanren came, there was a clear sky. Take the path of the righteous immortal gate. Do what the righteous immortal gate cannot do, and crush those righteous immortal gates. I don't know who will dare to say that the Holy Church is not the leader of the righteous way in the future. With this in mind, Ji Changsheng ordered first, check the losses of the people of Qi, and compensate them in full based on the losses. Then, based on their education, work, etc., increase the compensation by 10% to make up for the time and energy costs they incurred. Forget it. This is too difficult for you. Looking at the prince's look, Ji Changsheng knew that the workload was too large. And if it dragged on for a long time, it would inevitably cause problems. It's better to cut the Gordian knot and solve it under his nose. In this way, based on the losses of the people of Qi, increase the compensation by 10% to give them compensation. For example, if an ordinary person surnamed Ji lost 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, he would be compensated with 11,000 high-grade spirit stones. Is it clear enough? Only paying the principal is still a bit bullying in Ji Changsheng's opinion. You stabbed someone, cured him, and then you can say that you are even? How can this be justified? Of course, it was not Ji Changsheng who did it. The problem is that Ji Changsheng will give all the proceeds from the robbery to the Qi court in the end. So it is useless for him to ask for the spiritual stones. Since the Qi court will get the biggest benefit, why should it feel at ease to put these spiritual stones in the national treasury? And how many of them can be put in the national treasury for the use of the country and the people is another difficult question to verify. It is better to take them out directly to compensate the people who have been harmed. Ji Changsheng made the logic very clear. His Royal Highness also understood it. But he was very embarrassed. Young master, your opinion is great, but I have a question. Say it. The national treasury does not have enough spiritual stones. Ji Changsheng complained, Your Highness, you have a really high EQ. There are no spiritual stones in the national treasury. The spiritual stones are all in the Shi family and Guanyin Temple. His Royal Highness blushed. Indeed, there are really no spiritual stones in the national treasury. Didn't we confiscate the family? Ji Changsheng asked. The prince explained, It is true that the property was confiscated. But the Qi branch of Tantian Chamber of Commerce, including the Qi branch of Guanyin Temple and the Shi family, have all transferred spiritual stones. We need to carefully sort out their illegal gains, which is not a matter of one day or one night. Young master, Why don't we slow down for a while, and wait until I can get the court running normally and sort out all the financial problems before paying compensation? Ji Changsheng laughed. Can you figure it out? The prince said confidently. As long as the young master gives me a month, I promise to restore the normal operation of Qi. Ji Changsheng waved his hand. Forget it. I will not be in Qi in a month. Without my backing, you will only be beaten to death by those tigers. Either you die at the hands of a palace maid, or you fall into the water inexplicably. Your Highness, don't think about taking it slow. According to my experience, all things that are taken slowly will end up in vain. His Royal Highness thought of the emperors who died inexplicably in history, and felt a little chilly. Young master, can't you stay in Qi for a month? You can't stay, so don't think about delaying. Find a way to improve efficiency. Isn't it just to find out the illegal income? Is this so difficult? As long as your thinking doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Ji Changsheng put the sad demon knife on the table and instructed his Royal Highness seriously. Put the knife on the ministers' necks and let them work hard. I believe that the court system will be able to operate again soon. His Royal Highness. Of course, this is more brutal, so you have to give them a raise. Ji Changsheng continued to instruct patiently. As long as you give enough spirit stones, there are many people willing to work for you. As for where the spirit stones come from, go to whoever has money. Of course, I will give you the first pot of gold. Ji Changsheng made a fortune in the main hall of Guanyin Temple. He swept away all the Guanyin tears in the main hall, and also took away most of the spiritual stones, leaving only enough spiritual stones for the main hall of Guanyin Hall to maintain normal operation. He felt that he was very kind. If other demons were to do it, how could Guanyin Hall have anything left? The prince was seriously digesting Ji Changsheng's advice. After a moment, the prince bowed and said, Young master, with your support, I can be a tyrant in Qi, but it is not a matter of a day or a night to collect the property. If you do it too hastily, you will inevitably miss a lot of details. In the end, the accounts will not be consistent, and there is a high probability that they will become bad debts. Ji Changsheng nodded. Your judgment is correct. I urge too much, and the accounts will definitely not be perfect. I have also encountered such a thing in Shenghua. At that time, my response was that even if it becomes a bad debt, it is better than rotting in the treasury. Giving spiritual stones to the people. It is nothing to make a bad debt. Not giving spiritual stones to the people, and in the end it still becomes a bad debt. And I don't know where the spiritual stones have gone. I have seen too many such things. His Royal Highness. He has seen quite a few too. With me watching and the Holy Church watching. Those who give out spiritual stones will honestly deliver them to the people of Qi. Once I am gone, Your Highness, it will be useless for you to sort out the accounts. Your Majesty has not been established yet. They are afraid of me. Not you. Just take this opportunity to kill those Huangquan monsters who pretend to obey but actually disobey. It will be much easier for you to do things in Qi in the future. The Crown Prince was convinced. Young master, your opinion is great. In this case, please help me to take charge. Don't be afraid of your laugh. Qi has been governed by my father and Prime Minister Shi for decades, and they are all their people. I want to enforce discipline, but it is far from being possible. As I said before, without the support of the young master, I need at least a month to restore the normal operation of the court and place my people in various important positions. Now it is completely forced. No problem. Just do it. I will back you up. The Huangquan monster has not revealed any traces, and should be hiding among the officials of the court. Ji Changsheng has experience in this area. After all, when it was Shenghua, the demon cult had hidden many people in the court of Shenghua. Even the Dog Emperor and the Prince of Shenghua were demons of the demon cult, which scared him. A rising star of the righteous path. Qigua has not exposed as many demons as Shenghua, which is obviously abnormal. They must still be hiding in the dark. It's just the right opportunity to find out. Your Highness, you have to be confident. Many things are not that difficult, and it won't take a month at all. Ji Changsheng gave an example. The Queen of Shenghua had a worse foundation than you in Shenghua, but she took control of the whole country in just 1 or 2 days. You are the legitimate heir of Qigua, and it is natural for you to inherit Qigua. Those who don't obey you are all Huangquan demons, so you should kill them when you should. No need to be polite. His Royal Highness bowed his head again. Young master is here. The sky of Qi will be bright. Ji Changsheng said seriously, I will leave soon too. After I leave, you will be me, and the sky of Qi will always be bright. If you can't do it, then go and accompany your father. The fate of the dog emperor of Qi has been arranged. Light the sky lantern. Illuminate the night of Qi. Recycling. His Royal Highness was not afraid, and promised seriously, young master, don't worry. I will keep the sky of Qi bright. After all, he is still a young man. He still has aspirations. Ji Changsheng nodded. Go ahead. Gather all the court officials to discuss first, and give them half an hour. If they can pass, let them do it, and the disciples of the Holy Church will supervise. If they can't pass, then our Holy Church, Xuandu Temple, and Danqing Pavilion will join forces to kill the demons of the Demon Church. His Royal Highness took the order and left. Then Ing Hongya ran in excitedly. Cha Sheng. I'm a Jindan. It only took me a few days to advance from foundation building to Jindan, breaking the record of our Ing family. Ing Hongya fell in love with the feeling of rapid progress. When you get used to the flying speed of the flying sword, it is hard to accept walking. Before, Ji Changsheng specially created an opportunity for Ing Hongya to kill people in Shi Xiang's family. With the evil deeds of the Shi family, it was reasonable to help Ing Hongya advance to Jindan. In fact, Ji Changsheng was going to let all the relatives and friends who came to Qi State advance this time. As the great emperor of Antarctic Changsheng, Ji Changsheng is not a lone ranger. He needs his brothers to keep up with his progress. So Ji Changsheng smiled and encouraged Ing Hongya, not bad. Keep working hard. By the way, I'm a refining avatar. Ing Hongya's laughter stopped abruptly. A pair of beautiful big eyes lost focus in an instant. A heroic and beautiful woman seemed to have lost her soul in an instant. Say it again? Ing Hongya believed that she was hallucinating. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, Hongya, I have become a refining cultivator. Are you happy? Ing Hongya. He covered his chest. Not very happy. You are really a beast. Ing Hongya felt like a basin of cold water fell from the sky, pouring a chill through her heart. Why can you improve so fast? I hope you live well. But you can't live so well. I can't even catch up with your back. How can I be your legal wife? Marriage is about matching, even if she is really a princess of Ingwa. But a Jindan cultivator is not worthy of a refining cultivator. Family background can make up for the gap of one or two small realms. But when the gap is so big, it can't be made up by family background. Could it be that I can only be a concubine? Pooh. 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 Ing Hongya quickly threw her wild thoughts out of her mind. But it was still a bit uncomfortable. The joy of being promoted to the Golden Core realm disappeared instantly. There are so many merits in the main hall of the Guanyin Temple? Ji Changsheng said frankly, more than you think. If it weren't for the old demon Yu, the leader robbing the head of the Guanyin, I feel that I can be promoted to the fusion realm now. It is obvious that the experience value of the Guanyin is definitely higher than that of the Pulse Master below. If Yu Linglong was present, she should have the strength to leave the head of the Guanyin for Ji Changsheng to use to earn merits. What a pity. Yu Lao Mo fought hard to kill the child-giving Guanyin. He could control the ordinary disciples of Guanyin Hall without killing them. But he didn't have the strength to kill the child-giving Guanyin. So Ji Changsheng didn't get the head of the child-giving Guanyin, which was the most regrettable thing about his trip to Guanyin Hall. Of course, it's better to be content. His adoptive father was already very powerful, and Ji Changsheng didn't want to blame him too much. He has always been so magnanimous and didn't bear grudges. If Yu Lao Mo knew this, he would be very pleased. Ing Hongya was not pleased at all. It's too outrageous. Is it really like what Master Li said, that there are merits everywhere in the world? Ji Changsheng thought about it and gave Ing Hongya an affirmative answer. Senior sister never lies. Ing Hongya. No. I have to keep working hard. I have to get the nascent soul as soon as possible. I have to work hard. I must not let Changsheng fall too far behind. If Changsheng passes the tribulation one day, and I am still in the Golden Core realm, I might not even be worthy of being a concubine. Ing Hongya never thought so before. But Ji Changsheng's progress was so rapid that it changed her worldview. Cha Sheng. You won't stay in Qi for too long. Will you? Of course not. Probably until Fairy Ling Long ascends. After resolving the issues of Huangquan sect and Wanyao country, and allowing Tiansheng sect to successfully transform in Qi, I will promote the transformation experience of Tiansheng sect to the whole world. Ji Changsheng said. The transformation of the holy sect is a big deal. This is indeed not something that can be accomplished overnight. In the future, the leader will be in charge of the internal affairs of the holy sect, and I will be in charge of the external affairs. Ing Hongya. It's hard to comment, but I still have to comment. I'll tell my father that the Tiansheng sect is allowed to be established in Ingwa. Ji Chengxing's eyes lit up. Hongya. I like you so much. Ing Hongya spat lightly. But she understood Ji Chengxing's reaction. Ingwa is different from other countries. Although Ingwa is nominally just a small country like other mortal countries, no one except a fool would think that Ingwa is really an ordinary country. The strength of Ingwa is definitely far ahead among all the countries, and it may not even be inferior to other top immortal sects except Xuandu Temple and Tianma sect. Otherwise, Ingwa would have been destroyed that year. Over the years, only 2 of the major immortal sects have been allowed to enter Ingwa to preach and recruit disciples, Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion. Xuandu Temple is because Linglong Fairy is invincible in the world, and as the first immortal sect of the righteous way, Ingwa naturally hopes that Ingwa people can control more voice within Xuandu Temple. Needless to say, Danqing Pavilion is Ingwa's staunch ally. Ingwa respects Danqing Pavilion more than Xuandu Temple, and the most popular sect for Ingwa people is Danqing Pavilion. In addition, other top immortal sects are all prohibited from establishing religions in Ingwa. Although there are countermeasures for policies, the major immortal sects are also quietly supporting Ingwa's local strength and developing in Ingwa. After all, Ingwa's market prospects are much stronger than other small countries in the mortal world. But on the surface, Ingwa's sects are not powerful at all. If Tiansheng sect can develop in Ingwa, it will be the 3rd sect in the world to establish a religion in Ingwa. The first 2 are Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion. What is the official certified leader of the righteous immortal sect? Ji Changsheng could only sigh. Sure enough, being with a rich woman is the way to go. Hongya. Your words saved me a lot of effort. The progress of the transformation of the Holy Church increased by 20% instantly, and the income will definitely soar. Ingwa is the strongest among the countries, and naturally the richest. There is no need to think about those conspiracies and tricks, as long as you can develop normally in Ingwa. The advantages of the immortal sects are too great compared to ordinary people, and you can make money without doing anything. It is precisely because of this that Ingwa strictly controls the development of major sects in Ingwa. And of course, the benefits must be left to its own family. Previously, only Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion could share these benefits. In the future, there will be one more Tiansheng sect. Hongya. If you can really make the Holy Church settle in Ingwa smoothly, I will promise you a position as a guest elder of the Holy Church, with the same authority as me. The young master, Ing Hongya, complained. There will definitely be no real power, only a false name. Of course, Ji Changsheng did not deny, but this sincerity is already enough. The leader will be invincible in the world soon. If anyone troubles you in the future, I will let the leader help you out. Ing Hongya nodded. I will tell my father. But I don't care about the position of guest elder of the Tiansheng Church. Cha Sheng, you have to help me when you go to Ingwa. Of course. But what do I help you with? I want to be the queen. Ji Changsheng instantly stripped off Ing Hongya's current clothes from his mind and put on a dragon robe. Ji Changsheng changed his sitting posture and promised, Hongya, don't worry. I will definitely help you. He promised that this was for the people of the world, not for his own selfish desires. I have an older brother and a younger brother, Ing Hongya said, and Ing State also has many problems. After all, we were defeated in the war. We have many internal conflicts, but they are only suppressed temporarily. Cha Sheng, you go to Ing State and help me solve some problems. I want to advance to the nascent soul stage. Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, Hongya, your goal should be the spiritual transformation realm. What's the nascent soul realm? You have a narrow vision. Although I don't know much about Ingwa. As the strongest country in the mortal world, the merits in Ingwa must not allow you to advance to only a small realm. I won't allow it. And it's not scientific. After a pause, Ji Changsheng continued. Besides, who says you have to go to Ingwa to advance to the nascent soul realm? Hongya, since you have given our holy church a great gift, I will see if I can help you advance to the nascent soul realm in Chigwa. Ji Changsheng has always been a person who returns favors. Ing Hongya widened his eyes. I just entered the golden core realm. Ji Changsheng smiled. Isn't it normal that I was promoted to the refining void realm just after entering the spiritual transformation realm? Ing Hongya. Unlike Chao Ziming, she still maintains a certain ability to think independently. So she firmly believes that Ji Changsheng is very abnormal. The problem is Ji Changsheng. Definitely not her. But if Ji Changsheng could really help her advance to the nascent soul stage. Ying Hongye thought about it, and decided that it was not impossible to admit that she was abnormal. After all, Ji Changsheng had given her too much. She still has merits to earn? Ji Changsheng said calmly, merits are everywhere. The people of Qi were implicated in the fight between the gods for no reason. They were deceived by a dog emperor and a treacherous minister for decades. Shouldn't they get some compensation? Ying Hongye nodded, should. But few can do so. So I came here to fight the demons and monsters, and share the spiritual stones and land. If we only fight the demons and monsters, and don't distribute the spoils to the people, there will be problems. Ying Hongye sighed lightly. When our ancestors were here, we in Ying State distributed spiritual stones and land to the people after fighting the immortals. Now, we have slowly begun to only fight monsters and not distribute spiritual stones. So I thought of asking you, Cha Sheng, to go to Ying State with me. There are not so many demons and monsters in our Ying State. But there are also many problems. Many things have begun to change. Ji Changsheng corrected, Hongye. Don't be so sure. There are also many demons in Yingwa. Ying Hongye. Got it. All the enemies of Changsheng are demons. Changsheng really never forgets his original intention. Let's go. Let's go with me to see how many demons there are in Qi. Accumulate some experience, which will come in handy when you go to Yingwa later. Ji Changsheng gave the prince half an hour. But he felt that there was no difference between half an hour and a quarter of an hour. Arguing can't solve the problem. Only by killing the demons can the problem be solved. So Ji Changsheng took Ying Hongye to the palace of Qi. As expected, a group of ministers were arguing. Some even fought. Ying Hongye pulled Ji Changsheng's hand and pointed forward. Ji Changsheng was shocked. He wants to leave his name in history by hitting his head against the pillar and dying. Ji Changsheng glanced at the prince, who was sitting at the top, and found that he looked at him with a look of help. Ji Changsheng shook his head. Although he thought the prince had the appearance of a saintly emperor of Qi, it seemed that not everyone was as efficient as him. Although the prince was extremely intelligent, his control over the court was not very good. We still have to rely on him. Ji Changsheng waved his hand and pulled back the old minister who was about to hit his head against the pillar and die, and then walked to the front with Ying Hongye. The prince obediently gave up the dragon throne. But Ji Changsheng did not sit on it. Your Majesty, the throne is yours. Sit firmly. With the support of the Holy Church, no one can take it away. Ji Changsheng pressed the prince on the throne. The prince, to be precise. The emperor who had not yet held the succession ceremony, but had become the new king of Qi, had a flushed face. And his loyalty to the young master reached its peak. I have never seen a boss like the young master who does not seek fame and wealth, but only gives benefits. He is much closer than my own father. Tell me, why do you want to die by hitting the pillar? Ji Changsheng asked, without waiting for his royal highness to explain. The old minister who had tried to die by hitting the pillar immediately knelt on the ground with tears streaming down his face. Master Ji, his royal highness is so confused. He actually wants to distribute spiritual stones to all the people of Qi. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows and smiled. Isn't it a benevolent policy to distribute spiritual stones to the people of Qi? Why is your highness confused? The old minister burst into tears. Master Ji, think about it carefully. Giving spiritual stones to all the people of Qi is equivalent to not giving spiritual stones? This move wastes national strength and cannot solve any problems. It can only win people's hearts. Qi has such a new king. This old minister is very worried and can only die by making a protest. Is that so? Ji Changsheng nodded and said sincerely, that was my fault just now. Come on. Keep hitting the pillar. If I had known that you were an old thing and wanted to hit the pillar for this, I would have saved you. Ji Changsheng reflected. His biggest problem is that he is kind-hearted. Ying Hongye was also amused by this guy. She drew her sword and walked to the pillar. Sir, you may not die if you hit the pillar. I can see that you are not the kind of person who is greedy for fame and fortune. Come. Hit my sword. I swear as a disciple of Danqing Pavilion, a disciple of Xuandu Temple, and a princess of Yingwa that I will make you a name in history. Old minister. It was difficult to get off the tiger in an instant. But Ji Changsheng didn't want to talk to him. Since you are a loyal minister of the country, you should be loyal to the country. Ji Changsheng waved his hand again. Directly sent this guy to Ying Hongye's sword. Ying Hongye followed Ji Changsheng and learned bad things, learned to be smart, and released her own merit before taking action. when this guy actively crashed into her sword. Everyone saw that the merit above Ing Hongya's head gradually began to bloom with petal shadows. Ing Hongya laughed. Chan Sheng. Master Li is right. There are merits everywhere under the mountain. Laugh at Li Chengxi. Question Li Chengxi. Understand Li Chengxi. And learn from Li Chengxi. Ing Hongya's thinking has undergone a fundamental change. Because she also discovered one thing. Merits are really easy to brush. Your Majesty, how many people are still opposed to making up for the people of Qi? Ji Chanshan asked. His Royal Highness. Through these few days, no. Through just one day. Has already had some understanding of the young master's style of doing things. He knows that the young master likes efficiency the most when doing things and never drags his feet. So he pointed down and reported, Young master. Those standing on the left are all ministers who oppose the distribution of spirit stones to the people. Those standing on the right support this measure. And those standing in the middle have not yet expressed their views. Ji Chansheng glanced at it. The opponents on the left accounted for 70%. The supporters on the right accounted for 10%. The neutrals in the middle accounted for 20%. Ji Chansheng nodded. Go check the group of people on the left and see how much more their actual wealth is than their theoretical wealth. Those who have more than 1 million high-quality spirit stones and cannot explain the source will be killed. No. Absolutely not. Young Master Ji. Think twice. Ji Chansheng did not think twice. He just glanced at Ing Hongya. Ing Hongya understood immediately and started killing people with a sword. They were all the ones who had just spoken out against it. Ing Hongya acted decisively. The energy of merit increased decisively as well. 3 minutes later, Ing Hongya killed 12 people. It felt like he was about to be promoted to the middle stage of the Golden Core. Ing Hongya was a little dazed. Why are the ministers of Qi so problematic? The remaining ministers of Qi with problems crossed out. The remaining Huangquan monsters were collectively angry. Master Ji, do you want to kill all the righteous people in the world? The law does not punish the masses. You are the style of the demon sect. Guanyin Hall will never stand idly by. Ji Chansheng smiled and said, let everyone know that I use this set of standards in Guanyin Hall to kill all the Huangquan monsters in Guanyin Hall. Who do you think you are? Hongya. Keep killing. 10 minutes later, Ing Hongya successfully promoted to the middle stage of the Golden Core. All the ministers of Qi who were still alive agreed. Young Master is wise. Your Highness is wise. We swear to support you to the death to make up for the people of Qi. And we will never reconcile with the demons of Huangquan. Ji Chansheng nodded to the prince with satisfaction. Your Majesty, you must treat these loyal ministers well. And the future Qi will be full of righteous people. The prince trembled with excitement. He saw the fortune totem of Qi. From a dying dragon to a majestic one. The next step should be to officially transform into a dragon. The prince was convinced. Young Master has the world in his heart. And the Holy Church is worthy of the name. Ji Chansheng nodded slightly. There have always been people in the cultivation world who have misunderstood me, saying that I caused unrest in the world. If the price of unrest in the world is that the people of Shengguan Qi, where I have been, live better, I can only say that the world is not turbulent enough. Chapter 180. You enter the door with your left foot first. And you can tell at a glance that you are a demon from Huangquan. Ji Chansheng never wastes his energy. The chaos in the world has nothing to do with him. But the people of Sheng and Qi have become better after he came, which has a lot to do with him. As for those unlucky people, they all asked for it. What does it have to do with him? Cha Sheng. Won't you kill more? Ing Hongya was a little reluctant. She didn't kill many people. Less than 30. But her cultivation has risen to the late stage of Jindan. The merit and virtue of the princes of Qi made Ing Hongya a little bit unable to stop. However, Ji Chansheng didn't take this merit seriously. He said calmly, Hongya, we are all righteous people. We can't kill innocent people. Those who died just now were all people who deserve to be killed. And those who are alive now may not be innocent. But at least they are smart enough. Although you can't become a Buddha immediately after putting down the butcher knife, you should always give others a chance to reform. You are right. After all, Ing Hongya is also the orthodox of Ing state. He cultivates the spirit of merit and virtue, and cultivates the spirit of righteousness. He still has a good character. People in the right way should have self-control. Although I think at least half of the people who survived have problems. The group of people who just opposed and stood on the left were not all killed. Many of them saw the opportunity quickly and chose to surrender directly. For this group of people, Ji Chansheng chose to leave them to the prince. Let your majesty slowly identify them. If there is a doubt, there is no crime. These people are not necessarily guilty of capital crimes. Our holy church has always been open to all rivers and seas, allowing all flowers to bloom. We will never kill people just because someone opposes. Ji Changsheng spoke for the Tiansheng church. Zhongjing said nothing. The prince looked at the blood on the ground and agreed with the young master's words. Young master is right. Our holy church cultivates chivalry and never advocates killing. Killing is to protect life. This blood in the hall deeply interprets the young master's passion. In the future, I will lead the whole country of Qi to review the teachings of the holy church and learn from the young master with an open mind. Zhongjing looked at His Royal Highness the Prince with the same eyes as looking at an animal. Even Ing Hongya looked at His Royal Highness the Prince with a little shock. Only Ji Changsheng knew that the Crown Prince had the potential to be the Saint Emperor of Qi. So he was not surprised. He just nodded with satisfaction and said, Your Majesty, you are a smart kid since you were young. I was right about you. But our Saint Church does not engage in personality worship. So there is no need to exaggerate. The Saint Emperor of Qi shook his head rarely, expressing his disagreement. Young master, the Saint Church certainly does not engage in personality worship. But your leadership position must be made clear. Without your wise leadership and foresight, how could the Saint Church be so glorious today? Ji Changsheng's face was slightly reddened by the flattery. The heavenly demon sect is what it is today, mainly because of Yu Laoma, who is the second in the world. It really has nothing to do with him. But the heavenly saint sect can be what it is today in Qi. And it is indeed his credit. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng felt at ease. Young master, I heard that you have an umbrella for the people? Can we take a look at it? The Saint Emperor of Qi took the initiative to ask. And Ji Changsheng naturally followed his advice. This is the umbrella of all people. At this time, the umbrella of all people is made of the skin of the demons of the demon cult. And the handle is made of the bones of the demons of the demon cult. After opening the umbrella of all people, a sea of blood and corpses will instantly rush in front of you, making people afraid. The Saint Emperor of Qi sighed. It is indeed worthy of being called the umbrella of all people. The umbrella has been stained red by the blood of the demons of the demon cult. When I opened the umbrella of all people, I saw the endless merits shining. I heard the common people singing and dancing. And I even saw the passion of the young master, who worked tirelessly for the people of the world through the umbrella of all people. Zhongjing, Ing Hongya. The Saint Emperor of Qi continued, Young master, I have a suggestion. You say, from now on, the symbol of the Holy Church in Qi will be changed to your umbrella of all people. Only this thing can show the doctrine of our Holy Church to the greatest extent, and the original intention of the disciples of the Holy Church to sacrifice their lives for the people of the world. You set the best example for the disciples of the Holy Church. Ing Hongya felt a huge sense of crisis. If this guy was a woman, she felt that her status as a concubine might not be guaranteed. There are so many heroes in the world. Ing Hongya murmured to himself, is he really a genius? Ji Changsheng, I think he is right. The appearance of the Holy Emperor is the appearance of the Holy Emperor. He has a better eye for people than he thinks. Young master, I will make the decision on Qi's affairs. The Holy Emperor of Qi made a decisive decision and approved the new religious standard of Tiansheng sect. What can young master Ji say? He is just a young master of Tiansheng sect. How can he control the behavior of the Holy Emperor? Your Majesty is kind to me. Ji Changsheng was very humble. The Holy Emperor of Qi was even more humble. Young master has given Qi a new life. If it weren't for your low-key nature, your portrait should have been engraved on the spiritual coins and even the national flag of our Qi. No, that's too high profile. And it goes against my original intention. Ji Changsheng said seriously. The Holy Emperor nodded. The young master is indeed upright and noble. And the whole Qi country should be grateful for the young master's great kindness. My dear ministers, now that the young master has taken the time to come, if you have any difficulties or suggestions, you can tell me and the young master together. He was afraid that he would not be able to withstand the mischief of Zhongjing when he was alone. So it was just right to take advantage of Ji Changsheng's presence to solve it together today. Ji Changsheng gave the Holy Emperor this face. Ji Changsheng has always been a decent person who returns favors. There are really ministers who are making serious suggestions. Of course, it is impossible that all the 500 million people in Qi are good-for-nothings. Nor are they all corrupt. Although there are not many people who are untainted by the mud, there are still some. Your Majesty, young master, I dare to make a suggestion. Although what Lord Fei said just now was biased, it is not completely unreasonable. Giving spiritual stones to the people of Qi is certainly not the same as not giving them. But from an economic perspective, it will indeed cause some hidden dangers, even big ones. The face of the Holy Emperor of Qi changed slightly. But Ji Changsheng shook his head at the Holy Emperor. His face indifferent. Go on. As long as the suggestions are reasonable, this young master will listen. Those who are dedicated to the public are not guilty even if they are wrong. Ji Changsheng was already a cultivator in the void refining realm at this time. He clearly remembered that the minister who spoke up just now stood on the right side of those who supported the distribution of spiritual stones to compensate the people. So he was willing to listen to the other party continue to speak. Young master, if too many spiritual stones are delivered to the people, it will easily cause prices to soar, which will in turn lead to a decrease in the purchasing power of spiritual stones. Furthermore, there will definitely be illegal merchants hoarding spiritual stones. In the end, a good benevolent policy may not achieve the original purpose. And Lord Fei's concerns are also objective. If the people choose to save the spiritual stones after receiving them, the spiritual stones will not be circulated, and the national treasury will be in crisis. Without spiritual stones in the national treasury, no matter how ambitious your majesty is, he will be unable to move forward. Ji Changsheng nodded slightly. Sir, your worry is indeed reasonable, and it is very likely to happen. But if there is a problem, just solve it. The other party smiled bitterly. Master Ji, it is not easy to solve this kind of problem. Ji Changsheng said easily. It doesn't matter. I am good at solving people who create problems. The whole court was silent. The pricing power is controlled by the court. Illegal merchants hoard goods and kill them. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, Your Majesty, with the help of the Holy Church, can you do this? The Holy Emperor nodded vigorously. Young master has walked the first 90 steps for me. If I can't walk the last 10 steps well, I will commit suicide to thank you. Very good. This is a military order. I take it seriously. Ji Changsheng said. As for the liquidity problem mentioned by this lord just now, it is not a big problem. The people of Qi State are being ravaged by the Huangquan sect and exploited by the Guanyin Temple. The current situation is very bad. They need to improve their current situation in all aspects. So they must spend spirit stones. They need to buy spiritual medicine to strengthen their bodies, spend spirit stones to renovate their houses, and eat healthier food to avoid being killed. Qi invasion. All this requires spirit stones. So I said the court needs to make up for their losses. The man who just spoke smiled bitterly. Master Ji, you may not know that the people of our Qi country are particularly tolerant. After they get the money, they may prefer to continue to live a hard life and leave the spirit stones to the next generation. Don't give them the opportunity to leave the spirit stones to the next generation. Ji Changsheng said calmly, Hongya, I hope that what is handed to the people of Qi is not real spirit stones, but the numbers in their accounts. Is it technically possible to do this? Ing Hongye glanced at the Saint Emperor of Qi and nodded, saying, We can do it in Ing, but Qi probably can't. Then, you will be responsible for bringing this up. I will give you the spirit stones, and you will be responsible for distributing digital spirit stones to the people of Qi. It will take about half a year. If the people of Qi can't spend all the spirit stones, the spirit stones in the account will be automatically recovered. I have only one goal, which is to spend the spirit stones where they should be spent. Take good care of the people of Qi who are still alive, so that they can live happier and have a better quality of life. My lord, what do you think of my arrangement? The other party bowed to the ground. Young master has made a good plan. As long as Princess Hongye can help with all her strength, with the technology of Ing, I think this can be accomplished. Very good. You will be responsible for connecting with Princess Hongye on this matter. Ji Changsheng didn't know the name of this minister, and he didn't care. As long as the other party was really considering issues for the country and the people, he was willing to give the other party the opportunity to display his talents. If he was pretending, in the process of contacting Ing Hongye later, it was possible that Ing Hongye would use him to cultivate merit. Are there any other questions? Yes, Master Ji. I think the spiritual stones should not be distributed uniformly. Some people in Qi are already very wealthy, and there is really no need for the court to help them. It is the poor who need help. Ji Changsheng nodded slowly. Although it is not fair, it makes sense. I have seen many poor students in the past, and their families all have cars and houses. When he was in Blue Star, Ji Changsheng even did poverty alleviation work. Some are really poor. Some are much richer than him. So they should be treated differently. Although the rich do not deserve to be unlucky. There are at least 480 million poor people in Qi's 500 million population. If all of them are to be increased by 10% for compensation, it is very likely that the spiritual stones to compensate the 20 million rich people will be enough to compensate the remaining 480 million poor people. Please think twice. Master Ji, I am willing to bear this stigma and save this part of the expenses for the court. That's not necessary. I decide for myself how much spiritual stones I want to give to whom I want. You don't need to take the blame. Just do your job well. Ah? The other party was confused. Master Ji, your spiritual stones? Not the spiritual stones of the court? Nonsense. How many spiritual stones do you think you have left in Qi? Where did you get the spiritual stones? As I said just now, I cleaned the main hall of Guanyin Temple according to the standard of 1 million high-quality spiritual stones, and got a lot of Guanyin tears and spiritual stones. Guanyin Temple has squeezed a lot of people's fat from Qi over the years. I will also transfer it to the treasury of Qi later according to the same ratio of 10% increase. The remaining spiritual stones will be used for the transformation of Tiansheng sect. It is definitely impossible to give all of them to the court of Qi. Ji Changsheng doesn't owe them. The money he earned by his own ability, of course, should be used for his own business. Even so, Ji Changsheng's generous charity behavior also shocked the civil and military officials in the court. Young master, are you really the one who provided the spiritual stones? Is there a problem? The minister who was speaking suddenly had red eyes and knelt on the ground. Young master is wise. Young master is wise. All the people knelt on the ground. Ji Changsheng waved his sleeves and lifted them all up. No need to be polite. Let's talk business. Is there anything else I can help you with? Ji Changsheng asked. The Saint Emperor of Qi State took a glance and saw that no one raised any more opinions. So he took the initiative to say, Young master, you provide the spiritual stones, and the Saint Church will provide the people. Now I have money and people, so leave the rest to me. If there is still a place where the young master needs help, it is the two forces of Huangquan sect and Wanyao Kingdom that are secretly watching, and they are not something Qi State can deal with. The Holy Church, Xuandu Temple, and Danqing Pavilion will naturally not sit idly by. So don't worry. You go and solve the living problems of the people of Qi. And our three righteous immortal sects will solve the survival problems of the people of Qi. Survival is important. And quality of life is also important. Now the immortal arts are very advanced. Don't let the people of Qi live like feudal slaves. This is what I ask of you. Okay. Today's meeting ends here. Your Majesty, take action. Yes. Please rest assured. I will definitely make Qi a revival. Ji Changsheng patted the Saint Emperor of Qi on the shoulder. I'm optimistic about you. Keep going. 3 minutes later. Outside the palace, Ing Hongye followed Ji Changsheng a little absent-mindedly. Hongye, what's wrong with you? Ing Hongye blurted out, if the Prince of Qi was your woman, would you choose her over me? Ji Changsheng? Ing Hongye blushed and said quickly, I'll contact my father to see how to cooperate with Qi technically. But I remind you in advance that if you do this, you have to pay the spirit stones to our in-country. Of course, it's a business behavior, and it's reasonable to get money for doing things. Ji Changsheng said generously, anyway, the spirit stones used are from the Guanyin Temple, and the people of Qi will benefit. Let your father. You're welcome. Let's talk business. Ing Hongye once again reminded him, Changsheng, your behavior today is likely to make you enemies. Why? You've obviously raised the industry standard of the righteous sect by doing this, and directly compared other righteous sects. Do you think they will improve themselves? Ing Hongye sneered, they will only unite to suppress and exclude you, saying that you are deliberately engaging in vicious competition. It's too difficult to improve yourself, but it's easy to belittle others. The Tiansheng sect's transformation into a righteous sect in this way will only make it more isolated from the righteous path. Ji Changsheng also laughed, Hongye, you have to figure out one thing. What is it? You Lao Mo. No. Our leader is the second in the world. And the first in 2 days. In 2 days, only the Holy Church will exclude others. Ji Changsheng is too lazy to go along with those righteous immortal sects. I am here to overturn the table and redefine the industry norms. Xuandu Temple is my wife's territory, so you can give it some face. Danqing Pavilion is a brother unit, So you have to give it some face. As for other righteous immortal sects, Ji Changsheng laughed. It's not that I deliberately targeted anyone. I just told the truth. Are all of you here enough for my godfather to fight alone? Ji Changsheng felt that it was not enough. But he soon found that Ing Hongya's reminder made sense. There are always more fools than smart people in this world. As soon as Ji Changsheng returned to Tiansheng Medical Clinic, he saw Luo Qingling hurried over, followed by two people Ji Changsheng didn't know. Young master. This is Zhou Yuzong, the president of the Qi State Medical Association. This is Fu Qishan, the leader of the Qishan League, the second largest sect in Qi State. They have something to discuss with you. Young master. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows and noticed that Luo Qingling looked unhappy. He simply ignored the two men behind Luo Qingling and asked with concern, Qingling, are you okay? Luo Qingling shook her head and said to Ji Changsheng, young master, I'm still very busy over there. These two people. Young master. You can handle them. I can't do anything about them. Qingling. Why are you talking like this now? Zhou Yuzong frowned and said, I am your elder after all. Don't you know how to use honorifics? President Zhou. Calm down. Luo Shen has climbed up the ladder. So of course she looks down on our former elders. Fu Qingshan deliberately said. Young Master Ji. Right. President Zhou and I came to Tiansheng Medical Clinic this time to visit you. We have something to discuss with you. Ji Chengxing's face became a little strange. It seems that something exciting is going to happen. Thinking that he had only been in Qi for one day, Ji Changxing thought that it was right. After all, not many demons from the demon cult had been killed. There were a few sand sculptures. It was reasonable for demons from the demon cult to want to stir up trouble. What's the matter? Ji Changxing asked patiently. Zhou Yuzong said, Master Ji, the price of your Tiansheng clinic is too low. This behavior is very bad and is against the entire Qi Clinic Association. Your current price makes it impossible for other clinics to survive. Fu Qingshan added, Master Ji, I heard that you just killed people in the palace? And you want to distribute spirit stones to the people of Qi? It's very difficult for us to do this in Qishan League. The good people are all your Tiansheng cult. Doesn't it make our Qishan League a demon? Ji Changsheng corrected, you Qishan League is the demon. You? Ji Changsheng slapped him. What do you mean you? Just now you stepped into the door with your left foot first. And you looked like a demon from Huangquan. The holy cult did too many good things in Qi, but killed too few people. Ji Changsheng reflected deeply. I have to change.